Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Shinigami Who Descended Upon the Uchiha. Itachi, I'm leaving Sasuke in your care from now on. The full moon hung high in the cloudless sky, its cold, clear light showering Konoha village. Beneath this moonlight, the massacre of a clan was taking place. In the Uchiha clan grounds at the village's outermost edge, the people of the Uchiha, regardless of age or gender, now lay tragically dead by the sword. I stared blankly, bodies littered the ground, a thick stench of blood permeated every corner of the clan grounds. Inside the home of the Uchiha military police force captain, Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, Mikoto, knelt, looking at their eldest son before them, a figure filled with murderous intent, yet with tears in his eyes. The couple closed their eyes, silently awaiting their son's slaughter. With the sound of a faint sob, they both felt a sharp pain, and then, nothing. When Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes again, he found that his entire being had become transparent. This is a soul state. Uchiha Fugaku looked at his now ethereal body, then glanced around. His son, Itachi, had already left the room. On the floor lay his and his wife's corpses, blood flowing freely. His youngest son, Sasuke, was lying at the doorway. He had no injuries, and his chest rose and fell normally, but his face was pale and his brows were furrowed. He must be having a nightmare. He was just a child, after all, and he had witnessed such a tragedy at home. This is. An equally ethereal and transparent figure floated up from his wife's body. Her appearance was identical to his wife's, it was, naturally, her soul. Mikoto slowly opened her eyes. Confusion flickered for a moment before understanding dawned. Observing her and her husband's current state, she already had the answer in her heart. We are really dead. I wonder what the world after death is like. To think the Uchiha clan would fall at my hands. Just as Fugaku and Mikoto were lost in their post-mortem emotions, a strange and deep male voice sounded. The world after death is not as wonderful as the living imagine. The sudden voice immediately interrupted the couple's lamentations. His rich ninja instincts made Fugaku spin around instantly, looking in the direction of the voice while shielding his wife behind him. Fugaku hadn't detected anyone else in the room before. He demanded sharply, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Before him was a tall man dressed in pitch-black clothing, a tachi worn at his waist, looking like a noble samurai. But what was most impressive was the man's appearance. His face was handsome and well-proportioned, with long, narrow phoenix eyes that held a certain majesty. His eyebrows were thick and long, but unlike guys from the same village, they were not heavy. Instead, they rose like burning flames. His short, dark red hair was the same, giving him a strange combination of solemnity and vitality. In the darkness, his eyes burst with a startling light. "Mr. Fugaku, don't be alarmed, though being alarmed seems useless, since you're already dead," the man said. "My name is Kenma, a Shinigami from another world. Right now, I want to make a deal with you, Uchiha." "A Shinigami? From another world?" The couple both showed looks of confusion. If he was a Shinigami, then he was here to collect souls like them. But what did he mean by, from another world? Could it be that Shinigami also have territories, divided into spheres of influence like ninja, with different Shinigami stationed in various places? Fugaku relaxed his guard slightly but still asked with a frown, "What deal?" Kenma took a step forward. "I can let you live again in another world, a world called Soul Society. In return, your Uchiha clan must sign a contract with me and pledge your wholehearted loyalty." As he spoke, his gaze swept over their chests. There were no chains, likely a difference between worlds. Live, again. Although Uchiha Fugaku was tempted by the allure of living again, he didn't lose his reason and agree immediately. Instead, he asked in a calm, deep voice, "Since we are already dead, how can we live again? Are you going to resurrect us? If we go to this soul society you speak of, will we be able to travel back and forth to the ninja world in the future?" Uchiha Mikoto's gaze fell on Sasuke at the door, her eyes filled with guilt and love. Kenma held up 2 fingers. "First, you will go to the soul society in your soul state. Even so, it's not much different from being a normal living person. If your aptitude is excellent, you can even eat normally, and having children is also possible. Second, I have already grasped the coordinates of the ninja world. If you wish to travel back and forth in the future, you can do so freely by opening a Sankamen, as long as you have my permission." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered, clearly moved. But he asked one more question, "What if we don't agree to this deal? This world also has its own pure land, but it's different from the world I'm from. Souls exist in a state of frozen consciousness. If you don't follow me, you can only go to the ninja world's pure land, and your final fate will be to lose your will until your soul perishes. After Kenma finished explaining, he waited a moment for Fugaku and his wife to process the information, then presented them with their choice. Choose. Follow me to live in another world, or return to this world's afterlife and eventually fade into oblivion. The fate of over 1,000 members of the Uchiha clan was at stake. One misstep, and the entire clan would once again lose its future. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt a heavy pressure on his shoulders, so heavy it was hard to breathe. Faced with such a monumental choice, his indecisive nature flared up again, making it difficult to make any decision. Lord Shinigami, this is a matter of great importance. May I have some time to discuss it with my clansmen? You may, but time is short. You should act quickly. Kenma nodded slightly, then added, I have arranged a Kido to guide the souls and a guide at your military police force building. Your fellow clansmen should be arriving here soon. Fugaku and Mikoto exchanged a glance and immediately walked out of the house. As they passed Sasuke, they both paused for a fraction of a second, then continued without stopping. There were priorities. Their son was unharmed, they couldn't waste time now. The moment they stepped out of the door, they saw that the sky was covered by a nearly transparent film, blanketing the entire clan compound. Mysterious runes were plastered across the film's surface, crisscrossing like chains. What is this? They were both stunned. They hadn't seen this thing in the sky before. Then, they both looked back into the house. They didn't need to ask to know that this was undoubtedly another one of the mysterious Shinigami's techniques. Watching Uchiha Fugaku and his wife depart, the tension on Shihoin Kenma's brow eased. Given the nature of the Uchiha clan, dying with such grievances, they will probably agree in the end. But considering this group of psychopaths' worship of the strong, I should probably let them witness my power first. Shihoin Kenma was all too familiar with the personality of the Uchiha. Having read the manga and countless fanfictions in his past life, he had an extremely thorough understanding of the Uchiha clan. That's right, Shihoin Kenma was not a native of the ninja world, nor was he indigenous to the Soul Society. He was a soul from a place called Earth. Through a great stroke of luck, Kenma's soul had transmigrated to the Soul Society, where he was found by an old man. Because he was found in an abandoned millstone workshop, he was named Kenma. After half a year of study, he learned the language of the Soul Society and lived a life of mutual dependence with the old man. Because he could feel hunger, he enrolled in the Shino Academy. However, when he registered, the school's teacher wrote his name incorrectly, and it was entered into the Siriidi's records, becoming the name he now bears, Kenma. Upon entering the academy, Kenma displayed extraordinary talent. Coupled with his diligent efforts, he was hailed as a top student by both teachers and students. After graduation, due to his steady personality and handsome features, he was noticed by the previous head of the great noble Shihoin clan and was recruited as a son-in-law to assist and restrain the current, overly lively, clan head. Although they were not officially married yet, the two were already engaged, and the matter was set in stone. Thus, Kenma gained a surname, becoming Shihoin Kenma. Shihoin Kenma was able to transmigrate again, from the Soul Society to the ninja world, thanks to the Zanpakutō at his waist. His spiritual power had reached the 4th rank, the level of a lieutenant, and he could also hear his Zanpakutō's name, allowing him to perform Shurikai. One of his initial release abilities was enough to let him travel back and forth between two different worlds. After making his decision, he broke the spatial barrier between the two worlds, and the first world he arrived in was this war-torn world of Naruto. After familiarizing himself with the ninja world's environment for a while, he began his plan. The timing was just on the eve of the Uchiha massacre. After Fugaku and his wife left, Shihoin Kenma's gaze fell on the nightmare-ridden Sasuke. No rush, in a few short decades, you will be mine too. After leaving their home, the couple immediately split up, running through the various streets to call for the souls of their clansmen to gather on the main street. The souls of the Uchiha had also realized their current predicament. Still immersed in anger and unwillingness, they heard the shouts of Fugaku and Mikoto outside. Uchiha Fugaku, what is going on? How dare your son Itachi do this to us? Captain, look at the fine son you've raised. You must give us an explanation. My daughter was only 3 months old, and she was brutally killed by Itachi like this, sob, sob, sob. And my son, he was only 5. What wrong could a child so young have done? Why kill him? Crying and cursing, the people came out of their homes and onto the street, cornering Fugaku and Mikoto, surrounding them completely. The tearful accusations from their clansmen were almost too much for Fugaku to bear. The man who had once terrified the ninja world on the battlefield with the name, Fugaku of the Wicked Eye, now found himself at a loss for how to face the sorrowful and angry cries of his people. The one who committed the crime was his son, all the blame should be borne by him, the father. But not now. A roar almost drowned out the cries of the clansmen. Within the clan, Uchiha Fugaku still held considerable authority, and the voices on the street gradually quieted. Thump. Fugaku, leading Mikoto, knelt down heavily before their surrounding clansmen, bowing his head to the ground with a loud thud. His lowered face was already streaked with tears. I take full responsibility for Itachi's actions. After tonight, even if you all cut me into 1,000 pieces, it would not be enough. But there is an urgent matter tonight, one that concerns the future of our Uchiha clan. I beg you all to grant me 1 night, no, just 1 hour. After 1 hour, I will submit to any punishment you see fit. Fugaku's words were choked with sobs, his voice hoarse. Beside him, Mikoto also shouted, "Me too. Please, everyone, listen to what Fugaku and I have to say." Amidst the crowd sobbing, a voice called out, "But we're all dead. What future is there?" "There is." Fugaku roared at the top of his lungs. "Just now, I met Lord Shinigami. He has given our Uchiha clan a chance to live again." The couple quickly recounted what had just happened. A wave of astonishment and doubt spread through the crowd. "Something like that, how is it possible? Whether that Lord Shinigami is worthy of our trust is still unclear, isn't it? Furthermore, pledging loyalty. We are the proud Uchiha. Even to a Shinigami." Just as the crowd descended into chaos again, an overwhelming spiritual pressure descended from nowhere, pressing down on everyone. The street instantly fell silent, all sounds ceasing abruptly. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the old, the weak, and the children were the first to give way, forced to the ground by the pressure, unable to move. They were followed by the able-bodied men and the genin from each family, and finally, by those outstanding clan members who had awakened the Sharingan. In the blink of an eye, not a single person was left standing on the entire street. Chapter 2, Subduing the Achiha. What is happening? What terrifying power? Just sheer presence alone can be this potent. Could it be, this is the Lord Shinigami the captain spoke of? The crowd felt a chill that pierced their very souls, as if gravity had suddenly multiplied several times, pinning them firmly to the ground. The air seemed to have been filled with lead, becoming incredibly heavy. Even the simple act of breathing had now become exceedingly difficult. Under this sudden pressure, everyone was terrified, a cold dread washing over them. Not a single person dared to utter a sound under this soul-piercing presence. Only the sound of heavy, panicked breathing rose and fell throughout the crowd. Swoosh. The sound of something cutting through the air was especially clear in the silent street as a figure clad in black appeared in the center of the crowd. Fugaku, pinned to the ground by this pressure, activated his crimson Sharingan. The 3 tomo began to spin, forming a strange pattern. He struggled to lift his head and look. His eyes met a pair of white tabi socks and wouldn't get a sandals. The wide, black trouser legs swayed slightly before coming to a stop. He barely managed to raise his head further but could only see the person's waist, where Itachi was worn. Still, it was enough for him to recognize the man's identity. It was the mysterious Shinigami. What an absurd amount of power. So this is the strength of a Shinigami. Shihoin Kenma glanced around, looking at the Uchiha who were flattened on the ground in droves, and nodded to himself. He had been observing the situation the whole time. When Fugaku finished explaining and the Uchiha began to voice their doubts, Kenma took the opportunity to appear, releasing his spiritual pressure to establish his authority through a show of force. "I do not like noise. You all had best make your decision quickly." Kenma then withdrew all of the spiritual pressure he had released. The people on the street felt their bodies lighten, as if a great weight had been lifted. After their breathing returned to normal, they felt as if they had been reborn. They stood up gingerly, their movements clearly restrained, and looked with gazes full of awe at the Lord Shinigami standing in the center. Under the cold moonlight, the image of Lord Shinigami was imprinted in everyone's mind. For a moment, no one dared to speak carelessly again. Among these people were many Jonin, and even some Kage-level powerhouses, but in terms of spiritual pressure as souls, they were at best only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Faced with Kenma's lieutenant-level spiritual pressure, they were completely powerless to resist. And this was with Kenma holding back. If he had released it all, everyone present would have had their souls crushed and scattered, ceasing to exist entirely. It was Uchiha Fugaku who, adhering to his duty as the clan head, mustered his courage and spoke respectfully to Kenma. "It is Uchiha Fugaku's incompetence. I could not restrain my clansmen and allowed them to disturb you, my lord. Please punish me." Kenma smiled. "It's fine. The ignorant are not to be blamed." Fugaku's attitude was now much more deferential than when they first met. It seemed the earlier display of power had not been in vain, the effect was immediate. At this moment, a clamor came from the distance. Amid shouts, the crowd parted to form a path. The members of the Uchiha military police force, dressed in their uniforms, had returned to the clan grounds. At the very front of this group was a young man with a short sword on his shoulder, neat short hair, and a pattern of 4 connected blades in his crimson Sharingan. Sherui. Uchiha Fugaku was startled to see this person. His gaze flickered to the Lord Shinigami beside him, and then he understood. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Sherui, who had been dead for a long time. After Sherui arrived with his men, he walked straight to Kenma and knelt on one knee. "My lord, the members of the military police force have been brought here. I have already informed them of the situation on the way, and they have all agreed to go to the Soul Society." "Well done," Kenma nodded lightly. Sherui was the guide for the souls he had left in the military police force building, meant to explain the situation to those members. This group had arrived at just the right time, experiencing Kenma's spiritual pressure right after entering the clan grounds. Kenma hadn't just crossed over to the ninja world today. After arriving in Konoha, he had encountered the suicidal Uchiha Sherui and preserved his soul. After some negotiation, the two reached an agreement. Uchiha Sherui would pledge his loyalty to Kenma, and in return, Kenma would bring the willing Uchiha clansmen back to the Soul Society to live a new life. Initially, Kenma didn't absolutely need Sherui. After all, the rules and powers of the two worlds were different. A powerhouse in the ninja world might not necessarily be a powerhouse in the Soul Society. But then he discovered that Sherui could actually feel hunger. Hunger meant that Sherui had the aptitude to become a Shinigami. And with so many people in the entire Uchiha clan, there was a chance that a few Shinigami could emerge. In any case, bringing the Uchiha to the Soul Society was a simple matter for Kenma. Uchiha Sherui stood up and moved to stand behind Kenma like a guard. Kenma said to Fugaku, "There isn't much time. You should hurry." With that, Kenma flickered and disappeared from his spot. Sherui said to Fugaku in a deep voice, "Captain, Itachi made a mistake that led to this situation. This time, please be sure to make the right choice. Do not let the Uchiha repeat the same mistakes." Before Fugaku could reply, Sherui also vanished, leaving the clansmen behind. Only after Kenma left did the crowd dare to speak, quietly discussing their next choice. Following the residue of Kenma's spiritual pressure, Sherui used a somewhat clumsy shunpa to arrive at the roof of a house. Kenma was sitting there, looking down at the massive crowd below. Noticing Shersui's arrival, he turned his head and praised him. "Sherui, you are truly outstanding. You've learned shunpa in such a short time." The four skills of a Shinigami were Zenjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, and Kido. After taking Sherui in, Kenma had taught him some Shinigami skills. He hadn't expected him to learn the Shinigami's high-speed movement technique, shunpa, so quickly. Kenma remembered how much effort he himself had put into learning shunpa back at the academy. One could only say that a genius is a genius no matter where they go. Shersui's talent was far greater than his own. Otherwise, Kenma wouldn't have signed a contract with Sherui. Sherui said respectfully, "It is because my lord taught me well." He had already been skilled in the body flicker technique, even earning the moniker, Sherui of the body flicker, in the ninja world. Even though it was a different system of power, the basic principles of how the human body exerts force were the same, making it easier to learn. Furthermore, he had a bit of a knack for this type of high-speed movement skill, which was why he was able to learn it so quickly. Kenma was very pleased with Shersui's humble attitude. He said, "When we get to the Soul Society, I will arrange a place for you to live. You must manage your clansmen well and not cause trouble. Once you've adapted to life in the Soul Society, I will have an important task for you." "As you command." Kenma went on to explain some important things to note about the Soul Society, and Sherui listened intently, committing it all to memory. At that moment, the voices of the Uchiha below quieted down considerably. It seemed they had finished their discussion. Kenma used shunpa and reappeared in the middle of the crowd. When he appeared, the Uchiha fell silent again, quickly averting their gazes, not daring to look directly at the Shinigami. Kenma scanned the crowd and asked, "What have you decided? How many of you are willing to follow me to the Soul Society?" All eyes fell on Fugaku. Fugaku walked before Kenma and knelt on one knee. "My lord, we, the entire Uchiha clan, are willing to follow you. We will have no regrets in life or death." After Fugaku, the other Uchiha also knelt in Kenma's direction, the dense crowd sinking like a wave. "We are willing to follow you, my lord. We swear our loyalty to you until death." Voices pledging allegiance rose one after another from the crowd, eventually merging into a single roar that shot to the heavens, deafening in its intensity. "We swear to follow you until death, my lord." Kenma nodded slightly, not at all surprised by the Uchiha clan's choice. With the sudden extermination of their clan, each person had their own dreams and obsessions. They would naturally not refuse the chance to live again. "If that is the case, then sign the contract with me." Fugaku had, of course, told his clansmen all about the contract. He asked with some confusion, "My lord, how will we make this contract?" Kenma drew the tachi from his waist. The blade reflected the cold light of the moon. "This is my Zanpakutō. One of its abilities is to form a link between me and you, allowing me to obtain a portion of your abilities. Let me be blunt, if I die, you all will also perish, your souls scattered. If any of you betray me after signing, you will surely face the sword and die a violent death. We would not dare. We will swear our loyalty to you until death, without a single false word. Fugaku said quickly, and the Uchiha echoed their agreement. After all, signing a contract with the Shinigami was bound to come at a price. This was something everyone had anticipated. The negative consequences Lord Shinigami mentioned were still within their expectations. Very good. Seeing that the Uchiha all agreed, Kenma immediately released his Zanpakutō. Connect, Kiritsugu. Kiritsugu, the name of Kenma Zanpakutō, was the same as a certain partner of justice. He chanted the release command for his Zanpakutō, holding the blade vertically in front of him. As he finished speaking, a faint, clear light burst from the blade, transforming into countless fine threads that connected to every Uchiha soul present. I will ask one last time. Do you truly wish to follow me? If you have any objections, you may withdraw now. We are willing. The voices of the crowd rang out in perfect unison. For the Uchiha, they were already dead. Getting a chance to live again was a gain in itself. As for the entire clan submitting to Shihoin Kenma, they didn't feel it was inappropriate in the slightest. They were ninja, tools. Before, they were loyal to the village, tools of the Hokage. Now, they had simply changed masters. Moreover, this new master was a god, and his strength was astonishing. His presence alone could pin them to the ground. Faced with such a powerful being who had given their Uchiha clan a new lease on life, what was the harm in pledging loyalty? So be it. The contract is made. The clear light from the blade faded, and the threads vanished into the air. Kenma could now clearly feel a close connection between himself and these people. From now on, he and the Uchiha clan were a community of shared destiny, living and dying together. This connection was very faint, yet extremely resilient. No matter how strong these Uchiha became, they could not escape this bond. Only with Kenma's consent could this thread of fate be severed. Furthermore, this connection had other uses. Just as he had mentioned, he could obtain a portion of the contractor's abilities, including skill proficiency, special abilities, and spiritual pressure. Although it was only a small portion, many a little makes a mickle. His growth would surely be considerable. In the future, he would certainly stand above the heavens. Chapter 3, the Zanpakuto's abilities. So this is the sword release of the Lord Zanpakutō. From a distance, Uchiha Sherui watched the glowing blade in Shihoin Kenma's hand, the dense, fine threads of light, and the contract his clansmen were signing. He had personally experienced it not long ago, having already completed this pact with the Shinigami. In the short time he had spent learning from Kenma, he had gained some understanding of a Shinigami's methods of attack. The so-called Zenjutsu, Hakuda, Kido, and Hoho were the arts of the sword, hand-to-hand combat, demon arts, and swift steps. Among them, the primary means of attack for a Shinigami was their Zanpakutō. The shape, state, and abilities of a Zanpakutō were constructed based on the Shinigami's own soul, and their abilities varied from person to person. By knowing its true name, one could release its true power, divided into Shurikai and Bankai. After release, a Shinigami's power could increase dramatically. After seeing that Sherui had the potential to become a Shinigami, Kenma had the idea of cultivating him. The little he had taught him before was just to test the waters. And Sherui's talent was indeed powerful. He learned Shuinpa in a short period, which greatly boosted Kenma's confidence. When we return to the Soul Society, I will find an Asachi for you as well. An Asachi was the most primitive form of a Zanpakutō, and also the mark of becoming a Shinigami. Kenma's words caused ripples to spread through Sherui's heart, filling him with longing. Can a mortal like me also become a Shinigami? The contract Kenma had just made with the Uchiha was one of the Shurikai abilities of his Zanpakutō, Kiritsugu. It could connect and establish communication between two things. Through years of exploration, Kenma had gradually figured out some ways to use his Zanpakutō. The most representative of these was connecting with others to form a fated community, bound by an ironclad contract. As the master of the Zanpakutō, Kenma naturally held the greatest degree of initiative in the relationship, allowing him to set various binding agreements. He could even use the connecting threads to obtain a portion of the contractor's abilities and spiritual pressure. There was no limit to the number of contractors, only whether his own spiritual pressure was sufficient. This part of the ability alone was similar to Oswalin, but not as monstrously overpowered as Yawachi's Oswalin. As his spiritual pressure continued to grow stronger, the number of people he could connect with would increase. At this moment, connecting with over 1,000 Uchiha at once had consumed nearly half of Kenma's spiritual pressure, taking up half of his capacity. The reason for this was for the sake of stability. This way, he could be more at ease when bringing these people back to the Soul Society. If he felt they were a burden, Kenma could wait until these people could live normally in the Soul Society before terminating the contracts of the old, weak, women, and children. Next, I will open the Senkamen. By passing through it, you will arrive in the Soul Society. You will all live there from now on. Kenma said to the group of Uchiha. I have already told Sherui about some things to be aware of. He will tell you all one by one later. I hope you will all conduct yourselves well. We obey. Kenma walked through the crowd to one end of the street. Every time he passed an Uchiha, these members of the ninja world's most powerful clan would immediately drop to one knee and lower their proud heads to show respect for their new master. Arriving at an open space at the end of the street, under the gazes of 1,000 Uchiha, Kenma once again raised his Zanpakuto. Sever, Kiritsugu. The blade once again shone with a crystal-clear light, but this time the light did not turn into threads. Instead, it flowed along the blade's edge, exuding a grim chill under the bright moonlight. Kenma swung the blade through the air. The spiritual pressure accumulated on the blade instantly erupted, transforming with his swing into a silvery white, crescent-shaped blade of light that shot forward. Crack! Crack! Crackle! A series of crisp sounds, like shattering glass, rang out. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, as the crescent blade of light passed, a huge rift was torn in the void. It was pitch black inside, as if a giant beast was hiding its form while opening its cavernous mouth. Kenma gave a silent snap of his fingers, and a somewhat quaint, sliding wooden door materialized within the spatial rift. He waved his hand lightly. Whoosh! Under his control, his spiritual pressure gathered, forming a straight, wide path between the physical ground and the wooden door inside the rift. One side of the wooden door was pulled open, revealing a vast, white light from within. This is the Senkamen. Pass through this gate, and you will be in the Soul Society, the world where the dead live. Kenma stood to one side of the spatial rift, his Zanpakuto extended into it, preventing space from repairing itself. His gaze swept over the Uchiha before him. Every one of them had their eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, looking exceptionally shocked and stunned. He can sever space itself with a casual wave. This is the power of a god. A tidal wave crashed in Fugaku's heart. Even in this strange ninja world, tearing space was the stuff of legends, and spacetime ninjutsu was a rare sight. Now, seeing Kenma display it so effortlessly before them, they all came to their senses, their gazes toward Kenma becoming even more reverent. Kenma's line of sight fell on Sherui. Sherui, you go in first to reassure your clansmen. The courtyard you arrive in is a place I prepared beforehand. Remember, keep your people under control and don't let them wander around. As you command. Sherui swallowed, his face showing an irrepressible mix of excitement and apprehension. Once they crossed this gate, they would go to an unfamiliar world and start a new life. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sherui stepped onto the path formed by spiritual pressure, walking step by step towards the Senkamen, and finally entered the white light of the wooden door. Just a moment after entering the gate, Shersui's figure suddenly reappeared. He gave a firm nod to the Uchiha clansmen outside, then entered again. Kenma commanded the Uchiha, you all hurry and go as well. As you command. Under the direction of Fugaku and the members of the military police force, the Uchiha clansmen began their journey into the unknown in an orderly fashion. My dear, let me hold the child. Mother, I'll carry you on my back. Brother, sister, let's go quickly, don't waste time. One by one, the Uchiha stepped onto the path of spiritual pressure and walked into the Senkamen. And as each person passed by Kenma's side, they would pause, bow to Kenma, and then quickly walk to catch up with their clansmen ahead. Watching the Uchiha clansmen enter one after another, Kenma's expression remained unchanged as he mentally calculated how much longer his spiritual pressure could last. In his current state, it was more than enough to send all of them in, with plenty of time to spare. Glancing at the spatial rift, Kenma also felt a sense of emotions. This was the other ability of his Zanpakuto after its Shirkai release, Severance. It could cut through all things in the world, tangible or intangible. As long as he could perceive it and had enough spiritual pressure, he could cut it. Even something as ethereal as space. Using this ability, Kenma could even cut an opening in the spatial barrier between two different worlds, allowing him to travel back and forth freely. It had taken him nearly 2 full days to open the passage between the Soul Society and the ninja world. Fortunately, once the passage was opened and fixed with the connection ability, he wouldn't have to expend so much effort in the future. He could simply follow the coordinates left behind after the Shirkai and cut through the ninja world space with a casual swing, causing the entrance to the passage to appear. Severance and connection. Just like the name of his Zanpakuto, Kiritsugu, depending on the release command, its Shirkai abilities represented 2 polar opposites. Chapter 4, Arriving in the Soul Society. So this is the Soul Society that Lord Kenma spoke of. Sherui stepped out of the Senkamen, his feet landing on solid ground. It was also nighttime in the Soul Society. The sky was cloudless, and the bright moonlight made the surroundings reasonably well lit. His Crimson Sharingan activated, eventually shifting to his Mangekyo Sharingan. Sherui scanned the area, his expression cautious as he surveyed the new and unfamiliar world. As far as he could see, it was a very typical courtyard with rows of wooden houses. The courtyard itself was empty and spacious, at least large enough to accommodate the entire Uchiha clan. Is the architecture in the afterlife like this too? Sherui looked at the courtyard and found it incredibly familiar, a style he recognized. The courtyard was quiet in the night, empty of people. For now, there was no visible danger. The moment he landed, Sherui felt a wave of relief wash over his entire being, as if the air was filled with energy. Every breath seemed to draw in that energy, replenishing his body's fatigue. Although this feeling was very faint, with his keen senses, he knew he wasn't mistaken. Compared to the ninja world, it felt like suddenly moving from a high-altitude, oxygen-deprived plateau to a low-altitude environment. It was a similar sensation. The air is full of this energy. This must be what Lord Kenma called reishi. No wonder he said before that most souls in the Soul Society can survive just by breathing. Sherui had died some time before the rest of the Uchiha, but his heart had been worried about Konoha village and his clansmen. He had therefore begged Kenma to let his soul remain in Konoha, to quietly watch over the village and the clan. Now, this was his first time coming to the Soul Society. After confirming it was safe, Sherui returned to the Senkamen and signaled to his clansmen. One by one, the Uchiha clan members followed, passing through the Senkamen and arriving in the courtyard. Under Shersui's direction, a simple order was maintained among the clansmen. Tekka, Inabi, the clansmen are all through. Yashiro, let's go over too. Captain, all of us from the military police force are heading out. All the Uchiha clan members had entered the Senkamen, followed by the military police force members who had been maintaining order. Finally, only Fugaku, his wife, and Shihoin Kenma, who was maintaining the spatial rift and the Senkamen, were left. Before entering the spatial rift, Fugaku and his wife turned to look back one last time at the clan grounds where they had lived for so many years, and at Konoha village, which they had protected for generations. A boundless melancholy rose in their hearts. Itachi's actions must have been sanctioned by the village, otherwise, he would never have done such a thing. They had never imagined that the most famous clan in the ninja world wouldn't fall on the battlefield, but would instead die at the hands of the comrades they had shed countless blood to protect. What an irony. The only one to pity is Sasuke, who will have to live alone in this cruel world from now on. With Itachi around, Sasuke will be fine. Besides, it's not like we can't ever go back to see our child. Let's go. Fugaku sighed, took his wife's hand, and stepped into the Senkamen. They were already dead. Thinking too much was useless, it was better not to interfere in the world of the living. After everyone had entered, Kenma sheathed his Zanpakuto and pointed a finger at the Kido in the sky. Disperse. The barrier surrounding the Uchiha compound shattered like a bubble. He took the opportunity to step into the spatial rift, pass through the Senkamen, and walk into the white light. Without his power supporting it, the space instantly repaired itself, good as new, and the Senkamen dissipated along with it. Of course, this Senkamen was not Kenma's ability, but rather a technology of the Soul Society. He had just taken it and combined it with his Zanpakuto's ability, turning it into a direct passage to the Soul Society. The Senkamen used by ordinary Shinigami was located in a tall, gate-like building in the Sirei. There were 2 towering square wooden pillars in front of it, and one had to submit an application to a superior to use it. What Kenma used was not this, but a private Senkamen that only noble families possessed. As the son-in-law of the great noble Shihoin family, he could get his hands on such a thing with no effort at all. As his figure emerged from the Senkamen, the wooden door immediately closed, reverting to 2 square wooden pillars, each over 3 meters tall, that looked completely ordinary. His eyes met with rows upon rows of Uchiha figures. Sherui and the members of the military police force, who had arrived earlier, were maintaining order. Uchiha Fugaku could also feel the wondrous power contained in the air. They had truly come to another world. The Uchiha clansmen were all apprehensive, yet they also held a sense of longing for their future lives. This was the world after death. There was no atmosphere full of hostility like in Konoha village, and no persecution from the higher-ups. They would start a new life here. This clan, which had been deliberately erased in the ninja world, had now completed a peculiar resurrection in the Soul Society, a gathering place for souls. Seeing Shihoin Kenma emerge last, Fugaku reacted immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, he fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground heavily, showing his heartfelt respect and gratitude to the Lord Shinigami who had given them this new life. The Uchiha behind him followed suit, kneeling in unison like a wave of falling dominoes. Regardless of strength or size, man or woman, old or young, they all did the same. Thud, 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 thud. The dull sounds of foreheads hitting the ground rang out. As Kenma looked out, all he could see was a sea of backs and bowed heads. The Uchiha clan expresses its deepest gratitude for your grace of rebirth. From this day forward, we will follow you for all eternity, our loyalty unwavering. If we ever harbor betrayal, may we be cast into the eternal, unceasing hell, never to find release. Fugaku's voice was solemn, filled with a complex and resolute will that was hard to define, ringing with perfect clarity in the silent courtyard. The Uchiha clan greets you, my lord. The voices of over 1,000 people, some strong, some old, some childish, some delicate, merged into one, erupting in a surging wave of sound like a tsunami, every word completely sincere. They had already died once. Swearing by death again would seem casual and would be a slight to their lord's status as a Shinigami, so they used the name of the most painful and severe hell in Buddhism, Avicii. 1,000 people swearing an oath of fealty to him, it was enough to make anyone's blood boil. It was no exaggeration to say that these people were now his private soldiers. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment welled up in his heart. Kenma quickly suppressed his turbulent emotions, extended a hand in a virtual rise gesture, and spoke in a steady, powerful voice that exuded the air of a great leader. Rise. As you command. The roar of the crowd rang out again as 1,000 people rustled to their feet. They gazed at Kenma, their new master, with a complex mix of awe, gratitude, curiosity, and bewilderment. Fortunately, the several courtyards in this vicinity were Kenma's private property, so the sound of the crowd was barely audible by the time it traveled outside. Sherui, Fugaku, and the management members of your clan, follow me. With that, Kenma walked towards the outside. Fugaku nodded to a few people in the crowd. Sherui and 2 white-haired old men stepped out and followed. Leaving the courtyard, Kenma led the 4 of them and pointed out a large cluster of nearby courtyards. These places were all given to me by a friend. The Uchiha clan can live here for now. There are plenty of rooms, so it should be more than enough. This area isn't close to the central Sherui, but it is on the outer edge of the prosperous districts. However, security can be guaranteed, and there is ample food and water, which will ensure your basic survival. This is the local money. It's enough for you to live on for a while. You should also use this time to get used to the environment here. The general customs are similar to your original world, so you should be able to accept it quickly. Kenma brought out a small wooden box from one of the rooms and handed it to Sherui. This money was also a gift from that friend. Besides needing you to become self-sufficient, I have one more matter. The 4 of them immediately focused, listening intently for their master's next command. You must find out as quickly as possible which people in the clan can feel hunger. I will focus on training them. It's not impossible for them to become Shinigami. Chapter 5, Fiancé. I've been away from the Sherui for long enough. It's time I return to the Shihoin clan. I'll be back in a few days. When I return, I will bring some books for study, as well as some weapons. Your task during this time is to select those with outstanding aptitude and begin their training. Sherui, the method I taught you for condensing spiritual pressure, you may also teach it to them. After giving his instructions, Kenma was about to leave, but he suddenly paused and said without turning back, for now, your clan will continue to be led by Fugaku. As you command, the 4 said in unison. This was what they had intended to do anyway. Among all the Uchiha present, the only person suitable to be the leader was Fugaku. First, in a new and unfamiliar environment, survival was the priority. Maintaining a stable clan structure and reducing internal friction was of utmost importance. Second, there was no one else in the clan who could command the respect of the masses. The 2 elders represented 2 opposing factions. If one took the lead, the other would surely object. While Sherui was strong enough, he was too young and his thinking was too immature for management. As for Yashiro and the younger generation, their strength was insufficient to win over the clan. Watching Kenma's departing figure, Fugaku asked respectfully, "My lord is traveling alone. Do you require a guard? We of the Uchiha clan swear to protect you with our lives." Kenma didn't stop walking, merely waving a hand. "Unnecessary. You are no longer ninja. What power do you have to protect me?" Hearing this, Fugaku and the others had a look of realization, followed by a bitter smile. "It was our crudeness, my lord. We have been presumptuous." As souls, the fact that their sensations were no different from when they were alive had disoriented them, making them momentarily forget they were dead. Under the force of mental habit, their mindset had not yet shifted. Now that they realized it, they were dead. They were soul bodies, unable to need chakra without a physical form, basically no different from ordinary people. Besides, Lord Shinigami was so powerful, why would he need protection from mortals like them? They had truly been arrogant. The 4 of them watched Kenma's figure disappear into the night. Fugaku turned to the 3 beside him, Sherui, Elder Setsuna, Elder Kakaku, let's have a brief talk. We are all dead men. Our factions and assertions from when we were alive are no longer suitable for our current situation. This world is completely alien to us. The problem we now face is how the Uchiha will survive here. I ask that you all temporarily set aside past grievances and first establish a baseline for the future. You're one to talk, when your son. Setsuna stopped himself mid-sentence and said no more, just giving a slight nod. Even with the help of the great Lord Shinigami, the Uchiha were still completely in the dark about the Soul Society. For the sake of the Uchiha's continued existence, he could only reluctantly agree to Fugaku's request, despite the resentment in his heart. Sherui and Kakaku, standing to the side, could also see the situation clearly. That is only natural. First question, what is our new lord's character and personality like? And what are his views on our Uchiha clan? Fugaku's gaze turned to Sherui. Sherui, you were the first to meet him. You should have some understanding. Sherui said, yes. I believe our lord. While the Uchiha were facing the new world with a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Kenma was already using Shuinpa under the cover of night, passing through the Rakangai and arriving at the west gate of the Sirui. This trip to the ninja world took 3 or 4 days. I wonder how many days have passed in the Soul Society. After all, they were 2 different worlds. He didn't know if the flow of time was the same. He showed his Shihoin clan noble certificate to the guard at the gate. Jidanbo, open the gate. Oh, Lord Kenma. Please wait a moment. The guard at the gate was an unusually large man. Even with Kenma's height of 1.90 m, he seemed rather short in front of him. After a routine check, Jidanbo gave a shout and lifted the great Shikanmaku gate, which could block spiritual power. He suddenly asked, Jidanbo, how long was I gone? Well, I don't remember exactly, but it couldn't have been more than 4 or 5 days at most, Jidanbo said, scratching the back of his head. Thank you. Kenma gave him a slight nod and entered the Sirui. Judging by Jidanbo's answer, the flow of time between the 2 worlds should be about the same, which wasn't too bad. At night in the Sirui, there were also seated Shinigami officers patrolling, but with Kenma's noble certificate, his path was unobstructed, and he returned to the Shihoin estate smoothly. The Soul Society was, on the whole, a rather feudal society. The difference in status between nobles and commoners was vast, and this was especially prominent in the Sirui, the heart of the Soul Society. The Shihoin clan, which Kenma was marrying into, was one of the 4 great noble clans at the very top. Even though he was just a son-in-law, he had leaped several social strata in a single step, becoming a member of the highest nobility. Within the Sirui, nobles held considerable privileges. The guards at the gate of the Shihoin estate immediately opened the gate upon seeing Kenma. One of the leaders said to him, Lord Kenma, the clan head has given instructions that upon seeing you, we are to inform you to go and see her. Lord Shunjen. No, it is Lady Yuruchi. I understand. After acknowledging the guards at the gate, Kenma walked into the residence. The Shihoin Shunjen he mentioned was the previous clan head, and also Kenma's prospective father-in-law. Although he and the current head of the Shihoin clan had not yet held their wedding ceremony, he had been specially permitted by his prospective father-in-law to live in the Shihoin mansion to get an early taste of the so-called noble life. He was also asked to try his hand at managing some of the miscellaneous affairs of the Shihoin clan. Just as he was heading towards his room, a female voice, tinged with teasing and a hint of annoyance, suddenly rang out from behind him in the corridor. Oh ho, who do we have here? If it isn't the grand son-in-law of the Shihoin clan. You've been gone for days without a trace. Spit it out, what have you been up to? The sudden, familiar voice didn't cause any change in Kenma's expression. He remained as calm as ever. He turned around, and by the candlelight illuminating the corridor, he could clearly see the person who had appeared. The newcomer had a tall, somewhat slender figure, not very tall, reaching only to Kenma's shoulder. She had short purple hair, delicate features, and was stunningly beautiful. Her brow held a heroic and bold air, different from that of ordinary women. Even with her dark brown skin, it didn't hide her beauty but rather added a unique charm to her. She was dressed in the special shihakusho of the Massacre, with a brand new captain's haori over it. She had appeared in the corridor at some point and was now leaning against a pillar, her arms crossed over her chest. Her golden eyes were exceptionally bright in the candlelight as she looked at Kenma with interest. Yuruchi, it's you. Your Shuinpa has improved again. Seeing the newcomer, a sharp glint flashed in Kenma's eyes, but his voice remained deep, showing no hint of emotional fluctuation. The person before him was the current head of the Shihoin clan, and also Kenma's fiancée, Shihoin Yuruchi. Chapter 6, Shihoin Yuruchi. How many times have I told you, don't just call me by my name? Hearing Kenma's form of address, Shihoin Yuruchi's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of annoyance. I'm not married to you yet. And even if we were married, you shouldn't call me so casually. I'm not that familiar with you, or at least, not that close. Besides, if we're going to be formal about it, in private, I am the head of the Shihoin clan, and you are the son-in-law my father recruited. In public, I am the captain of Squad 2, the commander-in-chief of the Massacre, and the corps commander of the punishment force, while you are merely one of my subordinates. Do you understand, Kenma, 4th seat? Kenma saw the look on his fiancée's face, a clear expression of her dislike for him. However, he seemed unaffected, his expression remaining as placid, almost wooden, as ever. I naturally understand what you mean. But you're wrong about one thing, Yuruchi. Strictly speaking, I am not only the son-in-law of the Shihoin clan and your fiancé, but also Lord Shunjen's adopted son. In theory, I am your equal. In the human world, the term is usually mukoyoshi. Hearing this, the corners of Yuruchi's mouth turned down, and her gaze towards Kenma grew even more hostile. "Tch, you really know how to talk, using my father to pressure me. I told you not to call me by my name. It just disgusts me." She shivered theatrically as if genuinely feeling a chill, then pulled down her eyelid with a finger and stuck out her tongue in a gesture of contempt, the resentment in her words barely concealed. Kenma was already well aware of Yuruchi's dislike for him. To be inexplicably ordered by one's father to marry a man one has never met would make anyone resistant. What's more, this man was being used by her father to restrain her. With Yuruchi's wild, untamable, and audacious personality, how could she possibly accept it so easily? The fact that she was only verbally sparring with him now, and not punching him on sight, was already the result of her holding back and exercising considerable restraint. However, Kenma's view on this had always been one of indifference. He had been chosen by Shihoin Shunjen precisely because of his serious and earnest nature. After marriage, he would be the most suitable chess piece to reign in Yuruchi, to limit her from doing anything too absurd or out of line. It was only natural that he would be resented, even hated, by her. Kenma's agreement to marry into the Shihoin clan and wed Yuruchi had never been for the sake of some childish romance. It was purely out of a desire to become a noble. Although Yuruchi was always fooling around, she also knew when to stop. Seeing Kenma so insistent on his form of address, Yuruchi recognized the stubbornness and inflexibility in his character. She knew that even if she persisted, nothing would change. So, she decided not to get entangled in such a trivial matter and instead returned to her previous question. "You still haven't told me what you were doing during the days you were away from the Sherui. Father was looking for you and couldn't find you either. I went to the Rakongai. There was nothing to hide." Kenma told her the truth. "During the engagement, Vice Captain Omida gave me some congratulatory gifts in a private capacity, including some land deeds and houses. I went to have a look at those places and, while I was at it, found some people to look after them. As for where he had recruited those people, such a minor detail was not worth going into." As expected, Yuruchi immediately lost interest upon hearing this. Kenma asked, "I heard from the guards that you were looking for me. Is something the matter?" "What, I can't look for you if there's nothing wrong." A mischievous smile appeared on Yuruchi's face. "I'm not happy with you right now, and I want to fight. How about it?" "No problem." Kenma drew the Zanpakutō from his waist and held it in his hand. He looked at Yuruchi and asked, "Where shall we fight? The Squad 2 barracks, or the training grounds at home?" "No, I was just kidding." "Why did you take it so seriously?" Yuruchi's smile vanished. She quickly tried to dissuade the serious-looking Kenma. Although she knew from their brief previous interactions that he had a serious personality, she didn't expect him to be so single-minded that he couldn't even take a joke. They had just gotten engaged. If word got out that she had fought with her fiancé, the Shihoin clan's reputation would suffer. If it reached her father's ears, he might just pass away from anger. Yuruchi talked herself hoarse, using all her powers of persuasion to get Kenma to sheath his Zanpakutō. She sighed with a helpless look on her face. "I've discovered that you are a truly uninteresting person, and you take everything so seriously." She didn't believe Kenma couldn't see she was joking, but he had latched onto her words and taken them seriously. This was clearly his way of expressing his displeasure with what she had said earlier. "You're just cutting off your nose to spite your face. You only have the spiritual pressure of a lieutenant, while I am a captain. How could you possibly beat me?" "That is precisely the reason why the old lord chose me to be your husband." Kenma's tone remained flat. He paused, then added, "At least I'm much stronger than a certain blonde kid." "Ooh, what's that smell? It's so sour." Looking at the stoic-faced Kenma, Yuruchi looked as if she had discovered a new continent, a strange light shining in her eyes. "Could it be, you're jealous?" Kenma acted as if he hadn't heard, his expression remaining calm. Not seeing the reaction she wanted, a hint of regret appeared on Yuruchi's face. What a shame. Her expression became overly dramatic. At a time like this, shouldn't you be blushing and stammering out some tsundere line like, "I idiot. Who would be jealous of you? It's not like I, like you or anything." When a person is speechless, they are truly speechless. Kenma knew his fiancée had a playful and boisterous nature, but he hadn't expected her to be such a drama queen. At this point, anything he said would be mocked by Yuruchi. After a moment of silence, he could only grit his teeth and force out an incredibly dull sentence, "I am not a tsundere, nor am I in the mood to play along with you." A tsundere would never admit to being a tsundere. Seeing Kenma unmoved, a look of disappointment appeared on Yuruchi's face. "Tch, so prim and proper. Boring, no fun at all." Every time they met, she couldn't help but tease him, just to see the expression on his face when his defenses were broken by her needling. But Kenma just wouldn't cooperate. After this had happened several times, she had almost gotten used to it. Waving her hand, she told Kenma the purpose of her visit. "All right, I'll stop teasing you. To be honest, father wants to see you. He has something to say to you. The old lord, what is it about? How is his health? Kenma asked, a look of concern in his eyes. Ever since he and Yuruchi had gotten engaged, Shihoin Shunjen had handed over the position of clan head, as well as the captaincy of Squad 2, to Yuruchi. And the old man, as if he had lost his will to live, had fallen ill overnight and was now kept alive only by medicine day after day. Why don't you go and see for yourself? At the mention of her father, the liveliness on Yuruchi's face disappeared, and her eyes seemed to be veiled by a deep, impenetrable sorrow. The two of them hurried over. Before they even entered the room, they could smell the thick, bitter scent of medicinal herbs. Pushing the door open, the smell hit them in the face, almost making them choke. A gaunt old man lay on the tatami mat, his face devoid of any color. He seemed to be barely breathing, as if he could pass away at any second. Two attendants were waiting on the old man. The old man had the same dark brown skin as Yuruchi. A look of sorrow was on her face, and a moist sheen appeared in her eyes. Father. Chapter 7, Taking Charge of Finances and Connections. Ah, Kenma is here. Hearing someone enter the room, the old man sat up with the help of his attendants. His voice was hoarse and weak. His cloudy eyes looked over, past his daughter Yuruchi, and finally settled on Kenma, who was striding towards him. Father, are you all right? Please lie down first. Kenma quickly went to support the old man, gently trying to lay him back down, but the old man stopped him with a hand. It's nothing. I know my own body. I won't die just yet. I can at least hold on until the day you and Yuruchi get married. Shihoin Shunjen said stubbornly, his face still showing a trace of the fearlessness and flair of his youth. If I don't see you two happy after your marriage, I won't be able to rest in peace. Father, don't say such disheartening things. It's not just my and Yuruchi's wedding, but even our grandchild's birth that you must not miss. A hint of sorrow appeared on Kenma's face, his eyes flickering, breaking his usual calm expression. Ever since he had been chosen by Shihoin Shunjen, the men had treated him extremely well, giving him whatever he asked for. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was treated like a biological son. He considered himself a cold person, but how could he remain indifferent in the face of such kindness? Perhaps, in his heart, he truly had some affection for Shunjen, regarding him as an elder. Shunjen shook his head gently, his gaze falling on his daughter, full of gentleness and pity. Yuruchi, I know you are dissatisfied with this marriage, and even feel some aversion towards this child, Kenma. If you must blame someone, then blame me, the culprit. Don't let it affect your relationship, the old man said earnestly. I will. Father. Yuruchi, on the other side of the door, was also visibly moved. She bit her lower lip to keep herself from showing weakness. She was now the head of the Shihoin clan, no longer a child hiding under someone else's wing. Although she resented the marriage her father had forced upon her, what could she say? Was she really going to be willful and disobedient, and anger her own father to death? He was the only father she had. The old man nodded slightly and looked again at Kenma beside him. Child, I know you have your own thoughts, but I don't have much longer to live. Right now, I can only implore you. Father, please speak. I will definitely do as you say. Seeing Kenma's serious expression and his steady character, Shunjen was satisfied. This child, Yuruchi, has been spoiled by me since she was young, which has led to her current reckless and audacious nature. Sooner or later, she will cause trouble, and it may even implicate the Shihoin clan. In the future, if she does anything wrong, you must pull her back in time, give her a hand. If she is truly difficult to assist, then I'll have to ask you to look after Yashiro, to look after this Shihoin clan. The old man's words were basically no different from entrusting his family to him. Hearing this, Kenma couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The old ginger was truly spicier, the old man hadn't lived all these years for nothing. He was a good judge of character. In a few dozen years, Shihoin Yuruchi would indeed elope with a certain blonde kid and become a wanted criminal. The Shihoin clan would lose its pillar and fall into decline. Even though their reputation was later restored when the mastermind's plot was revealed, what was lost could not be regained. I will. Please rest assured, Kenma said solemnly. Seeing his son-in-law's calm and commanding presence, Shihoin Shunjen felt even more satisfied. It seems my choice to recruit a son-in-law was not wrong, and I picked the right person. No one knows a child better than their father. How could Shunjen not know his own son and daughter? Although Yuruchi was outstanding, she was prone to impulsiveness, was wild and untamable, and lacked foresight. When she got an idea in her head, she would disregard everything else, there was nothing she wouldn't dare to do. Although Yashiro was sensible, he was too young, and his strength was not up to par, making it worrisome for him to hold a position of power. After seeing the actions of the Kuchiki clan, who were also nobles, he immediately understood and followed their example. He carefully selected from the Shinigami who had graduated in those few years, and finally took a fancy to the handsome and steady Kenma. Although his background was not as clean as the Kuchiki clan's son-in-law, his maturity and reliability were enough to make the old man's decision. Moreover, he had also met the Kuchiki's son-in-law and had a faint feeling that the fellow had an arrogant personality and would surely cause no small amount of trouble in the future. It would be enough to give Kuchiki Jinrei a headache. By the way, this is for you. The old man stretched out a withered hand and took out 2 yellowed old books from under his pillow, handing them to Kenma. Kenma looked at them, and his heart stirred. These 2 books are the most important things in the Shihoin clan. One records the Shihoin clan's assets and cash, land, real estate, including some secret bases, it's all in here. The other is a record of the Shihoin clan's connections, including its vassals, its network of relationships with various noble families, and the moles and informants planted in various key positions. It's all recorded clearly. The old man tremblingly pushed them into Kenma's arms. Finances and intelligence connections, these 2 crucial things, I am now entrusting to your hands, for you to manage. Father. Kenma's expression couldn't help but be moved. Anyone with common sense knows the importance of money and information. Now, the old man had handed it all over to him, which spoke volumes. Seeing the determination in the old man's eyes, Kenma nodded heavily. Rest assured, father. I will not disappoint your expectations. Ever since he and Yuruchi had been engaged, Shihoin Shunjen had immediately handed over Squad 2 to Yuruchi, making her the captain and giving her the official title. Although he had been recuperating during this time, he hadn't slacked off on the necessary actions. During this period, he had been methodically transferring his power to Yuruchi. And he, Kenma, had taken the opportunity to gain such great benefits and authority, and also had sufficient power to assist Yuruchi. The love of a parent for their child is far-reaching. I suppose this is it. The old man had arranged almost everything he had considered for after his death, all to ensure the status and safety of Yuruchi and the Shihoin clan. After explaining everything, a clear look of fatigue appeared on the old man's face. Seeing this, Kenma didn't disturb the old man's rest any longer and took his leave. As he was leaving, he carefully instructed the attendants in the room once more to take good care of the old lord before he walked out with a sense of relief. Watching Kenma's departing figure, the old man sighed with emotion and said to his daughter, who had not yet left, he is a good child. After you're married, you must restrain your temper and not bully him. You must live happily with him, and it would be best to have a few grandchildren. That way, when I meet our ancestors in the afterlife, I can hold my head high. TCH, so prim and proper. Hearing her father's praise for Kenma, Yuruchi became even more indignant. Old man, you saw that guy's pretentious attitude when he left. It's simply unbearable. Heh, at least he's willing to pretend a little, the old man said, looking at his daughter sideways. Unlike someone who doesn't even bother to pretend in front of me. You are both adults now, no longer children. So-called true nature can sometimes offend people. Appropriate social etiquette is what allows relationships to last longer. I know. You should focus on getting well. Yuruchi waved her hand and chased after him. After seeing Kenma's figure ahead, her expression returned to her usual liveliness, and she called out from a distance. Hey, Mr. Prim and Proper, wait for me. I have something to tell you. Chapter 8, Yuruchi's Request. Mr. Prim and Proper. Are you talking about me? Kenma stopped and turned to his fiancée who had hurried after him, his expression immediately becoming serious. He wondered what kind of trouble she was stirring up now. You are Mr. Prim and Proper. Yuruchi's figure turned into an afterimage, flashing in front of Kenma with a swoosh. Having spent some time with her, Kenma had basically adapted to Yuruchi's mischievous nature and could handle it with ease most of the time. If you say so, then I am. I won't argue with you. Kenma put on a deadpan expression and said perfunctorily, I have important matters to attend to. What was so urgent that you had to stop me? Yuruchi's gaze fell on the 2 books Kenma was holding. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her expression soured. The important matter you speak of is your eagerness to take control of my Shihoin clan's assets and connections. Once her fiancé controlled the family's finances, if she wanted to have fun in the future, she would have to depend on his mood. How could Yuruchi, who had always been accustomed to freedom, be happy about that? She couldn't blame her father, the source of the problem, so she could only direct her resentment at the fiancé who was actually reining her in. Kenma saw through Yuruchi's thoughts with a single glance and said faintly, this was the old lord's wish. If he were a bit more reliable, he wouldn't have entrusted such an important matter to me. In fact, if that were the case, I wouldn't even be in this vast Shihoin mansion, and you, Yuruchi, wouldn't have to face a partner you dislike every day for the rest of your life. Yuruchi froze, subconsciously wanting to retort, but for a moment, she couldn't find the words. After all, she knew herself that her personality was somewhat lax. Unable to find a way to break through, Yuruchi changed the subject. Tell me, what are your plans after we get married? Plans? Kenma's heart skipped a beat. He then looked puzzled and asked her in return. What plans could I have? The old lord has shown me immense kindness. Naturally, I will do as he wishes, assisting you, the clan head, in ensuring the status and power of the Shihoin clan. I'm not talking about those grand matters, but about our private affairs. Yuruchi glanced left and right. There were a few attendants not far away in the courtyard. She pointed and said, come on, let's find a place where no one is around, and we can talk in detail. Then let's go to the tea room. It's quiet enough there. At Kenma's suggestion, the two came to a courtyard with a dry landscape garden. Kenma performed a rather standard tea ceremony, brewing a cup and pushing it in front of Yuruchi. Watching Kenma's fluid movements, Yuruchi was a little surprised. You even know how to do this? Weren't you from the Rakangai? She, the great head of the Shihoin clan, barely knew how to perform the ceremony. Kenma replied, it's true I'm from the Rakangai, but the grandfather who adopted me was a noble in his life, and the nephew of a lord at that. He taught me these things. The old man who was there on our engagement day. Yuruchi remembered that Kenma's only relative at the time was an old man who looked to be in his 50s, had a rather straightforward personality, and spoke with a thick accent. He had the air of a brave warrior. I never would have thought he was a noble in his life. That's not so strange. He was a noble, yes, but he was also a military commander, so of course he had to go to the battlefield, but his end was quite tragic. I heard he died in battle while covering his uncle's retreat. At the mention of the old men who adopted him, a hint of softness flashed in Kenma's eyes, and his gaze fell on the Zanpakutō lying by his side. It wasn't just the tea ceremony. He taught me my swordsmanship as well. In addition to that, he taught me many other things. So when you practice your swordsmanship every morning, you let out a series of strange cries. Did he teach you that too? Yuruchi's expression changed, her tone becoming a little impatient. That is called ensho, the monkey screech. It's a characteristic of this particular school, Kenma said, looking at Yuruchi. What, you don't like my swordsmanship? Yes, it is the thing I hate most right now, bar none. Yuruchi nodded emphatically, her face gradually turning grim. Every day before dawn, when I'm sound asleep, I hear you letting out those ghostly cries. How am I supposed to sleep through that? For those few days, I was severely sleep-deprived, listless every day. I even got dark circles under my eyes. Kenma gave Yuruchi a strange look. With your skin tone, are you sure you can even see dark circles? Then you should just go to bed earlier. If you don't stay up late, what's the fun in life? Yuruchi said with a look of utter conviction. Kenma was in no mood to argue with her about this. If they continued, the debate could go on for 3 days and 3 nights without end, so he put a stop to the topic. Tell me, what are your thoughts on our private affairs? It's simple. We maintain a harmonious facade, but in private, we do not interfere with each other. When it came to serious matters, Yuruchi's expression became more solemn. I'm not incapable of understanding why father brought you into the family. Since that's the case, let's be like other noble families. On the surface, I can treat you with respect, but behind the scenes, you go your way, and I'll go mine. We won't bother each other, keeping our lives completely separate. As long as it doesn't get back to father, or become public knowledge and tarnish the Shihoin name, anything else is fine. What do you think? Kenma considered Yuruchi's request and finally shook his head. No. The old lord's intention was for me to restrain you. If we do as you say, allowing you to act as you please, that would be going against his will. I cannot betray his trust. Hearing Kenma's answer, Yuruchi's hopes were dashed, and her face quickly fell. Are you really so stubborn? She asked, still clinging to a sliver of hope. Can't you be a little flexible? Flexible about what? Flexible about you getting together with that blonde kid and putting a bright green hat on my head. Kenma shook his head again. I cannot. But if things get too tense between us, it will be even further from what father wants. Yuruchi's face instantly turned ugly, and her words carried a hint of a threat. My dear Mr. Son-in-law, you wouldn't want to disappoint your father-in-law, would you? Hearing this, Kenma was stunned. A look of helplessness and astonishment appeared in his eyes as he looked at Yuruchi. Putting aside your twisted tone for a moment, my father-in-law is your, Shihoin Yuruchi's, biological father. Isn't using him to threaten me a bit too filial? You're forcing me to do this, Yuruchi demanded sharply. Just tell me, can you be flexible or not? You, his own daughter, are saying this. What can I, an adopted son-in-law, say? After a moment of silence, Kenma slowly nodded his head, much to Yuruchi's delight. All right, but I have conditions. Speak. You must absolutely not cross the bottom line and my principles. Kenma had no desire to wear a bright green hat after marriage. Yuruchi immediately patted her chest and made a guarantee. Don't worry, I'm not a child. I know what's important. That's not a given. Your defection in the original story, was any part of that an adult decision? You did as you pleased, leaving this entire family at the mercy of others. Kenma's face was expressionless. He sighed inwardly. He would have to rely on himself. From now on, he would have to keep his eyes wide open and watch Yuruchi even more carefully to prevent her from acting recklessly. Since that's the case, let's continue to maintain our relationship according to today's agreement. Yuruchi's mood had clearly improved a lot. Since they had reached an agreement, Kenma left first. He had important matters to attend to. Watching Kenma's departing figure, a dark thought rose in Yuruchi's mind. Just you wait. When the time is right, I'll divorce you. Even if it was just so she could sleep in peacefully every day, she was determined to drive Kenma out. Meanwhile, gaining control of the Shihoin family's finances was a godsend for Kenma. He was in urgent need of a batch of weapons and supplies. With the records Shunjen had given him, Kenma had taken control of the Shihoin family's assets in just 10 days. The Shihoin clan was truly a great noble family. The assets they controlled were countless, far exceeding Kenma's imagination. He didn't hold back, directly drawing a batch from the family's inventory and giving it to the Uchiha clan. After these 10 days of exploration, the Uchiha clan had also gradually come to understand the general situation in the Soul Society. Chapter 9, The Abnormal Uchiha Clan. Clan Head, Lord Shihoin has arrived. Fugaku was in his room, reviewing the financial statements. Over the past few days, in order to solve the problem of providing food, clothing, and shelter for over 1,000 people, the Uchiha clan had made large purchases in batches from the surrounding areas, simultaneously using the opportunity to learn about this unfamiliar world. More than half of the large box of money Kenma had left them was already spent. Seeing such high expenses, Fugaku had stepped in, hoping to find areas where they could cut costs. Hearing the report from the men on duty outside, Fugaku didn't dare to delay and immediately got up to go outside. At the same time, he didn't forget to instruct his subordinate, Yukumi, go and ask the 2 elders and Sherui to come. Also, have the clansmen who have been identified as having potential gather in front of the main hall. Yes, sir. Fugaku hurried to the courtyard gate. The 2 elders and Sherui, who had been training the clansmen, had also heard the news and followed. The 4 of them waited at the gate for a while. Soon, they saw 2 carriages approaching from the distance. When they stopped in front of the gate, the 4 immediately stepped forward. We greet you, my lord. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a tall man stepped out. He was dressed in black with a tachi at his waist, had exceptionally thick eyebrows, a well-proportioned face, and a serious demeanor. It was Kenma. After telling the 4 men before him to rise, Kenma's gaze swept over their faces, and he nodded to himself. After these 10 days of life in the Soul Society, the Uchiha's expressions had improved considerably. At the very least, they no longer had the look of suppressed panic they had when they first arrived. How to put it? They now had that Uchiha flavor that Kenma remembered. It seems you have gotten used to life here. Thank you for your concern, my lord. We are immensely grateful. Even 9 deaths would not be enough to repay your kindness. As the head of the clan, Fugaku immediately stepped forward to express the loyalty of the entire Uchiha clan. The 3 behind him also nodded in agreement. Kenma shook his head lightly. It was a small effort. It's not that exaggerated. It may be a small effort for you, my lord, but for us, it is a kindness that will last for all eternity. The fact that we are still here today is all thanks to your grace. The Uchiha swear to be loyal to you until death. Looking at the solemn faces of the 4 Uchiha and hearing them talk about his kindness, Kenma almost thought he was the sun in some country. However, seeing their grateful attitude did put him in a good mood. Weren't these Uchiha quite sensible? How did they end up nearly flipping the table in Konoha? From this perspective, the high-level F4 of Konoha's leadership really didn't know how to govern. Kenma pointed to the carriage behind him and said to Fugaku and the others, these are the weapons and some supplies I brought from home. Please have them moved inside. As you command. Setsuna, at his side, beckoned, and the Uchiha clansmen who were on guard inside and outside the courtyard immediately came forward to unload the goods. Kenma, meanwhile, led the 4 Uchiha leaders inside, asking as they walked, I imagine you have come to understand a little about the Soul Society in these past few days. How are you adapting? My lord, everything is going well. The environment and customs here are similar to the ninja world. After these 10 days, the clansmen have all adapted well. It's not much different from when we were alive. Sometimes, we even forget the fact that we are already dead. At the end, Uchiha Fugaku even gave a joking example. Just as he said, the Uchiha had a large number of ninja among them, who were extremely adaptable and quickly accepted their new lives after death. Moreover, these Uchiha ninja had made intelligence gathering an instinct. Through brief contact with the outside world, they had already gained a general understanding of this world's situation. The Soul Society, the Siraitai, the Rakangai, the Soul King, the Nobles, the Hollows, and most importantly, the Shinigami. The Godai 13. With the exception of some highly classified information, Fugaku and the others had already investigated the rest. The so-called Shinigami were not the omnipotent gods of death they had imagined, but rather a profession similar to samurai or ninja. He had also heard that among these Shinigami, those who stood at the pinnacle were the captains of the Godai 13, each possessing power that surpassed the mundane. Some were even capable of destroying heaven and earth, omnipotent. Even though they had been powerful ninja in their previous lives, in front of those Shinigami, they were truly not enough. As for their new lord, the Uchiha clan would naturally investigate him with great care. Although it was difficult to investigate a single Shinigami in the Rakangai, some well-known facts could still be understood. Such as the name Shihoin. One of the four great noble clans at the very top of the Soul Society, descendants of those who were said to have created the world with the Soul King. They were noble beings that even the famous Godai 13 had to protect. This point, the Uchiha could understand. Nobles were bound to have a distinguished origin. Their Uchiha clan was, after all, the direct descendant of the legendary sage of six paths in the ninja world. And the lord they had pledged their loyalty to must be a member of this great noble family. To be honest, after learning the definition of a Shinigami, Fugaku and the others had felt a great sense of relief. After all, facing a god of unimaginable divine might and facing a person with great power were two vastly different things. At least for the Uchiha clan, the pressure they felt when facing the two was undoubtedly worlds apart. But even so, the Uchiha clan's loyalty to Kenma had not changed in the slightest. In the hearts of Fugaku and the others, they even felt much closer to him than before. As Kenma and his group walked into the innermost courtyard, they saw that it was filled with people. These people were standing in neat rows. Upon seeing Kenma enter, they all dropped to one knee in unison. "We greet you, my lord." The voices of at least 100 people combined, deafening in their volume. Kenma looked at this scene, as if they were waiting for his inspection. While waving his hand for them to rise, he asked Fugaku and the others, "This is?" Sherui, at his side, immediately stepped forward and replied, "My lord, these are the people who can feel hunger." Kenma suddenly turned his head, a look of astonishment in his eyes. His gaze fell on the faces of these Uchiha clansmen. Each one was expressionless, with a cold temperament that gave off an immense sense of pressure. Among them were even some young children. He looked at Sherui again, frowning slightly. "All of these people?" "Yes, my lord." Receiving confirmation from Sherui again, it would be a lie to say Kenma wasn't surprised. Being able to feel hunger meant that one had good aptitude and could become a Shinigami. And the people before him numbered at least 100, which was close to 1/7 or 1/8 of the entire Uchiha clan. This probability was terrifyingly high. At least in Kenma's memory, it was a rarity in the world. The population of the Soul Society was vast, a collection of souls who had died in the world of the living over many years. But how many Shinigami had there been over the years? Kenma had once estimated that a squad had at least 200 members, and the Siraitai had 13 squads. Including the nobles and their guards, plus the powerful individuals in the Rakangai, it was uncertain if the total number even reached 5,000. Comparing the number of Shinigami to the total population of the Soul Society, saying it was 1 in 10,000 would be an exaggeration by 10,000 times. If one excluded those of noble birth and only counted the number of Shinigami who emerged from the Rakangai, the number was likely even smaller. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been treated as a treasured find after being adopted by his grandfather, even being taught the language, swordsmanship, tea ceremony, and other skills that ordinary souls had no use for. And the Uchiha clan had a success rate as high as 1/7 or 1/8. Could it be that this clan was truly blessed by the gods? They were powerful in life, and the same was true after death in a different world. But the shock that the Uchiha clan's abnormal talent brought to Kenma was not yet over. Sherui took a deep breath and continued, "My lord, we discovered something over these past few days that we must report to you." Chapter 10, I've struck gold. What is it? Kenma had just suppressed his surprise, only for Shersui's words to stir his emotions once again. Could it be that the Uchiha clan, aside from this astonishing success rate, had other abnormal traits? Sherui observed Kenma's expression and said in a low voice, "Among those clansmen who can feel hunger, without exception, they are all individuals who have awakened the Sharingan." The Sharingan. Kenma's brow furrowed. With such a large number, it couldn't be a coincidence. There had to be some kind of connection. He remembered from his past life's manga that Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, had inherited the Sage's release, which, after generations of inheritance, became the present-day Uchiha clan. The Sharingan was the hallmark of the Uchiha clan, and also a direct external manifestation of release. And release was a special power that governed spiritual energy, creating form from nothingness. A person with strong spiritual energy would naturally have a soul of high quality. Could it really be the power of Ein release that has given these people their aptitude? Thinking of this, Kenma asked directly, I spent a few days in the ninja world and have some understanding of ninja, could it be because of Ein chakra? The Uchiha leaders all nodded. We can't think of any other explanation. Seeing that Kenma understood this point, the rest was easier to explain. Based on the patterns we've summarized over the past few days, and the secret technique for cultivating spiritual pressure that you gave us, we found that those with more tomo train faster. After Sherui finished, he looked at the clan head beside him. Fugaku immediately added, the ones with the fastest training speed are myself and Sherui. As he spoke, a crimson light appeared in his and Shersui's eyes. The three tomo began to spin, eventually settling into a more complex pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at their eyes, Kenma wasn't particularly surprised by this. If it was indeed the power of Ein release that gave the Uchiha their aptitude to become Shinigami, then those with stronger Ein release would naturally have better aptitude. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his expression turned serious, and he immediately asked, I've heard that the Mangekyo Sharingan has special abilities. Can these abilities still be used now? Fugaku and Sherui exchanged a glance, then nodded at Kenma. Yes, my lord. Show me. Hearing the command, Fugaku and Sherui took a few steps forward and faced Kenma. My lord, the Sharingan is the eye that reflects the heart. The abilities awakened differ according to the individual's state of mind. And the two abilities awakened in our eyes are too special and too dangerous to be displayed lightly in front of others. We ask for your understanding on this point, Sherui said. Kenma had no objection. Shersui's Koto Amatsukami was too special, he naturally wouldn't let him use it casually. And Fugaku's Sharingan ability was a mystery, but from the looks of it now, it wasn't something that could be demonstrated in public either. Besides these two abilities, our Uchiha clan's Mangekyo has a third ability, which is also the strongest power shared by all our clansmen who have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is called Susanoo. As their voices fell, a deep spiritual pressure erupted from both of them, causing all the Uchiha present, regardless of age or gender, to hold their breath, as if they were carrying a 1,000-pound weight. Even the surrounding air became heavy and viscous. This feeling was not unfamiliar to the Uchiha. They had personally experienced it when they first met Kenma. Now they were experiencing it again, but this time the pressure came from the clan head and the clan's strongest member. And compared to last time, the pressure was undoubtedly much weaker. To reach this level in just 10 days. Carefully sensing the spiritual pressure erupting from Sherui and Fugaku, Kenma was both shocked and delighted. Their spiritual pressure was undoubtedly still very weak, only at the level of an ordinary Shinigami. But how many days had they been training? This training speed once again shocked Kenma. Back then, it had taken him a great deal of effort to reach this stage. The Uchiha clan, are they truly blessed by the heavens? Under the watchful eyes of Kenma and the many others present, a skeleton materialized around Fugaku and Sherui, forming a humanoid ribcage that protected them both. One was a bright, vivid green, the other as black as ink. Two ribcages of different colors appeared impressively in the courtyard. Susanoo. The synonym for destruction. Although it was only the first stage, one could still feel an unusual coldness from it. This is the greatest power of our Uchiha clan. The same great power as Madara back then. That Fugaku, he really hit it well. Whispers broke out among the crowd. Even the professional ninja of the Uchiha couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at this scene, stunned into forgetfulness. No, it was precisely because they were Uchiha that they could better understand the greatness and glory of this power. Seeing their Susanoo, a sharp glint appeared in Kenma's eyes. At this moment, his heart was filled with only joy and relief. Just Sherui and Fugaku alone were worth him making a contract with the entire Uchiha clan. Not to mention the 100 or so Uchiha clansmen who could become Shinigami. This time, I've really struck gold. After manifesting the skeletons, Sherui and Fugaku only maintained them for a moment before deactivating the ability. Their faces were already pale, with cold sweat on their foreheads, and their chests heaved violently. They were in a state of exhaustion. Not bad. Kenma's face remained calm, but the joy in his eyes could not be suppressed. Hearing Kenma's praise, Fugaku and Sherui steadied their breathing, and a smile appeared on their weak faces. Activating Susanoo was an incredibly painful experience for the user, equivalent to every cell in the body being pricked by needles. It was not something one would want to experience a second time. But at this moment, receiving their lord's praise made them both feel completely satisfied. It was worth it. Kenma suddenly asked, when you use the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities, does it consume spiritual pressure? The two of them replied weakly, yes, my lord. It is spiritual pressure. Right now, our spiritual pressure is insufficient, so we can only maintain it for a moment, and it's only the first form. If we become stronger in the future, it's not impossible for us to use the complete form. Kenma nodded slightly and continued to ask, will using the Mangekyo's abilities too much still cause blindness? Fugaku hadn't expected their new lord to know such a confidential matter, but he still replied, I've done experiments over the past few days. Using Susanoo repeatedly only consumes spiritual pressure and does not damage my eyesight. Is that all? Kenma found it a little hard to believe and immediately had a theory. Is it because you are already dead? That seems to be the only reason. Fugaku surmised that in life, because they had physical bodies, frequent use of the Mangekyo damaged the optic nerves and eyes, eventually leading to blindness. But now, with only their soul bodies left and without the limitations of physical organs, the risk of blindness was naturally gone. That's really good news. Kenma exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. A Mangekyo that never went blind was no different from an eternal Mangekyo. But the things that shocked Kenma were not limited to just these. Uchiha Fugaku, having caught his breath, said respectfully to Kenma, My lord, there is one more thing we wish for you to know. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going. Patter0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 11, Bestowing the Swords. What else is there? Kenma's eyes widened imperceptibly. His heart was still reeling from shock as he looked at Fugaku, who had just spoken. From the moment he had entered, the Uchiha clan had given him more than enough surprises, yet now Fugaku was saying there was more. Uchiha, what other surprises do you have that I am unaware of? Please wait a moment, my lord. Fugaku bowed slightly, then called out towards the boys in the formation, Chi, come here. Let the lord have a look at you. A child of 7 or 8 years old emerged from the crowd. He was handsome, possessing the unique cool temperament of the Uchiha clan. After running over, he first gave a deep bow to Kenma, then looked at Fugaku. My lord, clan head. The boy named Chi behaved in a very disciplined manner. One could tell at a glance that he had received strict training, giving him an air of maturity beyond his years. Kenma looked at Fugaku in confusion. This child is Uchiha Chi, the youngest in our Uchiha clan to awaken the Sharingan. Fugaku introduced the child, then said to him, Chi, activate your Sharingan. Hearing the command, the boy closed his eyes as if to gather his emotions. After a moment, he slowly opened them. His originally black eyes had turned as red as blood, exuding an ominous feeling. A single black tomo hung within them, rotating slowly before coming to a stop in the lower quadrant. Under Kenma's puzzled gaze, Uchiha Fugaku explained, this child, in his life, in the first 2 days after arriving in the Soul Society, had not yet awakened the Sharingan. But just a few days ago, after intense mental stimulation, he actually awakened it. The Uchiha are a clan of love, but this love is too profound. Once it erupts, it can have a great impact on a person. The Sharingan is the power awakened under such stimulation. Although Uchiha Chi was young, he already had a basic understanding of life and death. Life in the Soul Society was almost identical to his life before, and at first, he didn't notice the difference, thinking that his family had simply moved. But when he suddenly learned the truth, that he, his parents, his family, his friends, and indeed the entire clan were already dead, the immense mental shock caused the young boy to awaken these cursed eyes on the spot. After Fugaku's explanation, Kenma understood. He nodded slightly, then realized a problem. If the Uchiha clan can still awaken the Sharingan after death through the power of En release, does that mean they can also evolve it? Fugaku's expression became solemn as he nodded. That is correct. Evolving to the Mangekyo level required some luck and aptitude, but as for the 3-tomo stage, the Uchiha clan had 1,000 years of history, they naturally had methods to stimulate the mind. The training speed of the Uchiha was related to the strength of their Sharingan, the more tomo, the better the aptitude. Based on Fugaku and Sherui alone, Kenma speculated that they had the potential to achieve the 3rd rank of spiritual power in the future. That was the level of a captain-class powerhouse. When the 3-tomo Uchiha before him grew up, they would be at least at the level of a lieutenant or a 3rd seat. And the entire Uchiha clan could provide the full combat strength of at least 2 Godai 13 squads. Even the ancient 4 great noble clans couldn't boast such extravagance. This wasn't a burden at all, it was clearly a treasure trove waiting for Kenma to develop. He was glad he had agreed to Shersui's request and brought the entire Uchiha clan over. Otherwise, he would have regretted it to death, with nowhere to even cry. And one mustn't forget, the ability of Kenma's Zanpakuto allowed him to share a portion of his contractor's abilities and spiritual pressure. No wonder he felt that his spiritual pressure condensation had been much faster these past few days. At first, he thought he had hit a growth spurt in his strength, but he hadn't expected this to be the reason. These Uchiha had just begun their training, and most of them hadn't even crossed the threshold. If he waited until these people officially embarked on the path of Shinigami training, then the future was promising. The future was incredibly promising. With the support of these Uchiha clansmen, punching Eizen, kicking Yawatch, and even beating up the monk and Yamamoto would not be a problem. At this thought, Kenma's worries about the future big bosses, Eizen and Yawatch, vanished in an instant. He felt that the future was a smooth and open road. Looking at the Uchiha before him, a strange light shone in Kenma's eyes, his joy overflowing. Not bad, truly not bad. At this moment, even with Kenma's grim temperament, he couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing Kenma's sincere joy and praise, Uchiha Fugaku and the others relaxed their brows. Fugaku's words had naturally been rehearsed, the purpose being to show their new master, Kenma, the potential and advantages of the Uchiha clan. Now it seemed the effect was outstanding. They would surely be valued more highly in the future. Through his intelligence gathering over the past few days, Fugaku also knew that his clan had great potential, but he didn't yet have a basic understanding of just how great it was. Seeing that it was enough to impress Kenma, he had a rough idea. He also felt quite proud. My Uchiha clan is outstanding. Even after death in another world, our talents still shine. Kenma's gaze fell on these Uchiha, and he nodded to himself. Suddenly, his expression stiffened, and his thoughts came to a halt. Oh no, I didn't bring enough Zanpakuto. The main items among the supplies he had brought from the Shihoin estate were Zanpakuto. Originally, he had estimated that it would be a high number if 4 or 5 clansmen in the Uchiha clan had the aptitude to become Shinigami. To be on the safe side, he had brought a dozen or so more, but he had never expected the number of successful Uchiha candidates to be so frightening. It had put him in a difficult position. Forget it. A few is better than none. I'll just bluff my way through today. Kenma sat cross-legged on the wooden veranda. The Uchiha had already brought over the things he had brought. He tapped his index finger lightly on the wooden box beside him, his gaze sweeping around before finally landing on Fugaku. Fugaku, I came this time not only to see how your clan is doing, but also to bring you some things. Open it. Receiving the order, Fugaku's expression became incredibly solemn. He carefully opened the first, longer wooden box. As the lid was lifted, the first thing that came into view was a bed of straw and wood shavings, upon which lay 3 wakizashi-style short swords. Fugaku was stunned at first, then he reacted, a look of astonishment appearing on his stern face. My lord, could these be? It seems you've guessed. Before Fugaku and the other Uchiha clansmen, who also showed a trace of surprise after seeing the short swords, a faint smile played on Kenma's lips. Just as you guessed, in this box are the dozen or so Zanpakuto I brought. Today, I bestow them upon you. Receiving confirmation from Kenma, the Uchiha could no longer suppress the astonishment on their faces. They all looked shocked, staring incredulously at the short swords in the box. Some even stole a glance at Kenma sitting above them, then quickly shifted their gaze back to the swords. This is a Zanpakuto. The symbol of a Shinigami. Bestowed upon us. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 12, Taking Sherui away. A series of low whispers broke out in the courtyard. Faced with the short swords displayed before them, even the Uchiha, who were usually proud and arrogant, couldn't help but fall into a momentary state of shock. They were no longer newbies who had just entered the Soul Society. Their life over the past few days had given them a basic understanding of the world beneath their feet. In this world, the greatest power belonged to the Shinigami who governed the Soul Society. And the Shinigami's most famous and powerful ability, as well as the most defining symbol of their status, was the Zanpakuto worn at their waist. For an ordinary soul, let alone obtaining a Zanpakuto, even just catching a glimpse of one was no easy feat for most souls with aptitude. The only way to obtain one was to attend the Shino Academy and become a prospective Shinigami student, only then would they be qualified to receive one. Its importance was self-evident. Now, laid out before them, was such a precious item. And there were more than a dozen of them. To the current Uchiha, this was undoubtedly an unimaginably grand gesture. The Zanpakuto was not just a sword, it was a synonym for great power. It was the beginning of the Uchiha clan's rise to prominence. If the ordinary clansmen were still shocked by the Zanpakuto themselves, then some of the more discerning Uchiha, like the clan head Fugaku and the elders, were surprised by Kenma's own attitude. Bringing so many Zanpakuto at once was a clear sign of the importance he placed on the Uchiha. We're secure. Fugaku, along with the elders and captains, felt the heavy stones in their hearts finally drop. Having suddenly arrived in a strange world, the Uchiha clan was at a critical juncture of life and death. Although they didn't show it, most Uchiha were filled with anxiety that was difficult to calm. Coupled with the dangers of the unfamiliar outside world, the Uchiha clan absolutely could not afford to lose Kenma's strong support at this time. That was why Fugaku and the others had been so eager to display the clan's potential just now, out of fear that Kenma would ignore them. And these dozen or so Zanpakuto he had brought served as a reassurance for the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is still useful. As long as they were useful, they would not be abandoned. From then on, they could develop peacefully in the Soul Society and restore the glory of the Uchiha. In addition, the Uchiha also saw another piece of information in this, Zanpakuto, which were rarely seen in the Rakangai, could be easily obtained from their new master, a testament to his power and status. He was undoubtedly a thigh worth clinging to and relying on for the Uchiha clan. A thick and sturdy one. Besides the Zanpakutō, Kenma instructed Fugaku to open another wooden box, revealing stacks of books inside. Some of these are textbooks from my time at the Shino Academy, and some are training manuals for the Onmitsukido. I'm giving these materials to you now. These items, if one were to truly assess their value, were even more valuable than the Zanpakutō. They were the crystallization of the Soul Society's wisdom and power from ancient times to the present. Especially the Academy textbooks Kenma left behind, they contained the accumulated experience and lessons of the Siraidi's powerhouses. Some of the content was precious knowledge personally compiled and written by the Captain Commander, the Grand Kido Chief, and the Captain of Squad 4, with a true value that could not be measured by money. The Onmitsukido, the Punishment Force, which is Squad 2, is the squad I currently belong to. Its nature is similar to that of you ninja. There are many commonalities, so I expect you will learn faster. Squad 2, the Punishment Force, the Onmitsukido, they were, in essence, one and the same as the Shihoin clan. The captaincy was held by the successive heads of the Shihoin clan. The vice-captains and seated officers within the squad were also held by various nobles affiliated with the Shihoin clan, and the members consisted of the private soldiers of these nobles, as well as talent recruited from the Rakongai. As the son-in-law of the Shihoin clan, Kenma was essentially half the master of Squad 2. Coupled with the authority given to him by his father-in-law, producing these items was a piece of cake. Even if others saw it, they wouldn't be able to say anything. The son-in-law of the Shihoin clan training his own private soldiers, wasn't that a perfectly normal operation? What was so strange about it? The few leaders of the Uchiha clan were all perceptive individuals, and they had been excellent ninja in the past. They naturally understood the importance of this knowledge. However, their reaction at this moment was not as intense as when they had seen the Zanpakutō earlier. When Fugaku, Setsuna, and Kakaku saw the Zanpakutō, they had basically understood Kenma's intentions. The subsequent appearance of these textbooks was, on the contrary, within their expectations. Kenma looked at Fugaku and the others, the smile on his lips gradually fading as his face became stern and solemn. Fugaku, my intentions. I trust you all understand. Yes. Fugaku and the others all knelt on one knee, bowing their heads towards Kenma, who was sitting on the veranda. We will not fail to live up to your expectations, my lord. From this day forward, the Uchiha clan will be your sharpest blade and your strongest shield. Hearing the four men rise and speak, Kenma nodded. Very good. There were some other things as well, various supplies, training equipment, and convenient gadgets that Kenma had brought from the Shihoin estate, but they are not worth mentioning one by one. After handing these things over to the Uchiha, Kenma said to Fugaku and the others, I've noticed that you ninja like to use short blades, similar to the customs of Squad 2. These Zanpakutō are all from the Shihoin clan's inventory. Give them a try and see if they suit you. As his voice fell, Uchiha Sherui, prompted by the gazes of the others, stepped forward. Among those present, although Sherui was young, his swordsmanship was one of the best in the clan. Picking up a sword, Sherui had a faint feeling. After drawing it, the bright, cold blade reflected a chilling light, clearly showing his reflection. A fine sword. Just holding it in his hand gave Sherui a comfortable feeling. It was incredibly fluid to wield, undoubtedly a top-quality sword. My lord, the quality of this sword is excellent. It must have been forged by a master. Of course. Kenma knew very well that all Zanpakutō in the Soul Society were forged by the hands of the same person. A product of the legendary sword god, it was naturally a fine sword. Seeing Shersui's fond look, as if he couldn't bear to part with it, Kenma smiled inwardly and said to him, Sherui, leave these swords for the clan. You won't be using one for now. A look of pathetic grievance instantly appeared on Shersui's handsome face. However, he still obeyed Kenma's command and placed the Zanpakutō back in its place. Kenma looked at Fugaku and the others. How these swords are to be distributed is for you to decide. As you command. Fugaku and the two elders immediately responded with solemnity. As for Shersui's situation, the others were not overly concerned. As the first Uchiha to follow their lord, Sherui was also the most trusted. There were surely other important arrangements for him. And as expected, Fugaku and the others soon heard a command from above. As for Sherui, I will be taking him with me on this trip. He will be leaving the Uchiha clan for a period of time. I'm going to send him to the Shino Academy. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 13, Harvest. Hearing that Sherui was to be sent to the Shino Academy, another low murmur of surprise and discussion arose among the Uchiha. However, after Fugaku's gaze swept over them, it immediately became much quieter. The Shino Academy. The Uchiha clan was, of course, aware that this was an academy for the systematic training of Shinigami, teaching various Shinigami skills. Graduates would become official Shinigami. Its nature was similar to the Ninja Academy. The Uchiha clan would naturally not object to Kenma's decision, on the contrary, they were very much in favor of it. The future development of the Uchiha clan had already been decided by Kenma, and Sherui was the clan's top genius. It was excellent that he could have a different path. Shersui's existence would serve as the clan's public signboard, the first roar of the Uchiha clan's arrival in this world. After hearing Kenma's decision, Shersui's expression became solemn, and he knelt on one knee. Sherui will not fail to live up to your cultivation, my lord. Good. You will first return with me to the Sirei. In a few days, the Shino Academy will be recruiting new students. I will take you there then, Kenma said. I understand. Fugaku, at the side, looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Kenma saw this clearly and asked with a frown, Fugaku, is there some difficulty? Just speak plainly. Yes, my lord. We see that you are alone and lack attendance. I was wondering if we could select a few strong and capable members from the clan to handle some ordinary miscellaneous affairs for you. Fugaku stole a glance at Kenma above, his tone somewhat apprehensive. Kenma's interest was piqued. He was currently the 4th seat of Squad 2 and the captain of the Zanpakutō's patrol corps. Although he had subordinates in his squad who followed his orders, he lacked trusted confidants. Now that Fugaku had brought it up, he simply asked, do you have any suitable candidates? Fugaku nodded. After these past few days of training, several members of the clan have completed the introductory stage and possess considerable spiritual pressure, enough to serve as your subordinates. Seeing Kenma nod, Fugaku gestured to a few people in the courtyard. 3 men then stepped forward and knelt on one knee in the open space before Kenma. We greet you, my lord. Fugaku introduced them to Kenma, my lord. These 3 were all elite jonin of the Uchiha clan in their past lives and had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. After arriving in the Soul Society, they were also the first to condense spiritual pressure. Please inspect them, my lord. Kenma looked at the 3 men, sensing the spiritual pressure within them, and nodded slightly. Not bad. The 3 had just begun their training, yet they already possessed the spiritual pressure of an ordinary Shinigami squad member. They were barely usable. As they continued to train, the 3 would at least reach the level of a lieutenant, and would surely become his assets. Raise your heads and state your names. Hearing the command from above, the 3 Uchiha raised their heads. Their crimson Sharingan lit up, and their loud voices echoed in the courtyard. Uchiha Yashiro. Uchiha Teka. Uchiha Inabi. Kenma looked at the 3 of them, a middle-aged man with brown hair, a young man with long black hair, and another young man with short black hair and a black mole on his forehead. An experienced elder leading 2 energetic young men. Adding Sherui to the mix, it was a standard ninja squad. After memorizing their names and faces, Kenma said to the 3, from now on, you 3 will serve as my guards. When the time is right, I will assign you to the Zanpakutō. Kenma usually stayed in Squad 2 or at the Shihoin estate, so he had no real need for guards. The so-called guard was just a title. He would keep them by his side to train for a while, and when they became stronger, they would be more useful. As you command. As their voices fell, the 3 of them vanished from the courtyard with somewhat unfamiliar steps, concealing themselves. Watching the 3 disappear in an instant, Kenma sensed that they were already hidden around him, their figures concealed, carrying out their duties as guards. He was surprised. It wasn't just Sherui who had talent, these 3 were also exceptionally gifted. In just 10 days, they've not only learned Shuinpa, but they've also mastered some Kido. The Uchiha are truly a treasure worth digging into. Seeing Kenma accept the 3 men, Fugaku and the others below breathed a sigh of relief. Their Uchiha clan was now deeply bound to Kenma, they would fall together and prosper together. Their eagerness to present the 3 men was, 1, to display the clan's self-worth, and 2, to protect the safety of their new lord. Even if they weren't that strong yet, it could give the Uchiha a measure of self-comfort. At least if danger arose, they could come out and take a blow for Kenma. At the side, Elder Setsuna raised an eyebrow at Fugaku, signaling him to move on to the most important matter. Fugaku's hesitant gaze met his, and the old man sighed inwardly. He knew Fugaku couldn't be relied on at a time like this. As the clan head, he couldn't bring himself to say it, so it was up to an old fellow like him who had lived for too long to step forward. Setsuna cleared his throat, stepped forward, his cheeks slightly flushed, and said to Kenma above, my lord, there is one more matter. The number of people in the Uchiha clan who can feel hunger is quite large, and the money you left us before is a little insufficient. Could you possibly? Before the old man could finish, Kenma understood. He looked at the 100 or so Uchiha in the courtyard. He hadn't considered this matter. As for money, I have plenty. You need not worry. If it were before, supporting so many people at once would have been difficult for Kenma. But now, he held the financial power of the Shihoin clan. Supporting the entire Uchiha clan was no problem at all. Using the Shihoin clan's assets for his own benefit, Kenma felt no shame in doing so. In his past life and in this one, he knew very well that he was by no means a good person. "Thank you, my lord." After kneeling in thanks, the old man made a promise. The Uchiha clan has already adapted to life in the Soul Society. In the future, we will certainly not trouble you with such matters again. The Uchiha clan needed to establish roots in the Soul Society and eventually become self-sufficient. They couldn't always rely on others' charity, the proud Uchiha simply couldn't bear the shame. After discussing some future development directions with the Uchiha leaders, the purpose of Kenma's trip was largely accomplished. And his harvest had been exceptionally rich. About to leave the Uchiha clan with Sherui and the other three, Kenma looked at the four following him and, with a grand wave of his hand, said to Fugaku and the others, "From now on, this area is yours to use as you see fit." This place was on the outskirts of the Junranin district. The concentration of reishi was not low, enough for the Uchiha clan to train. It had been a gift to him from the vice-captain of Squad 2, but now Kenma gave it to the Uchiha clan without a trace of reluctance. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord." After a deep bow, the men watched with gratitude as Kenma boarded the carriage and left with Sherui and the others. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 14, An Outstanding Master. So this is the Sirei. Following Kenma's carriage, Sherui and the other three crossed the high wall and stepped into the Sirei. The Uchiha had previously passed through Junranin to scout the vicinity, wondering when they might be able to enter. They hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The group traveled over clean, white flagstones, passing through one intersection after another. Under the respectful guidance of the estate servants, the carriage entered the Shihoin grounds. Kenma alighted from the carriage, stretching his body with a series of soft pops, a hint of fatigue on his face. Sitting in the carriage for the whole journey felt more tiring than fighting someone. "You four will stay here for now. I'll have someone prepare rooms for you," Kenma said to Sherui and the others. "I won't need you to guard me at home. You can focus on your training. As you command." Kenma was about to take a step, but he suddenly froze. The four Uchiha flickered, their figures appearing a step away from Kenma, surrounding him protectively. Their short swords were already drawn, their sharp blades gleaming. Their expressions were full of vigilance, their gazes sharp as they all looked in the same direction. Sherui, holding only a bare blade, said to Kenma, "My lord, be careful. There's hostile intent." Kenma's expression was calm as he waved a hand at the four. "It's fine. Put them away." Hearing Kenma's command, the four, though puzzled, followed his orders, retreating to the side and sheathing their weapons. However, their eyes remained filled with caution. Kenma slowly turned to look in the direction their gazes were fixed. "How long are you going to hide, Yuruchi? Honestly, I told you not to call me by my name." The voice, tinged with a bit of annoyance, echoed through the courtyard. A faint sound of rushing air approached, and a dashing, heroic figure appeared before Kenma in an instant, like a phantom. Dark-skinned with purple hair, a beautiful face, and wearing a white captain's haori, it was Shihoin Yuruchi. Yuruchi rubbed her chin, looking with great interest at the four men beside Kenma, a hint of inquiry in her golden eyes. "Mr. Prim and Proper, what were you up to today? Why didn't I see you at the squad barracks? And who are these people with you?" A string of questions poured out. Yuruchi's tone, like she was interrogating a criminal, made Kenma frown. He didn't answer, instead asking, "Why aren't you on duty at the Squad 2 barracks at this time? What are you doing at home?" I was looking for you, of course, since you weren't there." Yuruchi's eyes darted away at first, then she became defiant. Seeing his fiancée's behavior, Kenma easily figured it out. "You're lying. You skipped work again, didn't you?" "I'm the captain." "How can you call a captain's actions taking time off? To use your words, it's called flexible work hours. I'm just allocating my work reasonably." Yuruchi was being stubborn. Although Kenma remained expressionless, in Yuruchi's eyes, it was as if he were laughing at her. "Don't you dare laugh." "I'm not laughing." Kenma rolled his eyes internally. "Which of your eyes sees me laughing? Even if you're not laughing on the outside, you're definitely laughing on the inside." Yuruchi realized she was losing her captain's dignity and decided to drop the argument, instead turning her attack back to Kenma. "This is your captain asking a question, 4th seat Kenma. You still haven't answered me. Why weren't you at the barracks today? If you can't give me a good reason, then I'll have to punish you severely in my capacity as captain." As she spoke, Yuruchi's expression became eager, a glint of excitement in her eyes. Kenma sighed inwardly, a hint of helplessness showing on his stoic face. "Today is my day off. As the captain, don't you even know the duty roster for your seated officers? Hearing this, the excitement on Yuruchi's face froze. She really didn't know. Ever since taking over Squad 2, she had spent most of her time playing around, dumping all the squad duties onto her vice captain and third seat. She never even looked at trivial matters like duty rosters and mission reports. Seeing Yuruchi's expression, Kenma shook his head slightly. So unreliable. No wonder her own father worries so much. As for them, since you're here, Yuruchi, I'll report to you directly. Kenma pointed to Sherui and the other three. They are people I brought back from the Rakongai. They have quite a bit of potential. Oh. Yuruchi's gaze swept over the four men, a cunning smile on her face. I say, Mr. Prim and Proper, these guys look pretty good. How about you hand them over to me to play with? I mean, train for a while. I promise to return them to you in one piece. She could see the background of Sherui and the others at a glance. From their demeanor and subconscious reactions, it was obvious they had received professional training since childhood. Their movements were perfectly coordinated, they were clearly not ordinary people. No. These men's assignments are already finalized. And I'm sending Sherui to the Shino Academy for advanced studies. Kenma added a final sentence. Handing them over to you would truly be a waste of their talent and time. Hey, what do you mean by that? Am I that incompetent in your eyes? Yuruchi seemed to fly into a rage, flailing her arms about. Kenma, on the other hand, nodded very seriously. Yes. You are that incompetent. You. Yuruchi was furious. She pointed at Kenma, wanting to retort, but if she really got serious, he would just call her childish. She suppressed the angry curses welling up inside her and finally just swung her arm down forcefully. Fourth seat Kenma, for your disrespect towards your captain, I'm docking 1 day of your performance pay. After throwing out that sentence, Yuruchi stormed off using Shuinpa. She didn't want to see this infuriating guy for another second. Seeing Yuruchi like this, Kenma's face remained blank, but a small spark of triumph, like a general returning victorious, rose in his heart. She's a grown woman, but she's as childish as a kid. And she thinks she can compete with me. In her dreams. After Yuruchi left, Kenma led Sherui and the other three towards the inner courtyard. As the Uchiha who had been with Kenma the longest, Sherui, prompted by the exchanged glances of the other three, mustered his courage and asked, My lord, the lady who was just here is. The four of them could naturally tell that the dark-skinned woman who had just appeared was of no ordinary status. And judging by her attitude towards their lord, although it was full of confrontation, her manner was relaxed and casual, and there was a hint of intimacy in her words. It was very likely that she was. The men already had a theory in mind but didn't dare to use a specific title, opting for a vague term of respect. Kenma sighed softly. Well, I imagine you figured it out. Yes, she is my fiancée, and also the head of the Shihoin clan. She has a very mischievous and difficult personality. Anyway, in the future, if you see her, just stay far away. Don't provoke her. Fiancé. Clan head. Sherui and the others exchanged glances and asked tentatively, in that case, my lord, you are. Just as you've guessed. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I am a son-in-law recruited by the Shihoin clan. We are engaged now, but not yet officially married, Kenma said directly. Hearing this, the expressions of Sherui and the other three became solemn. Kenma's status was a bit different from what they had initially expected, but it wasn't something they could criticize. On the contrary, after hearing his status as a son-in-law, their respect for Kenma as their master deepened. In a great and noble clan, to recruit a son-in-law or adopted son when there was already a blood heir meant one of two things: either the heir was incompetent or of poor character, or the son-in-law was exceptionally talented. So talented that to let him go would be a crime. And judging by the respectful attitude of the servants after entering the Shihoin estate, and the attitude of the clan head just now, their lord Kenma was undoubtedly the latter. As for not being married yet, as long as they were engaged, it was rare for such a prominent family to break off an engagement. They couldn't afford the loss of face, nor would they give up such an outstanding talent. Sherui and the others exchanged glances. They all understood what the others were thinking. Facing Kenma, their respect grew even deeper. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 15, A Chance Encounter with Eizen. On this day, the entrance to the Shino Academy was bustling with a jostling crowd. This was the time of year when the academy was open for new student recruitment. Whether they were souls from the Rakongai longing to change their destiny, or the heirs of noble families, as long as they passed the selection, they could enter the Shino Academy to learn the arts. After graduation, they could join the Godai 13 and become honored Shinigami. Feeling the enthusiastic atmosphere at the academy's entrance, Kenma's heart seemed to be infected as well, and his steps became much lighter. He had hardly returned to the campus since graduating. Today, bringing Sherui for enrollment and seeing the familiar school buildings, a sense of nostalgia for his own youthful years welled up in Kenma's heart. My lord. It's nothing, I was just reminiscing about the past. Let's go. Kenma led Sherui through the noisy crowd, openly bypassing the long queue. They walked into the academy and found the instructor in charge of admissions. Knock, knock. After receiving permission from inside, Kenma and Sherui stepped into the room. Teacher Mikami, it's been a long time. Kenma nodded slightly, offering a greeting. The instructor inside thought it was someone from the academy. When he looked up, he was surprised to see one of his former students. And a top student who had graduated with honors at that. Kenma, I didn't expect it to be you. The instructor's gaze swept past Kenma and landed on Sherui behind him. Are you here to bring me a new student? Yes, Teacher Mikami. Kenma stepped aside to reveal Sherui. This is a talent I found in the Rakangai. His aptitude is quite good, so I brought him here to enroll. Oh. Hearing Kenma's words, a light shone in Teacher Mikami's eyes, and he carefully sized up Sherui. The Shino Academy was a place for training professional Shinigami. Naturally, the more outstanding a student's talent, the better, as their achievements after joining a squad would be greater. It wasn't just about grades. For them as teachers, cultivating a genius was a great honor and a talking point for the future. After observing for a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, not bad. His eyes are resolute. It seems he hasn't been training for very long, but his foundation is solid. You have a good eye. He is indeed a good prospect. What surprised him even more was the faint trace of killing intent he sensed from the boy. His demeanor and the overall impression he gave were not like those of an ordinary soul, but rather similar to the style of the Massacre. He looked at Kenma, now the son-in-law of the Shihoin clan, who could no longer be compared to the poor boy with no background from before. Every move he made was full of deep meaning. Today's action might very well be at the behest of the Shihoin clan. His gaze fell on Sherui, and a guess gradually formed in his mind. Perhaps he was a private soldier secretly raised by one of the great noble families, now getting his identity laundered through the Shino Academy. He nodded slightly without speaking. His meaning was clear, he approved Shersui's admission. It's good that he has caught your eye, teacher. Although Kenma knew it was a sure thing, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. In the future, I ask that you be strict with his education. Please do not slack off and waste his talent. That is only natural. After a short wait, Sherui filled out some forms and had his identity information processed. With that, the day's registration was successfully completed. After bidding farewell to his former teacher, Kenma led Sherui out of the office. Rest assured, my lord. I will not tarnish your reputation while I am at the academy, Uchiha Sherui pledged with a solemn expression. When he had left the clan compound, clan head Fugaku and many of the clan elders had given him many instructions. Besides his duty to protect Kenma, he was to conduct himself with discipline, and upon entering the Shino Academy, he was not to bring shame to the Uchiha clan. I am but an ordinary fourth seat. What reputation do I have? Kenma glanced at the serious-faced Sherui and said earnestly, after entering the academy, focus on learning skills and knowledge. What they teach there is very important to you, and may even affect your future development. Yes, I understand. Just as Kenma and Sherui were leaving the school building, a person walked towards them, causing Kenma to stop in his tracks. Sherui, behind him, seemed to sense Kenma's vigilance. His expression immediately tensed, and he stared intently at the approaching person. The newcomer was dressed in a shihakusho with a Zanpakutō at his waist, undoubtedly a professional Shinigami. He had a tall and sturdy build with broad shoulders and short brown hair. He wore black-framed glasses, the lenses of which reflected the light, obscuring his eyes and giving him an air of mystery. The Shinigami had clearly seen Kenma as well. He quickened his pace, came before the two, and smiled a warm, sunny smile. It's been a while, Senior Kenma. I didn't expect to run into you here. The man's voice was rich and kind, with a unique magnetism that was as pleasant as a spring breeze. It hasn't been that long. Kenma maintained his usual deadpan, expressionless face. The Shinigami was taken aback by his words. Then he heard Kenma say, weren't you at my engagement to offer your congratulations, Susuke? Kenma looked at the gentle and refined Shinigami before him, his heart tensing, unable to suppress a sense of dread. As a transmigrator, how could he not recognize the seemingly humble and kind Shinigami before him? Eizen Susuke, the major boss of the early part of the Shinigami arc. On the outside, he appeared elegant, polite, and gentle, but in reality, he was cold, ruthless, and ambitious, and on top of that, possessed power that was among the top in all three realms. If possible, Kenma really wanted nothing to do with him. He didn't even want to know him. But as it happened, back in school, he had been 4 years senior to this mastermind. They were both top students in the eyes of their teachers and classmates, and had some of the same elective classes. One thing led to another, and the two became acquainted. Of course, with Kenma on his guard, his relationship with Eizen was limited to just acquaintances, not close friends. But Kenma had not expected that Eizen would come as a junior to offer a congratulatory gift at his engagement. Hearing Kenma's words, Eizen showed a look of surprise. There were many people congratulating you that day, and they were all distinguished nobles and captains. I am truly flattered that you noticed me, senior. It was nothing, Kenma said coolly. With Eizen's identity and name, it would have been hard for him not to notice. After the engagement, he had even made a point of opening the gift from Eizen. It was a complete set of the 4 treasures of the study. Such a thoughtful gift, on the contrary, made it difficult for Kenma to figure out his true intentions. Kenma also noticed that beside Eizen was a small boy with a full head of silver hair. The boy was dressed in the rough clothes of the Rakangai. His eyes were narrowed into slits, never fully open, and he seemed to be smiling. But combined with the shape of his face, it gave him a cunning and vicious air. Kenma had a guess in his mind and asked aloud, "And you are here for?" Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 16, Senior and Junior. The Academy is in its recruitment season, and we're short on teachers. The instructors in the Academy asked me to come and help. I saw that there were no major issues in the squad, so I took a few days off. Eizen's temperament was gentle, his tone slow and elegant. At a glance, he seemed like a very good person, inspiring favorable feelings. If Kenma didn't know his true face, he would have been deceived by his hypocritical act. Helping. I'm afraid he's looking for some useful tools among these new students, isn't he? Kenma's gaze fell on the silver-haired boy. The boy's familiar appearance gave him a strong sense of déjà vu, adding a few more guesses to his mind. Noticing Kenma's gaze, Eizen turned slightly, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. Senior, this is a child I discovered during the assessment earlier. His name is Ichimaru Jin. I'm bringing him to introduce to the teachers. The young Ichimaru Jin bowed politely to Kenma, like a shy child. Greetings, my lord. He still kept his eyes narrowed, but the faint smile on his face had lessened considerably. Kenma nodded slightly in response. It really is Ichimaru Jin. To think he had already latched onto Eizen so early. Kenma didn't believe a single word Eizen said. However, combining it with the memories from his previous life, he could still see some clues. Since Ichimaru Jin had come to join Eizen, it meant that Eizen had already begun creating the Hogyoku. Kenma's expression remained unchanged. Susuke, for you to bring him personally, it seems this child's talent is very high. You are a senior, after all. You saw it at a glance. Eizen's praise was completely sincere. Senior, don't underestimate this child just because of his age. Jin's aptitude is outstanding. At such a young age, he already has the spiritual pressure of a professional Shinigami. He is also intelligent and quick-witted, without a doubt a true genius. As if he were seeing the bright future of the Sherui, Eizen's expression was completely genuine, utterly sincere. After speaking, he even added a joke. His future accomplishments are limitless. He will surely far surpass an ordinary person like me. It's not impossible that he will even surpass you in the future, senior. You're being too modest. Hearing Eizen say this, and then thinking of all his posturing and grandstanding in the future, Kenma felt a strange sensation in his heart. Acting. Still acting. If you're an ordinary person, then most of the Shinigami in the Sherui are no better than pigs and dogs. It was as if Eizen had only just noticed there was someone else with Kenma. His gaze fell on Sherui, and the lenses of his glasses reflected a white light, obscuring one of his eyes. Senior, and this child is? Same as you. Kenma's reply was concise. Eizen nodded and lamented, a senior's judgment is never wrong. It seems another rising star will soon appear in the Sherui. Then he gave Sherui a gentle smile. You and Jin are both freshmen in the same year. Please look after him in the future. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Kenma led Sherui away. Watching Kenma's departing figure, a smile once again rose on Eizen's face. Jin, at his side, had been paying close attention to Eizen's every move. Seeing this, he asked, is that Shinigami very special, for you to pay him so much attention? It's nothing. Eizen shook his head slightly. He remembered that back when he was studying at the academy, this senior, who was also called a top student, had been very resistant to him. Although they were peaceful on the surface, how could the vigilance revealed in the other's subconscious actions escape his perception? But seeing him again today, he detected a subtle change in his senior. Should he say he was full of confidence, or perhaps the deliberately hidden fear and dread he had for him was gone? Is it because he joined the Shihoin clan? How ridiculous. Eizen turned and walked towards the school building without looking back. Jin, let's go. The teachers inside must be getting impatient. Yes. On the other side, Sherui noticed that Kenma, in front of him, had quickened his pace. Recalling the faint tension he had sensed earlier, doubt arose in his heart. After leaving the academy gates and seeing that the road was much less crowded, he asked apprehensively, "My lord, that person just now was." "Sherui, you must be careful of him in the future," Kenma said without turning his head, his voice filled with an unprecedented gravity. "Yes, my lord." Sherui nodded in acknowledgement, then asked with a look of confusion, "I observed that his words and actions were gentle and kind. He seems like a good person. Is there something special about him?" "A good person?" Kenma snorted coldly. If Eizen was a good person, there would be no evil people in the world. "Sherui, don't be deceived by his friendly exterior. That pretense is just a mask he uses to hide his true nature. His true colors are those of a cold and ruthless person." Sherui seemed to only half understand, but seeing Kenma speak so seriously, he raised his guard completely. Kenma advised, "I remember he is currently a part-time instructor at the academy. In the future, if you see him at the academy, stay far away. Do not provoke him, including that boy with him, and above all, do not believe a single word he says. As you command. One more thing, never, ever watch his sword release." Kenma remembered that old fox Eizen had used the opportunity of teaching to release his Zanpakutō in front of the academy students on multiple occasions. Sherui asked, "Why is that? Is his Zanpakutō's ability special, like our Uchiha clan's Sharingan, where you can be caught just by making eye contact?" Kenma turned his head and gave Sherui a strange look. A thought struck Sherui, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. "Could it be that my guess is correct?" "That's right." Kenma nodded heavily and let out a sigh. In all the days they had known each other, this was the first time Sherui had seen such an expression on Kenma's face. Kenma explained, "His Zanpakutō is named Kyoka Suigetsu. Although he himself claims it is a water type, with the ability to simply refract light and create illusions, its true ability. Anyone who has seen Kyoka Suigetsu's release even once will be successfully brainwashed by him, completing the hypnosis. All external information they hear, see, and perceive will be altered by him, and they will become a puppet manipulated by him." As far as Kenma knew, this was one of only 2 abilities in the Soul Society that could affect people's cranial nerves. And as it happened, both of these abilities were currently in Squad 5. One had to say it was a kind of destiny. Sherui was also taken aback by this terrifying ability. It's so powerful. Doesn't that make him invincible? With such a terrifying ability, Sherui simply couldn't imagine what in the world could defeat him. While it is strong, it can't be called invincible. Kenma chuckled inwardly. The Soul Society had countless powerhouses. Even if Eizen was very strong, he was not invincible. At least on the surface of the Soul Society, there is one person who is enough to overpower him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so restrained up to now. The person Kenma was referring to was, naturally, the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society for the past 1,000 years, the captain commander of the Godii 13 who presided over the Sirei. Sherui suddenly realized something, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he looked at Kenma. "Then what about you, my lord?" Not only could he see through that man's ability, but judging by their interaction just now, he showed no signs of being mesmerized and acted with great composure. With such confidence, how strong must his true power be? Ha! Kenma chuckled twice, the meaning unclear. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 17, The Three Greats and the Twin Stars. Sherui, how have you been finding your time at the Shino Academy? In the study, Kenma, dressed in a casual yukata, sat cross-legged at a low desk, a small pair of scissors in his hand as he trimmed a bonsai tree before him. Sherui sat formally on one side of the low table, a cup of tea in his hands. Hearing Kenma's casual question, his expression immediately turned solemn, his demeanor extremely serious. "In the academy, the teachers look after me well out of respect for you, my lord, and the Shihoin clan. They answer any questions I have, and the students are all very friendly. Relax. We're at home, no need to be so formal." Kenma's eyes remained fixed on the small green plant in front of him. He waved a hand at Sherui, his other hand subconsciously tightening, the small scissors making a snipping sound. "Yes, my lord." Despite his words, Sherui maintained his meticulous, serious expression. He had been living at the Shihoin estate for some time as Kenma's attendant. It wasn't just him, Yashiro and the others who had come with him were also guests at the Shihoin estate. Even though Sherui had entered the Shino Academy, he did not live in the school dormitories like his classmates from the Soul Society, but attended as a day student. During the day, he attended classes at the academy, and at night, he studied and honed his skills with Yashiro and the others. Sometimes, when the mood struck, Kenma would also guide them a little. The teachers and students at the academy, seeing that Sherui was from the Shihoin clan, were naturally willing to build a good relationship with him. I heard you're quite famous at the academy, and that you and the boy Eizen brought are called the rising twin stars of the Soul Society, geniuses seen once in 100 years. Although Kenma's face was still stern and his voice was low, as he spoke, the emotion in his words couldn't help but rise. Having followed Kenma for so long, Sherui could detect the faint change hidden in his almost unvarying tone. It didn't sound like blame, but rather a hint of proud joy. Shurui's heart immediately relaxed, and a humble look appeared on his face. You praise me too highly, my lord. I have some talent, but I would never dare to compare myself to you in your day. The once in 100 years is just an exaggeration by idle people. Although he could see that Kenma was in a good mood, Shurui's hasty demeanor was unavoidable. As far as he knew, the master before him, who held the life and death of the Uchiha clan in his hands, had graduated from the Shino Academy less than 100 years ago. If he was a once in 100 years talent, where did that place his master? Some of the teachers at the academy had been teaching there for hundreds of years. Sherui had, in private, intentionally or unintentionally tried to get information from those teachers. He was mainly interested in the classes from Kenma's time as a student. Kenma, and especially the Eizen whom Kenma was so wary of. According to the information he had gathered, in those years, 3 great talents had appeared in succession over a 10-year period. They were collectively known as the 3 Greats. The teachers still spoke of them with great relish. 2 of them were the Lord Kenma before him and that Eizen Sasuke. The third, whom Sherui had never met, was said to also be a son-in-law, having married into the Kuchiki clan, another of the 4 great noble clans. To this day, some people still discussed in private that since 2 of the 3 greats had already married into great noble families, when would the remaining Eizen marry, and which family would it be? Sherui told Kenma the gossip he had heard from his classmates, and Kenma's expression immediately stiffened. Is this what your class discusses at the academy these days? Forgive me, my lord. I tried to stop it, but the students still discuss it quietly in private, Sherui said quickly. How could I blame you? The mouths are on their bodies. What they want to say is their freedom. It's not worth getting worked up over. He couldn't just send the punishment force to arrest these students because of some idle gossip. Kenma didn't consider himself particularly broad-minded, but he wouldn't punish someone for what they said, let alone make things difficult for these students over some idle chatter. But speaking of which, I really can't imagine the scene of that fellow Eizen getting married, let alone to a noble he particularly looks down on. I wonder what his reaction will be when he hears about this. Seeing that Kenma wasn't truly angry, Sherui finally relaxed. Eizen should be aware of such talk. I've heard from my classmates that in the calligraphy class, Eizen publicly stated that he has no intention of marrying for the time being. Sherui paused, then speculated. Ichimaru Jin probably told him. Calligraphy was an elective course at the Shino Academy, not a required course like Zenjutsu or Kido. There were also flower arranging, Go, painting, and so on, which students could choose to enroll in based on their interests. And the instructor for the calligraphy class was none other than Eizen Sasuke. Sherui, knowing the truth about Eizen, had kept his distance. Ichimaru Jin, huh? A hint of seriousness appeared on Kenma's brow. His gaze shifted from the bonsai to Sherui. You are classmates. After spending these days together, what do you think of him? He is without a doubt a genius, a true genius. As the person Eizen had brought, and one who also bore the title of genius, how could Sherui not pay attention to Ichimaru Jin? Although the students and teachers like to group us together, I know that I am not a genius like him. Relying on my prior experience as a ninja, I can learn some of the knowledge and skills taught by the teachers very quickly and easily. But Ichimaru Jin is different. I can tell that he has never had any systematic training before, he is a complete blank slate. Yet, the speed at which he learns these things is not much slower than mine, and in some areas, he is even faster. Kenma was not at all surprised by Shurui's answer. After all, he was the genius who graduated in 1 year in the original story and later outsmarted Eizen. It was only natural that he would have such talent. On the contrary, it was truly remarkable that Sherui could even compete with Ichimaru Jin. The more talented Ichimaru Jin is, the bigger the headache for Eizen in the future. He didn't know what kind of predilection Eizen had to keep such a troublesome person by his side for over 100 years. He even took Ichimaru Jin's killing intent as a source of amusement. Kenma really couldn't understand Aizen's thought process. My lord, there is one more thing. Sherui said, I heard that Ichimaru Jin has already completed this year's coursework and wants to skip to a higher grade. Kenma was naturally aware of this. He looked at Sherui, and understanding dawned on him. You want to skip a grade too? I will follow my lord's arrangements. Sherui knelt, his head touching the tatami mat. To be frank, he had also completed the current grade's coursework and had even begun to study more advanced knowledge. He didn't need to build connections in the academy, continuing would just be a waste of time. On the other hand, there were the expectations of his clansmen. As the only university student from their village, news about Sherui was followed closely by the Uchiha clan, and his reputation as a genius was widely known. At the mention of Shersui's name, even a 3-year-old child would puff out their chest. The clan head had written to him, subtly reminding him not to tarnish the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Yashiro and the others around him had also, both overtly and covertly, advised him not to be outdone by others. Sherui couldn't decide on his own and could only come to request Kenma's command. This matter. Kenma thought for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, a dashing and bold female voice suddenly came from outside. Kenma, I need to talk to you about something. The voice was unceremonious and tinged with annoyance. Kenma's brow furrowed slightly. It was Yuruchi. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 18, Yuruchi's confrontation. Hearing that the lady of the house was looking for him, Sherui stood up, bowed, and prepared to leave. My lord, it seems Lady Yuruchi has urgent business with you. I will take my leave. There's no need. What urgent business could she have? Kenma waved his hand in dismissal. He held the financial power and information network of the Shihoin clan. He was the first to know of any disturbance. Even Yuruchi, the captain and clan head, was often far behind. For Yuruchi to come shouting like this, it certainly wasn't anything major. It was likely just some trivial matter, not worth concealing. Crash. The study door was yanked open with such violence that the room shook. Kenma, I have something to ask you. Yuruchi strode in, followed by 2 others. Only then did she notice there was someone else in the room besides Kenma. Yo, Sherui, you're here too. You must be just passing the time with this boring guy. Sherui didn't dare to speak, only scratching his head with an awkward smile to hide his helplessness. One was his master, the other his master's wife. What could he do? Only then did Kenma slowly turn his head. His gaze swept past Yuruchi and the 2 people following her, and his brow furrowed. Yuruchi, I don't recall the Shihoin clan teaching such rudeness. Yuruchi's face immediately fell. My Shihoin clan. Even I, the clan head, don't talk like that. She then mimicked Kenma's tone, repeating his words. My Shihoin clan, my Shihoin clan. I just hate this prim and proper act of yours. After speaking, like an immature child, Yuruchi pulled at her eyelid with her hand and stuck out her tongue at Kenma in a mocking gesture. Kenma had already grown accustomed to Yuruchi's silly, tiger-like antics. He put down the scissors, stood up, and his gaze swept past the weak-looking blondie behind Yuruchi's side. He already had a guess. Still, Kenma asked in a serious tone, tell me, what is it exactly? Yuruchi beckoned to the 2 behind her and took a few steps forward, coming right up to Kenma. Her golden eyes were incredibly sharp, staring straight at Kenma without yielding, her expression stubborn, her aura not the least bit weaker. Hey, Mr. Prim and Proper, why did you reject Kisuke's funding request? He's already submitted it multiple times, but you haven't approved it even once. That is true. Kenma's expression was as usual, he had expected this. His gaze shifted to the doorway, past the slender figure of a young girl, and landed on the hesitant, weak-looking blonde man. Kenma's face showed neither joy nor sorrow. Third seat Urahara Kisuke's application has logical inconsistencies. Many areas do not state the purpose and origin of the items, the wording is vague and unclear, and it does not comply with the regulations of the Godai 13 or the rules of the Massacre. Procedurally, I cannot approve it. Kenma gave a slight nod to Urahara Kisuke, as if sincerely expressing his apologies. I understand the great significance of what you are doing, third seat Urahara, and I also wish I could help you. But due to the regulations, my hands are tied. Please forgive me, third seat Urahara. Liar. Yuruchi thrust out a hand, pointing at Kenma's chest. Mr. Prim and Proper, ask yourself, is that really the case? It's obvious you're deliberately holding it up. Just now, she had been playing with Suiphone when Urahara Kisuke had run over with a long face, begging for help. Upon hearing Urahara Kisuke's explanation, Yuruchi had immediately brought him to find Kenma. She was determined to see who was really in charge of the Shihoin clan today. Yuruchi, remember your position. You are the head of the Shihoin clan, Kenma said coldly. You still see me as the head? Give me a straight answer. Are you going to approve Kisuke's research funding or not? I've already said, I also want to approve third seat Urahara's request, but there are multiple procedural non-compliance issues, therefore it cannot be approved. Kenma's gaze locked onto the point between Yuruchi's eyebrows without a hint of evasion. Yuruchi, as the head of the Shihoin clan, you cannot be the one to lead the breaking of rules. Otherwise, the dignity and face of the Shihoin clan will be compromised. You. The old lord entrusted me with the great matter of finances. Since then, I have been diligent and conscientious, not daring to slack off in the slightest, for fear of tarnishing this noble family name or even causing the Shihoin clan to decline due to an oversight. Kenma spoke earnestly, his heart seemingly devoted to the public good, wishing he could tear out his own lungs to show Yuruchi. At the side, Sherui thought of the various resources his clan had received from Kenma's hands these past few days and couldn't help but lower his head, trying desperately to minimize his presence. Seeing you like this now, I imagine the old lord gave me such great authority precisely to prevent a situation like today's. I cannot fail the heavy trust he placed in me. Kenma's face was unclouded, his righteousness inviolable. The Shihoin clan was Squad 2, was the Massacre. With Kenma controlling all the assets of the Shihoin clan, he had a chokehold on the most important financial lifeline of Squad 2. As long as he disagreed, not even Yuruchi could move a single cent, bringing up father again. Hearing Kenma use her father to pressure her, Yuruchi was instantly at a loss, not knowing how to refute. Fortunately, her mind worked fast, and she quickly changed her approach. Since you say it's non-compliant, then point out where it's non-compliant. If you tell us, we'll be convinced and won't pester you anymore. To this, Kenma was already prepared. He walked over to a bookshelf, pulled a list from a file folder, and handed it to Urahara Kasuke. Third seat Urahara, these are all the items you requested, correct? As far as I know, these are all contraband items explicitly banned by the Sirei. They cannot be possessed or used. Anyone who violates this will be severely punished. Yuruchi leaned over, craning her neck to see. The list was filled to the brim with items. She didn't understand much about this sort of thing, but seeing the color drain from Urahara Kasuke's face, she figured that this prim and proper Kenma was right. But so what? As the head of the family, I'm giving a direct order. I approve it. Yuruchi waved her hand grandly and commanded Kenma, Mr. Prim and Proper, you'd better remember to keep this a secret. If it gets out, the Shihoin family name will be tarnished. As her voice fell, a triumphant, wicked smile seemed to appear on Yuruchi's face. You said you cared about the Shihoin family name, didn't you? Now I'll use that to threaten you. Let's see if you submit or not. Kenma clearly heard the underlying threat in Yuruchi's words and sighed helplessly in his heart. Yuruchi, as the clan head, didn't care about it herself, instead using it casually as a tool for threats. Yet he, a son-in-law, was desperately trying to maintain the family's face. Sigh. This was difficult. Naturally, I have no problem. Kenma's face was stern, his tone becoming ice-cold. The moment Yuruchi heard Kenma's words, a flash of joy appeared on her face. But before she could get happy, she heard what Kenma said next. Kenma didn't look at Yuruchi, instead fixing his oppressive gaze on the blondie at the door. But I remember that third seat Urahara submitted a formal application, which has now been filed and sent to Squad 1. I have already procedurally rejected it, yet Yuruchi has now approved the funds. With such an inconsistency, Squad 1, with its verification duties, will certainly discover the discrepancy. At that time, I will have to ask third seat Urahara to keep this secret for Yuruchi, on Sokaiku Hill. At that moment, a bright, soul-stealing light shone in Kenma's eyes. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 19, you are simply lawless. What, did you say? You're saying Kasuke will be executed? Yuruchi looked incredulous. She stood on her tiptoes, stretched out her hand, and grabbed Kenma's collar tightly. How could such a small matter escalate to the point of executing a seated officer? And to be publicly executed on Sokaiku Hill at that? Was it really that serious? Kenma grabbed Yuruchi's hand, prying it off his collar with a gentle force. His fiancée is so young, how did she awaken the diamond? There's nothing to be done. The law is the law. Yuruchi, as the captain of Squad 2, don't tell me you don't even know the rules and regulations of your own squad. Yuruchi winced from the strength of Kenma's grip. She tried to pull her hand away but couldn't break free. Then, she felt the pressure on her hand lighten as he relaxed his hold. But right now, she was in no mood to care about the sarcasm in Kenma's words. Because she truly didn't know the squad's regulations. Just looking at them gave her a headache. She even pushed off all squad duties to her vice-captain and seated officers below her. Learning of such severe consequences from her fiancé, Yuruchi patted her chest, a lingering fear in her heart. Good thing I didn't agree yet. Thank goodness you stopped it in time, otherwise Kasuke would have been a goner. Thank you, Kenma. I didn't think you were such a good person after all. Did my wife just give me the good person card? Kenma's expression was strange for a moment before it reverted to his usual emotionless state, that stern, old-fashioned poker face back in place. Seeing Yuruchi so easily swayed, the weak-looking blondie at the door took a step forward and warned her loudly. Yuruchi-san, don't be fooled by his slick words. He was the one who told me to submit the application in the first place. At this moment, Urahara Kasuke's face was free of its usual weakness and gloom. His gaze was sharp as he looked at Kenma. I ran around multiple times back then, but never got your approval, 4th seat Kenma. You said it didn't follow the proper procedures, which is why I wrote the application. Isn't this all just you deliberately trying to frame me? Alerted by Urahara Kasuke's reminder, Yuruchi immediately reacted, her gaze falling on the face of the man holding her hand. Ah, his eyebrows really are thick. His face is like that of a stubborn old man, the type who doesn't know how to be flexible. I will definitely not get along with him in the future. So why did father choose someone with a personality completely opposite to mine to be his son-in-law? What bad luck, what bad luck. Wait, now is not the time to be thinking about such random things. Right, Kasuke's matter. Yuruchi's thoughts wandered for a moment before she quickly snapped back to reality. She nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Urahara Kasuke's words. A trace of doubt appeared in her eyes as she looked at Kenma. Frame you. A hint of contempt dripped from Kenma's words. 3rd seat Urahara, it was your previous funding request that was non-compliant with procedures. I only asked you to submit the application materials. So, let me ask you, is there any problem with me following the procedures? That, no. Urahara Kasuke's tone softened. Kenma continued to question him, 3rd seat Urahara, you wrote those application materials yourself. I didn't force you to write them, did I? I wrote them myself. The momentum Urahara Kasuke had just built up instantly deflated. You see. When did I ever frame you? I rejected your application to protect you. But you, what did you do? Kenma's voice suddenly became severe. My intentions were good, but you refused to appreciate it. You even brought Yuruchi here to make a scene in front of me. What exactly are your intentions? This. But. Urahara Kasuke stammered, as if he had developed a stutter. His eyes darted around in panic, unable to form a complete sentence. Kenma sneered inwardly. So what if he was certified as intelligent by both Eizen and Yawatch? Right now, he's just a young man who hasn't seen much of the world and whose mind is still unsettled. He's completely absorbed in his own world of technology and research, deaf to the world outside. His experience is pitifully scarce, far from the shrewd and calculating mind he would later develop. So shallow. Even after becoming a captain, he was constrained by his own lieutenant and only saw the light after a reminder from Hirako Shinji. How could such an incompetent and ignorant person be a match for someone like Kenma, who had fought his way up from the bottom? Seeing Urahara Kasuke momentarily at a loss for words, Kenma pressed his advantage. 3rd seat Urahara, then I must ask you, were you aware that the items you requested to purchase in your application violated the various laws and regulations of the Sherui and the Godei 13? This. Urahara Kasuke didn't know how to answer. If he said he didn't know, it would mean he was ignorant of the squad's rules and regulations, and a heavy charge would be brought down on him. But if he said he knew, then he would be guilty of knowingly breaking the law, a crime that carried a heavier sentence. He was trapped either way. Looking at Kenma's attitude now, it was clear he wouldn't let him off easily. He could only look to Yuruchi for help. Feeling her childhood friend's gaze, Yuruchi immediately looked at her fiancé, a hint of pleading in her expression. Kenma, Kasuke just didn't think it through this one time. Please forgive him, okay? Her voice was unprecedentedly soft and gentle. It was the first time Kenma had ever heard such a tone from Yuruchi. The anger and killing intent in his heart surged. His face, however, remained calm. Yuruchi, if it were any other time, since you've asked, I would naturally have no reason not to agree. But now, 3rd seat Urahara's actions are out of line. If I don't pursue this, others will think our Shihoin clan has lost its authority, and I'm afraid everyone will try to step on us in the future. Hearing Kenma once again bring up the Shihoin family name, Yuruchi was at a loss for words. She put on a moved expression, looking pitifully at Kenma. But in her mind, she was searching for loopholes in Kenma's words and a way to save Kasuke. She couldn't be defeated by Kenma just like this. Otherwise, after they got married, would she, the head of the family, still have any status? Kenma ignored the piteous expression Yuruchi was deliberately making. His eyes were filled with an endless authority that pressed down entirely on Urahara Kasuke. 3rd seat Urahara, let's not discuss whether you knowingly broke the law or were truly ignorant of the squad's regulations. But to falsely accuse me in front of Yuruchi, the captain, and Officer Hachi, saying that I was deliberately framing you, what were your intentions? Relying on your good relationship with Yuruchi, you disregard the laws of the Sherui and the Godei 13, showing no respect for the squad's regulations. Such reckless behavior. You are simply lawless. Under Kenma's barrage of questions, Urahara Kasuke's face instantly turned deathly pale. At this moment, he finally understood. The other party truly wanted him dead. His mind was sharp, with a photographic memory. He naturally remembered those regulations clearly. False accusation carries the same punishment. Adding that to the previous crime of knowingly breaking the law, with both crimes punished together, although he wouldn't be executed, his Seketsu and Hakusui would be destroyed, and he would lose his Shinigami powers. And if his funding application were to be submitted to Squad 1, the result would naturally be a VIP spot on Sokayaku Hill. Yuruchi now also realized the gravity of the crime Urahara Kasuke had shouldered. The desire to compete with her fiancé instantly melted away. She quickly tightened her grip on Kenma's large, rough hand. Looking at Kenma, the feigned expression on her face was gone, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. Kenma, I am also asking you, for my sake, please let Kasuke go this one time. He knows he was wrong now. He won't do it again. She could feel that Kenma was truly moved to kill. If she continued to treat this matter with a playful attitude, the next time she saw Urahara Kasuke, it might really be on Sokayaku Hill. But hearing Yuruchi speak this way only made Kenma more determined not to let Urahara Kasuke go. No. As his voice fell, a barely perceptible killing intent instantly erupted and raged through the room. Although this killing intent was faint, it was incredibly solid. The source of the killing intent was not from Kenma or Urahara Kasuke, but from someone else entirely. Yuruchi turned her head to look at the doorway. The killing intent was coming from the small figure in front of the door. Her face instantly changed. Suifeng, withdraw your killing intent. Now is not the time for you to be angry. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 20, BWC Chapter 20, The Bodyguard. Hachi Shoryo came from a lower noble family affiliated with the Shihoin clan, a family that had served in the punishment force for generations. Of course, perhaps her future name was more widely known. Suifeng. Ever since she had chanced upon Shihoin Yuruchi as a child, Hachi Shoryo had developed a deep admiration for her. Perhaps there was even a hint of unspoken affection mixed in. But one day, she suddenly learned that the lady Yuruchi she admired had been forced into an engagement with a complete stranger and was even to be married soon. From that moment on, a deep-seated killing intent towards the villain who had stolen Lady Yuruchi away took root in Hachi Shoryo's heart. But this was the decision of Yuruchi's father, the previous head of the Shihoin clan. No matter how much she objected, she could do little to change the situation. Today, she was accompanying the pitiable Lady Yuruchi to play and relax. She and Yuruchi had a good relationship, and they had a lot of fun playing together. Of course, she was the one being played with. But it didn't matter. She actually enjoyed it, as long as Lady Yuruchi was happy. Just then, that incredibly annoying blondie had run over and ruined the mood. Helpless, she could only follow Yuruchi to the Shihoin estate. She wanted to see for herself just what kind of villain was marrying Yuruchi. The moment they met, Hachi Shoryo could tell that this man named Kenma was definitely not a good person. If Lady Yuruchi marries him, it will surely not end well. Although watching this villain deal with the blondie, a dog-eat-dog situation, was quite satisfying to her. She wished the two of them would fight on the spot and take each other out, leaving her to monopolize Lady Yuruchi's affection. But when she saw Yuruchi's hand being held tightly by that villain, a murderous impulse couldn't help but stir in her heart. Damn you, bastard. Let go of her with your filthy paws. How long are you going to keep holding on? She had never even held Lady Yuruchi's hand like that. Fortunately, she knew what was important and quickly suppressed the killing intent in her heart, thus avoiding attention. But seeing that villain reject Lady Yuruchi's pleas again and again, the young girl could no longer contain her killing intent. A trace of it leaked out, filling the room. The moment the killing intent was released, Sherui at the side instantly sensed it. His figure flashed, appearing in front of Kenma in an instant. Shielding both Kenma and Yuruchi behind him, his Zanpakutō was already in his hand, its cold light gleaming as he pointed it at the young girl by the door. At the same time Sherui moved, three black figures appeared in the room, a flurry of blades flashing. Thump, thump, thump. In an instant, Hachi Shoryo was subdued by the three figures. The blades were just about to fall on her vital points. Stop. Yuruchi's shout came just in time. The three Zanpakutō stopped steadily just above Hachi Shoryo's vital points. Kenma slowly shifted his gaze. He saw the girl's figure pinned firmly to the floor. The three men were holding down her legs, arms, and head, their Zanpakutō poised over her neck, her back over her heart, and the back of her head. Without a doubt, if Yuruchi's voice had been a moment slower, the young girl's life would have been forfeit. Although the three figures had stopped, they raised their heads, looking to Kenma for their orders. These three figures were none other than the three Uchiha who followed Kenma, Yashiro, Tekka, and Inabi. Yuruchi was the mistress of the Shihoin clan and Kenma's fiancé, so they naturally respected her. But Kenma was the true master of the Uchiha clan. With just a nod from Kenma, they would immediately end this person's life. Kenma waved his hand. I'm fine. Stand down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Without a word, the three immediately used Shuinpa and disappeared from the room. Yuruchi also hurried to the girl's side and helped her up. Suifeng, are you alright? Yuruchi was well aware of her admiration, but she never thought she would dare to harbor killing intent at a time like this. Urahara's crisis was already giving her a headache. For Suifeng to act so rashly in this situation, wasn't she just adding to the chaos? Lady Yuruchi, I'm fine. The girl's face was filled with shame and self-reproach. She also knew that she had caused trouble for Yuruchi and didn't dare to look up at her. Seeing that she was unharmed, Yuruchi then turned her gaze to Kenma. She was determined to protect Hachi Shoryo. She wanted to see what her fiancé would do. But Kenma didn't pay any attention to Hachi Shoryo. After gently pushing Sherui aside, he instead looked at Urahara Kasuke. Third seat Urahara, so this is your method? Conspiring with Officer Hachi to assassinate me. How crude. Kenma directly placed the blame on Urahara Kasuke, adding the crime of plotting to harm a colleague to his list. Seeing this, Sherui at the side immediately used Shuinpa to appear at Urahara Kasuke's side, his Zanpakutō at his neck. Wait. Yuruchi shouted hastily, her gaze falling on Kenma. Kenma, you know perfectly well this couldn't have been Kasuke's doing. It was just Suifeng, she. Yuruchi was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain. If she told the truth, the blame would still fall on Suifeng. But if she didn't, Urahara Kasuke would be unjustly accused of a major crime. She was caught in a dilemma, and at that moment, Yuruchi couldn't find any other excuse. Kenma said coldly, Yuruchi, you can know a person's face but not their heart. You don't know what third seat Urahara is truly thinking. It's best not to jump to conclusions. His gaze shifted to Urahara Kasuke, a grim intent within it. Third seat Urahara, do you have anything else to say? Since when? Urahara Kasuke held his head high, his tone faint. Fourth seat Kenma, since when did you harbor such strong killing intent towards me? And when did you start setting up this situation? What are you talking about? I don't understand. At this moment, Kenma had, without any teacher, instantly mastered the ability of the diamond. Urahara Kasuke didn't buy it. You're lying. He was intelligent. With a little thought, he could see that Kenma was deliberately setting a trap to frame him. But he had been completely unaware, like an ignorant beast walking straight into a well-laid trap. But even though he understood now, it was already too late. His opponent had handled this matter cleanly, legally, and completely by the book. There was no fault to be found. Tell me, so I can at least understand why I've lost. Kasuke. Yuruchi's gaze shifted back and forth between Urahara Kasuke and Kenma. At this point, she could also see that there must have been some extremely secret scheming between the two of them. And it was highly probable that her fiancé had deliberately set this trap, luring him step by step, to harm Urahara Kasuke. Kenma. Kenma was very pleased with Urahara Kasuke's current predicament, but he didn't like his tone now. Since that was the case, he would just add a few more charges. Third seat Urahara, I haven't done anything. On the contrary, you are quite bold. Things like non-compliant applications, misuse of funds, and purchasing prohibited items, I imagine this isn't the first time, is it? As for the funds you've spent before, and the wrongdoings committed with those funds, please take your time to think about them in prison and confess everything. Perhaps you can even get a reduced sentence. Men, take third seat Urahara and Hachi Shoryo away. Keep them under strict guard and await further judgment. Yuruchi at the side wanted to stop them, but she stretched out her hand and ultimately pulled it back. She was afraid that any rash action on her part would give Kenma another opportunity to cause trouble, adding to the crimes of the two. As his voice fell, a squad from the punishment force appeared in the courtyard. Seeing that their corps commander had no objections, they escorted Urahara Kasuke and Hachi Shoryo away. Kenma, you have some impressive methods. Under Yuruchi's fierce praise, Kenma's expression remained as calm as ever. Yuruchi, I don't know what you're talking about. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 21, To a New World. Kenma, you just wait. Yuruchi shot Kenma a fierce glare and then stormed out of the study. The situation had become tricky. She needed to find someone truly wise and reliable to clear up her doubts. And to help her find a way to save Urahara Kasuke and Suifeng. For now, the two were locked in the cells of Squad 2. The matter had not yet reached Squad 1. There was still room for maneuver. Watching Yuruchi's departing figure, a complex feeling stirred in Kenma's heart. He then sat back down by the low table and picked up the scissors to continue trimming the bonsai. Calm down. Calm down. Shersui's gaze followed Kenma, watching as he continued to cultivate his temperament as if nothing had happened. He had some understanding of the relationship between Kenma and Yuruchi. Now, having witnessed it firsthand, the feelings between them were even more complex than he had imagined. He spoke softly, "My lord. Sherui, about that matter before, I agree." Kenma's dull voice came, stunning Sherui for a moment, as he couldn't recall which matter it was. Receiving no response, Kenma looked up at Sherui. Seeing his confused face, he reminded him, "The matter of skipping a grade that you mentioned earlier." "You agree, my lord?" Sherui asked cautiously. Kenma nodded, his gaze returning to the bonsai in front of him. "You lived in the ninja world for many years and even made a name for yourself. I'm sure you know what you're doing. As long as you feel you have completely mastered the knowledge of this grade level and learned the skills the teachers have taught, you can skip. Thank you for your understanding, my lord." Sherui knelt on the floor, his heart filled with nothing but relief. He was relieved that the master they had pledged allegiance to was so understanding, and not the type to demand absolute obedience. This way, the people of the Uchiha clan would likely not suffer the same kind of ostracism and suppression they had in their past lives. Recalling the dispute in the room just now, Sherui quietly glanced at Kenma out of the corner of his eye. Through some of the micro-expressions on his face, he could see that his master's emotions had now calmed down. He mustered his courage and asked, "My lord, just now, that third seat Urahara exposed the trap you set in front of Lady Yuruchi. Will that cause some trouble between you and Lady Yuruchi? From what I saw, Lady Yuruchi seems to hold some resentment towards you." "Humph, it's not just some resentment she holds." Kenma snorted coldly and put down the scissors. The scissors landed on the table with a dull thud, making Sherui, at the side, tremble. Kenma's frustrated voice followed, "She already dislikes me. She only agreed to marry me because of her father's orders. After what happened today, she's probably cursed me 1,000 times in her heart. Even if I were to break down the cause and effect of this matter for her, piece by piece, and tell her that I did not set a trap to frame Urahara Kasuke, she wouldn't believe me. She would just think I'm being slick and playing tricks. How does that saying go? The prejudice in a person's heart is a great mountain that you cannot move, no matter how hard you try. People are stubborn and blind, unmoved by facts, and unwilling to easily change their views. Instead, they take their own wishful thinking as reality. Only in this way can people continue to live with peace of mind." A trace of surprise appeared on Shersui's face. "My lord says you did not frame Urahara Kasuke, but from today's situation, it seems more like a trap set by you." "You see, even you think so." Ken Masai made Sherui hang his head low, his face full of shame. "I was wrong." "What could you have done wrong?" Kenma wasn't particularly angry. But seeing that even Sherui held this view, one could imagine Yuruchi's attitude towards him. "In your heart, am I the kind of villain who only knows how to play tricks and schemes?" Shersui's head drooped even lower. He was trembling, not daring to reply. After following Kenma for these past few days, Sherui naturally had his own opinion of him. In his heart, his master was a man of great talent and vision, outstanding ability, and a broad mind, with a certain air about him. Although his face was often solemn, giving the impression of a stubborn and inflexible personality. But his real personality? It wasn't as rigid as it appeared on the surface. On the contrary, he was very flexible in his actions, adaptable to any situation. As for whether he would resort to schemes, Sherui really didn't dare to say for sure. Seeing Shersui's silence, Kenma already had his answer. Sometimes, silence is the answer. He could only sigh helplessly in his heart. As heaven is his witness, he really did not set a trap to deliberately frame Urahara Kasuke. Back when Urahara Kasuke was applying for funding, Kenma had only deliberately held it up a few times, following standard work procedures. Other than that, he had done nothing. Even if it were submitted to Squad 1, his actions in this matter were beyond reproach. Vice Captain Sasaki would probably even say he was diligent in his work. Who would have thought that Urahara Kasuke, who would be feared by Eizen and designated as one of the 5 special war powers by Yawatch in the future, would have such a low tolerance at this age? And that he, whose special war power was means, would resort to a method so pathetic that even Kenma couldn't bear to watch. To think he would run to Yuruchi to complain at the slightest disagreement. This act of exposing his own incompetence and weakness was so stupid it was almost cute in its naivety. Even an intern who had just entered the office wouldn't use such a low tactic. What was the difference between this behavior and stabbing oneself twice before a fight? And every stab was to a vital point. Urahara Kasuke had too many past oversights, which was why he was taken down by Kenma's combo and thrown into a cell, left to his mercy. This was the result. He's only been able to live this long thanks to Yuruchi's protection. Otherwise, he would have been eaten, bones and all, long ago. And Yuruchi too, pushing all the squad's work onto her vice captain and seated officers, just fooling around all day. To this day, she's still clueless about the squad's rules, regulations, and operational framework. To think she would just bring Uchiha Kasuke before me so brazenly, not only stabbing him twice herself but also nearly dragging herself down with him. I don't know where she gets her confidence. And Hachi Shoryo is the same, unreasonable, ignorant of the rules, acting solely on emotion, harming others and herself. Faced with such a group of teammates, Kenma sighed helplessly in his heart. He at least had some sense of shame and didn't blow the matter up. Otherwise, Yuruchi would also have been punished, and the Shihoin clan and Kenma himself would have lost face. Look at the other squads. Squad 1, as the model, goes without saying. Even Squad 5. The captain, Hirako Shinji, appears frivolous and exaggerated on the outside but is actually extremely sharp. The vice captain, Eizen, although a major villain, is also a serious person. Now look at Squad 2. In the entire Massacre, only he and Vice Captain Omida were somewhat reliable. Hearing Kenma's words, Sherui didn't dare to move, let alone speak. He just tried his best to hide his presence. My lord, you can comment as you please, but why must you say it in front of me? Are these words a mere attendant like me is supposed to hear? But Kenma was looking at him directly right now. He had to say something. Sherui forced himself to remain calm and asked softly, then, my lord, as for third seat Uchiha, should we kill him or not? Of course not. Kenma snorted coldly. Yuruchi cares so much for this childhood friend, and yet he is under my control. Such a useful card. When necessary, I can play it to restrain the great head of the Shihoin clan. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill him just like that? Besides, Uchiha Kasuke is a capable man himself. Such a talent certainly cannot be wasted. Sherui echoed, my lord is wise. Kenma waved his hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. Sherui, I called you here this time because I have something to tell you. What does my lord require of me? Sherui asked, puzzled. Kenma gave his instructions. Go to the Shino Academy and ask for a few days' leave. Accompany me on a trip to a new, different world. It is a world full of seas. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 22, the so-called Three Greats. The person Yuruchi was looking for was, naturally, the person she trusted most in her life. Her father, Shihoin Shunjen. When she arrived at Shunjen's sick room, the angry look on her face had not yet subsided. Crash. She pushed open the wooden door rather violently and walked in. Shunjen was startled. Seeing that it was Yuruchi, he lay back down. Yuruchi, I'm recuperating right now. Can you not be so rough? Don't you go scaring me to death one day. Shunjen watched as his daughter entered and, without a word, sat down beside him. Seeing the lingering expression on her face, he already had a good idea of what had happened. Did you and Kenma have a fight? To get you this angry, he's truly worthy of being the son-in-law I chose. Shunjen chuckled, and the sickly look on his face seemed to improve a lot. Hearing her father say this, Yuruchi was immediately displeased. Old man, am I your biological daughter, or is he your biological son? You don't even care about your own daughter, yet you're so biased towards an outsider son-in-law. Shunjen didn't immediately retort. Instead, he looked his daughter over from head to toe, shook his head, and sighed. He's much better than you. I rather wish he were my biological son. But a son-in-law isn't bad either. He couldn't decide the abilities and personalities of his own blood, but he could decide the personality and abilities of his son-in-law. After searching for so long, he had finally found a son-in-law who satisfied him. Naturally, no amount of praise was too much. Shunjen's words immediately made Yuruchi's face puff up with anger, just like when she was a child who hadn't grown up. Sigh, in the end, she's still my daughter. Shunjen sat up with the help of a servant and looked at Yuruchi. Tell me, what happened between you two this time? These old bones of mine are still around. I can still give you some advice. Yuruchi recounted everything that had just happened from beginning to end. By the end of her story, even she couldn't help but sigh. Old man, this fiancé you recruited for me is so flawless. I can't find any opening to attack. He does his work diligently and follows the code of conduct to the letter. Naturally, there are no flaws. After hearing the story, Shunjen was even more satisfied with his son-in-law. As expected of the son-in-law I personally chose. So steady. It was precisely because of this character that he had taken a liking to Kenma. In comparison, what kind of person was his daughter's follower, that Uchiha Kasuke? Kenma was right. In the end, it was your follower's fault. He's been acting recklessly under your protection for too long, violating regulations more than once, habitually disregarding the law. A person like that is full of filth. Naturally, he can't withstand scrutiny. One investigation and he's done for. Now look at that boy Kenma. He's experienced in his work and does everything by the book. Even if you deliberately try to find fault, you won't find any mistakes. Being told this by Shunjen, Yuruchi's face grew darker and darker. Father, why are you also speaking up for him and belittling Kasuke so much? Wasn't he the one who framed Kasuke? What, where was I wrong? Shunjen snorted, his face showing displeasure. Let's not even talk about whether it was a setup by Kenma. Even if he did deliberately frame him, I would be even more satisfied with him. Skillfully using the rules without leaving a single piece of evidence, everything so reasonable, that's what's truly commendable. Now look at your follower. He actually had the audacity to list items explicitly banned by the Sherui in his funding application. Does that seem like something a normal person would do? Not only that, but he even tried to drag you, the captain, down with him. He has no sense of responsibility, no means, and is even more unsightly. If it weren't for Kenma suppressing this matter in time, our Shihoin clan would have been disgraced along with you. Yuruchi pouted and muttered, how could that be? It's not that serious. Not that serious? How is it not that serious? Shunjen's tone became incredibly grave. If Kenma hadn't suppressed it in time, once it was reported to Squad 1, a mere Urahara Kasuke's death would be of no consequence. But what about you? At that time, even you, the head of the Shihoin clan, would be punished. What face would the Shihoin clan have left? Kenma is so sensible, but what did you do? You didn't see this layer. Based solely on your followers' one-sided story, you acted impulsively without thinking. And now you're blaming him. What face do you have? After her father's barrage of accusations, Yuruchi lost her spirit and no longer continued to argue. After a moment of silence, she asked unwillingly, Father, I don't understand. Why do you think so highly of that guy? Is he really that outstanding? Shunjen nodded emphatically. He is that outstanding. Otherwise, why would I have chosen him to be my son-in-law? He looked at his daughter's face and sighed, understanding. In the end, Yuruchi was still against this marriage, she was still angry about it. But what could he do? The Shihoin clan's great legacy, the inheritance of generations of ancestors, couldn't just be thrown away. His daughter was so unreliable, his son was still young, and he himself didn't have many years left to live. If he didn't rely on this steady son-in-law, who else could he rely on? Shunjen softened his tone and said gently, Yuruchi, you are too arrogant. You have never looked at him properly, so naturally, you cannot see his good points. I have not. If that's the case, then tell me about Kenma's past. Yuruchi was at a loss for words. Only now did she realize that she had never really learned about her fiancé's past experiences. You see. You don't even know the background of the person you will share a bed with in the future. Isn't that a sign that you haven't taken him seriously? Shunjen had expected this and didn't react much to Yuruchi's current behavior. He just sighed again. My clueless daughter, you really need to be more mindful. Kenma came to the Soul Society after he died. He was taken in by a soul, joined the Yakuza, and eventually became the Wakagashira of that organization. After that, he joined the Shino Academy, graduated with honors, and became a member of Squad 11. We few idlers even gave the 3 most outstanding students who graduated in those years the title of the 3 Greats. It was only later, when the Kachiki clan recruited Koga as a son-in-law, that I realized why that old fellow Kachiki Jinrei had nothing better to do than to give the 3 of them a title. It was to build up Koga's reputation so that his marriage into the family wouldn't cause too much of a public stir. The title for all 3 not only made a name for Koga, but also had the other 2 share the spotlight with him. Humph, a very clever move. And I was worrying about you and the Shihoin clan's affairs. Seeing the Kachiki clan do this, I followed their example and chose that child, Kenma. The title of the 3 Greats, although it now seemed to be the handiwork of Kachiki Jinrei, Shunjen had to admit that all 3 were talented individuals, each with their own unique characteristics. One was proud and aloof, like the high-hanging moon. One was gentle as jade, as kind as water. And the last one, steady and prudent, as firm as a rock. The 3 had even attracted the attention of the captain commander, who had personally given them the high praise of, with a little tempering, they can become pillars of the Godai 13. After hearing this, Yuruchi nodded and then asked, who was the last of the 3 Greats? And why didn't you choose him? His name is Eizen Sasuke. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 23, the most important thing. His name is Eizen Sasuke. At the mention of this name, the image of the gentleman with glasses flashed in Shihoin Shunjen's mind. For some reason, he couldn't quite see through this person, as if layers of mist covered him, or like a dream seen through a mirror or a flower in the water, hazy and illusory. Shunjen couldn't help but shake his head. He is also outstanding, but just too perfect, so perfect that it makes me feel a little strange. My gut tells me that Eizen is definitely not as simple as he appears. Besides, I have Kenma. Isn't that enough? After hearing her father's explanation, Yuruchi nodded thoughtfully. So, Eizen needs to be watched. You don't need to be the one to watch him. Captain Commander Yamamoto is not someone to be trifled with. That's true. After hearing the stories, Yuruchi immediately brought the conversation back to the purpose of her visit. Let's not talk about that for now. Kisuke and Suifeng have been captured. I don't dare to act rashly, which is why I've come to you for help, old man. Father, is there any way you can save them? Shunjen said with subconscious disdain, what value is there in saving a person like Urahara Kisuke? The Hachi clan have been vassals of our Shihoin clan for generations. That little girl from the Hachi clan is also completely loyal to you, so it's fine to save her. But Urahara. Shunjen stopped mid-sentence, a dazed expression on his face. He turned to look at his daughter, a look of disbelief in his eyes. I say, Yuruchi, were you not paying attention to what I just said, or did you hear it and not think deeply about it? Huh. Yuruchi didn't know why her father had suddenly changed his attitude. The expression on his face was a colorful mix of emotions, shock laced with disappointment, helplessness with a touch of disbelief, and finally, a hint of relief. It was truly complex. She could only say weakly, of course I was listening. Why do you ask, father? So she didn't think deeply about it. So now she's not calling me, old man. Shunjen couldn't help but cover his forehead, his heart filled with gloom. What sin had the Shihoin clan committed to have such a simpleton sent to their family? And how could he have such a foolish, incompetent, and unreliable daughter? He wondered if she was deliberately trying to anger him. Yuruchi, I said before that Kenma suppressed this matter. Do you still not understand what that means? Out of consideration for the Shihoin clan's reputation, he suppressed it, which means he doesn't want to make a big deal out of it and have everyone know. Do you understand? Shunjen scolded her harshly. But Yuruchi had always been thick-skinned. Having been reprimanded by her father since she was a child, she was now indifferent to his scolding, feeling nothing. That is to say, he is even less likely to kill Kisuke and Suifeng because of this. On the contrary, her father's reminder made her realize, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She pinched her chin and said, in that case, that guy Kenma was just putting on a show. So I can rest assured. Rest assured, my foot. At this moment, Shunjen had completely lost hope in his daughter's rusty brain. How could she have no sensitivity to the situation at all? Kenma won't kill them, but that doesn't mean he will let them off so easily. Even if he doesn't kill them, the Massacre has plenty of ways to torture people, to make your two followers wish for death but be unable to die. Wouldn't that be easy? Yuruchi quickly asked, he won't kill them, and he won't let them go. Then what does he want? Naturally, to control you, for his right to speak in the Shihoin clan. Shunjen stated his opinion directly. As long as you still care about those two, they are a weapon in Kenma's hands to threaten you. In the future, when you have a conflict with him, he only needs to bring up those two to force you to submit. He's using this as leverage, step by step, to make you admit defeat, admit your mistakes, to make you give in, to weaken your right to speak, and thus expand his position in the Shihoin clan. It's not impossible for him to eventually become the actual master of the family. Yuruchi exclaimed, since he's so sinister, why did you even recruit him into the family? And why do you admire him so much? Isn't it all for you? For your brother? Shunjen's glare immediately silenced Yuruchi. It doesn't matter if the Shihoin clan is controlled by him. As long as he doesn't have the most crucial part, everything can be handed over to him. As long as you two have a child, that child will be the most orthodox heir of the Shihoin clan. And Kenma is a man who values relationships. For the sake of his own son, he will surely protect the Shihoin clan. Yuruchi had a realization. She asked her father tentatively, the most crucial part. Father, are you referring to the treasures bestowed upon our family by the Soul King? That's right. So you do have a brain after all. Shunjen sighed. Although his daughter didn't use her brain often, she still had one. Occasionally, it could even turn. She could easily see the essence of the matter. I am very satisfied with Kenma, so I have given him the greatest degree of authority. Connections, information, funds, I have let him control everything. But the most crucial power lies in your and Yashiro's hands. The Soul Society, the Siriidii, may seem glamorous, but the power gap between individuals is huge. In essence, it is a world where the strong are respected. Otherwise, Yamamoto wouldn't have been able to sit in the position of Captain Commander for over 1,000 years. Otherwise, the four great noble clans wouldn't have been so noble for so many years. The financial power Shunjen gave to Kenma was powerless in the face of true strength. The connections of the nobles would also spontaneously follow the strong after seeing the gap in power. Although those intelligence networks were formidable, they couldn't investigate information at the captain level. In the face of power, they still couldn't make a wave. So my bottom line in the future is to guard these treasures and make myself incredibly strong. Yuruchi was lost in thought. She gradually understood her father's arrangements. She then asked, does my fiancé know about this? With his intelligence, how could it be hidden from him? He probably knew from the very beginning. Shunjen said, and as for this current matter, perhaps it wasn't started by Kenma, but he definitely had a hand in pushing it along. This is a test, and also a preliminary investigation. He is observing how you will respond, and what moves you will make. Once he has thoroughly familiarized himself with your response patterns, he will strike decisively, delivering a thunderous blow to make you submit completely. Yuruchi pleaded, then what should I do now? That will depend on you personally. Shunjen held up 2 fingers and explained. 1. You give up on Urahara Kasuke and Hachi Shoryo. Kenma will naturally be unable to threaten you. Yuruchi shook her head repeatedly. No, Kasuke is my friend, and Suifeng admires me. I can't abandon them. Then the second path, you admit defeat. Just admit defeat like that. Or what? You don't have any pieces to trade with him. Shunjen said earnestly. This time you admit defeat, you must learn your lesson. In the future, you must think through the cause and effect of your actions, and you can no longer be rash and impulsive. I understand, father. Kenma was unaware of the private conversation between father and daughter. He was just using this time to try and free up some leisure for himself. And finally, to take a few days off. To go to a familiar yet strange new world. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 24, The Uchiha's Loyalty. When Yuruchi came out of her father Shunjen's room, she immediately went to Kenma's study. She would not give up on Kasuke and Suifeng, bowing her head and admitting defeat was nothing compared to the importance of her friends. But when she arrived at the study, she didn't see him. After asking the guards on duty near the study, Yuruchi learned that Kenma had already left the Squad 2 barracks with his attendants. Not daring to delay, Yuruchi immediately set off for the Squad 2 headquarters on the hill and found the vice-captain at work. The vice-captain's name was Omida Marekyo, a powerfully built man with a brown pompadour. He was the father of the legendary Omida Shin. Marekyo, have you seen that guy Kenma? I need to talk to him. Yuruchi arrived at the vice-captain's office and pushed the door open without ceremony. She asked loudly as she walked, her face showing unconcealed anxiety. Yuruchi's sudden arrival startled Omida Marekyo, but seeing that it was Captain Yuruchi, his temper instantly vanished. In the time that Yuruchi had been captain, he had more or less gotten used to her sudden surprises. Captain, as for Lord Kenma, he took a few days' leave. He said he was taking that little follower of his to the world of the living for a look around, to broaden his experience. Although he was a vice-captain, he addressed the 4th seat as Lord, but Marekyo had never been one to fuss over such small details. Kenma had brought Sherui over before. When Sherui heard that the residential land had been a gift from this vice-captain Omida, and had then been given to the Uchiha clan by Kenma, he had immediately expressed his gratitude to the magnanimous man. If it weren't for this vice-captain's generosity, Kenma really wouldn't have had a place to settle the Uchiha clan. It was only right for Sherui to express his thanks to him. Looking at Yuruchi's face, Omida Marekyo put down his pen, picked up a teacup to brew some tea, and said calmly. Captain, you seem to be in a hurry. Do you have business with Lord Kenma? To leave at a time like this, he must be doing it on purpose. It's just to keep Kasuke and Suifeng locked up a little longer, to put enough pressure on me. Yuruchi gritted her teeth. Faced with the vice-captain's question, she couldn't just say it outright and could only state forcefully. It's nothing. I just came to have a look. Nothing, my foot. Marekyo was a man of the world. How could he not see that something was wrong with Yuruchi? Combined with Kenma's leave of absence, the imprisonment of Urahara Kasuke and the daughter of the Hachi family. Sigh. It was hard to say. In any case, it was a matter between the young couple. It really wasn't his place as a subordinate to interfere. He could only give an awkward smile and offer the teacup to Yuruchi. Captain, have some tea. Calm down. If you have nothing else to do, come and help me with some official business. I'm so busy I can't get away. The 4th seat was on leave, the 3rd seat was locked up, and the patrol and detention corps were leaderless. The entire Squad 2 was now relying on him alone to keep it running. Now that he had a rare sighting of the captain, he naturally had to give it a try. But the moment Yuruchi heard there was work to be done, her expression changed. She didn't even drink the tea and left immediately. Well, I'm going to check on Kasuke and Suifeng. You carry on, Marekyo. Watching the captain's departing figure, Marekyo smoothed down his pompadour, a look of understanding on his rugged face. Now he was certain that there was definitely something going on. And it was very likely related to matters of the heart. In an instant, Marekio had imagined a whole emotional drama. Forget it, forget it. What does the master's family's business have to do with a vassal like me? Getting the work at hand done is what's important. While Yuruchi was thinking about him, Kenma had already returned to the Uchiha clan with Sherui and the other three. My lord is going to another world. When the Uchiha heard the purpose of Kenma's trip, their expressions all turned solemn. Fugaku said with concern, my lord's status is noble, and the situation in the other world is unknown. There is no guarantee that there won't be any danger. Why not let a servant handle it? My lord, what Fugaku says is right. We Uchiha are your weapons. Now that you have an important matter, it is only right for the Uchiha clan to step forward and solve your troubles for you. Your kindness to the Uchiha clan is as heavy as a mountain. Now is the time for the Uchiha clan to offer our lives. Otherwise, what face would we have to continue living? Seeing the Uchiha's high-ranking elders show their concern, repeatedly offering to risk their lives for him, Kenma smiled inwardly. The Uchiha clan knew how to repay kindness. It seemed his efforts during this time had not been in vain. However, on the surface, Kenma still wore his calm and serious expression. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. As for the issue of safety, there is even less need to worry. I have been to that world before and have some understanding of it. The people there do not have the ability to harm me. Sherui, behind Kenma, nodded slightly in agreement. Before they came, Kenma had told him about the general situation of that world. It was clear that he had gathered intelligence in advance. Sherui had heard from Kenma that the world was full of seas, with very little land, and pirates were rampant. There was also an incredible fruit that, when eaten, would grant unusual superpowers. It was a wondrous world. Hearing Kenma's words, Fugaku and the elders exchanged a glance, then shuffled forward on their knees. My lord, since your mind is made up, we will naturally obey and not dare to be negligent. But you are only taking Sherui with you on this trip. Your guard will inevitably be insufficient. Please allow the elite of the Uchiha clan to accompany you, so that you will also have subordinates to serve you. We hope for your gracious approval. With that, Uchiha Fugaku knelt on the floor, his head pressed tightly against the tatami mat. Kenma stroked his chin, looking at the Uchiha below. They all had their heads bowed like Fugaku, their expressions solemn, silently pleading with Kenma. Kenma had originally planned to travel light, thinking that taking Sherui alone would be enough. It would broaden his horizons, and he could work for him in the future. Now, seeing this group of Uchiha acting as if they would die here if he didn't let them accompany him, he could see how much they valued this. After some thought, Kenma nodded and gestured to Fugaku. Fugaku, rise. With such loyalty from all of you, it would not be right for me to refuse your wishes. So be it. I agree. Fugaku, you will select the guards. More people would be better. At least someone could help him with errands. Having received Kenma's approval, Fugaku and the others showed their delight, then went down to select the clan's elite. After these past few days of training, the strength of the Uchiha clan had grown by leaps and bounds. Most of them had the spiritual power of an ordinary Shinigami, and some had even reached the level of a seated officer. They were already usable. This trip with Lord Kenma to another world is the perfect opportunity to show him the recent changes in our Uchiha clan. I must strive to make our lord satisfied with us. Fugaku thought to himself. Kenma, on the other hand, took Sherui and the others to the courtyard where the Senkaman was kept. The Uchiha clan was very sensible. Even though Kenma hadn't said anything, they hadn't occupied this courtyard. They had even arranged for men to guard it. When Kenma returned to this courtyard after a long time, he saw 2 squads of Uchiha clansmen guarding the area around the Senkaman. Sensing their spiritual pressure, he noted they were all elites. The Uchiha are thoughtful. Upon seeing Kenma arrive, the 2 squads bowed and immediately retreated to the side. Looking at the Senkaman formed by the 2 square wooden pillars before him, Kenma stepped forward and drew the Zanpakutō from his waist. Sever, Kiritsugu. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 25, Arriving in the Pirate World. Kenma walked to the Senkaman, his Zanpakutō already drawn and held at his side. He softly chanted the release command for his Zanpakutō. Sever, Kiritsugu. The blade lit up with a crystal-clear light, a grim chill flowing from it. The world before him suddenly changed. When he opened his eyes again, Kenma found himself on a lake, with a giant compass in the center. He himself was located at the very center of the compass. Before him, several points of light glowed. On one of them was a large Chinese character, fire. Next to fire, there was another point of light with the character sea on it. Kenma surveyed the familiar surroundings, his expression still calm. He had expected this. The world of my Zanpakutō. That's right. A strange voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Kenma turned to see a man in black armor standing there. The man had a red scarf around his neck, dark brown skin, short white hair, and an indifferent face devoid of any expression. Kenma, it seems you're about to cross worlds again. The man's voice was deep, with an icy quality to it. Kenma nodded. Long time no see, Kiritsugu. This man was the materialized form of Kenma Zanpakutō. Kiritsugu. Just as you said, I'm going to open a spatial passage between two worlds. Kiritsugu was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Although I am against you going to other worlds, since it's your decision, I cannot dissuade you, so I won't stand in your way. All I can do now is offer you my sincere blessings. May you have good fortune in battle. Kenma smiled, then turned to face the point of light with the character for C. He raised the Zanpakutō in his hand and struck at the character. The position of C was the coordinate of that world of oceans. In reality, the Zanpakutō in Kenma's hand also swung down into the void within the Senkaman. A silvery white, crescent-shaped blade of light swung out, striking the space and instantly tearing open a dark rift. Crack. Crackle. A series of sounds like shattering glass followed. The top and bottom edges of the spatial rift were jagged, like the gaping mouth of an indescribable beast, revealing sharp teeth within. And this beast was constantly widening its mouth. The spatial rift grew larger and larger, eventually filling the entire Senkaman. At this moment, the gate was completely dark. Looking inside, one could see a faint point of light in the deepest part, the end of the Senkaman. By entering the gate and walking to the end, one could reach that other world full of seas. Having opened the spatial passage between the two worlds with a single slash, Kenma nodded to himself, his expression relaxing. If he had to truly break the spatial barrier between two worlds, with his current third-rank spiritual power, it would take him nearly a full day. But the success of this single strike was because he had already cleared the path long ago. Now, he was merely cutting through the surface space, so it naturally didn't require much power. Your power is truly awe-inspiring, my lord. To witness it with my own eyes is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Seeing Kenma finish and sheath his sword, Sherui couldn't help but exclaim with heartfelt admiration. It is truly a godlike ability. As expected of the lord we have pledged our loyalty to. His strength is unmatched. Powerful, so powerful. The Uchiha at the side also chimed in with sincere agreement. Even though they had seen it before, witnessing Kenma's ability again with their own eyes, the Uchiha still felt a shock that resonated in their souls. No matter the world, abilities related to space were always difficult to contend with, the vast gap in power enough to make one despair. And this was only a part of their master's abilities. As the Uchiha's voices of surprise and flattery died down, Kenma remained expressionless, though he did not stop them. At this moment, Fugaku arrived in the courtyard with the selected elite. My lord, the elite of the Uchiha have assembled. Please inspect them. Fugaku led his men before Kenma and knelt on one knee, the Uchiha behind him doing the same. Kenma looked over. There were about a dozen men, all uniformly dressed in the Uchiha's characteristic high-collared attire, with the Uchiha's fan crest on their collars and backs. Yashiro, Tekka, and the others were also in the group. These men all possessed decent spiritual pressure. Their expressions were cold and filled with a murderous aura, clearly having been informed of the purpose of this trip. This bloodthirsty demeanor fit Kenma's ingrained impression of the Uchiha clan perfectly. This is the stuff. Not bad. Kenma looked at Fugaku and noticed that he too had a Zanpakutō at his waist, his face full of killing intent. Fugaku, you're going too. What about the clan? My lord, your safety is of the utmost importance. Fugaku's expression was incredibly solemn. Within the clan, only Sherui and I are the strongest. It is only natural that we accompany you. The Uchiha clan has now successfully established a foothold in the Soul Society. The clan's affairs are being handled by the elders, so my temporary absence will not cause any delays. There was one more thing Fugaku didn't say. Because of what Itachi had done, he was not well liked within the Uchiha clan. When they first arrived in the Soul Society, the clan was facing a matter of life and death, so there was no time to deal with it. Now that they had adapted to life in the Soul Society, the clansmen's dissatisfaction was brewing. Fugaku's governance was only maintained by his past authority. Coupled with Kenma's orders, the clansmen had no choice but to obey. To be fair, the clansmen's feelings were only of dissatisfaction. Although they were dead now, it wasn't much different from when they were alive. In fact, without the ostracism and suppression from Konoha, the clansmen were living more comfortably than before. But Fugaku couldn't get over the hurdle in his own heart. In the end, it was Itachi's fault, and as Itachi's father, he naturally bore a great sin. This was a good opportunity to go outside, see the world, and calm his mind. Perhaps he would have other realizations. Hearing Fugaku's words, Kenma nodded, turned, and walked towards the darkness within the Senkaman. All right, follow me. As his voice fell, the Uchiha rose. Led by Sherui and Fugaku, they all followed behind Kenma. Walking along the dark path, the light ahead grew brighter in their eyes. When they reached the end, the same sliding wooden door that had brought them from the ninja world to the Soul Society appeared before them. An unknown light source illuminated the area around the wooden door, making it as bright as day. Whoosh! The wooden door was pulled open. Kenma stepped out, and the Uchiha followed in a single file. Their feet landed on soft sand. Before them was a junkyard filled with abandoned warships and scrap metal. Further ahead was a boundless, azure sea. The sun was high in the sky, which was clear for thousands of miles. A gentle breeze blew, and the sunlight shone down, making the sea glitter. The salty, humid smell of the sea washed over them, invigorating everyone. The sea. This is another world. The incredibly wondrous world my lord spoke of. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 26, Differences. The weather was fine, and the sea surged. If one were to remove the rather unsightly scrap iron and garbage on the beach, this would be a great vacation spot. After arriving, the Uchiha group first looked around, checking for any danger. Then, they immediately realized that they were already souls. Whether there were living people or not was no longer a concern for them. The living could not see the souls of the dead. Perhaps because this beach was a junkyard, there wasn't a single living person to be seen. What a tall building. It must be 200 or 300 meters high. The Uchiha observed their surroundings. When they turned to look behind them, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A huge building dominated the island, tall and massive, occupying nearly half of the island's space. Looking up from such a close distance, one couldn't see the top at all. Everyone felt it was incredibly magnificent. Whether in the ninja world or the Soul Society, it was rare to see such a spectacular man-made structure. Let's go. We'll head to the top of this building first. The view is wide open there. Kenma's figure walked towards the building. Seeing this, the Uchiha immediately followed behind Kenma. Sherui glanced at the huge building in front of him, then at Kenma, and asked, "My lord, what is the purpose of our trip? Is it similar to that night with our Uchiha clan?" Fugaku glanced sideways, sighing in his heart. "It seems my lord is going to recruit new subordinates. Then our importance to him will be greatly diminished." Something like that. Kenma knew these people had their doubts. He organized his thoughts and spoke as they walked. "Sherui, I remember telling you that this place is full of seas and rampant with pirates, right?" "Yes, you did say that, my lord. Since pirates are rampant, there must naturally be a navy to eliminate them." Kenma pointed to the building in front of them. "This island is the headquarters of all the navies in this world, and it's called Marineford. This building is the Marine headquarters base." Sherui thought for a moment, then his brow furrowed. "You said, my lord, that in this world, both pirates and the navy have many powerful individuals, some of whom are not much weaker than the 5 Kage of the ninja world. Since this is the Marine headquarters, it must be full of powerful people, but for you to gather souls here, my lord, could it be that something similar to the Uchiha clan massacre has also happened here?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Fugaku at the side, and the dozen or so Uchiha guards following behind, all changed, becoming incredibly ugly. The strongest Uchiha clan in the ninja world had not died on the battlefield, but at the hands of comrades they had gone through life and death with. To the proud Uchiha, this was an absolute, monumental irony. Could it be that such a ridiculous and absurd event would be repeated in another world? Hearing Shersui's analysis, Kenma smiled inwardly. "It's not what you think. I've come here because a war is about to break out. 100,000 elite marines against a large pirate fleet of 30 to 40,000. The scale of this war will be quite large." Fugaku was shocked, a sense of absurdity rising in his heart. War was a common occurrence in a ninja's life, so that was nothing. But the location of this decisive battle was truly strange. To think that a war with pirates would break out at the Great Marine headquarters. In Fugaku's mind, this was like the outbreak of a great ninja war, but with the battle taking place in Konoha village. Or a great war with hollows breaking out in a core location of the Soul Society like the Sherui. For a base to be attacked like this, for any power, it would be the most critical moment. It wasn't just Fugaku, even Sherui and the other Uchiha clansmen had thought of this situation. Sherui quickly asked, "Could it be that in this world, the navy has reached such a critical point of survival?" Fugaku showed a look of confusion and also asked, "But looking at the numbers, 100,000 elite marines are clearly more than double the 30 or 40,000 pirates. How could such a critical moment occur?" Kenma turned his head slightly, his peripheral vision taking in the expressions on their faces. After hearing their questions, he immediately understood the source of their surprise. It was clear that Fugaku and Sherui were thinking with conventional logic and were clearly mistaken. He shook his head and explained to the Uchiha, "It's a little different from what you're thinking. It's not a crisis, but a deliberate design by the Navy." A deliberate design? Sherui and Fugaku exchanged a glance, a trace of confusion flashing across both their faces. What was the Navy's purpose in doing this? To go so far as to use their crucial headquarters base as a battlefield. Kenma continued, "In this world, there are 4 pirates who stand at the pinnacle of the world, ruling the seas like emperors, so they are called the 4 emperors by the people. And among the 4 emperors, there is a pirate known as the world's strongest man, named Whitebeard. He has a hobby of taking in people as his adopted sons. The Navy happened to capture one of Whitebeard's sons and decided to execute him publicly. The execution platform is right here in Marineford. To save his son, Whitebeard will inevitably engage in a major battle with the Marine headquarters, which has gathered the elites of the 4 seas. I have received news that the Great War will be in the next 2 days." Kenma had been to this world before and had already planned his time. It was because of this Great War at the summit that he had come to Marineford at this time. Once the war started, there would be countless deaths and injuries. Among these dead, there might be souls with the qualification to become Shinigami. Even if there weren't enough qualified souls, just the 2 people who would die on the battlefield were enough to make Kenma personally make the trip. Whitebeard and Ace. After hearing Kenma's introduction, Sherui showed a thoughtful expression. Although he still didn't understand the reason for using the headquarters base as a battlefield. A war breaking out at the headquarters would cause a huge political upheaval. The morale of the army, public opinion, what a terrible impact these would have. Even if it was to lure the enemy in, couldn't they have chosen another, less important location? Sherui shook his head in confusion. Perhaps this was the difference in thinking between a maritime power and a land power, or perhaps it was the difference between 2 worlds. Fugaku thought more about it. He sighed, "No matter the world, war is inescapable. Even after death, one cannot escape conflict and slaughter. Perhaps this was the nature of humanity and all living beings." The group followed Kenma and soon walked out of the beach, arriving in front of the building. At the foot of this huge building, there was actually a town where people lived. Because the war was approaching, there were no ordinary people to be seen in the town, only Marine soldiers standing guard and on patrol. Kenma and his group walked openly past squads of patrolling soldiers. But even though so many people were walking by, these soldiers didn't see or hear them at all, and continued to carry out their military duties normally. Whoa, these people really can't see us. It seems we are really dead. Even when passing by the soldiers on guard, some Uchiha waved their hands less than 10 centimeters from a soldier's eyes, but the soldiers were completely oblivious, unable to see them at all. This made the Uchiha clansmen exclaim in admiration. Personally experiencing this rather strange scene, they had a particularly clear feeling of what it was like to be a soul. Life in the Soul Society was no different from usual, they still drank water, ate, and loved normally. This daily routine had been numbing their nerves and minds. Only at this moment could they personally feel just how great the difference was between life and death. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 27, The 7 Warlords. The people here are so tall. And they're all so muscular, full of muscles. Giants, who are usually a rare sight, can be seen everywhere here. As expected of another world. After entering the Marine headquarters, the Uchiha group looked at the Marine soldiers coming and going in the building, their hearts filled with surprise, and they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Perhaps because it was another world, the people here were generally tall and powerful. In the ninja world or the Soul Society, people who were 2 meters tall were a rare sight. For example, their master Kenma, at 1 meter 90, was a tall figure who stood out among all the Shinigami in the Sherui. But in this world, it was commonplace, seen everywhere. In fact, compared to the Marine admirals who were often 3 or 4 meters tall, a 2-meter tall figure seemed small and pitiful. Like a dwarf who hadn't finished growing. And not only that, but they even saw more rare beings. The group walked openly through the overly wide corridor. A giant man walked towards them, his height estimated to be an unimaginable 7 meters. He was exceptionally muscular, especially his chest, which made his upper body seem abnormally large and his legs short, a very strange sight. This giant wore a barriered hat and held a thick book in his hand. Every step he took made the ground beneath his feet tremble. Boom. 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 Everyone worried that the building would collapse under the giant's weight. A giant. Is this a body size a normal person can have? As expected of another world. Hearing the Uchiha behind him discussing animatedly, Kenma, at the front, was amused by their reactions. He hadn't expected this group of arrogant Uchiha to be so surprised by the people of this pirate world. Kenma felt like he was leading a group of elementary school students on a sightseeing tour. Looking at the giant in front of him, Kenma recognized his identity at first glance. After all, he was so distinctive. He said without turning his head, "This is not a giant, just an ordinary human with a somewhat large stature. As for giants, you'll be able to see them in a little while." Hearing Kenma's words, the Uchiha were shocked. A 7-meter-tall figure is considered an ordinary person. And there are actually giants. If an ordinary person can be 7 meters tall, then how tall would a giant be? As they passed the giant, every Uchiha looked up at him. He really is tall. After walking a little further, the group saw another person who was the complete opposite of this giant. This person was also tall, about 7 or 8 meters, but his appearance was unusually terrifying and strange. He had a huge belly with short legs, a strangely long neck, and no chin. A stitched scar ran from his mouth to his chest. His skin was gray, and 2 sharp spikes protruded from his forehead. He was grinning with a cavernous mouth, revealing a mouthful of fangs, like a demon that had crawled out of purgatory. From a distance, it looked like a giant onion was striding towards them, each step also shaking the corridor. After the shock of the previous giant, seeing this ferocious-looking man, their surprise was less intense. In the end, they could only sigh. Another world is truly wondrous. After passing this giant, Sherui couldn't help but look back again, then asked Kenma, "My lord, is this also a human, not some kind of demon or monster? Don't be fooled by his strange appearance. He is indeed human, not some demon or monster." Seeing his confused face, Kenma explained. Among the countless pirates on the sea, besides the 4 emperors I mentioned before, there are also some silver medalists whose strength is second only to the 4 emperors. The most representative of these are the pirates who have been granted permission by the world government to plunder legally, the 7 warlords of the sea. The 2 giants we just saw, the muscular man with the barriered hat is named Bartholomew Kuma, with the title Tyrant. The strange-looking one is called Gecko Moria. They are both members of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea. Fugaku's brow furrowed. He had a certain political acumen and could naturally see the political stance of these so-called 7 warlords. Since they had been granted permission to plunder by the world government, they would naturally have to provide assistance to the world government in some matters. For example, the current war between the Navy and the 4 emperors. He could feel the unusually powerful auras of the 2. They were very strong, clearly not ordinary people. "My lord, are all 7 of them giants like this?" "Not necessarily. Besides giants, their body types are also considered rare in this world." After passing these 2 giants, they met 2 more people. One was a man with unusually sharp eyes. His appearance and height were normal, but he carried a huge, pitch-black sword on his back, which looked very intimidating. The other was about 3 meters tall. His body shape was normal, but his style of dress was distinctive. He wore a pink feather coat and a pair of sunglasses, and his walking posture was very flamboyant. However, compared to the first 2, the visual impact was much weaker. Kenma introduced them to the group. These 2 are also members of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, and the heavenly Yaksha, Donkikso Doflamingo. The world's greatest swordsman. Heavenly Yaksha. Everyone could feel that these 2 were also no ordinary individuals. Just from their walking posture, one could tell that both were very strong. Especially the great swordsman with eyes as sharp as a falcon's, he was ridiculously strong. Even in their past lives, they probably wouldn't have been a match for these few warlords. The only ones who could have held their own for a couple of rounds would have been the Mangekyo-wielding clan head Fugaku and the clan's strongest, Sherui. Fortunately, they were already dead and had a different system of power from their previous lives. Sherui and Fugaku exchanged a glance, both understanding the true thoughts in each other's hearts. If these powerful individuals die in this war, and if they also possess the aptitude to become Shinigami, they would definitely be the best assets for Lord Kenma. So, should we give them a little push? The 7 warlords have all appeared. It seems the preparations for the war are complete. After passing by these people, Kenma was lost in thought. The war was coming. As the group passed through this floor and had just reached the stairs, they were met by a group of giants who moved like mountains. These giants were dressed in various attires. Every step they took made the building shake, causing a commotion far greater than the 2 giant warlords before. Seeing the giants with their own eyes, the Uchiha group couldn't help but stop and watch this rare sight. Pairs of crimson Sharingan lit up, filled with shock. So these are real giants. Compared to them, the 2 warlords before were indeed not tall enough. How can they grow so tall? Can their internal organs, bones, and muscles support such a massive weight? After stopping to watch the giants leave, the Uchiha took a long time to come to their senses. They couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, discussing what they had seen along the way. The group climbed flight after flight of stairs and finally reached the rooftop. Standing on the green tiles, the group looked down from above at the square below, which was already filled with a dense crowd. The 100,000 elite marines summoned from the 4 seas had already formed their ranks and were waiting in formation. Chapter 28, lend me your Sharingan. Over a dozen of Kenma's group stood on the highest rooftop, looking down at the marine soldiers in the square below. From a distance, the figures were like ants, their coats fluttering, a sea of white meeting the eye. The Uchiha had all activated their Sharingan. Their excellent vision was enough to let them see with perfect clarity, ignoring the vast distance. They could even clearly see the cold sweat trickling down the faces of the marines below and the tension in their brows. The square was filled with a solemn atmosphere, the air growing incredibly oppressive. The giants they had encountered earlier were lined up in a row, weapons in hand, standing in front of the execution platform. The few impressive 7 warlords stood at the forefront of the crescent-shaped bay. If the battle were to break out, these 5 warlords would be the first to meet the enemy. They say 7 warlords, but it looks like only 5 have come. There's a woman, is she also a warlord? She should be. But to be so beautiful and still a pirate. She is indeed beautiful. The Uchiha looked and saw that there was indeed a beautiful woman, accompanied by a giant, colorful snake. In terms of beauty, even if the Uchiha exhausted all the people they had met in their lives and afterlives, no one could compare to this person. Kenma sat on the eaves of the roof. Looking out, he couldn't see as clearly as the Uchiha with their Sharingan, he could only vaguely make out a small dot. However, based on the others' words, he guessed the identity of the woman they were talking about. That is a great pirate known as the Pirate Empress. She is the queen of the Maiden Island, and is called the world's most beautiful woman. Empress. Maiden Island. Hearing Kenma's introduction, the Uchiha exchanged glances. They had to admit that this world of vast seas was indeed exceptionally fascinating. Although Kenma couldn't see clearly, he had his own methods. Sherui, lend me your Sharingan. Hearing Kenma's words, Sherui was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, my lord. With that, Sherui extended his index, middle, and thumb, and moved to jab them into his own eyes. Stop. Seeing this, Kenma immediately let out a sharp cry. The 3 fingers stopped steadily just before his eyes. Sherui retracted his hand and looked at Kenma, only to see a strange expression on his face. My lord. I say, Sherui, have you forgotten my ability? Kenma sighed inwardly. For some reason, Shersui's practiced movement just now made his heart ache a little. What is with this habit? Even if the Sharingan is hot-swappable, I can't do it. Realization dawned on Sherui, and a look of embarrassed shame appeared on his face. My lord, it is my fault. It was mainly that the habits of his past life were too deeply ingrained. He hadn't reacted in time and had forgotten that his master Zanpakutō could use a portion of the abilities of his contractors. Kenma didn't dwell on it. He said softly, I will send you a request. You just need to agree with your whole heart. As you command. In Shersui's vision, a thread-like line extended from his chest, its end connected to the Zanpakutō in Kenma's hand. At that moment, a sudden panic seized Sherui. An irrefutable will overrode his own soul, exuding a faint sense of dominance. He knew very well that this was the will of his master. Forcibly suppressing this almost instinctive feeling, Sherui nodded repeatedly in his heart, agreeing to this will's request. Immediately after, Sherui felt his vision suddenly go black. He instantly lost all sight, unable to see any light. And on Kenma's side, his eyes had impressively turned into crimson Sharingan. In his pupils, a pinwheel-like blade was slowly rotating. My lord, you. The Mangekyo in Fugaku's eyes flared up in an instant. He looked closely at Kenma's blood-red eyes, then at Shersui's, which had lost all focus, his face filled with irrepressible shock. The other Uchiha at the side were also watching the situation with Kenma. Although they had heard the conversation between Kenma and Sherui, seeing it with their own eyes, everyone still wore the same look of disbelief as Fugaku. When they first signed the contract, they had been told their powers could be borrowed, but they had never imagined that the eyes rooted in their bloodline could also be borrowed. But that's a physical organ. To be able to do even this. Such supreme power, as expected of our lord. The Uchiha's faces were now a complex mixture of panic and excitement. On one hand, the ability their clan took pride in could be taken so easily, which made them a little flustered. On the other hand, the master they followed possessed such great power, which was even more awe-inspiring. The Uchiha clan always had a special tolerance for the strong. There is no need to panic. Kenma looked around, feeling as if the world in his eyes had been renewed. Everything had become incredibly clear, almost too clear. The clouds in the sky, the fish in the sea, the dust kicked up over the bay, he could see it all without missing a single detail. From such a great distance, he could see the feathers on Doflamingo's coat, the patterns on Mihawk's sword, and the strands of hair on the Empress Hancock. She was indeed of extraordinary beauty. At least in Kenma's short 2 lifetimes, he had never met such a beautiful person. Even Yuruchi and the captain of Squad 4 were slightly inferior. As expected of the Sharingan. This long-distance vision alone is invaluable. And this was just a basic ability of the Sharingan. Fortunately, the entire Uchiha clan was now his property. In fact, Kenma's Zanpakutō could take another's ability without their consent. But the Uchiha clan was destined to be his right-hand force, and Sherui was the best among them. Kenma didn't want to strain their relationship, so he chose to ask as a sign of respect. Sherui looked over with empty eyes, his face filled with deep concern and anxiety as he asked, "Is my lord feeling any discomfort?" "Not at the moment." "Don't worry, I actually feel fine." Seeing Sherui's reaction, Kenma's heart softened. Even though he had been plunged into sudden darkness, Sherui's first thought was to worry about him. Sherui was truly good, with a personality like an angel's. This attitude alone made Kenma feel it was more than worth it. He had hit the jackpot. After reassuring Sherui, Kenma used his eyes to observe the environment below. Through the tension of the marine soldiers, he could feel the oppressive atmosphere of an impending war as if he were there. Dark clouds are pressing on the city, a storm is about to break. At the side, Fugaku, seeing that everything was normal with Kenma, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "My lord, seeing as the Navy has gathered so many elites, will Whitebeard really come to fight a direct war with the Navy, which is waiting in full formation, just to save one crew member?" Kenma nodded emphatically. "He will come. Because he is Whitebeard. Whitebeard would never abandon a comrade, even if it means facing the strongest power on these seas." Seeing Kenma so firm, Fugaku naturally dared not doubt. He lowered his eyes, biting his lip, a complex, sour feeling unconsciously welling up in his heart. Even a pirate understands this principle. Why did Konoha, the village we protected our whole lives, treat comrades from the same village like that? First Hyuga Hisashi, then our Uchiha clan. Konoha, the third Hokage, and Danzo, have they really fallen so far? Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 29, Ace arrives. A warship is coming. It's the ship transporting Ace. Through Sherui's Sharingan, Kenma looked into the distance, taking in the distant scenery in its entirety. Looking ahead through the hazy sea fog, he could see the steel gates that soared into the sky in the distance. His line of sight was blocked by layers of sea fog and water vapor, unable to see the top. Just by looking, it was impossible to tell how high it was, at least several hundred or 1,000 meters. However, he could still vaguely make out the two large characters carved on the gate. Justice. The gates of justice slowly opened a crack, letting in a sliver of light from the outside. After just a moment, the gates slowly closed. Kenma's gaze shifted downwards, landing on the sea below. He could faintly see a warship breaking through the waves, heading towards Marineford. The warship was very fast. In Kenma's Sharingan, his vision quickly became clear, and the scene on the deck was fully visible. Rows of marine soldiers stood on it, surrounding a figure in the center of the deck. Beside that figure stood a tall marine admiral wearing a helmet. The figure was bare-chested, sitting on a wooden chair, his hands, feet, and entire body bound by chains. He had short black hair and a few freckles on his face. This was the protagonist of the public execution, the fuse that would ignite this war at the summit, Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. At this moment, he was being escorted from the great underwater prison, impelled down, by Marine Vice Admiral Enigimo, to be executed in the square of Marineford. Kenma withdrew his gaze and beckoned to the Uchiha who were on alert around him. After the dozen or so men had gathered, Kenma said, "Since Ace has arrived, the execution is about to begin. I'll make the arrangements now." Kenma stood up, reached into his robes, and took out 5 finger-length iron nails, handing them to Fugaku. "These are some little things I got from the Kido Corps. You can inscribe a Kido spell on them. I've inscribed a special Kido on them. By inputting spiritual pressure, you can form a Kido barrier that has the ability to pacify and calm souls. Fugaku, you will arrange the manpower. Nail these 4 nails at the 2 corners of the crescent bay and on the high mountains on both sides. The resulting barrier will be enough to cover most of the bay and the entire square in front of the headquarters building." Kenma pointed to the 2 sides of the island and the 2 corners of the bay. The area covered by the barrier would be the center of the war, enough to collect most of the souls who died on the battlefield. "As you command." Fugaku carefully took the iron nails. Hearing Kenma's introduction, he remembered the great barrier that had enveloped their entire clan compound on the night of the massacre not long ago. Could it be this? He voiced his doubts, and Kenma explained, "The effect is the same, but your clan compound wasn't very large at the time, so I cast the Kido directly. Now we need to cover half the island. It would be too strenuous for me to do it alone, so I'm entrusting it to you." He glanced around. Seeing the solemn expressions on the faces of the Uchiha, he couldn't help but nod to himself. These Uchiha, after all, had undergone systematic training. They took the tasks he assigned them with the utmost seriousness. Kenma's expression turned serious as he continued to instruct. But let me remind you, the spiritual pressure must be input simultaneously to officially activate and form the barrier, and it must be input continuously. The moment it stops, the barrier will shatter. Because it is a one-time use, once the spiritual pressure ends, this thing will be completely useless. The Kido must be reinscribed. Please rest assured, my lord. We will complete the mission, even if it costs us our lives. Fugaku immediately knelt on one knee and responded with great solemnity. His expression gradually tensed, his brow furrowed deeply, making his eyes look even more ferocious. This stern-faced appearance truly fit his moniker, Fugaku of the Wicked Eye. And the surrounding Uchiha also wore solemn expressions, all kneeling on one knee before Kenma, making their guarantee. Please rest assured, my lord. We will complete the mission, even if it costs us our lives. This was the first formal order Kenma had given them. It had to be completed to perfection. Just be careful. Kenma waved his hand, telling the men to rise. In fact, Kenma could have done it himself. Even if it was across 4 locations on the island, he could connect them with his Zanpakuto's ability. As the Uchiha each condensed their spiritual pressure, the feedback to Kenma was incredibly frantic. In a short period of time, he had already reached the 3rd rank of spiritual power. The level of a captain, no doubt. His spiritual pressure was also sufficient to squander. Therefore, he hadn't planned on bringing so many people in the first place. But now that these people had come along, Kenma assigned them some tasks so they would at least have something to do. Participation was what mattered, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Next, you will work in pairs. One will be responsible for outputting spiritual pressure, and the other will guard. Fugaku, you will arrange the team members. Yes, my lord. After receiving Kenma's instructions, Fugaku, relying on his understanding of his clansmen, pointed his finger a few times and divided them into 4 groups. There were still 5 or 6 clansmen left out of the dozen or so, whom Kenma assigned to Fugaku. Fugaku, you will take the remaining men and be in charge of controlling the situation, commanding the scene, and even providing support to the 4 locations. This world has all sorts of strange and unusual abilities. It's possible there are people who can interact with souls. As you command. Fugaku nodded, then reacted and asked with concern, if that's the case, I'm afraid your guard will be weak, my lord. Your power is astonishing, my lord, and we are naturally at ease. But if we encounter some petty individuals with strange abilities and they disturb you, my lord, it will be our failure as guards, and we will be unable to shirk the blame. No need to worry. Kenma waved his hand and turned his head slightly towards Sherui. I have Sherui with me. Who could possibly disturb me? That, as you command. Fugaku saw that although Kenma's face was calm, there was a hint of decisiveness in his eyes, clearly not to be questioned. He could only agree helplessly. His sharp gaze fell on the gray-eyed Sherui as Fugaku said sternly, Sherui, from now on, you will be the only one by my lord's side. Do not be careless. Yes, I will definitely complete my mission. Although Sherui couldn't see, he still turned his head towards the source of the voice and nodded heavily in assurance. Seeing the Uchiha so serious, Kenma said to Fugaku, there's no need to be so harsh. Fugaku immediately bowed. Kenma then looked at Sherui and said, Sherui, I'm done with the Sharingan. Prepare to receive it. Yes, my lord. As his voice fell, Sherui felt a sense of fullness in his eye sockets. He blinked. The darkness was rapidly receding, and the world brightened. The scene before him was once again reflected in his eyes in every detail. His dull eyes had regained their original luster. The pinwheel-like blade pattern within them was slowly rotating, exuding an ominous aura. Ah. Kenma felt a blur before his eyes. The world that had been so incredibly clear had returned to its normal state. Looking into the distance again, he couldn't even see the distant gates of justice, let alone the marine soldiers in the square below. Such a great difference, on the contrary, made him feel a moment of disorientation. He had to say, the Sharingan was really useful. My lord, are you all right? Is there any discomfort? The surrounding Uchiha noticed Kenma's slight discomfort, a look of concern in their eyes. Kenma waved his hand. It's nothing. Just a bit of a drop. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 30, Shersui's Bakuto. Seeing Kenma's slight discomfort, Fugaku hurried over, his face showing genuine concern. Perhaps my lord should keep Shersui's eyes permanently. If you have a mission for Sherui, these eyes of mine are also Mangekyo and are qualified to serve as your eyes, my lord. As for the other clansmen, they only had the 3 tomo, not as outstanding as the Mangekyo, and therefore not quite worthy. Hearing Fugaku's words, Kenma was stunned. Qualification. I'm able to take away the Uchiha's most important ability, so what's with this attitude of ranking qualifications? Kenma's gaze swept around, and he saw that the surrounding Uchiha all wore looks of concern. Not a single one of them opposed Fugaku's view. It was truly hard for Kenma to imagine. If he were an Uchiha and heard that someone could take his Mangekyo Sharingan, he would definitely eliminate the threat before it could grow. If he discovered someone could take his Zanpakuto's ability, he would also not hesitate to act immediately. But the choice and focus of these Uchiha before him were completely different from his own. Not only did they not feel fear or worry, but they were actually worried about him. Could it be that these people were truly loyal to him? It should be known that the reason Kenma dared to stand among these Uchiha was because he had an absolute trump card that gave him confidence. One was his powerful spiritual pressure. All the people present combined did not have 1/10 of his personal spiritual pressure. As Eizen said, a Shinigami's battle is a battle of spiritual pressure. In the face of such a huge gap in spiritual pressure, no technique could be effective. On the contrary, Kenma could crush them with spiritual pressure alone. 2 was the ability of his Zanpakuto. The oath back then was not just empty words. If anyone dared to harbor rebellious thoughts, his slash would follow the connecting threads and fall upon the rebel, causing them to die by the sword as sworn. It was because of these 2 guarantees, which gave him an absolute advantage, that he was so bold. But the concern and anxiety in the eyes of these Uchiha did not seem fake. And their proud nature made them disdain pretense. Was he really being small-minded? Kenma fell silent for a moment. But his appearance, on the contrary, made the faces of the surrounding Uchiha grow even more anxious. Just as they were about to speak out, Fugaku's fierce and murderous Sharingan swept over them. Quiet. Don't disturb our lord. This was the meaning conveyed by the Crimson Mangekyo. All the Uchiha saw it at a glance and instantly fell silent, only looking with anxious eyes at Kenma, who was surrounded by the crowd. Fugaku asked with concern, "My lord, is there any discomfort?" Kenma raised his head, his gaze sweeping over each of these Uchiha. In those ominous Sharingan, various emotions were reflected, all of them genuine. He gripped the Zanpakuto at his waist. The connecting threads also transmitted the true feelings of the crowd. They were all genuinely worried about him from the bottom of their hearts. Was this the emotion, or characteristic of the Uchiha? Or perhaps, Stockholm Syndrome? Kenma didn't understand. If he were in the Uchiha's situation, even if the other party had truly done him a great favor, he might be grateful for a time. But to ask him to be a servant for life, he couldn't do it. Even if he didn't rebel immediately, he would definitely backstab them in the future. It wasn't that Kenma thought himself so righteous or possessed the arrogant spirit of a conqueror, unwilling to bow his head. It was that he understood his own nature, how sordid, greedy, and envious he was in the deepest part of his soul. It's nothing. I'll get used to it soon. Kenma looked at these Uchiha, and the expressionless face he originally wore softened considerably. Fugaku was still worried and asked, "How about my lord?" Switches back to Shersui's eyes. "My eyes are also Mangekyo, and can serve as well. No need. You all have missions next. What would be the point if you were blind?" Kenma refused with a shake of his head. "Yes, my lord. It was my lack of consideration." "Good, go and carry out your missions. As you command." "Wait." Watching the departing Uchiha, Kenma suddenly spoke, stopping them. The group turned around. Fugaku, as the clan head, represented the group and asked with confusion, "My lord, are there any other instructions?" "One more thing." Kenma paused, then explained another use of his Zanpakuto Kiritsugu's connection ability. "If you silently chant my name in your hearts, you should see a line of light connecting from your chest." Although the Uchiha were puzzled by Kenma's words, they still tried it as commanded. They were surprised to find a thread extending from their chests, connecting to the Zanpakuto at Kenma's waist. "My lord, we can indeed see it." "As long as you can see it, it's fine," Kenma said. "If you encounter trouble that you cannot solve on your own, you can use your consciousness to pull on the thread, and you will be able to contact me. I can temporarily grant you a portion of my spiritual pressure for you to use against the enemy. If that is still not enough, you can also let my consciousness extend over and fight for you. That should allow you to display greater strength." After hearing Kenma's words, the Uchiha exchanged glances, and Fugaku stepped forward. "Rest assured, my lord. We Uchiha are a proud clan. We will absolutely not cause you any trouble. If we can't even complete the mission you've given us, and even need to borrow your power, to trouble you to such an extent, even if you don't pursue the matter, we will definitely punish ourselves severely." Fugaku's answer made all the Uchiha nod in agreement, their faces full of approval. They were the strongest Uchiha clan in the ninja world. Even in death, they had their pride. Failing a mission was shameful enough, but to even borrow their master's power, what was that? It was beyond embarrassing. And the Uchiha's reaction was almost exactly as Kenma had expected. His face returned to its usual, almost rigid and serious expressionlessness. He said to the group, "This is just a reminder. Whether you use it or not is up to you. Go. The Uchiha responded with a shout, used Shuinpa, and left the rooftop with a swoosh, heading towards the locations Kenma had just designated. Fugaku, with his small team, went to the execution platform, overlooking the square and the bay below. Seeing that everyone had reached their designated positions, Sherui nodded at Kenma. Kenma said, Sherui, contact them. Yes. Sherui immediately squatted down, drawing a corresponding pattern on the green tiles with his finger, while softly chanting the incantation for Aikido. Heart of the south, eye of the north, finger of the west, toe of the east, with the wind it gathers, with the rain it scatters. Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsuijaku. The Kido was successfully activated, capturing everyone's spiritual pressure. Their locations were all within Shersui's perception. His movements didn't stop. He then used his fingertips to draw concave and convex curves on his arms, spreading his hands forward. A square frame appeared before him, glowing with a soft light that illuminated Shersui's face. Sherui chanted again. Net of black and white. 22 bridges, 66 crown strings, footprints, distant thunder, sharp peak, returning earth, night hiding, sea of clouds, blue formation, fill the great garden and shoot for the heavens. Bakudo number 77, Tentikura. As his voice fell, the Kido activated. Shersui's spiritual pressure spread out, forming a net-like search, successfully connecting to the scattered group. Shersui's voice echoed in everyone's minds. Now, activate the barrier. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 31, The Three Admirals Appear. Sherui has already learned such a high-level Bakudo. And he uses it so skillfully. Seeing Sherui use such a high-level Kido with such ease, Kenma watched, his heart filled with admiration. So much growth in such a short amount of time. He could even skillfully use Kido above number 70. Seeing his relaxed and effortless posture, he must have a wealth of Kido experience. His abundant spiritual pressure was also sufficient to support Sherui in completing such a high-level Kido. In Kenma's perception, Shersui's spiritual power was at least above the 10th rank, already at the level of an ordinary seated officer. Upon graduation, he could directly become a seated officer in a squad. If there were no accidents, his future growth to the captain level was already a certainty. With Sherui making such great progress, Kenma, who had originally intended to test him, suddenly changed his mindset. As he looked at Sherui, a subtle hint of pride appeared in his eyes, and his heart swelled with honor. This child was raised by me. After using the Bakudo to connect to the Clansmen in various locations, Sherui gave the order. Receiving the command, the many Uchiha poured their spiritual pressure into the iron nails that had already been driven into the ground. A soft, pale white light emerged from the iron nails and shot upwards. A nearly transparent film appeared with the light, expanding and growing at a visible rate. Kenma looked from a distance. The pillars of light that had erupted from the four corners stood tall, and a transparent, bowl-shaped barrier emerged from the ground, gradually growing larger. The four bowl-shaped barriers were like four bubbles, growing larger and larger, merging with each other, and with the four light beams as pillars, the surface transformed, becoming an irregular quadrilateral that enveloped the square in front of the island. Then, lines of black text flowed from the pillars of light, extending along the surface of this barrier, and finally connecting and locking with each other. The barrier was complete. Despite such a large commotion, the marine soldiers below saw nothing, and remained in formation, wary of Whitebeard's impending attack. The crimson Mangekyo Sharingan swept over the text on the barrier, and a soft hup escaped Shersui's lips. My lord, this Kido doesn't seem to be one taught at the Shino Academy, nor is there a similar one in the Kido catalog. Back in the Uchiha compound, Sherui had not yet systematically studied Kido, so he hadn't thought anything of it. After these days of diligent study, he could see the difference at a glance. Not bad, it's impressive you could tell. Kenma examined the barrier for a moment. Seeing no flaws, he explained to Sherui. The academy naturally does not have this Kido. I had someone create this specific Kido for me. Its purpose is to allow the souls of these other worlds to remain in the world for a moment after death. For those worlds without an afterlife, this barrier could prevent the souls of the dead from dissipating too quickly. And for those with an afterlife, it would temporarily block the attention of the afterlife, allowing the souls to remain in the mortal world for a little longer. Just like the Uchiha clan back then, it was only within that barrier that they had not returned to the pure land of the ninja world so quickly. Sherui couldn't help but praise, to be able to innovatively create a new Kido, the person you entrusted this to, my lord, must be an undeniable genius in this field. Then he asked with curiosity, my lord, who is this person? This person is indeed a genius. Kenma nodded, affirming Shersui's words. As for his identity, Sherui, of the three greats that everyone spoke of back then, you have already met two, including myself. In the future, if I get the chance, I will take you to meet the last one. Sherui immediately understood. You mean, Kuchiki Koga? That's right. When Kenma was still a student at the Shino Academy, Koga, who was not yet a Kuchiki, was already known as a genius. His talent in Kido, in particular, was innovatively stunning. He was at least far superior to Kenma. After graduation, the three of them somehow gained this title. Although the three shared the same title, they were not familiar with each other. Later, Koga became the son-in-law of the Kuchiki clan, and Kenma also accepted the invitation of the Shihoin clan. Perhaps it was the commonality of being in the same boat that brought the two closer. Through some exchange of benefits, Kenma had asked Kuchiki Koga to create this type of Kido. After Kenma's several practical applications, he had yet to find any flaws. He was indeed very satisfied with its use. 5-star rating. Thinking of Koga, this senior who had graduated a few years before him, Kenma was suddenly stunned. Calculating the time, his own wedding date was also fast approaching. Just then, the originally somewhat noisy square below suddenly quieted down, attracting Kenma's attention. Looking from a distance, on the high platform behind the square, 3 burly admirals were walking slowly, dressed in blue, red, and yellow suits respectively. Without exception, all 3 wore a marine's justice coat. It's the 3 admirals. It seems the war is about to begin. Fugaku and the others, standing on the execution platform, were closer and could feel the atmosphere more keenly. With the appearance of these 3, the entire square fell almost silent. A huge sense of pressure emanated from the 3 figures. Their auras were powerful, directly overshadowing the 100,000 elites in the square. The atmosphere became even more solemn. These 3 are all powerhouses. Yes, and they are even stronger than those 2 6-meter-tall giants, even stronger than the other giants. I suppose these are the Navy's highest fighting force that my lord spoke of, the 3 admirals. The Uchiha on the execution platform, upon seeing these 3 figures, immediately recalled the information Kenma had given them earlier. Matching them one by one, they immediately identified the 3. Akiji, Akainu, Kizaru. The 3 admirals walked over from the side, came to the front of the execution platform, and sat down in 3 chairs in turn. Their postures were quite casual and relaxed, a stark contrast to the tense solemnity of the 100,000 elites on the square. It was as if this execution ground, and the impending Great War with the Emperor Whitebeard, were nothing. Feeling the auras that these 3 unconsciously emitted, the Uchiha had initially been a little unconvinced by the description of highest fighting force. Now, seeing them up close with their own eyes, they realized that the term highest fighting force was no exaggeration. Just by sensing their vigorous auras, like erupting volcanoes, and their visibly powerful physiques, the Uchiha clearly recognized that these 3 were powerhouses who stood at the pinnacle of the world. It's a good thing we are already dead. Otherwise, we might not have been a match for these 3. Don't be careless. Didn't my lord say that the powerhouses of this world master a power called Haki? It might be able to harm our souls. That's right. My lord also mentioned that on these seas, there is a strange fruit that, when eaten, gives a person powerful and bizarre abilities. These 3 admirals are also fruit users, and the extremely troublesome Logia type at that. Not only can they turn into elements, but their destructive power is also extremely strong. At this moment, the Uchiha instantly became alert and turned around in unison. Their Crimson Sharingan were already activated, their hands unconsciously resting on their Zanpakutō. Clink, clank. The crisp sound of clashing chains rang out, mixed with the sound of shuffling footsteps. A young, bare-chested man, bound and restrained, was led to the execution platform. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 32, The War Begins. The young man's hands and feet were shackled. With every step, the chains made a crisp clanking sound. Seeing the young man being led over, bound and restrained, Fugaku and the others immediately recognized him. It's the young man who was being escorted on the warship before. He must be the target of this execution, Fire Fist Ace. So young. Even if the Uchiha didn't have the Mangekyo, they still had the exceptionally good 3 Tomo, and their eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people. They had already seen the young man who had caused this great war between the Navy and the pirates long before the warship had docked. Now, observing him up close, he looked incredibly young, probably not even 20. To be executed at such a young age, anyone would feel a sense of pity for someone in the prime of their youth. Fortunately, they had come. And they had brought the chance to live again. Although the death of the physical body was regrettable, at this moment, it was no longer the only outcome. Ace knelt down, chained to the execution platform. The executioners revealed their instruments, verified his identity, and stood by his side. After a moment, 2 more figures walked up the path behind the execution platform. One had grayish-white hair, an aged face, and a stitched scar at the corner of his eye. The other, though also old, had a solemn and serious expression. He wore a seagull-shaped hat and a pair of round, black-framed glasses on his nose, giving him an air of wisdom. The two exchanged a few words and then separated. The man in the seagull hat walked up to the execution platform. Combining the information Kenma had given them, Fugaku and the others recognized this person's identity at a glance. The Fleet Admiral of the Navy, the largest and most powerful force in this world, the wise General, Buddha Sengoku. Although not as outwardly domineering as the three admirals from before, he still had a calm and composed aura that was reassuring. Seeing him now, he indeed had a certain presence. So, the old Marine with gray hair just now was the Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. It must be. He's the only one in the entire Navy who would dare to speak to the Fleet Admiral on such equal terms. He's also the grandfather of the young men about to be executed. The Uchiha discussed their thoughts with each other. After stepping onto the execution platform, Sengoku's eyes moved, and he looked around with a vigilant expression. Fugaku and the others were secretly alarmed. Did he sense us? No, that shouldn't be possible. Even if he has a rare devil fruit ability, he is still a living person. It's probably some kind of intuition or the feeling of being watched. Quick, look away. At Fugaku's reminder, the men quickly turned their heads, not looking at the vigilant old fleet admiral. After looking around and finding nothing, a hint of confusion appeared on Sengoku's face, which vanished in an instant as he continued to walk towards Ace. He asked for a den mushi from a person beside him, and then a harsh, screeching sound echoed across the square. While listening to Sengoku explain the significance of this public execution, the Uchiha's attention was more focused on the snail in his hand. So that's a den mushi. It can actually transmit sound. It's similar to technology like walkie-talkies and speakers, but what's the principle? How can a living creature be linked with mechanical technology? Another world is truly wondrous. I wonder if we can bring it back to the Soul Society. While the Uchiha were full of curiosity, the two main characters on the execution platform, Sengoku and Ace, were in a confrontation. Sengoku was questioning Ace, asking him to state his father's name. But Ace considered Whitebeard his father. Seeing that Ace refused to say his biological father's name, Sengoku spoke directly into the den mushi, facing the 100,000 elite Marines and everyone watching the live broadcast, and said the name. Your father is the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Sengoku's slightly hoarse voice echoed across the square and through the broadcast. When the Pirate King's name was spoken, everyone who was watching this public execution was instantly shocked by this astounding news. Even the Uchiha were quite astonished, as it was beyond their expectations. They all looked at the stubborn-faced Ace, who was gritting his teeth. A mother pregnant for 20 months, how is that possible? Unbelievable, this person is the child of that Pirate King. No wonder the Navy is making such a big move, even to the point of going to war with an emperor. They had never heard this from Kenma. Regarding the men whose last words had brought about a great change in this world, the Uchiha had either despised, admired, or felt moved after hearing about him. They had thought it was a distant story, but they never expected the connection to be so close at this moment. 20 months, the Pirate King, this is truly an unexpected development. Shersui's mouth was slightly agape as he looked at the still calm Kenma. My lord, you must have known about this all along. Sherui gave a bitter smile. I didn't think you had such a wicked sense of humor, knowing but not telling. Lord Fugaku and the others must be very surprised now. Compared to Ace's identity, Sherui was more concerned about the personality his master was subtly revealing. To think that under the serious and stern exterior, there was such a side to him. While shocked, it also made Sherui feel a little at ease. Some things are more impactful when you experience them yourself. Kenma's words were an admission that he had deliberately concealed it. Shersui's brow suddenly furrowed. He turned to look at the distant sea in front of him. The excellent vision of his Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him to see the distant situation with perfect clarity. Through the hazy sea fog, the figures of ships of various shapes and sizes appeared. These ships sailed from the distance, gradually approaching. The black flags with various skull designs, the ferocious-looking pirates standing on the decks. All of it was reflected in Shersui's eyes. Seeing Shersui's action, Kenma understood what was happening and asked, "What's going on?" My lord, a large group of pirate ships, the pirates' grand fleet has appeared. Sherui, lend me an eye. As his voice fell, Kenma opened his eyes again. His right eye had become Shersui's Mangekyo. Feeling the huge difference in vision between his two eyes, Kenma felt a little uncomfortable and immediately closed his own black eye. Using Shersui's Mangekyo to look into the distance, he saw, as expected, a fleet of pirate ships breaking through the waves. The great pirate fleet under Whitebeard's command. But Kenma only glanced at it before his gaze fell on the center of the crescent-shaped bay. There, a series of dense bubbles were rising from the surface of the sea. Sherui followed Kenma's line of sight and saw shadows lurking under the water, a jolt of surprise in his heart. There's something under the sea. Could it be? Boom. A large ship leaped out of the water. The hull was covered in a layer of bubbles. As the ship leaped out, the bubbles burst and disappeared, revealing the ship's appearance. The bow was in the shape of a white whale. A black pirate flag hung on the ship, with Whitebeard's skull and crossbones design on it. A commotion immediately broke out among the Marines below. But before the Marines' surprise could end, the sea surged again, and 3 more large ships emerged from the water, also flying Whitebeard's flag. My lord, this is... Yes, Whitebeard is coming. Kenma still looked at the 4 large ships in the bay and the pirates who had appeared on them. The war is about to begin. Watch this great war closely. This will be Whitebeard's final curtain call. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 33, The Uchiha are our Lord's tools. With the bursting of the bubbles, Kenma's Mangekyo swept over every pirate on the 4 ships. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jozu, Flower Sword Vista, and all the other commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. If all these people were to die in this war. Kenma shook his head, casting the thought from his mind. Even if all these commanders died, whether they had the aptitude to become Shinigami was another matter entirely. A powerhouse in life was not necessarily a powerhouse after death. To put it bluntly, Kenma had no use for useless weaklings. In the Mangekyo's field of vision, a tall figure walked out from the deck and onto the whale-shaped bow of the ship. Whitebeard has appeared. Hearing Kenma's voice, Sherui also shifted his gaze. A towering, elderly man stood on the bow, holding a massive bicento. He wore a white coat, a black bandana on his head, and his bare upper body was covered in all sorts of scars. The most impressive feature was the crescent-shaped white mustache on the old man's upper lip, identical to the design on the skull and crossbones flag. This was the legendary great pirate who struck fear into the hearts of countless people on the seas, the world's strongest man, one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. So that's Whitebeard. So tall, at least 6 meters by the looks of it. With all those scars, I wonder how many injuries he suffered in his younger years to get to this point. Fugaku and the others finally saw the strongest person in this world with their own eyes. Looking at his magnificent figure, just standing there was enough to strike fear into people's hearts. His powerful strength went without saying. Fugaku turned his head and looked at the roof of the building behind him. Due to the angle, he couldn't see his master's figure. He then turned back, his gaze falling on Whitebeard. My lord predicted that Whitebeard would probably not survive this war, then, the main purpose of his trip is probably this man. You all must also pay close attention to him and not be careless. Warned by Fugaku, the surrounding Uchiha all put on a solemn expression. We understand. We will not disappoint Lord Kenma. And Sengoku, beside Fugaku and the others, seeing that Whitebeard had stealthily broken into the bay area, his face instantly became incredibly ugly. Whitebeard's huge voice crossed the bay and the square, spreading throughout the island. Gururara, how many years has it been, Sengoku? Is my son all right? Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the square, Whitebeard planted his Murakumajiri into the ground, gathered strength in his upper arms, and then slammed them into the empty air on both sides. Crack! Crack! Crackle! With a series of crisp sounds like shattering porcelain, the air around Whitebeard cracked like shattered glass, creating huge fissures that spread across the entire bow. The faces of the Marines on the field, as well as the Uchiha, all grew solemn. As if he had sensed something, Shersui's gaze turned to the seawater in the bay. The sea level was dropping at a visible rate, stunning Sherui. He was a good student, and well-informed. Combining it with the information Kenma had given him about Whitebeard, he immediately recognized what this was a sign of. Is this a seaquake? That's right. Whitebeard is using a seaquake to try and cause a tsunami. Kenma, sitting to the side, confirmed Shersui's guess. The sea surged, and in an instant, a huge bulge of water, filled with seawater, swelled on both sides of the island. Its height was astonishing, even taller than the Marine headquarters building. At its peak, the bulge burst, turning into a monstrous tsunami that blotted out the sun and clouds, as if it were about to swallow the entire island. This is the power of Whitebeard. The ability to cause natural disasters like tsunamis and earthquakes, the tremor fruit. No wonder my lord came here specifically. Whitebeard is indeed worth it. The Uchiha were all amazed when they saw this scene. Then, they reacted, and their faces were all filled with anxiety and worry. Where is our lord? In such a tsunami, will he be all right? Don't panic. Our lord can walk on air and can completely dodge it. Besides, there are also capable people in the navy. Under Fugaku's reassurance, the surrounding Uchiha gradually relaxed. And Sherui, who was looking up at the tsunami, also showed a look of anxiety at the first moment. My lord, please leave this place quickly. No need. Let's see what the navy is capable of. The calmness on Kenma's face made Sherui subconsciously let go of his worries. Even if a tsunami did break out, by the time the water rushed over, it probably wouldn't even reach halfway up the building. Sherui stood guard by Kenma's side, his gaze continuing to look at the square below the tsunami. At this critical moment, a blue and white figure leaped from his chair, jumping to a height of over 200 meters, and stretched his arms out towards the tsunamis on both sides. Ice Age. The man's textured voice echoed throughout the island. 2 pillars of ice extended from his hands until they touched the tsunamis. In the blink of an eye, the entire tsunami was frozen solid. Under Akiji's ability, the temperature of the entire island dropped sharply, a grim chill filling the air. Ice, it's Akiji. Such power with a casual wave. His strength is truly unfathomable. As expected of the most powerful Logia ability. The other 2 admirals are probably no slouches either. The Uchiha exclaimed in admiration, white vapor coming from their mouths as they spoke. Looking up at the men who had leaped from below, and then at the huge ice formations on both sides, even the steady Fugaku couldn't help but show a look of astonishment at this moment. To so easily erase this devastating crisis, as expected of the 3 admirals praised by Lord Kenma. But Kazan's actions weren't over. After freezing the tsunamis, he charged towards Whitebeard in the bay, but his attack, along with himself, was shattered by Whitebeard's punch and fell onto the sea below. The entire surface of the bay was instantly turned into a land of ice. The battle between the pirates and the marines, with this new foothold, also broke out in full force. The sounds of battle cries echoed throughout the island. Turning his body into ice. So this is the most troublesome element-based ability of the Logia type. While the Uchiha were exclaiming in admiration, one Uchiha approached Fugaku and asked in a low voice, "Clan head, I see that Lord Kenma greatly admires the 3 admirals. Should we?" As he spoke, he made a slashing motion across his neck with his right hand. Fugaku's eyes flickered. In fact, he had the same idea. He had had this idea ever since seeing the 7 warlords. Now, hearing this clansman's suggestion, his heart was naturally moved. But this matter still depends on our lord's attitude. I will have Sherui ask. If our lord dislikes it, and we do it anyway, it will undoubtedly lower the Uchiha clan's standing in his heart. In the future, there will be more and more powerful individuals by our lord's side. Once the Uchiha fall out of favor, they will fall from their current height into the abyss. Right now, the Uchiha clan is trusted in our lord's heart, so we must not lose this trust. We must be worthy of this trust. Only in this way can the Uchiha survive in the Soul Society. On the rooftop, Shersui's spiritual pressure was captured by Fugaku's Kido, and the clan head's request sounded in his ears. Looking at Kenma beside him, Sherui steeled himself and mustered his courage to ask, "My lord. What is it? I see that you greatly admire certain powerhouses in this world. My lord, we of the Uchiha clan are your tools. We are willing to act on your behalf. At that time, you only need to push us out to appease the public anger." Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 34, A Warning to the Uchiha. The battle on the ice grew more and more intense. Both marine soldiers and pirates were being killed at every moment. The Uchiha, standing on the execution platform, had the clearest view. Their crimson Sharingan swept across the ice, taking in every cruel detail of the battlefield. Born in the ninja world, which had endured several wars, they were already accustomed to such scenes. They had grown up in such an environment, learning, fighting, and then losing. They had come to see such cruelty as a normal part of life. No matter the world, there will always be war. Fugaku muttered to himself. War, perhaps, was the normal state of the world. Compared to the slaughter and death on the battlefield, these Uchiha, who had accepted killing and parting as a part of life, were more surprised by the abilities these people displayed. Ah, my eyes. Idiot, close your eyes. That's Admiral Kizaru's fruit ability. He can turn into light. Faced with such an enemy, our proud Sharingan becomes a liability. A bright light rose from below the execution platform, stopping high in the air and transforming into a middle-aged man with a weathered face, dressed in a yellow suit and a justice coat. It was Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru conjured a dazzling light in his hands and scattered an endless barrage of light projectiles at Whitebeard on the pirate ship. Just as they were about to hit the pirate ship and cause a huge explosion, a blue figure streaked across the sky, blocking the exploding projectiles. The injured body was burning with blue flames. After being scorched by the flames, the wounds on the body were instantly healed. Blue flames, and it can turn into a bird. It looks like a mythical Zoan, even rarer than a Logia. Then this person must be Whitebeard's second-in-command, Phoenix Marco. The Uchiha had a realization. They then saw Admiral Kizaru get kicked by the Phoenix into the Navy side, and the resulting explosion destroyed a corner of the town. At this moment, a huge block of ice, the size of the square, was thrown over. The block of ice was so huge that it blotted out the sky, covering a large part of the square, like Mount Tai crashing down. However, it was then evaporated by the high temperature of a rising pillar of magma. The magma scattered, melting the ice and boiling the seawater. Fugaku, standing on the high platform, even saw some people being tortured to death by the boiling seawater. Such a huge block of ice, what incredible strength. Diamond Jozu. He's also a person worth coming for. And this terrifying magma, that must be Admiral Akainu. With this, the abilities of the three admirals are clear. Suddenly, the ground shook. Even from the distant execution platform, the tremor could be felt. On the ice not far away, a giant, several times larger than the other giants, suddenly appeared. He had bluish-brown skin, 2 horns on his head, and a ferocious face. He easily defeated the Navy's giant squad. However, as he charged towards the square, he was hit by a series of attacks from the warlords and fell. Such a huge giant. I wonder if Lord Kenma has a way to bring him to the Soul Society. And those giant warlords. Even if they can't become Shinigami, bringing them back as showpieces would be very impressive. To be able to witness such a great war, this trip to another world was worth it. I just don't know what our Lord is thinking. If he would agree to let us make a move, then. While the Uchiha were exclaiming in admiration, one of the clansmen gathered around Fugaku, waiting anxiously. Hey, clan head, what did Sherui say? Does he need us to act? Fugaku didn't speak, but his face instantly turned incredibly panicked. What happened? Did our Lord send a message? What did he say? At this clansman's urging, Fugaku visibly relaxed, though his face was still a little pale. He shook his head at the clansmen around him. Our Lord refused, and even reprimanded Sherui. He expressed great dissatisfaction with our presumptuousness. What? What did Sherui do to provoke our Lord's anger? It's not Sherui's fault. He did his best. Our Lord was not enraged, he just warned us not to do it again. Fugaku's mood instantly soured. At the same time, there was a hint of relief. He had never thought that this request would provoke a warning from their Lord. It was a good thing they hadn't acted rashly. A moment earlier, on the rooftop. Hearing Sherui's words, the expression on Kenma's face remained as calm as ever, without any change. Did Fugaku ask you to ask? Yes. Sherui didn't dare to hide anything. Although his master's expression and tone were the same as usual, with no change. But for some reason, an inexplicable sense of fear lingered in Sherui's heart. It made him tremble, not daring to make a single move. No, it's not just the clan head. It was my idea as well. Fugaku is also a capable man. To think he learned Tentikura so quickly. Fugaku had just contacted Sherui using Bakudo number 77. When this Kido was used, it would cause a slight tremor in one's spiritual pressure, which was detected by Kenma, who was beside Sherui. Kenma was not Fugaku's intended recipient, so he couldn't hear their conversation. But although Kenma couldn't hear the content of the Tentikura, he could sense the thoughts of both Fugaku and Sherui. After all, they had signed a contract with him, establishing a connection. In their contract, Kenma held a great deal of initiative, which included the ability to perceive the thoughts and emotions of the contractors at any time. Of course, this also had its risks. If a contractor's spiritual pressure surpassed his own, then the order of priority would be reversed. But, was that possible? Every time a contractor's spiritual pressure grew stronger, the contract would draw a portion of it and feed it back to Kenma. Furthermore, the souls Kenma had connected with were not limited to just this one. It was absolutely impossible for a contractor to surpass him. Sherui, I'm afraid this isn't just your and Fugaku's idea, is it? Kenma's words were calm, but they immediately made Sherui's face change. The fear in his heart could no longer be suppressed and appeared on his face. Clatter. The sound of a tile hitting another tile was heard. Sherui had already fallen to his knees, his head bowed low, his forehead pressed tightly against the green tiles. Under this inexplicable fear, Sherui didn't dare to speak, for fear of adding to the Uchiha's sins. He could only use his words and actions to express his and the Uchiha clan's remorse. But this time, Kenma did not tell Sherui to rise. Sherui, I have no intention of criticizing your Uchiha clan. After all, you are all individuals with independent thoughts. It's natural to have your own ideas and desires. There's nothing wrong with that. But you should also know what's important. There are some things I can allow you, but there are some things you'd better not even think about, let alone touch, or it will greatly displease me. Of course, I also know that I am not a good person. Sometimes, for my own benefit, I may resort to some dirty tricks or harm some innocent people. But there is always a line that I hope not to cross. Do you understand, Sherui? I. Sherui trembled, unable to speak. Without waiting for Shersui's answer, Kenma's voice, following the connecting thread, forcibly descended into Fugaku's heart. Fugaku, there will be no next time. After sending the message, Kenma didn't bother with Fugaku's thoughts and instead looked at Shersui's bowed, black-haired head. Shersuei, what I dislike the most is not your presumptuous ideas, but the words you just said. Come, translate for me. What does push you out to appease the public anger mean? In your eyes, am I that despicable? Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 35, the war ends, the Shinigami appear. A warship fell from the ice. The battle was raging. A warship suddenly fell from the sky, attracting Kenma's attention. His heart stirred. That Mangekyo Sharingan swept over, taking in the warship in midair with perfect clarity. Along with the falling warship came people in all sorts of strange costumes, as well as prisoners who had escaped from impelled down, still in their prison uniforms. Kenma's gaze swept quickly over them, identifying the main characters one by one. Crocodile, the fishman Jinbe, the incredibly large-faced Okama King, Buggy the Clown, 3, and... In Kenma's red and black Sharingan, the figure with a straw hat hanging around his neck was reflected. Still in his simple attire, flip-flops, a scar under his eye, and large, round eyes. At this moment, his mouth was wide open as he fell freely under the pull of gravity. Straw Hat Luffy. Seeing this character who had accompanied him through his childhood appear right before his eyes, even with Kenma's steady disposition, a complex mix of emotions couldn't help but stir within him. Now that you've arrived, this war at the summit should be reaching its climax. Monkey D. Luffy. Kenma sat down again, his eyes fixed on the battlefield below. After Luffy's roar of, "I'm your brother," the battle suddenly entered a new stage. The pirates had successfully broken into the square. After a series of fierce battles, Whitebeard was injured and placed his hope of saving Ace on the newly arrived Luffy. With a tremor, Fugaku and the others looked at the stone staircase that led to the execution platform. Their gazes all fell below, on the young pirate who was being protected. In their hearts, they were also truly moved by this Straw Hat pirate's strong will. The bond of brotherhood is truly moving. Although his will is firm, he is too young and too weak. Indeed, at this level, he can't turn the tide of this battle. By the way, what was that mental shock just now? On the execution platform, the group had a clear view of the war below. Others had tried to break through before, such as that Phoenix, or the pirate with the sand ability, but they had all been thwarted by the Navy. The chances of this straw-hatted boy succeeding were not high. With the help of the pirate prisoners, the Straw Hat pirate finally made it up the stone staircase. Just as he was about to step onto the execution platform, the marine hero whom Fugaku and the others had seen before stood in his way. However, due to the bond between grandfather and grandson, he was defeated by the pirate, who finally succeeded in reaching the execution platform. Seeing this scene, even a steady person like Fugaku couldn't help but show a trace of admiration in his eyes. The Uchiha clansmen around him couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The grandfather is a hero of the Marines, yet his two grandsons are pirates. What a fate. The old man had to step in because of his duty. Now, being defeated by his grandson, it's probably something he couldn't help. Although there were various coincidences and help, to have broken through to this point is already remarkable. But, the fleet admiral is still here. Seeing Luffy take out the key, only to be interrupted by a sudden beam of light, the group immediately recognized it as an attack from Admiral Kizaru. This admiral is really slick. He could have gone for a headshot. After all, it's an ambiguous justice. Straw Hat Boy, what will you do now to save your brother? At this moment, a dazzling golden Buddha light appeared on the execution platform. Fugaku and the others looked over. They saw the Marine Fleet Admiral's body growing continuously larger, his skin turning a golden color, shining with brilliance. The seagull hat on his head fell off, and his afro turned into a fleshy topknot. A giant Buddha with glasses had appeared on the execution platform. The Buddha was huge, occupying almost half of the execution platform. The moment it appeared, its massive weight made the platform groan under the strain. Fugaku and the others looked at the Buddha statue, their hearts tightening. Scatter. Several of the Uchiha used Shuinpa, turning into afterimages and instantly leaving the execution platform. In midair, Fugaku looked towards the execution platform and saw the great Buddha's palm strike land on the Straw Hat Boy's inflated belly. Although he blocked the palm, under the immense force, the execution platform could no longer hold and immediately fell apart. The Marine's cannon fire was also ready. After the great Buddha jumped, it landed on the dismantled execution platform. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. As the cannon fire covered the area, the chains fell to the ground. A pillar of fire rose up from within the cannon fire, forming a tunnel of flames. The freckled young man who was to be executed was pulling the Straw Hat Boy and an executioner, running through this tunnel of flames. He was really saved. What a tense and critical moment. Wait, what's with that executioner? Although the Uchiha also found it incredible, the reality was happening right before their eyes. That seemingly reckless and brainless Straw Hat Boy had actually saved his brother. Although they were still surrounded by the Navy, there was at least hope. Even the Uchiha, as outsiders, couldn't help but feel surprised by this situation. But now, how will you two brothers escape? Fugaku muttered to himself. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the sea ahead. Through the hazy fog, he saw the gates of justice open a crack in the distance, and a warship sailed towards the island. The Navy's backup plan. Fugaku didn't pay it any mind and continued to watch the situation on the battlefield. And then, Ace was pierced through the chest by a punch from Admiral Akainu and died a violent death. The enraged Whitebeard's attack caused the Marine headquarters to collapse, and the town was destroyed. Even the headquarters building itself was sunk by more than half by this one punch. My lord, be careful. Feeling the building shake, Sherui didn't have time to think and quickly got up to protect Kenma. It's nothing. Kenma pushed away the nervous Sherui and walked to the side, his gaze turning to the back of the building. There, a giant, 300 to 400 meters tall, was now leaning against the back of the building, hiding his figure. Such a tall giant, when did he get here? Sherui was shocked. This giant had gotten so close, yet he hadn't noticed at all. Kenma said calmly, just now. But you were lost in your emotions then, so you didn't notice. Sherui looked at the giant and immediately felt a sense of deep shame. He didn't dare to look up at Kenma. My lord, it was my dereliction of duty. Please punish me. We'll talk about punishment later. This war is about to end. Kenma no longer paid any attention to the giant and instead looked back down at the battlefield. When the war is over, dealing with the souls of the dead will be your real job. Yes. On the battlefield below, Blackbeard and his crew had already made a high-profile appearance in front of everyone. Taking advantage of Whitebeard's injuries, they killed him, usurped the Tremor fruit, and started another battle with the Marine Fleet Admiral. With the arrival of another emperor, Shanks, after a standoff with Blackbeard, this war at the summit was finally brought to an end. Once a war begins, countless people die. Kenma sighed. He then led Sherui and jumped from the rooftop, descending towards the shattered and collapsed square below. Sherui, it's our turn to make an appearance. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 36, The Dead Pirates and Marines. Call forth the souls of the dead. Kenma stood on the shattered square, with Sherui by his side. Uchiha Fugaku and the others, seeing Kenma descend, had been waiting respectfully below. After receiving Kenma's command, Sherui sent a signal to the clansmen at the four corners of the barrier, indicating for them to change the barrier's function. Fugaku and the others at the side saw Kenma wave his hand, and immediately rose and approached, their faces respectful. My lord, why must you handle such trivial matters personally? If you would remain on the high platform, we will naturally take care of these things for you. Having been warned by Kenma before, this was their official job, and Fugaku naturally wanted to perform well. It's nothing. I just came to have a look. Kenma waved his hand at the people around him. These souls are about to awaken. You should go and maintain order. As you command. The Uchiha at the four corners of the barrier received Shersui's signal and immediately began to act. Following the previously instructed method, they changed their spiritual pressure input while also altering the way they controlled the barrier. The arrangement of the characters on the surface of the barrier changed, and the soul-pacifying effect of the barrier weakened, enough to allow the souls of the dead to regain consciousness and move about for a short time. Ugh, what's this, wasn't I dead? Whitebeard staggered, clutching his head. After looking around, he saw the Marines cleaning up the battlefield and treating the wounded. He turned his head and saw a familiar figure being carried by a group of familiar pirates towards a pirate ship at the harbor. The figure was motionless, with no rise and fall in its chest, half of its head missing, and the familiar crescent-shaped mustache on its face. Whitebeard instantly understood. I really am dead. Then I am now, a soul. Whitebeard raised his arm and looked at it. His arm had become transparent, and his vision could even pass through it to see the other side. He looked at his somewhat ethereal body, no, soul, and then touched his now intact head and mustache. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Although he had already prepared himself for death, to personally feel the fact that he was dead like this, complex emotions couldn't help but stir in his heart. No wonder the Marines cleaning up the battlefield couldn't see him. The living naturally couldn't see ghosts. But since I've become a ghost, then I'll soon meet the envoys of the afterlife, who will take me to hell to be punished. After all, I am a pirate. A great villain who has committed many great wrongs and killed many people. After Whitebeard's soul regained consciousness, the many other souls on the battlefield also gradually awakened. I'm dead. Is this a soul state? Ah, we're really dead, we can't see our families anymore. John, Debeto, can't you see me? Don't leave me. Aren't we comrades? My daughter, father is leaving just like this, sob, sob, sob. Hey, Major. Brother. I'm right in front of you, can't you see me? So this is what it feels like to be dead. Ah, Pops. Pops, you're here too. Whether pirates or marines, upon realizing their current situation, they showed all sorts of reactions. Disbelief, loud crying, ferocious expressions, hatred, everyone reacted differently. The souls subconsciously looked around and saw the rather conspicuous Whitebeard at a glance. And the souls of the Whitebeard pirates, as if they had found their backbone, immediately gathered around him. Pops, it seems we're really dead, what do we do now? Idiot, since we're dead, we naturally wait for the envoys of the underworld to take us to be reincarnated. Humph, we're not exactly good people. What chance do we have for reincarnation? I'm afraid we're going to hell to suffer. Haha, even if I go to hell, I will continue to follow Pops. That's right, that's right. It's just hell. With Pops around, there's nothing to be afraid of. At worst, we'll just overturn hell and let Pops rule in the afterlife too. A group of pirates surrounded Whitebeard. The gloomy mood from just now instantly dissipated as they all chattered and gesticulated wildly. Even though they had realized they were dead, they were still as free and unrestrained as when they were alive. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could make this group of pirates feel fear. Not even death. My sons. Whitebeard looked at the familiar sons surrounding him, his heart filled with nothing but guilt. For a true pirate, death was the least of their worries. But looking at these sons who had died because of his decision, how could Whitebeard not be moved? These were the family and comrades he had spent every day with. And the souls that had awakened on this battlefield were not just this group of pirates, but also the marine soldiers who had fought and died for justice against them. Damn pirates, do you still want to do evil even after death? Unforgivable. Even the crew of an emperor will not be allowed to be so rampant. That's right. Even if we are dead, it doesn't mean justice will perish. Faced with the hostility of the marines, the pirates were naturally also filled with anger and hatred. Enemies who had just been killing each other were now seeing each other again, their eyes red with fury. A murderous aura filled the air. The atmosphere became tense, as if another great battle was about to break out after death. Pops. A loud cry rose above the noisy curses on the field. It attracted everyone's attention and temporarily halted the impending fight. While everyone looked on in confusion, the pirates parted a path to Whitebeard. A bare-chested young man walked through the crowd towards Whitebeard. The man was tall and straight, with the Whitebeard pirate's emblem tattooed on his back. He had black hair and a few freckles on his face. Such a striking appearance made everyone present, both pirates and marines, recognize him at first glance. It's Ace. Ace, it's so good that you're all right. Ah, wait, you're already dead. You idiot, we're all dead. Ace walked with heavy steps, one by one, until he was in front of Whitebeard. He fell to his knees, his lowered face already streaked with tears. Sob, 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 Pops, everyone, I failed the chance you all gave your lives for. I had already escaped with everyone's help, but because of my momentary impulse. Pops, everyone, I'm so sorry. Whitebeard looked at his son, who was now also a soul, and sighed, his eyes filled with infinite gentleness. Before he knew it, tears were glistening in the corners of his eyes. Stupid son, foolish son, do you really think I would blame you for this? Stand up proudly. That's just your personality. If you changed, you wouldn't be you. The pirates at the side, seeing this scene, also spoke up. Ace, what are you talking about? We're comrades. Isn't it only natural to risk your life to save a comrade? That's right, we don't regret it. On the contrary, Commander Ace, if you keep crying like this, it will only make us feel that our sacrifice was not worth it. Straighten up. Your fire fist, Ace. Faced with the encouragement and understanding of his comrades and his pops, Ace wiped the tears from his face. Just as he was about to say something more, he saw his pop's expression suddenly become incredibly solemn as he looked up at the sky. He followed his pop's gaze and was startled. In the sky above, there were now 5 or 6 dark figures, standing in midair. It seems you all understand your situation. Then things will be much easier. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 37, Lord Enma. A dull voice sounded, instantly attracting the attention of the many souls. The souls looked up at the few dark figures standing in midair. The one in the lead had a tight-lipped mouth and a furrowed brow, his face possessing a certain majesty. The most impressive feature was the man's pair of crimson eyes, which seemed to be emitting a dim light, exuding an ominous aura. The 5 or 6 people behind him also had crimson eyes, their faces as cold as frost, completely devoid of any excess emotion. Who are you? Marines? Or some other pirate crew? Floating in midair, is that some kind of special ability? It seems you've been waiting up there for a while. What is your purpose? Seeing the souls below looking up, the few black figures in midair began to slowly descend. They stopped about 10 meters in front of Whitebeard, their bodies still floating in the air, their gaze level with Whitebeard's massive height. A red light flared in the leader's eyes, and an invisible pressure suddenly descended upon the many souls. Boom. The sudden, immense pressure immediately forced the souls on the field to their knees. What is happening? Conqueror's hockey? No, it's not hockey. Who are these people, are they even human? The faces of the souls turned crimson. They felt as if they were carrying a weight of tens of thousands of pounds, completely unable to make a single move. They couldn't even speak, let alone move. The air seemed to have been filled with lead, incredibly heavy. Every breath required all their strength. Some unruly individuals tried to get up and resist, only to be forced back to the ground by the pressure, bleeding from all 7 orifices. On the entire field, only a few people, with their firm willpower, were not sprawled on the ground in a sorry state. Among them were the center of attention, Whitebeard, and Ace, who was gritting his teeth and holding on beside him. A solemn and grand voice echoed across the field, accurately and clearly reaching the ears of every soul present. My name is Uchiha Fugaku. I am, for the time being, a Shinigami. I have appeared before you all today because of my master's benevolence, to give you souls a chance. To let you live again in another world for 1,000 years. If you agree, you will sign a contract. If you refuse, then you will dissipate here and now. As his voice fell, Fugaku's gaze fell on the towering Whitebeard, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Although he was holding back and not using his full spiritual pressure, to be able to withstand it in such a weak state was enough to show his firm will. Fugaku relaxed his spiritual pressure slightly, giving these people some breathing room. The pressure on their bodies suddenly disappeared, and all the souls felt a lightness, an unprecedented sense of relief as they greedily breathed in the fresh air. Their chests heaved violently, and the field was filled with the sound of heavy panting. It's actually, the legendary Shinigami. With such power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them gods. Who is this master you speak of? And what do you mean by, live again in another world? Explain it clearly. What is this contract? If we don't agree, are you going to kill us? Fugaku ignored these messy questions and instead stared straight at the thoughtful-looking Whitebeard. Whitebeard's sons might not be smart, but Whitebeard was not. On the contrary, he was very wise. Fugaku had watched the entire war at the summit and had a certain understanding of the agility and intelligence of this famous, world's strongest man. Whitebeard, what will you choose? Fugaku knew that Whitebeard's prestige was the highest, and his opinion was basically equivalent to the opinion of this group of pirates. And his own master valued Whitebeard so much that they might become colleagues in the future. With this in mind, he softened his attitude slightly. I can give you time to consider, but not too much. I hope you will make a decision soon. Whitebeard looked at Ace in front of him, then glanced at the sun surrounding him. After a moment of thought, he neither agreed nor refused, but instead asked Fugaku, who was standing in midair, Shinigami, can I meet this master you speak of? Fugaku nodded. Naturally. My master intended to meet you anyway. With that, Fugaku turned and led the way. Just as Whitebeard was about to take a step, 2 shouts sounded at the same time. Wait, Pops. Wait, Shinigami. Fugaku turned slightly, his gaze sweeping over, and found the people who had spoken. One was a Marine admiral surrounded by his men, and the other was the fuse of this war, Ace. What is it? Under Fugaku's oppressive Sharingan, Ace took a few steps forward and stood protectively in front of Whitebeard. Pops, and Shinigami, please take me with you. I also want to meet your master. The Marine admiral said, Shinigami, I have the same request. After these 2 stepped forward, the other souls below, both pirates and Marines, also called out to Fugaku with requests. Shinigami, let us go too. We can't trust you with just Pops. That's right. What if you try to harm Pops? You're not trustworthy. Even if we are dead, we cannot allow the pirates to make a single move. It's not just the pirates. We are also worried about the safety of the Vice Admiral, especially you Shinigami who are preparing to collude with pirates. Faced with the clamoring souls, their tones full of arrogance and self-importance, Fugaku's mood was not entirely one of anger. Although he was very angry, in addition to his anger, he found the arrogance of this group of souls hard to understand. Whether pirates or Marines, why was everyone so arrogant? They spoke without thinking at all. They had just experienced being pressed to the ground by his spiritual pressure. How could they forget so quickly? Are normal people really this brave when faced with an unknown powerhouse? Quiet. Boom. Fugaku's spiritual pressure erupted again, even stronger than before, directly pressing everyone firmly to the ground. Some with weaker wills had already fainted under the pressure. He looked at Whitebeard, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices and almost unable to hold on. For some reason, he felt a trace of recognition in his heart. Having such brainless fools who can't see the situation clearly as subordinates must be very difficult to handle. However, to be on the safe side, he still reported the current situation to Kenma. After waiting for a while, Kenma's voice sounded in Fugaku's mind. They'll have to meet sooner or later anyway, so just let them come. After receiving permission, Fugaku withdrew his spiritual pressure. The many souls once again panted heavily, and a hint of fear and obedience appeared in their eyes as they looked at Fugaku. My master has granted you an audience, but you must maintain order. My master dislikes chaos. Follow me. Fugaku led the way. Thank you. Whitebeard caught his breath and followed. Damn it. Ace had just wanted to take the opportunity to resist the pressure, but he had momentarily forgotten that he was dead and couldn't use his abilities. He could only watch helplessly as his pops suffered. Now, seeing that his pops was going, he gritted his teeth and followed. Wait for me, pops. He wanted to see who this mysterious master of the Shinigami was, to dare to put on such a grand display. After the 2 of them moved, the other pirates and marines who could still move also followed behind the few Shinigami. Looking at Fugaku leading the way, Whitebeard asked cautiously, the Shinigami, who is this master you speak of, and how should we address him? Seeing that his attitude was decent, Fugaku said kindly, my master's status is noble, and his name is not to be spoken lightly. You need only address him as Lord Kenma. Lord Enma. Whitebeard was shocked. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 38, to sign a contract or not. Lord Enma. Hearing such a name from the mouth of the Shinigami before him, Whitebeard was shocked, finding it incredibly familiar. He remembered hearing long ago from his brother Odin that in the ancient legends of Wano country, the deity in charge of the afterlife was named King Enma. Could the legends be true? No, the Shinigami had already appeared, so King Enma must be real as well. But Whitebeard had never imagined that he, a mere pirate, would be granted an audience with such a great figure after death. It seemed his status as an emperor carried some weight even in the netherworld. Could it be that the enemies he had defeated had gone to the afterlife and spread his name? Whitebeard was a little confused. Even if he had some fame, it wasn't enough to warrant a personal visit from King Enma, was it? It wasn't just Whitebeard, the veteran pirates around him who had worked with Odin also couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise upon hearing the name. King Enma. Ace had personally been to Wano country, so he naturally knew the name as well. Although surprised, the thought of his friends in Wano filled his heart with a sudden melancholy. He wondered how Tama, Yamato, and the people oppressed by Kaido and Orochi were doing. I can no longer fulfill the promise I made back then. As they were heading over, a huge voice, like a great bell, sounded from behind them. Pops, Ace, everyone, I'm so glad you're okay. Ah. Why don't I see Marco and the others? Where are they? Ah, isn't this Marine headquarters? Why can't these Marines see me? Hearing the voice, everyone turned in unison. They saw an incredibly massive giant striding towards them. He had bluish-brown skin, 2 horns on his head, and a mouthful of fangs, looking ferocious and terrifying. From a distance, it was as if a high mountain were slowly moving towards them. Oz Jr. Yeah, Oz Jr. is dead too. Oz Jr. walked towards Whitebeard and the others, muttering his confusion. In a few steps, he was in front of them, squatting down to look at Whitebeard and Ace. Pops, Ace, what's going on? Looking at Oz Jr., who still hadn't figured out his situation, a pang of pain shot through Ace's heart. Guilt and self-blame once again welled up inside him. Tears streamed down his face again, but he bit his lip hard, stopping himself from crying out loud. Oz Jr. had died to save him. And he had implicated Whitebeard and his crewmates as well. Looking at Ace's state, Whitebeard sighed. His expression then became solemn, and he looked up and shouted at Oz Jr., "Stupid son, you're already dead, aren't you?" Realization dawned on Oz Jr., "Oh yeah, I remember now. I was killed by the warlords and the Marines." Whitebeard gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's not just you. Me, Ace, and everyone else, we're all dead now. Ace and Pops too. Does that mean we still couldn't save Ace?" Oz Jr. was stunned at first. He then looked at Whitebeard and Ace's figures, but a genuine smile appeared on his face. "We couldn't save Ace, and we even implicated Pops. Although that's not good. But to still be with you all, it's really great. The smile on such a ferocious face, on the contrary, made the fierce-looking giant seem to have a simple, childlike innocence. Stupid son. Whitebeard knew Junior's naive personality, but hearing him say this, he couldn't help but feel his eyes redden. But now was not the time to be immersed in emotion. Oz, we're going to see King Enma now. Do you want to come along? Yes. As long as I'm with Pops, I'll go anywhere. Then follow us. Led by Fugaku, a large group of souls came to a pile of rubble in front of the Marine headquarters building. The moment they arrived, Whitebeard and the others were filled with complex emotions. The reason was simple. To one side of them, the fleet admiral and the admirals were directing the post-war cleanup. He was right beside Sengoku, yet the man was completely unaware. To face his old rival in such a state was a truly strange feeling. Whoa, it's my first time seeing the fleet admiral up close. That's Akainu. He's wrapped in such thick bandages. He really fought hard. In comparison, Akiji and Kizaru next to him. That's a given. Admiral Sakazuki is a model for all Marines. If he had died, he definitely wouldn't have let you pirates off. Pa, what are you saying? The Admiral should be alive and well, and then kill all the pirates on the sea to carry out justice to the end. Seeing that the pirates and Marines were about to start another commotion, this time, without Fugaku needing to apply pressure, they were suppressed by Whitebeard and the Marine generals. After order was restored, Fugaku first warned Whitebeard and the Marine generals. You are about to see our lord. You souls must be mindful of your etiquette in his presence. Fugaku then said to the Uchiha around him, in our lord's presence, you must maintain order among these souls. Do not bring shame to our Uchiha clan. Understood. Several Uchiha responded and then dispersed among the group of souls to be ready to suppress any trouble. Fugaku quickly descended from midair to the ground and ran towards the front. On a pile of rubble sat two young men, also dressed in pitch-black clothing. One was sitting casually, the other stood guard behind him. The group of souls saw the red-eyed Shinigami who had brought them over kneel on one knee before the young man sitting on the rubble. His face was full of respect, completely devoid of the condescending air he had shown them before. How could Whitebeard and the others not see that this young man was the master the Shinigami had spoken of, the legendary King Enma? Observing the appearance of this King Enma, what surprised everyone was that this king who ruled the afterlife was not the 10-meter-tall, red-faced, fanged, ferocious figure they had imagined. On the contrary, he was no different from an ordinary person, and was even quite handsome. The only impressive feature was that this King Enma's eyebrows were very thick and heavy. The red-eyed Shinigami was speaking to King Enma. The distance was too great and their voices were too soft for the group to hear clearly. But after they finished talking, the red-eyed Shinigami stood up and beckoned for them to come over. As they got closer, Whitebeard and the others could see more clearly. His appearance really is no different from an ordinary person. And that King Enma also looked over as the group approached. He glanced lightly over the souls, his gaze finally resting on Whitebeard at the front. His face was calm, without a single expression, giving off a serious and somber feeling. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, right? Those last words of yours were very well said. You've heard the situation from Fugaku. I can give you a chance to live again. So, will you sign a contract with me? Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 39, Whitebeard's reaction. This is the Lord Enma the Shinigami spoke of. Looking at the men sitting on the pile of rubble, a complex mixture of surprise and fear welled up deep in the hearts of the pirates. They had been subjected to the aura of the red-eyed Shinigami twice before, pressed down so they couldn't even get up, completely powerless to resist. After experiencing this pressure that struck directly at their souls, the group had clearly become much more sensible. At the very least, they wouldn't openly show their dissatisfaction, and they certainly wouldn't speak ill of that Lord Enma in front of the Shinigami. In the face of a powerhouse, it was natural to show some respect. At the same time, a trace of curiosity arose in their hearts. This Shinigami was already so powerful, so how terrifying must the master behind him be? At the very least, he had to be an ogre who ate 10 children at a time. But seeing him in person, the group felt a little disappointed. His appearance, far from being ferocious and terrifying, was no different from an ordinary person's. He wasn't even a tenth as scary as they had imagined. Even a random bounty hunter on the seas with a reward of 10 million looked far more vicious than this Enma. But then, the group saw the Shinigami who had terrified them being utterly respectful in front of this Lord Enma, with the demeanor of a servant, completely devoid of the terrifying aura from before. He was as docile as a house dog. Only then did the group believe that this seemingly ordinary Lord Enma was a truly great figure. Whitebeard took a step forward, looking up at the solemn-faced Enma, his own aura unconsciously diminishing. You are King Enma. For someone of your esteemed status to go to such lengths to appear in person, your purpose must not be simple. What do you require of us dead? Hearing Whitebeard's form of address, Kenma was taken aback. He knew the pronunciation of his name was indeed very similar to the word Enma. He also knew what the so-called King Enma meant in the hearts of the living. The ruler of the afterlife, of the underworld, of hell, and so on. Wasn't that how it was in Dragon Ball? Upon hearing Whitebeard's title, Kenma immediately realized the misunderstanding. In the spirit of honesty and trustworthiness, Kenma explained, "Whitebeard, I think you've misunderstood. I am not the King Enma you think I am, nor am I the ruler of the afterlife. It's just that the pronunciation of my name is very similar, that's all." After he brought this group of people to the Soul Society, they would sooner or later realize this misunderstanding caused by the similar-sounding names. It was better to admit it frankly now and show his attitude. Not King Enma. Seeing him deny it so decisively, and seeing his serious face, which didn't look like someone who would lie, Whitebeard was already mostly convinced. But even if he wasn't King Enma, the power the Shinigami had just displayed was enough to make this group of lonely souls take him seriously. Then what did the Shinigami mean by, live again in another world? Are you taking us to be reincarnated? And, what is this contract you speak of? Whitebeard didn't hold back, directly throwing out the most crucial questions at hand. Faced with Whitebeard's doubts, Kenma didn't lie, but instead told him his origins and the purpose of his trip, truthfully. It is not reincarnation, just taking your soul to the world I'm from. Well, it's just as it sounds. I am not a native of this world, but from a world of souls called the Soul Society, and I am a professional Shinigami in the Soul Society. I happened to come to this world and encountered this war, so I came to collect some souls that interest me. Whitebeard, in honor of your magnificent final curtain call, I now give you two choices. One is to form a contract with me and become my subordinate, and I will take you to the Soul Society to live again. You can live in the Soul Society in your soul state, and even eating, sleeping, marrying, and having children will not be a problem. The other choice is to refuse my good intentions, and your soul will be scattered here and now. Whitebeard's brow furrowed. You mean, if we don't agree, you will destroy our souls? Kenma shook his head slightly. I'm not that overbearing. If you don't agree, I will abandon your soul. In this world, the final fate of a soul is not very good. As for the afterlife here, heh. A contemptuous snort revealed Kenma's opinion. Whitebeard's heart jumped, and he sensed a hint of something bad from Kenma's tone. What's wrong with the afterlife here? Who knows? I don't know either. Kenma's answer immediately made the bad feeling in Whitebeard's heart surge. But because he knew nothing about the underworld, he had no way of guessing. However, judging by the other's attitude, it clearly wasn't very good. Seeing Whitebeard's face gradually darken, Kenma sighed inwardly. He was telling the truth about the underworld here. He really didn't know. He had thought about going to the underworld here to investigate before, but he hadn't found a way in. In his words to Whitebeard, there was no falsehood, nor had he concealed anything. It was just that his tone carried a little of his own subjectivity. If Whitebeard misunderstood because of this, then it had nothing to do with him. Whitebeard considered the conditions Kenma had given him, then looked at the sun surrounding him. His expression suddenly froze, and then he realized. Wait, Enma, it seems you only mentioned me in your words just now. What about these sons of mine? Naturally, they will be left to fend for themselves. Kenma's face was a matter of course. I've already said, I only collect souls that interest me. Your soul, Whitebeard, and Fire Fist Aces, as well as that giant soul. Right now, I am only interested in you three. As for this group of pirates under your command, and even this group of marines, they have no recyclable value to me. Kenma's words clearly reached the ears of Whitebeard and the others. Whitebeard's face instantly changed, becoming incredibly ugly. And the pirates around him, as well as the marines, immediately broke out in an uproar. What? How dare you look down on us like that? Even a Shinigami and King Enma dare to be so smug in front of us. Never mind these pirates, what's wrong with us marines? Just as the voices of the souls were getting louder and louder, bursts of spiritual pressure erupted on the field, accurately pressing down on every soul's body, forcing them all to the ground. The entire field fell silent in an instant. Fugaku, standing below the pile of rubble, had his Mangekyo activated, flashing with an eerie crimson light as he scanned the souls in front of Whitebeard. In the presence of my master, you mere souls, watch your words. His words were filled with a bone-chilling cold. But what was even more heart-stopping than his words was his merciless gaze, as if he were looking at dead people. No, these people were already dead. Fugaku was speechless. Are the people of this world so stupid? Why can't any of them learn their lesson? It's fine, withdraw your spiritual pressure. Kenma said softly to Fugaku. Fugaku waved his hand at the crowd. The Uchiha, who were scattered among the many souls, also withdrew their spiritual pressure in unison. All the souls immediately felt a lightness, the pressure on them instantly dissipating. The sound of heavy panting echoed across the square. They had once again experienced this pressure that seemed to crush their souls, but this time it was much stronger than the previous two. If it hadn't stopped in time, everyone felt that their souls would have been crushed on the spot. A sense of desperate powerlessness rose in their hearts. Their faces were pale, filled with an unspeakable terror. They looked at Kenma with averted gazes, then immediately looked away, not daring to look directly at him. It was as if before them was the king of beasts, ready to devour them at any moment. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 40, Whitebeard's Condition. The pirates had repeatedly crossed the line with the Uchiha and the others. This time, the pressure they applied was serious. If Kenma hadn't stopped them in time, all the souls present, except for the 3 he had personally acknowledged, would have been crushed to death by their spiritual pressure. The gap between a Shinigami and an ordinary soul was unimaginably large. Whitebeard panted heavily. He could naturally feel the goodwill of this Lord Enma before him. Otherwise, he was afraid he would never see these sons of his again. And for the future of these sons, he didn't mind lowering his head. I'm sorry. My sons were rude just now. I apologize on their behalf. And thank you for stopping them in time. Kenma said, Whitebeard, you should know who I'm doing this for, right? Who else could it be for? Wasn't it for him, Whitebeard, and Ace and us Jr.? The spiritual pressure applied to Whitebeard was not strong, far from the weight on these pirates. He quickly recovered after a few breaths. So you mean? You only plan to take the 3 of us, and as for these other people who died, both pirates and marines, you will ignore them. That's right, Kenma nodded. After receiving confirmation, Whitebeard scanned his surroundings, taking in the familiar faces of his sons one by one. Suddenly, his heart stirred. He noticed something strange in the others' words. If the targets are only the 3 of them, why bring all these other dead souls over for a meeting? The few red-eyed Shinigami present were more than enough to suppress the entire group of souls. But he had agreed to let the souls come over before. Whitebeard was not as simple-minded as his sons. On the contrary, he was very intelligent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to match wits with the wise General Sengoku for so many years. With just a moment's thought, he saw through the other's intentions. It was a threat. Enma, to be frank, you plan to use my sons to threaten me, to force me to agree to your demands, right? Whitebeard, some things are better left unsaid. If you say them out loud, it will make me feel awkward. Kenma's face was expressionless, but there was not the slightest hint of embarrassment. However, he did not deny Whitebeard's guess. You all are too free and undisciplined. This is just a measure to ensure my success. He had never hidden his purpose and thoughts. If there was a surprise, it was that he had not expected that the restraining measures he had hidden would be seen through so easily by Whitebeard. He had thought it would take a little longer. This insight, as expected of Whitebeard. Although saying it so bluntly had somewhat disrupted Kenma's initial expectations, seeing Whitebeard so outstanding, Kenma's desire to have him became even more resolute. But it wasn't difficult to get Whitebeard and the others to the Soul Society. The difficult part was making Whitebeard willingly serve him. He had no such strange fetish, and he didn't want his subordinates to resent him and be waiting for an opportunity to assassinate him. Yes, I'm talking about you, Eizen. Hearing Kenma's words, Whitebeard's eyes flickered, and he completely understood. From the current situation, he was truly caught by the throat. But the conversation between Whitebeard and Kenma set off a wave of noisy clamor among the pirates, who began to discuss animatedly. Most of them couldn't understand the deeper meaning. They only heard from their pops that they were being threatened, and a strong sense of dissatisfaction immediately erupted. To use us to threaten Pops, that's just too, whatever. Although we don't know how they're threatening Pops, you don't have to worry about us, Pops. Just do what you think is right. Pops has shown us great kindness. We can't be a burden that holds him back. The world of pirates also values righteousness. Isn't that what you taught us, Pops? Now is the time for us to repay you. This group of pirates, having been taught a lesson a few times by the Uchiha's spiritual pressure, had at least learned some restraint and did not speak so rudely. Seeing the discussion on the field heating up, a sudden, sharp shout stopped the increasingly intense atmosphere. All of you, shut up for a moment. All the souls heard this familiar voice and turned in unison to look in that direction. It was Ace. At this moment, the tear stains on Ace's face had dried, and a trace of determination remained in his eyes. Seeing Whitebeard and his comrades looking over, he said nothing, but his eyes were as firm as iron. He had clearly already made his decision. Ace, what are you trying to do? Whitebeard looked at Ace, a variety of feelings welling up in his heart, but he did not continue to stop him, and his voice gradually quieted. Ace didn't answer Whitebeard, only gritting his teeth and taking a step forward. This action naturally attracted Kenma's attention. Ace, it seems you've made up your mind. Ace asked, Gritting his teeth, King Enma, if you were to take all the souls present to this soul society you speak of, it shouldn't take too much effort, right? Seeing that the fish had finally taken the bait, Kenma was satisfied. His face showed no expression, but he just nodded and said softly, "That's right. It would be a piece of cake for me. If that's the case, then take them to the Soul Society too. In exchange, I will be your subordinate from now on and serve you loyally." Ace's expression became even more resolute. It was because of him that his comrades had lost their lives. If he didn't do something, he couldn't forgive himself. What's more, to watch his comrades be ruthlessly abandoned, he couldn't do it no matter what. At this moment, it was his chance to atone for his sins. Ace. Whitebeard was silent. He knew very well what was in Ace's heart. In fact, he empathized with Ace's guilt and self-blame. These sons who had died with him had, in the end, also died because of his decision. Since they had died because of him, then he also had the responsibility to save them. Sherui, who was guarding behind Kenma, looked at this young pirate named Ace and felt a sense of familiarity and recognition in his heart. Back then, he had also pleaded with Lord Kenma in the same way. Fortunately, in the end, he had agreed, which was why the Uchiha had a relatively good outcome now. Now that the scene was repeating itself, he thought that Lord Kenma would surely agree as well. With this in mind, his gaze fell on Kenma in front of him, a look of gratitude and understanding in his eyes. Seeing that things were finally on the right track, Kenma didn't pay any attention to Ace. His gaze instead fell on Whitebeard. In the end, Whitebeard was the key. And you, Whitebeard. After all, the pirate Whitebeard would never abandon his comrades. Whitebeard sighed. He knew that he and his men had always been fish on the other's chopping block. And as the stronger party, for the other to have such a polite attitude was already quite difficult. The goodwill shown upon meeting was enough to show his respect for him. "I can agree to your request and submit to you, but I also have a condition." Whitebeard knew that his request at this moment was a bit presumptuous. But for the sake of his sons, he had to put aside his pride. "Speak. I hope that after you take them to the Soul Society, you will not make things difficult for them. In any case, they are just small fries to you. Just let them be free." Whitebeard's expression was incredibly solemn. "As long as you agree to this request, I, Edward Newgate, will follow you from now on and will never betray you." Hearing Whitebeard's resonant words, Kenma looked at the motley crew of pirates, stroked his chin, and after some thought, finally made a decision. "Whitebeard, I can agree, but I also have conditions." Hearing Kenma agree, a look of joy appeared on Whitebeard's face. "What conditions?" Kenma held up 2 fingers. "First, letting them be free is not a problem, but I will no longer be responsible for their food, clothing, and other needs. Second, after I take you there, I will have someone check your aptitude. If there are any with aptitude, I will still sign a contract with them and make them my subordinates." "No problem with that, right?" Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 41, The Phantom of the Devil Fruit. After careful consideration, Kenma gave up on the idea of taking all these pirates with him. There were too many of them. If he took them all, even if he were to one day reach the first rank of spiritual power and become a powerhouse like Yamamoto or the monk, he still wouldn't be able to sign a contract with all the dead souls in the world. There were still many worlds waiting for him to explore and excavate. He couldn't just sign a contract with a large number of ordinary souls who weren't Shinigami every time, could he? It would be too draining for Kenma, and the gains would not outweigh the losses. He had initially signed a contract with the entire Uchiha clan as a precaution. That was also because the number of Uchiha was not too large, and Kenma could still bear it. After seeing the high aptitude displayed by the Uchiha clan, he was even less willing to let them go. Now that the Uchiha clan was beginning to show its strength, it was enough for Kenma to command. In the future, it would be better to only sign contracts with those who had the aptitude to become Shinigami. This alone would be enough for Kenma's power and influence to grow to a height that no one could shake. As for these ordinary souls, he would just let them be after bringing them back to the Soul Society. Would they expose the existence of other worlds? Kenma wasn't too worried about that. With the Uchiha clan's members who possessed spiritual pressure, they were more than enough to subdue those ordinary souls and could help Kenma with some management. Even if the Uchiha's management was not in place, how many Shinigami would pay attention to ordinary souls? And how many people would believe the words of these souls? The number of souls Kenma had brought back was far from enough to affect the balance of the 3 realms, so it simply wasn't worth the Shinigami's effort. If it really came to that point in the future, Kenma's power would already be established, and there would be even less to fear. What's more, perhaps his actions had already been discovered. Kenma had never forgotten the 5 in the sky. No, there should only be 4 now. Until now, they had not appeared to stop him, which meant they had acquiesced. Hearing Kenma's words, Whitebeard nodded. The first point is naturally not a problem. Since you've said you'll let them be free, we naturally won't have the face to ask for your protection again. The second point. Whitebeard's heart stirred, and he suddenly asked, what kind of aptitude are you talking about? Naturally, the qualification to become a Shinigami. Kenma pointed to Fugaku at his side, and to the Uchiha clansmen who were supervising the many souls. Like them. Whitebeard and the others looked at Fugaku beside the pile of rubble, a look of surprise on their faces. You mean, we can also become gods like them? They had experienced the pressure from these people several times before. The impact on a person was even more suffocating than Conqueror's haki. The oppressive feeling that went deep into the soul was almost no different from that of a god. They had thought that such strength was a power that only a born deity could possess. But now they learned that such a ridiculously strong power, like that of a god, could actually be cultivated. This was undoubtedly a huge shock to Whitebeard and the others. Not gods. Shinigami is just a profession. But for ordinary people, it is no different from being a god. Kenma shook his head, and after explaining, he threw another bucket of cold water on them. You'd better not get your hopes up. Souls with the aptitude to become Shinigami are very rare. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's 1 in 10,000. For a group like yours, it would be a miracle if 2 or 3 appeared. It's also normal if there are none at all. Whitebeard frowned and asked, if that's the case, perhaps even Ace, Oz, and I won't be able to become Shinigami. Won't all your effort in making a contract with us be in vain? There is such a possibility, and the possibility is not small. Kenma looked at Whitebeard with bright eyes. But that doesn't stop me from admiring you very much. You are worth all this trouble. As for the specifics, after you sign a contract with me, you will understand better by experiencing it yourself. Kenma's face showed no expression, but from his series of words and actions just now, Whitebeard could deeply feel the other's sincerity. This serious and kind attitude did not seem fake. In that case, I have no other questions. At the side, Ace, seeing that his pops and Kenma had come to an agreement, breathed a sigh of relief. At least this way, the souls of his many comrades could be properly settled. The giant Oz, behind the group of souls, didn't have too many thoughts. Since Pops and Ace have agreed, I have no objections either. Very good. Seeing that all 3 had agreed, Kenma stood up and walked down from the pile of stones. At the same time, he drew the Zanpakutō from his waist and came to Whitebeard's side. Next, it's time to sign a contract with you. When we sign, I have a new idea I want to try. Don't refuse then. That's no problem, the 3 of them nodded. Whitebeard then asked, but how should we cooperate with you? You just need to agree in your hearts. Kenma held his Zanpakutō horizontally in front of him and told the 3 of them the contents of the contract. After I sign a contract with you, I will be able to obtain a portion of your abilities. In the same way, I can also give you some blessings. But there is one thing I must make clear in advance. Once the contract is completed, there will be no room for regret. You will live and die with me, and you must not have any rebellious thoughts. If you betray me, you will surely be met with the sword and die a violent death. Whitebeard looked at his 2 sons and nodded at Kenma. That's no problem. Ace and Uz also echoed their agreement. Very good. Seeing that the 3 had no objections, Kenma no longer hesitated and released his Zanpakutō. Connect, Kiritsugu. As the release command was spoken, a clear light shone from the blade. The light turned into 3 threads and connected to the chests of Whitebeard and the other 2. The magnificent will that rose in their hearts felt exactly the same as the Kenma before them. Their gazes fell on Kenma. They could naturally recognize that this will came from him. The 3 of them were already prepared and all nodded heavily. So be it. The contract is made. But the clear light and the threads on the Zanpakutō remained. Only the thread connected to us began to fade and then disappeared. But the 2 threads connected to Ace and Whitebeard did not immediately become invisible. Kenma's actions were not over. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, precisely controlling the 2 threads that extended to Whitebeard and Ace. The threads emerged from their bodies, extending infinitely, stretching to the distant horizon, as far as the eye could see. Fugaku's brow furrowed. This was not the same as when their Uchiha clan had made their contract. He looked at Sherui, who also shook his head in confusion. He also didn't know what Kenma was doing, and he hadn't told him before. After a moment, Kenma suddenly let out a loud shout, "Sever, Kiritsugu." As his voice fell, another burst of light erupted from the blade. The spiritual pressure in Kenma's body surged. A layer of fine sweat appeared on his face, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The threads that had stretched to an unknown place began to retract. In the blink of an eye, they returned to this place, back into Ace's and Whitebeard's bodies. First Ace's, then Whitebeard's. Fugaku's and Shersui's vision was the best. Even though it was only for a moment, they saw it clearly. At the end of the 2 threads, something rather illusory was hooked. It looked like some kind of fruit, with spiral patterns on its surface, looking quite strange. Under the pull of the threads, the phantoms of these two fruits were embedded into Ace's and Whitebeard's bodies. The threads connecting the two also gradually faded into invisibility. Ha! Kenma slowly let out a breath of turbid air, the tense expression on his face relaxing a lot. The great work was accomplished. This is... Whitebeard and Ace looked at their own hands, their pupils trembling, a look of disbelief on their faces. They could feel that they were now closely united with Kenma in some way. Like a community of fate. Kenma's figure suddenly became much taller in their hearts, and there was a sense of intimacy that came from the bottom of their hearts. This was naturally due to the contract, the two of them knew it well. But besides these psychological effects produced by the contract, what shocked them so much was something else entirely. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 42, Obtaining the Flame and Tremor Fruits. Boom. Flames surged, and a wave of heat washed over them. The bright light illuminated the freckled face. Ace looked at the flames burning on his hand, a look of disbelief on his face. Fire. This is the flame fruit. I have my fruit's ability again. What's going on? I tried it before, and the flame fruit's ability was definitely gone. Now, how did it come back to me? Just now, a strangely familiar feeling had welled up in Ace's heart. Although he no longer held out hope, he had still subconsciously tried to release his fruit's ability. He hadn't expected the devil fruit's ability to actually return to him. How was this possible? Wasn't he already dead? Pops. Ace's mouth was slightly agape. He looked at his pops at the side, only to see that Whitebeard also wore a look of surprise, a flash of realization in his eyes. He raised his arm and clenched his fist tightly. Crack. Crack. Crackle. A crisp sound suddenly rang out nearby. Whitebeard's huge fist slammed into the empty air. With his fist as the center, the atmosphere cracked, creating fissures like shattered glass. Seeing this, Whitebeard slowly lowered his arm, looking at his fist in a daze. The feeling from just now, as if he could destroy anything, was incredibly familiar to him. This was the powerful ability that had accompanied him for most of his life, a name that resounded throughout the world, a synonym for destruction. The Tremor Fruit. Although his strength had diminished greatly due to his death, and he no longer had the world-destroying power he possessed in life, it was indeed the ability of the Tremor Fruit. My Tremor Fruit is back too. Can a person still obtain their former powers after death? The souls around Whitebeard, upon seeing this scene, whether pirates or marines, all had their mouths wide open, unable to close them, their eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Everyone stared at Whitebeard and Ace, dumbfounded. The devil fruit abilities have returned to Pops and Ace. How is that possible? Could it be that ability users can still hold their abilities after death? It's common knowledge that a devil fruit is reborn randomly after its user dies. And Pop's Tremor Fruit was stolen by Blackbeard. I saw it with my own eyes. Compared to the pirates' surprise and relief, the Marines, in addition to their shock, had their faces turned much uglier. Whitebeard and Fire Fist are already dead, yet they still possess such powerful strength. The fear of the Tremor Fruit, can we not escape it even after death? Damn you, Whitebeard. Are you going to continue to rule in the afterlife as well? As Whitebeard threw a punch, the atmosphere shattered, and a tremor ran through the ground. Boom. Boom, boom. The earthquake came without warning and left just as quickly. The living Marines on the island were all shaken, thrown to the ground by the tremor. Only the high-ranking officers were barely able to stand firm in the earthquake. What's going on? An earthquake? Could it be Whitebeard? No. Did Blackbeard launch a surprise attack? Is the war already over? Humph, just the right time to arrest him. As the on-site Supreme Commander, Sengoku, seeing the tremor quickly pass, had a white light reflect off his black, round-framed glasses, and a profound sense of having seen through everything emerged. There's no need to panic. Blackbeard and his crew have already gone far. This is just an aftershock from Whitebeard's earthquake earlier. It's nothing serious. Sengoku's roar echoed across the square, instantly calming all the Marine soldiers. The old fleet admiral held an unparalleled prestige in the military, and what was even more well-known was his world-class wisdom, which had earned him the title of the Wise General. To many Marine soldiers, his words were the law, and they believed him without a doubt. Seeing the military situation stabilize, Sengoku's expression softened slightly, and he once again directed the rescue work. And the souls not far from Sengoku, seeing him so spirited, had the pirates' faces show indignation as they cursed in low voices, while the Marines' faces showed admiration and longing. Whitebeard ignored his son's discussions and instead looked at Kenma before him, his eyes filled with unconcealed shock. You did this, didn't you? I tried it right after I died, and I couldn't use my ability at all. But after I made a contract with you, my fruit's ability immediately returned. This must be because of the contract with you. For him and Ace, who had personally experienced it, this was almost obvious. Hearing Whitebeard's words, the pirates around him looked at Kenma in disbelief. Pops is never wrong. Then, it really was the doing of this King Enma before us. Under the gazes of Whitebeard and the others, Kenma nodded slightly. It was indeed my doing. After all, it's more fitting for you to keep your original abilities. It was also more in line with Kenma's own impression. A Whitebeard without the Tremor fruit, an Ace without the Flame fruit, it just felt like something was missing. Receiving a definite answer from Kenma, the souls on the field couldn't help but gasp, and a series of exclamations rang out. Hiss, to be able to do even this, it's terrifying. Never mind Ace's Flame fruit, to be able to take back the Tremor fruit that was stolen by Blackbeard. Such an exaggerated ability, it's simply a miracle. As expected of King Enma, so powerful. Looking at the still expressionless Kenma, Whitebeard was filled with emotion. It seemed he had really been saved by an incredible person. No, he was an incredible person to begin with. Gururara, what an unimaginable power. How did you do it? Whitebeard asked with curiosity. This is one of the abilities of my Zanpakutō. It can connect me with anything that is not myself. Kenma explained the ability of his Zanpakutō to Whitebeard in a low voice. And helping Whitebeard and Ace regain their devil fruit abilities was a new idea of Kenma's. He hadn't expected it to succeed so easily on the first try. Kenma had studied his connection ability in depth. It seemed powerful, but it also had a limitation. It could only connect himself with another object, but it could not connect two objects. That is, Kenma could connect with A, and he could connect with B, but he could not connect A and B. Logically, it should have been impossible to connect Ace and Whitebeard with their abilities. But Kenma had found a way around it. Using Ace as an example, he did not directly connect Ace with the Flame fruit, that would have been impossible no matter what. What Kenma did was first connect himself with Ace. In this way, he became Ace. Then he used his connection ability to connect the Flame fruit with himself, who had become Ace. After the connection was completed, he had the Flame fruit, and Ace also had the ability of the Flame fruit. However, unlike when Ace was alive, the Flame fruit had essentially become Kenma's ability. The ownership of the fruit completely belonged to Kenma. Kenma had only given Ace the right to use the Flame fruit. To put it bluntly, Ace's existence was just a vessel for Kenma to place the Flame fruit. As long as Kenma wanted, he could take it back at any time. The same principle applied to Whitebeard. However, compared to Ace, the process of getting Whitebeard the Tremor fruit was much more troublesome. Ace had just died, and the Flame fruit was still in his body. Kenma used the mysterious connection between Ace's soul and body to have his thread connect to Ace's body, connect to the Flame fruit, and then pull it over. But Whitebeard's Tremor fruit had already been stolen by Blackbeard. Fortunately, Blackbeard hadn't gone far. Kenma used his threads to extend his perception and easily found Blackbeard's location. He immediately connected himself with Blackbeard. Kenma then used his Zanpakutō Kuritsugu's severing ability, sending it along the connecting thread to Blackbeard's body, and with one move, cut the connection between Blackbeard and the Tremor fruit. Only then did he connect with this most destructive devil fruit. This series of precise operations did not consume much of Kenma's spiritual pressure, but it was very mentally taxing. Such intense concentration easily led to mental fatigue. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 43, Returning to the Soul Society. A dilapidated warship was sailing on the sea. Blackbeard stood on the deck, a wild smile on his face, his heart filled with an boundless fighting spirit. If one were to name the ultimate winner of this world-watched war at the summit, it would undoubtedly be him, Marshall D. Teach. Not only had he found the powerful partners he desired, but he had also obtained Pop's strongest destructive power. He had even used the live broadcast of the public execution to spread his name throughout the seas, making it known to all. Let the weak and boring common folk tremble in fear at the sound of his name. Everything was developing in a good direction. From this day forward, this sea would be his era. As he was mentally planning the next steps for his crew, a jolt went through Blackbeard. He sensed an inexplicable presence land on him, and it seemed to cut him, yet he felt no pain. What's going on? What happened? Blackbeard was startled, his face changing drastically as he looked around. His actions immediately alerted the crew members around him. The navigator, Lafitte, at his side, immediately asked with concern, "Captain, what happened?" Blackbeard's face turned extremely ugly. His physique was special, and with the power of the dark fruit, he was crystal clear about the state of the fruits within his body. But just now, after being cut, the ability of the tremor fruit had actually disappeared. Seeing Blackbeard state, the corrupt king of Alo Pizarro had a smile full of ambition on his face. Did you get seriously injured in the fight with Sengoku just now, Naya? In that case, why don't you let me be the captain, Naya? Hearing this, an icy killing intent appeared on Lafitte's pale face, and he laughed sinisterly. Hee, our only captain is Captain Teach. If you dare say that again, I'll kill you, you know. A dispute arose among his comrades, and Blackbeard stepped in to mediate. You two, stop it. We are all comrades. At this moment, the smile full of ambition and arrogance returned to Blackbeard's face. But his heart was filled with killing intent. Without a doubt, his feeling just now was not wrong. He had been cut by someone and had the tremor fruit stolen from him. Damn it, my new partners have just been gathered. I can't let this be known. Damn bastard, who was it, and what kind of ability was it? Don't let me find you. While Blackbeard was seething with resentment, Kenma was currently seeking out the souls of those who had eaten devil fruits in their lives. Since his new idea was feasible, he would take the opportunity to expand his gains. Whether they were pirates or marines, as long as they had a fruit ability in life, Kenma would immediately sign a contract with them and then help them regain their ability. But after a search, among so many souls, there were only a few ability users, and their abilities were not very strong, mostly Zoan and Paramecia types. No matter how small, every little bit counts. Kenma was not one to be a picky eater. Fugaku and Sherui, behind Kenma, saw this and couldn't help but exchange a glance, silently conveying their thoughts to each other with Genjutsu. Sherui, I have a theory. Do you think the reason our Uchiha clan still has the Sharingan might be related to our lord's ability? Indeed, clan head. I had the same thought. Although I'm not entirely sure, it can't be easily dismissed. It's probably not just because our Uchiha clan mastered in release. Perhaps only our lord himself knows. No, to speak presumptuously, perhaps even he doesn't fully understand it yet. Watch your words, Sherui. After helping these souls find their abilities one after another, a clear look of exhaustion appeared on Kenma's face. Sherui quickly stepped forward to support him, his face full of concern. My lord, are you all right? Kenma gently pushed Sherui away, rubbing his temples, forcing himself to suppress the mental fatigue. It's nothing. I'll be fine after a little rest. Hearing this, Fugaku's and Shersui's expressions tensed. They stood guard on his left and right, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally falling on the group of souls. Their lord was in a weakened state. It was always right to be cautious. Woohoo! A figure of fire landed on Whitebeard, transforming into Ace's form. He had an excited smile on his face. Pops, great boss, my ability is no different from when I was alive. I can burn and create fire, and even turn into an element. The great boss Ace referred to was naturally Kenma. He was a crew member of Whitebeard, so Whitebeard was his leader. And Whitebeard's current leader was Kenma, so Kenma was his boss's boss. After getting Kenma's approval, Ace had started calling him that. At Kenma's suggestion, he had Ace test his ability to see if there was any difference from when he was alive. After playing around for a bit, Ace felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and more than half of his vigorous energy was gone. Just using my ability like this, why do I feel so tired? I didn't even exert myself. If he were alive, it would be no problem for him to burn for 7 days and 7 nights. But now, with just a little movement, he was exhausted. Could it be because he was dead? After Ace voiced his doubts, Kenma, while recovering his own spirit, confirmed, that's natural. After all, you are already dead. Isn't the Uchiha clan the same? After death, when they used the Sharingan again, the energy consumed was no longer chakra, but spiritual pressure. He figured it was the same for Ace and Whitebeard. As for why there was such a transformation, Kenma was still studying it. However, according to his prediction, it was highly likely related to the connection ability of his Zanpakutō, Kiritsugu. After signing the contract, the original abilities of these people had undergone some kind of change, becoming more adapted to the reishi environment of the Soul Society. Of course, this was just his guess. Seeing the fatigue on Ace's face lessen somewhat, and having recovered a lot of his own spirit, Kenma decided not to linger any longer. It's about time. We should be returning to the Soul Society. Hearing Kenma's words, Whitebeard and the others naturally had no objections. But Sherui and the others at the side all showed looks of difficulty. My lord, the souls here are huge. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to enter the Senkamen, especially. Sherui looked to the side. Kenma followed his gaze and saw the mountain-like giant, as Junior the Senkamen was only a little over 2.5 meters high. Although Whitebeard was tall, he could squeeze through. But as Junior's height was estimated to be at least 40 meters. How would he get through? Kenma had already considered this and was naturally prepared. Although as Junior is huge, his soul mass is very small. He can be completely sealed with Kido. He took out a thumb-sized glass sphere from his pocket and handed it to Sherui. Inscribed in this sphere is a special type of sealing Kido that I had Koga make. It can be used to contain a giant like us Jr. Sherui, you need to input spiritual pressure and then throw it at him to complete the seal. Sherui took the small sphere, and with a whoosh, his figure instantly left the spot. Kenma had the surrounding souls clear a space, then once again drew the Zanpakutō from his waist and swung it at the void. Sever, Kiritsugu. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 44, A Disappointing Result. In the shocked gazes of the crowd of souls, Kenma swung his blade, cutting a white streak that tore through space, revealing a large, dark opening. In the depths of this spatial rift, an ancient wooden door lay, emitting a soft white light. The souls all stood on their tiptoes, craning their necks to look. Faced with such a strange scene they had never seen before, the field erupted in exclamations and discussions, a chaotic scene. Under Kenma's instructions, 2 Uchiha stood at the opening of the spatial rift, using their spiritual pressure to create a path to the Senkamen. Another Uchiha clansman entered the spatial rift first, passed through the Senkamen into the Soul Society, and informed the Uchiha clan there to prepare for the placement of the souls. Kenma said to Whitebeard and the others, "Pass through this gate, and you will arrive in the Soul Society, the afterlife world where I'm from." Whitebeard and the others had already made their decision and naturally had no objections. Led by an Uchiha clansman, they were the first to step into the spatial rift. "Come on, my boys." After shouting to the pirates around him, Whitebeard bent his body and passed through the somewhat low wooden door, entering a soft white light. Behind Whitebeard was Ace. Ace was holding a glass sphere in his hands. Inside the sphere was a small, clearly visible figure, the Sealed Us Jr. Seeing this, the pirates under Whitebeard's command quickly followed in the footsteps of their Pops and Ace. "Everyone, let's go. Follow Pops. Maintain order. Don't break formation." After the pirates came the uniformed marine soldiers. Compared to the undisciplined pirates, the marines were undoubtedly much more orderly. Under the command of their generals, they formed lines and entered the Senkamen in a disciplined and orderly fashion. While these souls were entering in turn, Kenma also had Fugaku select a trustworthy and reliable person from the accompanying Uchiha. "My lord, this is Yakumi. He was my direct subordinate in the ninja world. He is a steady and serious person and can be entrusted with important tasks." An Uchiha with somewhat dark circles under his eyes knelt before Kenma as Fugaku introduced him. "Greetings, my lord." Uchiha Yakumi faced Kenma, his head bowed low, looking a little reserved. "There's no need to be nervous. Rise." Kenma took a scroll from his robes and handed it to Yakumi. "I have a mission for you. You will remain in this world for a period of time and keep an eye on things for me. Mainly, the famous powerhouses, such as the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, the supernovas, and even pirates with bounties over 100 million. And the marine admirals, the leaders of the revolutionary army. As long as they are sufficiently powerful individuals, if you encounter their deaths, you will preserve their souls and not let them go. On this scroll, I have transcribed some special Kido, such as this soul-pacifying barrier and the Kido that sealed us Jr. just now. They are all on here. You should find them useful. I will give you a part of the authority over the Senkamen. The spatial passage where the Senkamen is located is connected to the Soul Society, and Reishi will also seep in. When you have free time, you can train at the entrance. If you encounter a suitable soul, you can send them to the Soul Society." Uchiha Yakumi took the scroll with both hands, nodding with a solemn expression. "As you command, my lord. I will not disappoint you." Yakumi retreated respectfully. At the side, Sherui, seeing this scene, had his expression soften. Back then, he had been the same, wanting to see the future of the Uchiha and Konoha after his death, and so he had pleaded with Kenma. Kenma had granted his wish, and not wanting to waste his talent, he had also given him such conveniences, allowing him to train while also watching everything that happened in the village. Shersui's gaze fell on Kenma before him, a hint of sincere emotion in his eyes. Don't be fooled by his master's stern and impersonal exterior. After spending time with him, one would discover that the serious expression was just a facade. The true personality hidden beneath the surface was very gentle, kind, and trustworthy. He was more than 10 times, even 100 times, more outstanding than the few high-ranking officials in Konoha. At least, that was what Sherui thought. To have met Lord Kenma after his death was definitely the mercy of the god of fortune. And to have such a person as his master was an unprecedented blessing for him, no, for the entire Uchiha clan. After giving all his instructions and seeing that all the souls on the field had passed through to the Soul Society, Kenma no longer lingered. He led the Uchiha, who had finished their packing, and returned to the Soul Society together. The moment he stepped into the Soul Society, Kenma felt a sense of refreshing clarity, like the clean scent of the earth after rain, invigorating his heart and mind. Those places with no reishi, or a low concentration of it, although they had no effect on a Shinigami like Kenma, there was always something a little unsatisfactory about them. The environment of the Soul Society was still more comfortable, more nourishing. The moment they landed, Kenma and the others heard the noisy chatter of a crowd. The souls who had just arrived had already filled the large courtyard. As far as the eye could see, it was a dense crowd, at least 4,000 or 5,000 people. This one courtyard was a bit too small, and many of the souls had been placed in the several nearby courtyards. And the incredibly huge As Jr. was in one of them. Even sitting on the ground, he was incredibly conspicuous. When As Jr. was released from the seal, it had caused all the Uchiha to exclaim in disbelief that such a huge creature could exist. If this area hadn't been covered by a Kido barrier set up by Kenma long ago, it would have been exposed to public view long ago. Fortunately, with the Uchiha clan's supervision, coupled with Whitebeard's assistance, order was maintained among the souls. Although the scene was inevitably a bit chaotic, everything was normal, and there were no unexpected incidents. Seeing Kenma and the others appear, the Uchiha Setsuna and others who were there hurried over to greet them. My lord has returned safely from his trip. I can finally rest assured. No need to worry. With Sherui, Fugaku, and the others guarding me, my safety is naturally assured, Kenma said. At the side, Fugaku, Sherui, and the others, upon hearing this, all showed humble expressions and repeatedly said they were unworthy. They were very clear about their own strength and how they were not worthy of such praise from Kenma. Uchiha Setsuna obviously understood this as well, but seeing Kenma say this, he couldn't very well step on Fugaku. Kenma asked, all these souls have arrived. Let's get ready and start the test. Yes. Setsuna took his orders and left, dragging his old body. Since we have returned to the Soul Society, there is no need for so many people to be around me. Fugaku, you all go as well. As you command. Fugaku and the others took their leave. Only Sherui, Yashiro, and the others remained by Kenma's side. The test he was referring to was, of course, the aptitude to become a Shinigami. And the method of testing was very simple, just have these souls stay where they were and do nothing. And see if they could feel hunger. As long as any of these souls could feel hunger, it meant that the reishi obtained from breathing and drinking water could not meet their body's needs, and they still needed to eat. This was the qualification to become a Shinigami. Under Kenma's patient waiting, time slowly passed. After having the group of souls stay in place for a day and a night, the results came out. But the result was a great disappointment to everyone present. Among the at least 4,000 or 5,000 souls, only one person could feel hunger. It was not Whitebeard, or Ace, or any of the people Kenma had high hopes for. It was the mountain-like giant, As Jr. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 and .c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 45, Securing Loyalty. Only one person, As Jr. Hearing this result from Fugaku, not only the Uchiha, but even Kenma himself, found it hard to believe. After all this hard work, this was the result. Out of so many souls, only this one person could become a Shinigami. This was a result that would satisfy no one. This was especially true for Kenma, whose heart was filled with unwillingness. Even though he had obtained Whitebeard and Ace, which had once made him feel satisfied, without the aptitude to become a Shinigami, it was ultimately of no use. Could it be that the Uchiha clan from before had used up all his luck, leading to such a poor result this time? Kenma's face darkened a little. At the side, Whitebeard and Ace, upon hearing this result, felt their faces flush, feeling ashamed to face Kenma. They had made so many requests before, and Kenma had agreed to them all, but their own performance was undoubtedly a huge letdown. Boss Kenma, we've let you down. We've disappointed you. Whitebeard's face was full of shame. In life, he had ruled the seas, but after death, he was no better than a common soldier. Such a huge drop was difficult for even Whitebeard to accept at first. It was undoubtedly a deep blow to his confidence and ambition. More importantly, his performance was a great disservice to Kenma's previous accommodation and tolerance. But now, there was nothing he could do. After waiting for a day and a night, he still wasn't hungry. What could he, a person who had just died, do? Just then, a cry of alarm came from not far away. Pops, Ace, come and see. John is about to disappear. A clamor arose from the crowd. Hearing the cry, Kenma immediately led the group over. They saw a ferocious-looking pirate, his expression now one of terror. His body was becoming diffuse and transparent. Crystalline reishi particles were rapidly flowing from his body, dissipating into the air. It was estimated that he would disappear soon. How could this be? Seeing this, Sherui frowned. Although he had never seen this situation with his own eyes, he had learned about it from the textbooks at the Shino Academy. If an ordinary soul without a certain aptitude entered an environment with a high concentration of reishi, the entire soul would be overwhelmed and crushed by the surrounding high concentration reishi. Shersui's face showed worry. He looked at Kenma in front of him and said, "My lord, is this, the internal tissues of the body being destroyed by the high concentration reishi environment?" Kenma observed for a while, his brow furrowed. Hearing Shersui's words, he shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be. Even if the soul is dissipating, it shouldn't be this fast. Kenma also knew of the situation Sherui was talking about, for example, Kuchiki Hizana in the original story. But that was within the Sherui. And this place was on the outskirts of the Junranin district. Although the concentration of reishi in the environment was high, it was far from the high concentration of the Sherui. The reishi here was perfectly fine for ordinary souls to survive in. A thought stirred in Kenma's mind, a theory suddenly emerging. Then what's going on? Whitebeard was relatively calm, but Ace at his side was much more anxious. He quickly asked Kenma, "Great boss, you're so powerful, is there any way to save him?" He had been given a new life after death. He couldn't just completely dissipate right after arriving in a new world. This time, death would probably be real. "Ah, Pops, it's happening to me too." At this moment, another cry came. It was right beside them. Kenma and the others went to see, and the situation was exactly the same as the other pirates. He was also rapidly dissipating in the Soul Society. With a second person, it was as if a domino had been triggered. Whether pirates or marines, this situation began to appear among the souls one after another. In just a short moment, nearly 100 cases had already appeared. And as time went on, it was like a plague spreading. This situation continued to appear, and the number of dissipating souls was rapidly increasing. After looking at 5 or 6 cases, the theory in Kenma's mind gradually became a certainty. He sighed in his heart and said, "I think I know the reason for this." Whitebeard and the others all looked over. Ace asked impatiently, "What is it?" After glancing around, Kenma said slowly, "You all came from another world and were brought to the Soul Society by me. To this world, you are foreign objects, unable to adapt to this environment. Just as a freshwater fish cannot live in the sea, the difference in living environments has a decisive impact on the organism itself. And in a special environment like the Soul Society, the situation of the many souls at this time could also be said to be the world's rejection. After all, in the shadows, there was a magnificent will that manipulated the development of the world." Shersui's brow furrowed. He exchanged a glance with Fugaku and saw that he also had a thoughtful expression. He stepped forward and quickly asked, "If that's the case, then why is our Uchiha clan fine? We are also people from a different world than the Soul Society. Shouldn't we have the same fate as them?" Whitebeard glanced at Sherui and the others, a look of surprise in his eyes. He then looked at Ace, Oz Jr., and the other ability users who had made a contract with Kenma, his expression suddenly freezing. He found that none of them were showing signs of imminent dissipation. Could it be? A thoughtful look appeared on his face. He said to Kenma, "Boss Kenma, we are all fine. And from what I've observed, all of us who are fine are your contractors." Kenma nodded, his expression incredibly solemn. "Newgate, it seems you've already figured it out." Sherui and the others looked surprised, but Whitebeard looked relieved. Kenma continued, "The reason you are all safe is because you have signed a contract with me. In essence, you are one with me. I can exist in this world, so you will also be accepted by the world. There is no other explanation. Right now, the only way to save them is to sign a contract with me." Hearing that there was still a way to be saved, Ace couldn't suppress his excitement and quickly said, "Great boss, please save them. They are my comrades. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Boss Kenma." Whitebeard was also full of guilt and apology, a look of embarrassment in his eyes. But he still pleaded, "I know this request is too shameless, but right now, the only way is to ask you to act." He had made such demands before, asking the other to not make contracts and to let his sons be free. He hadn't expected things to change so quickly. But he didn't have the aptitude to become a Shinigami, which had already deeply disappointed the other, and he had no face to ask for more. But these were his sons. How could he abandon them? Boom. A loud sound was heard. Whitebeard had actually knelt before Kenma, his huge head bowed, his forehead pressed deeply into the ground. "Please, Boss Kenma, I beg you to save them. Please sign a contract with them." Whitebeard knew how shameless his request was, but besides this, he really had no other solution. "Pops." Seeing Whitebeard in such a state, Ace was moved. His expression immediately became incredibly firm. "Great boss, I also beg you. As long as you can save them, I will do anything. Please." Beside Whitebeard, Ace also knelt on the ground before Kenma, bowing his head low. Seeing this, a commotion arose among the surrounding pirates. "Pops, get up. You are the ruler of the seas. How can you kneel, sob, sob, sob? As pirates, our fate is our own choice. Our current situation is also our own doing. We can't blame anyone. Pops, you've already done enough for us. Don't wrong yourself anymore. That's right, Pops, Ace. To see you have a new life, we are already very satisfied. Sob, 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 Pops, I'm so sorry, sob, sob, sob. There were those who cried, those who roared, those who were sad, and those who wore a tough expression. After Whitebeard and Ace, the huge Us Jr. behind them, and the generals from the Navy, all the contracted ability users came forward and knelt before Kenma, pleading. Looking at the bowed heads before him, Kenma sighed. You have all gone to such lengths. If I don't show some compassion, I would be too heartless. Rest assured. I will save all of you. Not a single one will die. How could Kenma treat the sincere pleas of these men so casually? So be it. Let him be willful just this once. As soon as Kenma said this, everyone raised their heads, their faces full of reverence and gratitude. Ace's eyes were already red, on the verge of tears. Whitebeard was moved, his eyes glistening, his face full of sincere emotion. Boss Kenma, I am eternally grateful. From this day forward, my life is yours. Whatever you wish, I will do my utmost. At the side, Ace quickly added, Great boss, me too. The Marine generals and ability users all said in unison, We are eternally grateful for your kindness, my lord. We will swear our lives to you and will not fail your trust. Kenma made a virtual rise gesture to the crowd. Rise. This is what I should do. Looking at the crowd of souls with their faces full of joy and laughter, Kenma should have been very happy too. He had won the hearts of Whitebeard and the others so easily. But his heart suddenly felt empty, and an inexplicable sense of panic spread from the bottom of his heart. These souls came from the world of pirates, which was why they were not accepted by the Soul Society. Then. What about me? Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 46, even Yawatch would have to call himself Little Kenma. Connect, Kiritsugu. As the release command for the Zanpakutō was spoken, a clear light shone from the blade, transforming into countless threads that connected to the chests of the many souls. With the connection established and the contract made, Kenma breathed a sigh of relief. The souls he had contracted with, those whose bodies were dissipating, had stopped losing reishi particles and were no longer fading away. Moreover, some of the souls, with every breath they took, absorbed the reishi in the air, and their previously transparent bodies gradually became more solid. I'm all right. It's true. That panicked feeling is finally gone. King Enma's kindness is immense. I can never repay it. From now on, my life is yours. Pops, Ace, and Great Boss Kenma, thank you. After the souls realized they were all right, a wave of voices immediately rang out on the field. The sounds of gratitude were endless. Whitebeard, Ace, and the others looked at their comrades, who were gradually becoming boisterous, a gentle smile on their faces. Then they looked at Kenma, their expressions sincere and moved. Boss Kenma, I am eternally grateful for you setting aside our previous disagreements and saving my sons. Ace echoed his agreement at the side. Seeing that Whitebeard and the others had been completely won over by his actions, Kenma also felt a sense of satisfaction. This was what he wanted. As he spoke, Whitebeard's expression gradually darkened. But Ace and I, although we have received such great kindness from you, we cannot become Shinigami. This matter. I'm truly sorry. It's nothing. To have gained your assistance on this trip is no small harvest for me. Kenma waved his hand. Although his face was serious, his expression was not as downcast as Whitebeard had expected. He asked with curiosity, Boss Kenma, although it's very kind of you to think that way, from your appearance, you don't seem to care that much. A little, Kenma said. It would be best for me if you could become Shinigami. Even if you can't, I'm not that disappointed. It's still within an acceptable range. Faced with Whitebeard's confusion, Kenma said, I have other ways to strengthen your combat power, and even allow you to perfectly utilize the abilities of your devil fruits. What is it? Ace asked with great interest. Whitebeard, however, had a thoughtful look on his face. He looked at the thick eyebrows on Kenma's face and said slowly, It's the contract, isn't it? That's right. Kenma didn't beat around the bush and admitted it directly. After you connect with me, your fate is one with mine. I can obtain a portion of your abilities, and you can naturally obtain mine as well. For example, spiritual pressure. Of course, the initiative in this matter was in Kenma's hands. If Kenma disagreed, the contractor below him absolutely could not. But if the contractor disagreed, Kenma could forcibly take it. Spiritual pressure is the power one has after becoming a Shinigami. It's easiest to understand if I demonstrate it for you. Ace, catch. Kenma's call made Ace pause for a moment. He didn't see Kenma throw anything at him. Then, Ace felt a magnificent will descend upon him. It's Kenma. Recalling Kenma's words, he nodded repeatedly in his heart. In that instant, the will left, and an incredibly vast power, from an unknown source, welled up within his body. It was endless and inexhaustible. This is. An incredibly powerful presence erupted from Ace, directly making it difficult for the surrounding souls to breathe. Feeling this very familiar pressure, Whitebeard's eyes couldn't help but widen. The aura of a Shinigami. This pressure that seeped deep into the soul was exactly the same as the oppressive feeling that Fugaku and the others had released before. Ace, withdraw your spiritual pressure. If you keep releasing it, your comrades around you will start to dissipate again. Kenma's words made Ace pause again, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Great boss, I don't know how to control it. Hearing this, Kenma also realized. That's right. Spiritual pressure is indeed a foreign concept to Ace. It's normal that he can't control it. Kenma withdrew all the spiritual pressure he had projected, and the powerful aura disappeared from Ace. The surrounding souls also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This pressure was truly too uncomfortable. Kenma said, Ace, spiritual pressure is the energy of a Shinigami, which supports them in battle. In the future, you will have to practice more to control it perfectly. Ace nodded solemnly. I will definitely become stronger. Just like in this war, it was because of his weakness that he was captured by Blackbeard and handed over to the Navy, which in turn led to this great war, and even implicated his pops and all his comrades. If he had been stronger then, the outcome would have been completely different. Newgate, you too. Kenma naturally supported these people's training. In the future, as Kenma contracted with more and more Shinigami, the spiritual pressure feedback he received would also increase, and one day it would reach its peak. And the contractors would continue to provide a steady stream of spiritual pressure feedback. It would be better to cultivate some individuals who could store spiritual pressure now. Entrusting it to them would not only effectively avoid waste, but also increase the combat power under his command, killing two birds with one stone. At this thought, a strange feeling arose in Kenma's heart. Why does my ability feel more and more like Yawacha's? To be able to both grant power and take it back at will, it's very similar. If this continues, even Yawach would have to call himself Little Kenma. Newgate, Ace, there is one thing you must know. I can grant you power, and I can also take your abilities back. Like this. As Kenma spoke, a will descended into the hearts of Whitebeard and Ace, making them feel an inexplicable sense of terror and intimacy. They knew very well that this will came from the Kenma before them. At the question posed by this will, the two of them nodded in their hearts. As his voice fell, Kenma raised his hands and clenched his right fist. Boom. Scorching flames burned on it, a wave of heat washing over them. The firelight illuminated Kenma's expressionless face. That's the ability of the flame fruit. Ace's eyes widened. He looked in disbelief at Kenma's burning right hand. He subconsciously wanted to use his ability, but was surprised to find that he couldn't use his fruit's ability at all at this moment. Seeing the expression on Ace's face, Kenma didn't need to ask to know. When I am using the ability, you cannot use it. He paused and said to Sherui at his side, Sherui, cut me with your sword. Huh. Sherui was taken aback. Cut me. Kenma repeated, and Sherui immediately understood. He then drew his own Zanpakutō and swung it fiercely at Kenma's neck. A head flew into the air, but it did not fall. Instead, flames ignited below it, and it hovered in the air. It was Kenma's head. Setsuna and the others at the side were shocked, but Fugaku, beside them, was extremely calm and reassured the elder. Having seen the world with Kenma, how could he not know what was happening? The unique ability of a Logia-type devil fruit, elementalization. Kenma's head hovered in the air for a while, then turned into a flame and landed on the normally standing, headless body on the ground. The flame fell and eventually revealed Kenma's original appearance. So this is elementalization. It feels rather strange. Especially at the moment when his head was separated from his body, he could watch his headless body on one side while still normally controlling it, and the sensations from his body were the same as usual. Such a wondrous experience, an ordinary person could only experience it once. And not only that. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, while Kenma's right hand was burning with flames, his other left hand also clenched into a fist. A white, transparent sphere appeared on his left hand. The ability of the Tremor fruit. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 47, Infringing on the Domain of Gods. Kenma held a flame in one hand and a white shockwave in the other. The many souls around them, especially the pirates and marines, all had their eyes wide and their mouths agape, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Pop's tremors and Ace's fire. Isn't this the same as that bastard teach? This is the power of King Enma. If it were just a single ability, it would be one thing. But what Kenma was displaying at this moment was two different devil fruit abilities existing in one person at the same time. Even Whitebeard and Ace, upon seeing it, had their eyes wide, their hearts filled with incomparable shock. They had died early and had not seen the scene where Blackbeard stole the tremor fruit. This was the first time they had seen such an amazing sight. Hearing the words spoken around him, the shock on Ace's face was suppressed, and he immediately turned his head and asked, "Teach. What did that bastard do now?" When he heard from his comrades what had happened after his death, Ace was instantly filled with rage. That bastard Teach even stole Pop's tremor fruit. How is that possible? He's not a Shinigami like the great boss, just a mortal. How can he have two abilities at the same time? Damn it, I will never let him go. I'll definitely kill him in the future. Whitebeard squatted down and patted his shoulder, and only after a moment of comfort did he calm down. Boom, boom, boom. A house was collapsed by a huge shockwave, turning into a pile of ruins and raising a cloud of dust. Kenma stood in front, looking through the smoke at the destroyed house, then at the white shockwave in his hand, a sharp glint in his eyes. As expected of the most destructive tremor fruit. He had just struck casually, without using any real force, yet it had such great destructive power. If he were to erupt with spiritual pressure and use his full strength, destroying the entire Sherui would not be a problem. No wonder Sengoku had called it a power that could destroy the world. Not bad, not bad. Kenma experienced the wonders of it for a while longer, and his understanding of this devil fruit's ability deepened. After he had had his fill, he returned the abilities to Whitebeard and Ace. With that, this trip to the world of pirates officially came to an end. Overall, Kenma was quite satisfied with the results. Whitebeard and Ace alone were worth the trip. Just as he was about to return to the house to discuss future development plans with the Uchiha clan and Whitebeard and the others, a loud shout suddenly came from the crowd. Lord Enma, and Lord Shinigami, we've been standing here for a whole day. When do we eat? Kenma suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a commotion break out in the crowd, clearing a space where a marine soldier in a sailor suit stood. Kenma turned his head back. The marine soldier looked left and right and was surprised to find that his comrades had moved a distance away from him, making him look incredibly nervous. What did you say? You said you're hungry. Why yes, my lord. Seeing Kenma walking towards him and asking him a question, the young marine soldier immediately became reserved, not knowing where to put his hands and feet, and just subconsciously saluted. What's going on? Why didn't you say so before? Kenma's brow furrowed. His first thought was that this group of Uchiha were being two-faced, deliberately concealing this matter so that the Uchiha could be the sole dominant force under his command. Kenma knew his thoughts were dark, but the matter was of great importance, and he had to consider it carefully. Hearing Kenma's question, the marine soldier's heart grew even more nervous, and layers of fine sweat appeared on his face. Re-report, my lord. I only just started feeling hungry. I didn't feel that hungry before. Kenma ruled out the Uchiha in his mind, but his heart grew even more strange. Just now. The only related event just now was him signing a contract with this group of souls. Was it after the contract with me? Yes, yes. It was only after the contract that I felt hungry, the marine soldier said with a deep bow. I'm sorry, my lord. I saw that my comrades around me didn't feel hungry, and I was the only one who was a little hungry, so I thought I'd ask you for some food. I'm really sorry. Kenma waved his hand, telling him to rise. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. He didn't feel hungry before the contract, but he felt hungry after the contract. Was it because this soul had waited for a whole day and felt hungry because of the long time, or was it the situation of the soul dissipating from before? Or was it because of his contract, which allowed this soul to adapt to the environment of the soul society and begin to show the characteristics of being able to become a Shinigami? Right now, there were too few individual cases and too many interfering factors, making it impossible to draw an effective conclusion. Kenma summoned Fugaku and had the Uchiha clan take action. Test for another 2 days. See how many people feel hungry. As you command. Fugaku looked at the marine soldier in surprise, not having expected such a development after the contract. After having a clansman take the marine soldier away, Fugaku began to make arrangements. Time for the souls in the afterlife was not as pressing as it was for the living. 2 days passed in a flash. Kenma sat in his room, looking at the list Fugaku had submitted. Are all of these people who can feel hungry? Fugaku knelt at his side, his face respectful. Yes, my lord. The personnel have been counted. Excluding us junior, there are a total of 43 people. Among them, 19 are pirates, and 24 are marines. In these 2 days, these 43 souls have eaten 6 meals, eating just like living people, and their appetites are quite good. It can be confirmed that they have the aptitude to become Shinigami. Kenma's gaze fell on the names on the list one by one, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This ratio was quite reasonable. It couldn't be that out of so many people, not a single one had the aptitude. His luck couldn't be that bad. But from this perspective, the reason these people felt hungry was probably related to his contract. With the Uchiha clan from before, because it was a full contract, there was no comparison or difference, so this point was not revealed. These souls from the world of pirates, with the before and after comparison, allowed him to notice. After connecting with him, they could survive in the soul society and also became like the people of this world. Without the world's rejection, those with the aptitude to become Shinigami also began to show themselves one by one. Excluding other factors, this is currently the only explanation that makes sense. Kenma's brow gradually furrowed. His gaze fell on the Zanpakutō placed on the table, a trace of doubt in his eyes. But whether it was himself or these souls, they were all souls from another world. Even if his Zanpakutō's ability was extraordinary, it couldn't easily do such a thing. To allow souls from another world to quickly adapt to the environment of the soul society, such a thing that could bridge the power of 2 different worlds was simply unimaginable. It could even be said to be an infringement on the domain of gods, no different from a god. Does my Zanpakutō really have such great power? Kenma slowly raised his head and looked at the roof. His gaze seemed to pass through the obstruction of the roof, to see the 5 floating detached palaces high in the sky. If there really is someone in this world who can do this, then it can only be the godlike Soul King. Besides the Soul King, Kenma couldn't think of anyone else. But why? Am I being watched by the Soul King? But what could the Soul King possibly want with a pitiful and helpless otherworldly soul like him? Logically speaking, his humble power shouldn't even enter the Soul King's eyes. What help could he bring to the Soul King, or is it that the Soul King is very optimistic about his future? Could it be that he wants me to sit on the throne? Kenma had the ambition to stand on the throne of heaven, and he had also made a rough plan for his secret development. But it was definitely not to become a human pillar like the Soul King, to be used as a wedge to fix the 3 realms. Such a tragic future was not the vision he wanted. Sigh, there's no use thinking about these things. Right now, I only have the spiritual pressure of a captain. My strength isn't that great. It's better to speed up, sign more talented people, expand my base, and get stronger as soon as possible. Kenma shook his head, suppressing the myriad thoughts in his heart. It's been 4 days since I left the Shihoin estate. It's time to go back and have a look. To see what my fiancée is thinking. And what price she will pay to save those 2 little followers from his hands. He looked at Fugaku and Sherui before him. Sherui, pack some daily necessities, and make yourself look a little travel-worn. Fugaku, you pick out some good men. I want to take them to the Sirei. As for these 43 souls, you must also train them. If there are any unexpected situations during this period, you must inform me immediately. Fugaku and Sherui both lowered their heads and shouted, as you command. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 48, Yuruchi surrenders. When Kenma returned to the Sirei again, the entourage behind him was considerably larger than when he had left. Besides the original Sherui, Yashiro, and the others, 4 more people had been added. These 4 were all elites of the Uchiha clan selected by Fugaku. They possessed the 3 Tomo Sharingan and had excellent aptitude. Whether it was in spiritual pressure, or Zanjutsu, Hakuta, Hoho, and Kido, they were already at the level of a low-ranking seated officer. They were usable. Kenma didn't return directly to the Shihoin estate, but instead went to the Squad 2 barracks on the hill to assign these 4 men to the patrol corps under his command. The patrol corps, as the name suggested, was the unit responsible for patrolling and guarding the interior of the Sirei. Kenma was now the captain of this unit, and through it, he could grasp the movements of most of the Shinigami within the Sirei. When he returned to the barracks, he happened to see Omida Marekio buried in his work in the office. Vice Captain Omida, where is Yuruchi? Kenma briefly looked around the barracks but did not see his lively and active fiancée. According to the duty roster, today was not the captain's day off. Seeing Kenma's return, a broad smile immediately spread across Omida Marekio's wide face. Oh, Lord Kenma, you're back. The captain is at the Shihoin estate. She should be waiting for you to return, Lord Kenma. Marekio's gaze swept over Sherui behind Kenma, and he also smiled. Sherui, long time no see. It seems this trip to the world of the living has benefited you greatly. This is truly a joyous occasion. The Omida family were vassals of the Shihoin clan. Marekio was incredibly polite to Kenma, the son-in-law of the main family. His attitude towards Sherui, Kenma's confidant, was also much better. Sherui was very grateful to the men who had provided the Uchiha with their current clan grounds. Hearing his words, Shersui's face showed a look of emotion. Yes, under Lord Kenma's guidance, my eyes have truly been opened, and I have benefited greatly. Haha, that's good. Lord Kenma is the most outstanding Shinigami. You are the person Lord Kenma has taken a fancy to, and you are always by his side. You must learn more from Lord Kenma. As Omida Marekio spoke, he also rather obviously praised Kenma. Looking at the serious and stern expression on Kenma's face, Marekio couldn't tell if he was in a good or bad mood. He sighed inwardly and quickly tried to cover for Captain Yuruchi. Lord Kenma, the captain has been very worried about you these past few days since she knew you went to the world of the living. She hasn't even been in the right state of mind for her daily work, moping around all day. It's clear that in the captain's heart, she still cares a great deal for you, Lord Kenma. Worried about me? Kenma scoffed inwardly. She was probably worried about those two followers of hers. With Yuruchi's dislike for me, she's probably hoping for my misfortune at every moment. Kenma could see that Omida Marekio was trying to mend the rift between him and Yuruchi, so he didn't say much more. If that's the case, I'll go home and have a look. Kenma looked at the pile of documents on Marekio's desk. It was stacked so high it almost reached the ceiling beams. So, these past few days, Yuruchi really hasn't done any work at all, dumping it all on Vice Captain Omida. No wonder Omida would say such things about Yuruchi. He must have some resentment in his heart. You've worked hard, Vice Captain Omida. When my leave ends tomorrow, I will come and help you with the work. Hearing this, the smile on Marekio's face became even more genuine. So responsible, and so humble. No wonder the old captain chose him to be his son-in-law. After leaving the Squad 2 barracks, only Sherui remained by Kenma's side. Yashiro and the others had all been left in Squad 2, allowing him to have a firmer grip on the small unit under his command. Now that he was a third-rank spiritual power, in the entire Sherui, with the exception of a few outliers like Eizen and Yamamoto, there was really no one who was a match for him. On the way back to the Shihoin estate, Sherui suddenly asked, "You seem to hold this vice captain in high regard, my lord. Does he have some extraordinary qualities?" "Sherui, you mustn't underestimate Vice Captain Omida. He is very strong." Kenma recalled what he had learned these past few days and explained to Sherui. In the entire Squad 2, this vice captain is the most outstanding. He is very skilled in Kido and Shuinpa. And as far as I know, his Shuinpa can be called the best, far surpassing mine. Even Yuruchi can't match his speed. Kenma did admire this vice captain. After all, in the entire Squad 2, only he and Vice Captain Omida were the extremely rare normal people. A look of astonishment appeared on Shersui's face, finding it hard to believe. Even stronger than you, my lord. There is always a heaven beyond the heavens, and a person beyond the person. There will always be people stronger than oneself. Kenma, on the other hand, didn't find it strange at all. Glancing at Sherui behind him, Kenma encouraged him, "But in my opinion, Sherui, your aptitude is even greater. You definitely have the talent to surpass him. It's not impossible for you to even become the flash god of the Sherui." Hearing Kenma's words, Sherui was immediately encouraged. "Yes, my lord. I will not disappoint you." Kenma nodded, very satisfied with Shersui's attitude. When Kenma and Sherui returned to the Shihoin estate, they saw two figures sitting on the steps of the gate before they even got close. One large and one small, both with their hands propping up their cheeks, looking ahead with boredom. The larger one had dark brown skin, short purple hair, delicate features, and was wearing a captain's haori. It was Shihoin Yuruchi. And the smaller one was just a child of 7 or 8, of indeterminate gender, but his delicate features were almost identical to Yuruchi's, as if they had been carved from the same mold. Kenma naturally recognized him as Yuruchi's younger brother, Shihoin Yashiro. The attendants on both sides of the gate were clearly at a loss. They dared not persuade her, nor could they, and could only let the great head of the family, Yuruchi, sit there. Seeing the siblings sitting idly at the gate, Kenma couldn't help but frown. "Yuruchi, Yashiro, what are you doing sitting at the gate?" Sai, the great head of the Shihoin clan, to be so careless about her face and the dignity of the Shihoin clan. Kenma sighed inwardly. No wonder the old clan head was so worried about Yuruchi. It really wasn't without reason. If Yuruchi had even a little bit of sense, she wouldn't be so completely clueless. Hearing the familiar voice, Yuruchi and Yashiro jolted and looked in the direction of the sound. "Kenma, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for days." Yuruchi stood up abruptly and walked quickly towards Kenma. Yashiro looked a little shy. Seeing Kenma's figure, he immediately hid behind his sister. His small hand gripped Yuruchi's haori tightly, only half of his head peeking out as he gave a timid greeting. "Be brother." Kenma nodded slightly in response. His gaze fell on Yuruchi's delicate face. Even her dark brown skin couldn't hide her beauty, but rather added a unique temperament to her. However, Kenma didn't pay too much attention to this aspect, but rather carefully observed Yuruchi's micro-expressions, trying to guess her thoughts. You were waiting for me. In that case, it seems you've made up your mind. Seeing Kenma being so direct, Yuruchi didn't beat around the bush either. She nodded heavily and said, "That's right. I've lost this time. Please let Suifeng and Kasuke go. As long as you let them go, I will agree to whatever you want me to do." Just as her father had warned her, Yuruchi had also thought a lot these past few days. But in the end, she found that besides surrendering to Kenma, she had no other choice. She absolutely could not stand by and watch Suifeng and Kasuke be locked in a cell and tortured for the rest of their lives. Kenma looked left and right, then said to Yuruchi, "Let's go inside first, and we can talk in detail. A private deal like this is clearly against the law and discipline. How can it be discussed in public?" Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 49, 2 requests. Yashiro, go and play. Arriving at Kenma's study, Yuruchi waved away the little tail behind her. Hearing his sister's words, Yashiro glanced timidly at the stern-faced Kenma. In his young mind, he wasn't particularly fond of this brother-in-law who had appeared out of nowhere. He even faintly disliked him. Every time he saw Kenma's serious face, his heart would tremble with a strange sense of fear, and he would instinctively become reserved. He just wanted to play with his sister. It had been fine for 2 or 3 days, but he hadn't expected to actually run into his brother-in-law today. Now, hearing his sister Yuruchi's words, he was instantly relieved and left with a nearby attendant. Kenma also waved a hand at Sherui, who disappeared with a whoosh. Only he and Yuruchi were left in the room. Sit. There was also a tea room in Kenma's study, separated only by a paper door. Pointing casually at the seat in front of the table, Kenma sat in the main seat and began to prepare tea. Yuruchi sat down casually and, seeing the scene, commented, "This proprietary manner of yours makes me feel like a guest. I'm the one who's the head of the family. All the houses and land here are mine." Kenma ignored her words, simply brewing 2 cups of tea and pushing one in front of Yuruchi. "Yes, you are the head of the family, but the old lord has put me in charge of managing it, precisely to prevent you from squandering the family fortune. I say, do you underestimate me that much? When have I ever?" Yuruchi's breath caught. As she spoke, her momentum gradually faded. She was somewhat self-aware of her own personality. Although Kenma's words were blunt, she really couldn't refute them. Forget it. I'm not here to argue with you about this." Yuruchi got straight to the point. "Kenma, I've thought about it while you were away these past few days. There are some aspects where I was wrong. Because of father's arrangement, I had a negative opinion of you, and I would unconsciously take out some of my anger on you. That was my mistake. Please forgive me." Yuruchi's words, which sounded quite like a realization, made Kenma raise an eyebrow, a little incredulous. "These words, did the old lord guide you, or did third seat Urahara teach you?" "These are my own realizations." Yuruchi's tone was tinged with exasperation. She slammed her hand on the table, causing a couple of drops of tea to splash from the cup. Although she had indeed received some reminders from her father, and had also seen Urahara Kasuke and gotten some detailed analysis about Kenma from him, seeing Kenma's attitude, it was clear he looked down on her from the bottom of his heart. This made a fire rise in Yuruchi's heart. "You really do look down on me, don't you?" For some reason, she just didn't want to show weakness in front of Kenma, and even more so, she didn't want him to underestimate her. Even though she knew she should lower her stance right now, there was still a stubbornness in her heart that prevented her from showing weakness. "How could I?" Kenma said seriously. "You are a great noble of the Shihoin clan and my wife. And I am an honest man, and your husband. How could I possibly look down on you? It is you, Yuruchi, who are being too sensitive." Kenma had married into the Shihoin family, but it wasn't for Yuruchi's person. His purpose was very simple, he was after the Shihoin clan's noble status, privileges, and vast wealth. For the sake of the Shihoin clan, even knowing that his wife Yuruchi's brain was full of holes and waterlogged, Kenma wouldn't have the slightest disdain. "Really? I don't believe you." Yuruchi was half convinced, staring straight at Kenma. Her intuition was very accurate. She could sense a strange feeling from her fiancé's words and actions. It wasn't exactly disdain, but it wasn't respect either. In short, it was very strange. "Whether you believe it or not is your own business." Kenma's expression did not change. Yuruchi didn't dwell on it either. They could talk about it later. The most urgent matter was to rescue her 2 followers as soon as possible. "Tell me, what do you want with all this pressure? What do I have to do for you to let Suifeng and Kasuke go?" Kenma took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Speaking of which, the day of our wedding is approaching. After all these days since the engagement, calculating the time, the wedding day was near. Yes, the family is already preparing for it, Yuruchi nodded and asked, so your request is for me to cooperate with you during the wedding. Don't worry, I know what's important. Even for the sake of my father's expectations, I will complete the wedding properly and will not cause any trouble. After the wedding, I will also be a respectful wife to you, and we can have children. So before this, you were actually thinking of causing trouble. Kenma shook his head secretly, his expectations for Yuruchi lowering a little more. But to get Yuruchi's guarantee now at least put Kenma at ease. This is your duty as the head of the family and your obligation as a wife, not a condition for negotiation with me. As he spoke, Kenma suddenly felt a strange sensation. This current situation, why does it feel like I'm doing something like NTR? Using all sorts of means to force Yuruchi to leave Suifeng and Urahara Kasuke, and then inserting myself in between. After all this, it turns out I'm the yellow-haired one. Yuruchi said impolitely, if that's the case, then what do you want? Well. Kenma pretended to think for a moment, then slowly stated the request he had already thought of. After this incident, I believe that third seat Urahara has seriously violated the squad's regulations and is no longer suitable to be the captain of the detention unit. The detention unit was the second division of Squad 2, responsible for guarding the detention tower, also known as the Maggot's Nest. The ones imprisoned inside were all Shinigami who had been determined to be a threat to the Soul Society. And this time, Suifeng and Urahara Kasuke, the former captain of the unit, had been locked in there by Kenma. All right. As the captain, I can give you my guarantee on this matter right now. A light flashed in Yuruchi's eyes, and she understood. You want to take over the detention unit? Yuruchi, you make me sound so terrible. Kenma shook his head. We are husband and wife, a family. How can we be so clearly divided? Isn't it all for the sake of the Shihoin clan, for the sake of Squad 2? Oh. A look of disbelief appeared on Yuruchi's face. Kenma ignored her subtle sarcasm and continued, but the detention unit can't be without someone in charge. I happen to have a talent I'd like to recommend to you. I hope you'll agree. Ha, you say it so grandly, the fox's tail is finally showing, Yuruchi said with a wave of her hand. Tell me, who are you recommending? I won't refuse. This person's name is Uchiha Fugaku. Appointing him to this position will definitely not disappoint you, Yuruchi. You mean it won't disappoint you, Kenma? Yuruchi repeated the name, then asked casually, Uchiha. Is he related to Sherui? Yes. Fine, no problem, Yuruchi nodded. Then tomorrow, I will go to the barracks and issue the appointment. Before, she had asked her father. Her father had analyzed the current situation for her and given her a way out. Now, it was exactly as her father had predicted. But to save those two, she could only agree to Kenma's request. She was also prepared to pay the price. Right now, it was just the position of a unit captain, which was still within her acceptable range. Seeing Yuruchi about to get up and leave, Kenma reached out and stopped her. After sitting back down, Yuruchi's delicate brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure showing. What, you have another condition? Yuruchi, there are two of them, so naturally, there are two matters. Kenma's tone was bland. You're really pushing your luck, an impatient look appeared on Yuruchi's face. She waved her hand repeatedly. Tell me. Say it all at once. I'll agree to everything. Kenma said faintly, I want Urahara Kasuke and Hachi Shoryo to witness my sword release. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 50, the most important intention. Take a look at your Zanpakutō release. Yuruchi's eyes narrowed slightly. Her peripheral vision swept over the sword at Kenma's side, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. A Zanpakutō was a Shinigami's greatest trump card. Their abilities were often strange and unpredictable, impossible to guard against. And the power released by a sword could turn the tide of a battle, its importance undeniable. Now, for Kenma to suddenly say he wanted Suifeng and Kasuke to see his Zanpakutō, such an action truly alarmed Yuruchi. Her gaze swept over Kenma's face, trying to glean some information from it. But there was nothing to be seen on Kenma's calm face. What evil scheme are you plotting now? It was useless to keep guessing. Yuruchi simply asked. Speaking of which, I still don't know what your Zanpakutō's ability is. Could it be the kind that can control a person's mind just by looking at it? After you control Suifeng and Kasuke, are you going to do things to them? A variety of complex emotions flashed across Yuruchi's face, a colorful and wonderful sight. Seeing this, Kenma's face couldn't help but darken. Yuruchi, be serious. I'm not as bad as you think. And not everyone is as lewd and filthy as you. Please don't insult my character with your thoughts. Hearing this, Yuruchi immediately became agitated. What do you mean, lewd? And filthy? Is it appropriate for you to use such words to describe a delicate girl like me? You and your character. What character do you have? Even if you did, it's probably been blackened by that black heart of yours long ago. Kenma pursed his lips, at a loss for how to retort. A delicate girl. Yuruchi, do you even hear what you're saying? With the way you were just acting, what's wrong with calling you lewd and filthy? Never mind delicate, what part of you is like a girl? In all his life, Kenma had never met such a thick-skinned person. Yuruchi seemed to sense Kenma's thoughts and immediately slammed the table. You're definitely slandering me in your mind. My feeling is never wrong. I am not, Kenma shook his head decisively. Stubborn. Yuruchi didn't dwell on this trivial matter and once again asked the most crucial question. You insist on them seeing your Zanpakutō. What is its ability? Tell me so I can consider it. She then added, as your captain, I order you not to lie, fabricate, or conceal any information. It's no matter to tell you. Kenma picked up the Zanpakutō beside him, slowly drew it, and held it horizontally in front of him. The mirror-like, clear blade reflected Kenma's long, narrow phoenix eyes. With a narrowing of his eyes, a grim, cold light glinted off the blade, enough to send a chill down one's spine. My Zanpakutō has two abilities, one is severance, the other is connection. Severance can cut through anything in the 3,000 worlds, connection can link all things in a shared fate. What I want Uchiha Kasuke and Hachishoryo to see is the power of connection. I want to form a link with them, so that from then on, we will share the same life and death, and they will be unable to harm me. That's right, this was Kenma's most important intention. To form a contract with Uchiha Kasuke and Suifeng. These two were destined to be captain-level powerhouses in the future. If Kenma could contract with them, it would be a significant boost to his own strength. Especially Uchiha Kasuke, whose scientific research abilities were unparalleled in the Sherui. Even the two great bosses, Eizen and Yuruchi, acknowledged his abilities and were even wary of them. It would be a great pity to kill such an outstanding individual. But if he let him go, Kenma would be even more uneasy. It was better to make him his own. Once the connection was made, these two would be no different from his slaves. If they had any rebellious thoughts, Kenma could crush them with a single thought. Keeping Uchiha Kasuke under his own watch would also put Kenma more at ease, so that he wouldn't be backstabbed by him one day without even knowing it. Moreover, after contracting with these two, they would become Kenma's tools to coerce Yuruchi in the future. Killing several birds with one stone. Sharing the same life and death after connection. Yuruchi's face changed drastically. She stood up directly, pointing a trembling finger at Kenma. And you still say you have no evil intentions? Once you are connected to them, won't you just be adding numerous restrictions on them for no reason? If you have any bad thoughts, they'll be completely finished. To put it more seriously, once they agree to the connection, they'll be no different from your slaves. Hearing this, Kenma frowned, as if displeased. Yuruchi, I've already said, it is your own mind that is dark, which is why you think so poorly of me. I am not as filthy as you think. After the connection, I can sense their condition, and they can naturally sense mine. Both sides are equal. It's just that, as the master of the Zanpakutō, he was more equal. But there was no need to go into detail about such a trivial matter. Really? Yuruchi was half convinced. You're not lying to me. Do you dare to swear an oath? Sigh, to think that in your heart, I am so despicable. Kenma sighed, a hint of aggrieved helplessness on his calm face. I never lie. What's more, you and I are husband and wife. Naturally, I must be honest with you. I would never deceive you. To make you believe, it's no matter to swear an oath. Seeing the expression on Kenma's face, Yuruchi's heart softened a little. Hearing the sincerity in his words made Yuruchi feel even more self-reproachful. Could it be that I really misunderstood him? Although her heart wavered, Yuruchi still didn't show it. To ensure the safety of Suifeng and Kasuke, she had to force herself to be ruthless. She quietly waited for Kenma to make his oath. I swear to the heavens that what I have just said is not a lie, nor will I ever deceive Yuruchi. If I break this oath, may I explode and die, my body turning into a pile of minced meat on the spot. Kenma's expression was incredibly sincere. Seeing this, Yuruchi also breathed a sigh of relief. Oaths were a matter of opinion. Some people valued them more than their own lives, while others treated them like farts, spouting them off without a second thought. From what she knew of her husband, his character was very serious. He was definitely not one to make empty promises. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by her father, who had even gone against her wishes and forced her to marry him. It was naturally because his character was solid and trustworthy. Seeing Kenma finish his oath, Yuruchi relaxed and couldn't help but scratch the back of her head, a look of deep apology on her face. Sorry, I went too far, but I had no choice. I can't risk their lives. As long as you can believe me, that's enough, Kenma said. It was just an oath. The sky of the Soul Society is the Soul King. Even if the Soul King really did cast his gaze down, at worst, he would just discard this body. His consciousness could be transferred to another body, and he could be reborn through possession. The number of contractors from the ninja world and the world of pirates combined was nearly 6,000 spare bodies. Enough for him to squander as he pleased. But since nothing has happened yet, it means that the old man, the Soul King, is not paying attention to such a trivial matter. Then, tomorrow, we will go to the detention unit and release Suifeng and the others, Yuruchi said. The two of them had been locked in there for so many days, and in solitary confinement at that. It was nothing major. Waiting another day or half a day wouldn't make a difference. Yuruchi suddenly remembered something. By the way, whether they agree to connect with you is up to them. I won't force them. By the end of her sentence, Yuruchi also felt a little embarrassed and added, but I will help you persuade them. With my persuasion, I'm sure they will agree. Kenma nodded. Of course. This is their own business. Naturally, it must be their own decision. As for future contractors, Kenma didn't want to be too forceful either. It was best if they were willing. With Yuruchi persuading them on the side, Suifeng was at least a sure thing. As for Urahara Kasuke, Kenma was also 70 to 80% confident. If any of them really don't know what's good for them, then they can't blame Kenma for playing rough. His current spiritual pressure was more than enough to forcibly connect to them. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 51, promoted to 3rd seat. My lord, I'm off to school. In the early morning, after finishing his breakfast, Sherui bid farewell to Kenma, shouldered his backpack, and left the Shihoin estate for the Shino Academy. The leave he had taken had long since ended. He had been delayed for another 2 days to help Kenma deal with the souls from the world of pirates. However, the teachers at the Shino Academy all knew that Sherui had the Shihoin clan behind him, so they wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Shersui's grades were outstanding, at the top of his class. He was the apple of his teacher's eyes, a reflection of the Academy's achievements. Upon his return, he probably wouldn't even be reprimanded. After watching Shersui's figure disappear completely, Kenma slowly withdrew his gaze. Yuruchi's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. I didn't think you had such a tender side. To even see Sherui off, you're just like his parents. Could it be that you really think of Sherui as family? Kenma had already sensed Yuruchi's approach. The expression on his face was as calm as still water. Sherui is an excellent subordinate of mine. It is only right to show concern. That is all. He didn't turn around. His gaze fell on Yuruchi, a hint of novelty in his eyes. How rare. You're up so early today. Normally, you'd still be sleeping in at this time. Kenma, you know my schedule in quite some detail. Yuruchi was surprised by Kenma's words. Her eyebrows raised, a teasing look in her eyes. To know so much detail, you must have been observing me for a long time, right? Hee, be honest. Do you have a crush on me, which is why you're paying attention to my daily routine? Kenma's brow furrowed, his lips pursed as he stared at Yuruchi's face in silence. Seeing him silent, a bright light shone in Yuruchi's eyes. She made a fist with her right hand and gently tapped it on her left palm, her tone becoming even more playful. Yeah, could it be that you really like me, which is why you were so mean to Suifeng and Kasuke? So, you were jealous. The last word was drawn out. The mischievousness in Yuruchi's heart was no longer concealed and was on full display. Kenma was silent for a moment, then said speechlessly, You're overthinking it. Really? Yuruchi chuckled. Am I overthinking it, or did I hit the nail on the head? Oh my, the real reason you accepted father's request and agreed to marry into the family, could it be that it was love at first sight for me? Yutsundara, how about you just admit you like me? If you do, I might even give you a chance to pursue me. Give me a chance. Kenma laughed silently. We're about to get married. Once the deed is done, what's the point of pursuing? His agreement to marry into the family was purely for the privileges and wealth of the Shihoin clan. Such words obviously could not be said directly. Especially not in front of Yuruchi, the current head of the Shihoin clan. Even if everyone knew it, to say it out loud would be unseemly. Moreover, Kenma could see that Yuruchi's current behavior was clearly just to tease him. This was not the first time Kenma had encountered such a thing. Every now and then, he would be subjected to Yuruchi's teasing for no reason. He was already used to it and simply chose to remain silent. He wouldn't give Yuruchi the slightest chance to make fun of him. What, still not admitting it? Seeing Kenma still silent, Yuruchi was naturally not satisfied. She crossed her arms and said with conviction, Ever since you found out I like to sleep in, you haven't made those ghostly cries in the early morning for the past few days. Isn't that proof enough? Perhaps because the safety of her two companions was guaranteed, Yuruchi, feeling relaxed and with nothing better to do, had subconsciously started to tease her fiancé. She just wanted to see the moment when Kenma, who was praised by her father for his stability, broke his stern mask and showed his true feelings. Whether it was shame turning into anger, rage, or a face full of shyness, it would all bring her joy. Although, up to now, she had not yet achieved this goal. But the more difficult it was, the more motivated she became, and the more determined she was to achieve it. Kenma looked at Yuruchi with a strange expression, as if he were looking at a fool. Yuruchi, that's not a ghostly cry, it's called Ensho. Also, I was with Sherui in the world of the living for the past few days for training. You haven't forgotten, have you? To be so senile at such a young age. Although Kenma really wanted to say, idiot, in his beautiful native language, looking at Yuruchi's skin tone. She didn't even deserve the word, white idiot. Is that so? Haha, I was wondering why I've been sleeping so well these past few days. The playful expression on Yuruchi's face immediately froze, and she was left in an awkward position. She had spoken too quickly and had forgotten about that. To have made such a big blunder in front of Kenma, she had really embarrassed herself this time. Although she was so embarrassed her toes could have dug through the floor, after years of training, her skin was thick enough to endure it. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who's embarrassed is the other person. Yuruchi simply acted as if nothing had happened, put on a look of vibrant energy, and tugged on Kenma's sleeve, pulling him outside. The morning is the best time of the day. Kenma, what are you standing around for? Let's go to the barracks. There's a lot of official business piled up. With so much official business in the squad, whose fault do you think it is? Kenma's face darkened. He retorted to Yuruchi, while at the same time gripping her hand and gently pulling it from his sleeve. Ah, what did you say, Kenma? I can't hear anything. Stop talking nonsense and let's hurry to the barracks, or we'll be late. Yuruchi simply pretended not to hear Kenma's accusation and only quickened her pace. Sparks were almost flying between her feet and the ground, kicking up a trail of dust. Seeing Yuruchi's ostrich-like behavior of playing dead whenever she encountered a problem, Kenma sighed inwardly and then followed. After arriving at Squad 2 on the hill, Vice Captain Omida was already there. The moment he arrived, he saw Yuruchi and Kenma coming together, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. Captain, Lord Kenma, you've arrived. Well, I have something to attend to, so I won't disturb you. For the two of them to come together, it must be because of Uchiha Kasuke and Hachi Shoryo, who had been locked up a few days ago. Omida Marekio had no desire to get involved in this mess. But before he could take 2 steps, Yuruchi called out to him. Wait, Omida, I have something to inform you. Under Marekio's puzzled gaze, Yuruchi said, from today onwards, Uchiha Kasuke's 3rd seat and the captaincy of the detention unit are revoked. 4th seat Kenma is promoted to 3rd seat, and the captaincy of the detention unit will be taken over by Uchiha Fugaku, who will be the 4th seat of Squad 2. I will issue the formal order later. You can prepare in advance. Marekio glanced at Kenma beside Yuruchi and nodded heavily. Oh, I understand, Captain. Uchiha Fugaku, from the name, he must be related to Sherui, which means he's a confidant of the son-in-law of the Shihoin family. It seems the two have reached some kind of deal. They've come today to release Uchiha Kasuke and the Hachi girl. In just an instant, Marekio had figured out most of the story. He had no interest in the love-hate relationship between Yuruchi and Kenma and would absolutely not get involved. Seeing that Yuruchi had no other business, he quickly left the place. Kenma and Yuruchi went to the captain's office. He personally watched as Yuruchi wrote out the transfer order, signed, and stamped it. He took the transfer order and admired the command and the miscanthus pattern on it. Seeing no omissions, he nodded and put it away. Yuruchi said with a puffed-out face, the detention unit is now in your hands. Don't make any mistakes and let me catch you. Not in my hands, but in Uchiha Fugaku's hands, Kenma said seriously. He is he, I am I. There is no improper relationship between us. The Godei 13 is not a place for private appointments. Hearing this, Yuruchi couldn't help but sneer. You really know how to talk. To still be so formal at a time like this, so watertight. This was Squad 2, the Shihoin family Squad 2. It was the place with the most serious private appointments. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was the private property of the Shihoin family and its vassal nobles. I've done what I promised you. Now, let's go to the maggot's nest and release Suifeng and Kasuke. Naturally. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 52, not even Eizen is my equal. Tekka, give this appointment order to Fugaku and have him report to Squad 2. Walking out of the captain's office, Kenma first went to his own patrol corps. After finding his confidant, handing over the transfer order, and giving some instructions. He then went to the detention unit with Yuruchi. Seeing Kenma's actions, Yuruchi said, half serious and half joking, "Kenma, you really are impatient. Are you that eager to seize power?" And faced with Yuruchi's slightly sarcastic teasing, Kenma was already used to it. "It is only to not fail the old lord's trust, and for the stable development of Squad 2, he said, glancing at Yuruchi at his side, his tone unapologetic. "Yuruchi, if you were a bit more reliable, I wouldn't even be here today." Yuruchi's expression faltered, then she stuck her tongue out at Kenma. "I just don't like this prim and proper act of yours." As they chatted, they had already arrived at the prison located in a cave in the mountains, the one that specifically held Shinigami deemed a threat to the Soul Society, the Maggot's Nest. Upon entering the prison, the first thing the two of them did was hand over their weapons to the guards in charge. The rule here was that no weapons were allowed inside. And the requirement for the captain of the detention unit was to be able to suppress all the prisoners inside without a weapon. After the guard opened the cell door, the two of them entered. Yuruchi smiled. "Hee, now that you're disarmed, don't expect me to save you when you're attacked by so many prisoners." But then again, the prisoners held here, with the exception of a very few who had individual cells, were mostly unrestrained and could move about freely. As the captain of Squad 2, she had been here a few times and had long since brought the prisoners here to heal. The prisoners knew her capabilities and would naturally not provoke her. But for Kenma, who was here for the first time, he would inevitably face an attack from the prisoners. The two of them pushed open the door and were met with the sight of figures in prison uniforms of various sizes. The prisoners, dressed in white, were like lonely ghosts wandering outside of society. Seeing someone enter, they stared straight over, their eyes hollow, giving off a strange sense of fear. However, for Kenma and Yuruchi, this was nothing. They felt no pressure at all. The two of them walked past the dazed and panicked prisoners and continued deeper inside. Thanks to Yuruchi's care, Suifeng and Urahara Kasuke were held in a separate cell and were not mixed in with this group. Kenma, most of the prisoners in here were once professional Shinigami in the Godei 13. They were deemed a threat to the Siriidii and were thus imprisoned. If you get attacked and feel you can't handle it, you can naturally ask me for help. As long as you're willing to bow your head and submit to me, it's not impossible for me, as the captain, to save one of my own squad members." Yuruchi's golden eyes glanced at Kenma, but she saw that he still wore that damned, calm face. She couldn't help but click her tongue. "TCH, keep acting, keep acting. You'll get your beating in a little while." As the two of them were walking, a prisoner suddenly went mad for some reason, let out a strange cry, and charged over with a ferocious expression, his sandbag-sized fist slamming out, aimed at Kenma. Yuruchi crossed her arms, a smile on her face, looking as if she were about to enjoy a good show. "Kenma, let me see just how capable you are. Anyway, with her here, nothing major can happen." Just as the prisoner's fist was about to land on Kenma's face, a faint light flashed in Kenma's eyes. Boom. The prisoner's fist, larger than a human head, stopped abruptly in front of Kenma. His face was flushed red, the veins on his forehead bulging, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make his fist move an inch forward. He couldn't even pull it back. Yuruchi's eyes widened slightly. Seeing Kenma so easily block the prisoner's full-force sneak attack, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Kenma's calm voice sounded. "Yuruchi, can the prisoners here be killed?" Yuruchi came back to her senses and quickly said, "Of course not. Most of the prisoners here have not committed any crimes and can be considered innocent. They cannot be killed at will." Kenma's calm and confident demeanor made her see it immediately. This fiancé of mine is probably not weak in unarmed combat either. Understood. As his voice fell, Kenma threw a punch, sending the prisoner in front of him flying over 20 meters, crashing into the rock wall on the side and creating a large, spiderweb-like crater. The prisoner was deeply embedded in the rock, his chest caved in, blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes rolled back. He had already passed out from the pain. Seeing this, Yuruchi's pupils constricted, her eyes filled with utter astonishment. What great strength! And from Kenma's expression, it was clear that he hadn't even been serious, just a casual blow. The surrounding prisoners, upon seeing this, not only did not feel fear, but instead let out a series of strange cries and rushed towards Kenma. And what was presented to Yuruchi's eyes next was a naked display of violence. Faced with the attack of numerous prisoners, Kenma could dodge with a slight turn of his body, followed by a punch like a cannonball that sent the closest one flying, crashing into the other prisoners behind him. These prisoners were then sent flying by the impact, as if they had been hit head-on by a speeding truck. The area in front of Kenma was suddenly empty, a large open space. He then did the same to the prisoners attacking from his sides and behind, sending them all flying with two simple moves. In the blink of an eye, besides Yuruchi, there was no one else around Kenma. Shrill wails and heart-wrenching cries sounded. The prisoner spat blood, writhing and twitching on the ground in pain like worms, all seriously injured and unable to get up again. Those prisoners at the back who were not affected by the initial attack, upon seeing this scene, hesitated, frozen in place, not daring to advance, for fear of angering the humanoid beast before them. Kenma withdrew his fist, his voice still seeming to carry the ferocity of his attack. Yuruchi, don't play these little probing tricks. They are useless against me. It seems you still don't know. When I was studying at the Shin'o Academy, besides Zenjutsu, my Hakuto was the most outstanding. Even among the so-called three greats, I was the strongest. Neither Koga nor Eizen is my equal in this regard. Yuruchi's thoughts snapped back, her expression still full of disbelief. You. I didn't think you had such skills. Not just technique, but such wild power. Seeing this impactful scene of violence from Kenma, it would be a lie to say Yuruchi wasn't shocked. She had thought Kenma would deal with these prisoners, but she had never imagined he would do it in such a violent manner. And with such ease. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power he would unleash if he were to fight with all his might in a life-or-death battle. From the looks of it now, even she, in terms of Hakuto alone, might not be a match for this fiancé of hers. Father, oh father, this is the husband you found for your daughter. With such power, my life after marriage will probably be difficult. As for Yuruchi's surprise, Kenma was secretly pleased, but he didn't show it and continued to walk forward. Let's go, Yuruchi. Your two followers must be getting impatient. Oh, right. We have to release Suifeng and Kasuke quickly. Kenma's few moves had been too shocking for Yuruchi, and she hadn't quite recovered yet. As they reached the dark depths of the tunnel, Yuruchi couldn't help but ask, Kenma, where did you get all this strength? It comes from training, of course, Kenma said. Teach me when we get back. How did you train to get like this? As Yuruchi's voice fell, Kenma stopped. The two of them had already reached the deepest part. Inside were 3 cells, one of which held Kenma's target for this trip. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 53, tell me your answer. Long time no see, Urahara Kasuke, and Suifeng. In the deepest part of the prison, only a few gaps in the walls emitted a faint blue light, which, instead of illuminating the darkness, added a chilling atmosphere. Kenma stopped in front of the iron bars, looking at the two imprisoned within. The 3 prisoners had noticed the newcomers as soon as the footsteps sounded. By the faint light, Suifeng could make out the 2 figures outside the cage. She completely ignored Kenma's tall figure, her gaze fixed on Yuruchi beside him. Lady Yuruchi, you've come to see me. Although the young girl barely maintained her composure, a sob unconsciously escaped in her voice. Now that she was imprisoned, she had never thought that Lady Yuruchi would visit her more than once. This moved the girl, who already worshipped Yuruchi, even more. If it weren't for her consideration of the Massacre's code of conduct and her desire not to let Lady Yuruchi see her weakness and uselessness, she probably would have burst into tears on the spot. Suifeng, don't worry. I'll have Kenma let you out now. Hearing the girl's voice, Yuruchi looked over. The prison was pitch black, and she could only see a blurry figure of the girl. She had been here once before a few days ago, reassuring the girl and making a promise. Today, she had come again, naturally, to set them free. Lady Yuruchi. The girl's voice had a hint of a cry. Walking to the bars, the dim light reflected off her blurry face. Her eyes glistened as she looked at Kenma, who stood side by side with Yuruchi. To save me, Lady Yuruchi must have been forced into extremely harsh conditions by this despicable villain. Damn you, what have you forced Lady Yuruchi to do? Poor Lady Yuruchi, to have to put down her dignity for a servant like her and beg this man whom she despises so much. The girl's imagination ran wild, and she was deeply moved by her own thoughts, her heart aching for her beloved Lady Yuruchi. This was all her fault. While blaming herself, the girl's glistening eyes stared fiercely at Kenma, secretly taking note of this. Yuruchi comforted her, Suifeng, don't worry, I haven't lost anything. As long as I can save you and Kasuke, it's fine. Hearing this, Suifeng automatically filtered out the other piece of trash in Yuruchi's words and couldn't help but be even more moved. Her gaze towards Yuruchi grew even hazier, wishing she could add a 3-meter-thick filter. In the adjacent cell, Urahara Kasuke, seeing Kenma and Yuruchi arrive together, had already guessed most of the story. Captain, and 4th seat Kenma, it seems you've already negotiated the terms. Urahara Kasuke stood up from his seat, took a few steps forward, his gaze falling on Kenma in front of him, his heart filled with emotion. It was the seemingly righteous man who had suddenly attacked, putting him in this predicament. Of course, he also had himself to blame. During these few days of imprisonment, he had taken advantage of this rare free time to do a lot of thinking. Although the other party had a hand in it, in the end, his own problem was bigger. He had been too lax, thinking the squad was safe, which was why he had been suddenly caught by a fatal weakness. It wouldn't be like this in the future. He would act more cautiously and would never show his weakness again. Uchiha Kasuke looked at the tall man outside the cell, his heart firmly reflecting on his actions. At the same time, a hint of understanding appeared in his eyes. Since he had been imprisoned, and it hadn't been reported to Squad 1, it was natural that they wanted something from him. If possible, could you tell me your specific conditions so I can consider them? You should call me third seat now, Uchiha Kasuke. Kenma's eyes also stared straight at Uchiha Kasuke behind the bars. Because of the mistakes you've made, Yuruchi believes you are no longer fit to serve as the third seat of Squad 2 and the captain of the detention unit. I will take your seat, and someone else will fill the position of captain of the detention unit. As of now, you no longer hold any position in the squad. Uchiha Kasuke understood in an instant. It seemed Yuruchi had made a concession to Kenma regarding positions within the squad. The detention unit would now be under Kenma's control. Uchiha Kasuke, this is your punishment. Yuruchi has been lenient. I hope you will not resent her. As Kenma's voice fell, Yuruchi at his side suddenly turned her head, looking at her fiancé in disbelief. What do you mean, don't resent me? Wasn't it you, Kenma, who took the opportunity to cause trouble and lock them up? How can you have the face to say such things now? Uchiha Kasuke was also shocked by Kenma's words. It was hard to imagine someone could be so shameless. Lies just rolled off his tongue. In the other cell, Hachi Shoryo heard this, and the bar she was holding creaked. Her eyes were fierce, wishing she could tear this lying man apart. You really know how to talk. Yuruchi's faint voice of dissatisfaction came from the side. Kenma ignored it and continued to speak to Uchiha Kasuke, and for you to be released, one more condition must be met. Uchiha Kasuke frowned. He knew Kenma's real purpose was coming. He glanced at Yuruchi at his side. Seeing her nod slightly, his heart calmed a little. What condition? Given the great mistakes you two have committed, to prevent such errors from happening again in the future, I need to take some precautions and have a general understanding of your future movements. Kenma drew the Zanpakutō from his waist and held it horizontally in front of him. The bright blade reflected the faint blue light around them, making it even more chilling. This is my Zanpakutō. Its released ability can connect me with things other than myself, forming a certain bond. I want you to agree to connect with me. In this way, I will be able to know your general movements. Only in this way will I agree to let you leave this prison. Uchiha Kasuke nodded slightly. I see. This is to keep us under surveillance at all times. If it was just surveillance, it was still within reason, not beyond his expectations. Looking at Kenma's Zanpakutō, a sharp glint flashed in Uchiha Kasuke's eyes. I guess, your connection is not just for surveillance. It must have other intentions or abilities. After all, it's you. A person like you would never stop at just this. Kenma nodded. That's right. Once the connection is complete, you and I will form an ironclad contract like a community of fate. From then on, we will live and die together, never to betray each other. Violators will surely be met with the sword and die a violent death. You mean, you want us to put our lives in your hands? Uchiha Kasuke's tone was faint. Am I correct in understanding it this way? Kasuke, Kenma's ability has the same effect on both sides, Yuruchi comforted him from the side. Once connected, you cannot harm him, and he cannot harm you. Besides, I'm still here. I will never let you and Suifeng be in any danger. Trust me. I can give you my guarantee on this. You can rest assured. As for Yuruchi's cooperation, Kenma nodded in agreement. Since it is a fated, ironclad contract, the bond of not being able to betray is not only for you, but is also effective on me. His gaze swept over Uchiha Kasuke and Suifeng before him. You two, one of you falsely accused me in front of Yuruchi, and the other once wanted to kill me. Once you are released, there is no guarantee that you will not harbor thoughts of harming me again. For my own personal safety, I must do this. I hope you can understand. Now, tell me your answer. Are you willing to form this fated contract with me? Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 54, 3 Captain-level individuals. After hearing Kenma's question, the two did not respond immediately, but instead looked at Yuruchi beside him. Whether it was Uchiha Kasuke or Suifeng, in both public and private matters, they were of a lower rank, affiliated with the Shihoin clan. To them, Yuruchi was like a master. Sensing their gazes, Yuruchi's face lost its usual slackness and instead tensed, her expression full of solemnity. She gave a slight nod to the two of them, signaling them to agree to accept Kenma's connection contract. GUH. Feeling Yuruchi's will, Suifeng knew it was for her own good, but a wave of bitterness still welled up in her heart. She was actually going to make a life-and-death contract with the enemy who had stolen Lady Yuruchi away. Yet the Lady Yuruchi she admired was helping that enemy persuade her to agree. How could the young girl's mood be good? Such a cliché plot development, even the stories in those romance novels wouldn't be so vulgar. The young girl's heart was sour and painful, filled with unspeakable bitterness. But in order not to sadden and trouble her beloved Lady Yuruchi, the girl still suppressed the bitterness in her heart. Her face became incredibly heavy as she nodded weakly. I agree. This is all for Lady Yuruchi. It's so that Lady Yuruchi won't have to worry about me anymore, and so that I can still serve Lady Yuruchi in the future. Now is the time to endure. Suifeng comforted herself in her heart, while at the same time glaring fiercely at Kenma. Today I will temporarily submit to this villain, but I will definitely repay it all in the future. Seeing the girl agree, Yuruchi breathed a sigh of relief, then her gaze turned to Urahara Kasuke in the other cell. Kasuke, you should agree too. Otherwise, Kenma will really lock you up for life, and he might even have people use all sorts of torture on you. I can't keep an eye on you for a lifetime. I can promise you that as long as you agree, your life after you get out will be exactly the same as before. Kenma will not restrict your freedom, nor will he harm your life. Yuruchi knew that Urahara Kasuke's thoughts were deep, and sometimes even she couldn't see what her childhood friend was thinking. But at this moment, she really didn't want Urahara Kasuke to make the wrong choice and ruin the rest of his life. Seeing Yuruchi speak up for Kenma like this, Urahara Kasuke sighed in his heart and no longer looked at her. His gaze fell on Kenma, a will as strong as steel in his eyes. Third seat Kenma, one last question. This question is very simple. I just want to ask about your attitude. If your answer satisfies me, then I will agree to form a contract with you. Otherwise, even if I have to stay in this cell until I die, even if you torture me, even if I die, I will never yield an inch. And Kenma, seeing the determined look in Urahara Kasuke's eyes, couldn't help but become cautious. Speak. After taking a deep breath, Urahara Kasuke slowly asked, If I don't agree to your contract, will you forcibly have a relationship with me? From what I know of you, you don't seem like the type to give up easily. Hearing this, Kenma was taken aback. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes as he looked at Urahara Kasuke. I didn't think you would think of me that way. Yuruchi had a bad feeling and immediately showed a nervous expression. Kasuke, what are you thinking? What do you mean? Captain, I've already said, I just want to ask third seat Kenma about his attitude. The expression on Urahara Kasuke's face at this moment was a gravity that Yuruchi had never seen before. This is of the utmost importance. It concerns my decision later. He looked at Kenma and said in a deep voice, Third seat Kenma, even if I can't resist your ability, I can still kill myself before your ability takes effect. Kenma ignored Yuruchi, who was constantly tugging at his sleeve, and after careful consideration, finally nodded at Urahara Kasuke. He had to be honest. That's right. I did have that thought. Urahara Kasuke, you are a rare talent. Your abilities are outstanding, so outstanding that if I can't have you, no one can, not even you yourself. Now that I have this opportunity, how could I let it go so easily? Even if you don't agree, I will force you to connect with me. Kenma made no secret of his intentions, nor did he care what Urahara Kasuke would think. The situation was in his favor. Just as he had said, what could Urahara Kasuke do even if he disagreed? Even if he had to use force, he would have Urahara Kasuke. Even if Urahara Kasuke was lucky enough to commit suicide, it was still better than leaving him for someone else. Urahara Kasuke, that is my answer. Are you satisfied? Urahara Kasuke was silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a breath of turbid air. From the looks of it, I'm really important in your heart. You are that important. Kenma nodded in acknowledgement, then asked, having heard my true thoughts, what do you think? At this point, do I still have a reason to refuse? A bitter smile appeared on Urahara Kasuke's face, but deep down, he was relieved. Just as he had said, all he had asked for was the other's attitude. For Kenma to be so frank in this situation, this attitude alone let Urahara Kasuke perceive the underlying color of his character. At the very least, it showed him that Kenma's nature was not completely rotten, he still retained a shred of kindness. That was enough. I agree to form a contract with you. Hearing Urahara Kasuke's decision, Kenma nodded slightly. Although he didn't know what he was really thinking, as long as he agreed, it was fine. Kenma asked for nothing more. However, at this moment, he did not directly release his Zanpakutō, but instead moved and walked to the front of the other cell. He stopped and looked inside. A blurry figure was sitting there. You must have heard what I just said to them. Well, will you sign a contract with me and walk out of this rotten prison? Seeing Kenma's action, Yuruchi quickly ran over, her expression anxious. Wait, Kenma, you're going to let him out too? This guy is very troublesome, not as harmless as Kasuke. When she had come here to see Urahara Kasuke before, she had encountered the fellow inside who had been madly mocking the imprisoned Kasuke. It was only later, from Kasuke's mouth, that she learned just how crazy this person was. Before Urahara Kasuke and Sui Feng, this was the only person held in solitary confinement in the maggot's nest, which showed how wary the people in the Sirei were of him. Kenma gently pushed away Yuruchi, who was blocking his way, and said, "It's fine. I have a sense of proportion." The prisoner inside raised his head. In the darkness, yellowish-brown eyes lit up, staring straight at Kenma. A slightly hoarse voice echoed in the quiet cell. "Why? I don't recall ever asking you to let me out." Hearing this voice, which was identical to Frisia's, Kenma said softly, "You can also take it as my request. I want you to come out. How about it?" "Oh." The prisoner inside seemed to be interested. "So you know of my talents?" "Naturally. Then between me and that Urahara Kasuke over there, who do you think would win?" Kenma shook his head. "That I do not know. I have only vaguely heard of your abilities, just as my understanding of Urahara Kasuke's abilities is very vague. As for who is stronger between you, why don't you come out and have a match? I'm sure you're not afraid, are you?" "Afraid? Me? Afraid of this Urahara Kasuke fellow?" The prisoner inside immediately let out a strange laugh. After he had laughed enough, he finally said, "To use such a simple trick on me? You really underestimate me. So be it. For the sake of you locking up that bastard Urahara Kasuke, I'll accompany you on a trip outside. But let me say this first. The laboratory I requested, and the materials and tools for dissection and modification, you must not be short on any of them. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Kenma couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction in his heart and nodded in agreement. "That's no problem." Kenma naturally knew very well who was in this cell. Kuratsuchi Mayuri, the captain of Squad 12 in the original story, the director of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, extremely skilled in physical modification techniques. He had performed exceptionally well in the 1,000-year Blood War against Yhwach, earning the title of Blood War MVP. Also a rare talent. Thus, the goal of Kenma's trip was successfully completed. He had successfully obtained 3 future captain-level powerhouses. In his exhilarated mood, a sense of joy welled up in Kenma's heart, and even the act of raising his Zanpakutō felt lighter. Facing the 3 in the cells, he softly chanted the release command for his Zanpakutō. Connect, Kiritsugu. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 55, The Aberration of Whitebeard and the Others. My lord, Uchiha Fugaku and his wife have come for an audience. Kenma was in his office in Squad 2, dealing with the squad duties that had piled up during his leave. Now that he had been promoted to the 3rd seat of Squad 2 and was in charge of both the patrol and detention corps, he had much more to deal with than before. Fortunately, his long-awaited assistant had finally arrived. Under Kenma's orders, Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, Mikoto, had arrived today. After arriving at Squad 2, they had come to Kenma's office to report at the first opportunity. Kenma looked up and saw the 2 of them kneeling on one knee, their heads bowed low, their posture respectful. There is no need for such formalities. Rise and take a seat. With a virtual lift of his pen-holding hand, Kenma lowered his head and continued to write swiftly on the documents on his desk. Wait a moment. There's tea over there. You can make it yourselves. I'll be with you after I finish what I'm doing. A moment later, a cup of hot tea was placed on an empty spot on the desk. At this point, the matters Kenma had to deal with had temporarily come to an end. He glanced over and saw Uchiha Mikoto holding a tea tray, with Fugaku standing respectfully at the side of the desk. The couple looked like a guard and an attendant who had worked together for many years. Just sit down. Don't mind me. Kenma put down his pen and pointed to the chairs on the side of the room. Although his face still wore its usual serious expression, he was inwardly pleased with Fugaku and his wife's respectful attitude. As a leader, what he wanted was his subordinate's attitude. Putting aside everything else, just in terms of the skill and sensibility of a subordinate, Fugaku was definitely qualified. As you command. Only then did the 2 of them sit down, though their posture was still quite reserved. Kenma held the hot tea, blew on it, took a light sip, and said casually, "Not bad." It was unclear whether he was referring to the tea or the attitude of Fugaku and his wife. "I am unworthy of your praise, my lord." "It is enough to satisfy you," Fugaku quickly responded. Kenma nodded slightly and asked, "How is the Uchiha clan doing recently? Have there been any major problems with that group of pirates and marines?" "Thank you for your concern, my lord. The Uchiha clan has been doing well recently. The Clansmen are also training very hard and will soon form a sufficient fighting force to serve you. As for those new souls..." Fugaku paused, a faint, wry smile on his face. "Those people are too energetic. The Marines are better off. They received disciplinary training in their past lives and are relatively stable under the leadership of their generals. But those pirates are a bit too boisterous. They gather together, and their influence quickly spreads to the surrounding areas. There are occasional minor frictions. Fortunately, Whitebeard's prestige is sufficient to keep them in check, and with the protection of the Shihoin clan, no trouble has arisen. It's just that there have been some unexpected situations with the two people you've been paying close attention to, Whitebeard and Ace, as well as the other ability users. At this point, Fugaku's lips pursed, and a look of difficulty appeared on his face. Kenma's brow furrowed. What's wrong with Whitebeard and Ace? Is there a problem? Fugaku quickly waved his hands and said, there have been some accidents with them, but it's not the bad news you're worried about, my lord. It should be a good thing for them. A good thing? Kenma was puzzled and asked, tell me in detail. What exactly is going on? My lord, it's like this. Fugaku recalled the abnormality he and the others had observed before and spoke in a well-organized manner. Since you left, they have been training their abilities. But as their training deepened, those who did not have the aptitude to become Shinigami actually started to feel hungry. After our investigation, we found that the more diligently a person trained, the more they could feel hunger. I was going to inform you of this matter at the first opportunity, but then your transfer order arrived, so I took the opportunity to report it to you at the same time. As Fugaku spoke, the expression on Kenma's face grew more and more solemn. The more they train their abilities, the more they feel hungry. He thought for a moment and came up with two theories. 1. The devil fruit abilities of those people had undergone a mutation after adapting to the Soul Society, which in turn caused some changes in their bodies. 2. It was his connection ability. The training of these people naturally required borrowing his spiritual pressure. The greater the intensity of the training, the more they borrowed, and the spiritual pressure also took the opportunity to temper their soul bodies, thus causing a gradual positive change in their bodies. It was like a balloon. Every time you blew air into it, the balloon itself stretched. These people trained frequently, which was like pouring spiritual pressure into their bodies, gradually expanding their spiritual pressure capacity. The reishi that could be satisfied by just breathing and drinking water for daily activities began to be insufficient, and they started to crave food for replenishment. But the bodies of these people were not as malleable as balloons. Every time they expanded their capacity, cracks would appear inside their bodies. How did they manage to hold on without their bodies collapsing? Kenma's gaze slowly fell on his own Zanpakutō. Could it be because of the connection ability? Their bodies are already connected to mine. As long as I'm fine, they won't shatter, which is how they've barely managed to maintain their forms. And with the timely replenishment of reishi from eating, the cracks in their bodies have been repaired, allowing them to survive and even grow stronger. Compared to the first theory, the second one was much more likely. Kenma was also more inclined towards the second one. He looked at Fugaku and immediately asked, have you done a control experiment? I came in a hurry and haven't had time to do it yet, Fugaku said with his head bowed. I wonder what kind of control you would like, my lord. Find some ordinary people with no abilities, let them also borrow my spiritual pressure to train, and then compare them with Whitebeard and the others to see if they get hungry. After speaking, Kenma added another instruction. Report to me immediately once you have the results. As you command. Is there anything else on your end? Fugaku quickly replied, no, whether it's the Uchiha clan or those pirates and marines, everything is stable. That's good. Kenma relaxed, then said, this time, I've called you over, taken you away from the Uchiha clan, and assigned you to a post in Squad 2. Do you have any doubts? I do have some doubts. Fugaku did not dare to hide anything. At first, I thought you were dissatisfied with my governance of the Uchiha clan, which was why you removed me from the clan. But on second thought, if you were dissatisfied, you would have just reprimanded me directly. This time, however, you've assigned me to Squad 2, which is undoubtedly a promotion. So I no longer have my previous thoughts. At this moment, I am actually grateful for your action. Kenma asked with curiosity, grateful for what? For letting you into Squad 2. Although it was a fourth seat position from the start, which for an ordinary person was a step to the heavens. But Fugaku was different. In essence, he was Kenma's private soldier. No matter how high a position he obtained in the Sherui, it was not as important as increasing his trust in Kenma's heart. Fugaku naturally understood this. A bitter look appeared on his face. Your regard is naturally a great honor for me. But what I am even more grateful for is that you have allowed me to leave the Uchiha clan. Kenma was taken aback. What? Could it be that the position of the head of the great Uchiha clan is a fiery pit? I dare not hide it from you, my lord. If it were ordinary times, it would be fine, but for me, it is indeed as you say. Fugaku gave a bitter smile. In the end, it's all because of my son's evil deeds. Hearing this, Kenma immediately understood. Although the Uchiha clan had come to the Soul Society, and their way of life was basically the same as before, the matter of Uchiha Itachi had ultimately left a thorn in the hearts of the Uchiha clansmen. When they first came to the Soul Society, the high-level power of the clan could not be changed too much, and with Kenma's orders, the Uchiha had endured it. But as time went on, everyone's emotions gradually accumulated, and undercurrents were already surging within the clan. If it weren't for Kenma's orders, these Uchiha would probably have long since carried out a coup and deposed Fugaku from his position as clan head. Fugaku could naturally sense it. Therefore, after receiving Kenma's order, he had immediately handed over the clan's affairs and then came to the Sirei with his wife to avoid the trouble. Kenma asked, "You were suddenly transferred by me. Have you made arrangements for the clan's affairs?" "My lord, with the elders there, they are more than capable of handling everything in the clan." Fugaku sighed inwardly. His departure would at most just cause the elderly elders to spend more energy on miscellaneous affairs. Anyway, they were all dead. It didn't matter if they were a little busier. "That's good." Kenma nodded in satisfaction. The Uchiha clan was of the utmost importance, and was even related to the future of his small force. As long as it could be kept stable, it was fine. He believed that Fugaku could handle all the handover matters. "Fugaku, do you know why I transferred you to my side?" "Your decision must have its reasons, my lord." "To be able to serve you is naturally my honor," Fugaku said respectfully, taking the opportunity to express his loyalty again. Kenma didn't waste any words and directly stated his recent major event. "In a few days, I'm getting married." Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 56, The Secret Service. My lord is getting married. So soon. Fugaku and his wife had some understanding of the affairs of the master they served. Now, hearing it from Kenma's mouth, the couple was first taken aback, and then their faces lit up with joy. "No wonder we saw people bustling about on our way to the Sirei. I didn't think it was for you, my lord. This is truly a joyous occasion." Both of them were genuinely happy for Kenma. Although they hadn't known each other for long, they had received Kenma's kindness many times and had long since accepted him in their hearts. At the same time, they were also happy for the Uchiha. Perhaps because of their habits from when they were alive, with Kenma getting married and having descendants, they, as his loyal followers, now had a sense of security, and their hearts felt much more at ease. The Shihoin clan had started preparing for the wedding long ago, making it known to everyone in the Sirei. Kenma also knew a little about it. But he hadn't expected it to reach even the Rokkangai. It seemed he had underestimated the influence of a great noble's actions in this feudal soul society. As for his own life's major event, Kenma didn't see it as that important. He waved his hand at Fugaku. "I will be busy during this time and will temporarily be unable to attend to my squad duties. But I have just asked Yuruchi for jurisdiction over the detention unit, which is your division, Fugaku. While I am busy, you will take over these duties, along with my patrol corps. The affairs will be numerous, but with your abilities, you should be able to handle them with ease. As for the Uchiha clansmen under my command, you can pick some to work under you. You are very familiar with them, so it will be easier to use them." Fugaku immediately said, "Please rest assured, my lord. I will not disappoint you." Hearing Fugaku's firm guarantee, Kenma nodded to himself. In fact, the reason he had chosen Fugaku to take over the affairs of Squad 2 was because he trusted Fugaku's character and abilities. Fugaku's character was a bit hesitant and weak, which made him unqualified as a leader. But no matter how incompetent he was, in his past life, he had been the head of the Uchiha clan, which was full of hotheads, for so many years. While pacifying the clansmen's emotions, he also had to maneuver under the watchful eyes of the high-ranking officials of Konoha to protect his clan. At least in terms of ability, he was still well above the passing line. And the nature of the work in Squad 2 had a high degree of overlap with that of a ninja. The detention unit where Fugaku was stationed, the daily work was just to guard the maggot's nest, which was the simplest and easiest, so no more needed to be said. Even Kenma's patrol corps was essentially the same as the Konoha military police force that the Uchiha had been in charge of in their past lives. He figured Fugaku would be able to get the hang of it quickly. "Since you two have come to the Sirei, there is no need to live in the Squad 2 dormitories. You can live at the Shihoin estate like Sherui. The rooms at home are large enough, not as crowded as here in the squad. I will have the servants arrange for all the daily necessities." Whether it was Fugaku or Sherui, it was better to keep them by his side, so that if anything happened, Kenma could make arrangements as quickly as possible. "I am immensely grateful for your detailed arrangements, my lord." After speaking, Fugaku glanced at his wife beside him, and a thought stirred in his heart. "My lord, I wonder if there are any other arrangements for my wife. Although Makoto has been a homemaker for many years, she was also an excellent ninja in her past life, and a 3-tomo at that. I'm sure she can also be of assistance to you." Kenma's gaze fell on Uchiha Makoto, who was like a shadow beside Fugaku. "Is this your idea?" Uchiha Makoto lowered her head and said, "Yes. Although my skills are not as good as my husband's, I also want to do something for you, my lord, to repay your kindness. Kenma pondered for a moment, then said slowly, if that's the case, then I can't very well refuse your kind intentions. Then go to Yuruchi's side and take care of her. I will speak to her about it in a little while. With Yuruchi's personality, she wouldn't refuse. In fact, by Kenma's estimation, she would agree quite readily. Uchiha Mikoto said in a deep voice, as you command. I will definitely serve Lady Yuruchi well. As Kenma's subordinates, they naturally knew Yuruchi's identity. The captain of Squad 2, the head of the great noble Shihoin clan of the Soul Society. At the same time, to them, the most important identity of this Lady Shihoin Yuruchi was, naturally, the wife their master, Lord Kenma, was about to marry. Uchiha Mikoto was no ordinary woman. She was naturally crystal clear about the deep meaning behind Kenma's arrangement. On the surface, it was to take care of his wife Yuruchi, but to send a trusted subordinate like her over naturally had the purpose of surveillance. Seeing that Mikoto understood, Kenma reassured her, don't worry. Although Yuruchi's personality is a bit mischievous, she is not a bad person at heart. She won't have any ill intentions towards you. Well, at most, because of me, she might play some pranks on you, but she always has a short attention span and will soon get tired of it. With your abilities, you will be able to handle it with ease. Uchiha Mikoto responded solemnly. She had expected this. Kenma then looked at Fugaku, and after some thought, said, Fugaku, you should first get used to the work in Squad 2. My wedding is still a few days away. Before the wedding, I will return to the Uchiha clan one more time to open the passage to the ninja world. The two of them suddenly raised their heads, a look of surprise on their faces. Fugaku quickly asked, is my lord going to the ninja world again? Fugaku had privately speculated with the clan's elders that Lord Kenma would definitely lead them back to the ninja world, but the time might be a little later. Hearing about this from Kenma today was much earlier than Fugaku had expected. Kenma shook his head. In the short term, I will not be going to the ninja world. This time, I'm opening the passage to have your Uchiha clan send a reliable clansman over to pay attention to the changes in the ninja world and, by the way, collect the souls of some powerful individuals. Fugaku understood. It was just like Ikumi, who had been left behind in the world of pirates. Yes, I will inform the clan and have them prepare. Very good. With so many powerful individuals in the ninja world, it was absolutely impossible for Kenma not to have any ideas. Although Naruto's story had not yet officially begun, he had to make preparations as soon as possible. Once the fourth great ninja war broke out, it would be his time to reap the harvest. The four Kage of Konoha, the four Edo Tensei Kage, Uchiha Madara, Nagato, and the Akatsuki, these were all outstanding talents worth recruiting. Even if most of them did not have the aptitude to become Shinigami, under Kenma's connection ability, they could still form a considerable fighting force. At that time, they would all be filled into the Massacre, becoming the sharpest blade in Kenma's hands. As for the Massacre, in Kenma's plan, it played a crucial role. In the administrative planning of the Sherui, under the supreme authority of the Central 46, there were three major military organizations. The Godai 13, the Kido Corps, and the Massacre. The successive heads of the Shihoin clan served as the commander-in-chief of the Massacre, which, in theory, was on the same level as Captain Commander Yamamoto. But Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni was too powerful, and his prestige in the Sherui was too high. Over the past 1,000 years, this had allowed the Godai 13 under his command to overshadow the other two organizations, its power directly challenging the Central 46. The presence of the Kido Corps had been greatly reduced, and even the Massacre had gradually merged with Squad 2 of the Godai 13. The captain of Squad 2 was the commander-in-chief of the Massacre, and the various seated officers within the squad corresponded to the various key positions in the Massacre. Up to now, in terms of specific duties, the two had basically become indistinguishable, completely merged into one. And what Kenma had to do was to separate the Massacre again, making it a military organization that belonged exclusively to him. In Kenma's mind, the future Massacre was benchmarked against the KGB of the Soviet Union from his memory, or the Jinui and the Eastern and Western depots from those historical dramas. A secret service that only took orders from him, hidden in the shadows, with extremely strong operational capabilities. These ninja were just the right fit. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 57, Yuruchi's Curiosity. Fugaku, go and report to Vice Captain Omida for your induction. Mikoto, come with me. I'll take you to see Yuruchi. She should still be at the barracks. Kenma walked out of the room, followed by the Fugaku couple. In the Squad 2 barracks, the captain's and vice captain's offices were close to each other. The group of three arrived at the vice captain's door. Kenma gave Fugaku some instructions, and after watching him go in, he took Uchiha Mikoto to the captain's office. Before they even entered the captain's room, Yuruchi's rather cheerful, hearty laughter, as well as the shy cries of the young Hachi girl, could be faintly heard from outside. The closer Kenma got, the clearer he could hear. "Lady Yuruchi, please stop teasing me. Sui Feng, isn't this nice? You're very cute like this. Whoa, Lady Yuruchi is calling me cute. What bliss. No, wait, Lady Yuruchi, I am a cold and ruthless member of the punishment force. Please don't use words like cute to describe me. Hee hee, you're even cuter when you're trying to act calm, Sui Feng. I give you full marks." Outside the door, Kenma listened to the noise coming from inside and sighed in his heart. It must be Yuruchi teasing Sui Feng again. He didn't know where she got all this energy to play. He turned to look at Uchiha Makoto, who was waiting respectfully by his side, and said slowly, "As you can see now, Yuruchi has this boisterous personality. It's a bit of a hardship for you to work by her side. If you encounter any pranks from her, I hope you won't take it to heart." "I would not dare." Makoto bowed her head deeply. As a ninja, her mission came first. Kenma's order was only for her to serve this mistress, not to risk her life on a combat mission. For such a safe and easy job, how could Makoto have any objections? Even if this mistress's personality was a bit playful, she had her own ways of dealing with it. Seeing her calm expression, Kenma knew she was the type with a stable and patient nature. She was just right for being by Yuruchi's side, and his heart was much more at ease. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, making a crisp sound to remind Yuruchi and the others inside to be more restrained. "Yuruchi, I'm coming in. It's Kenma. Wait a moment." A flurry of hurried sounds came from inside, which quickly stopped. Yuruchi's voice came again. "It's fine now. Come in." Kenma pushed open the door and his gaze quickly swept the interior. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Yuruchi's expression was relaxed, and she sat casually on the chair, her captain's haori casually draped over the back. She was wearing black training clothes with no sleeves, revealing the brown skin of her arms. In front of Yuruchi, Sui Feng, also in training clothes, was kneeling properly, her expression solemn and full of seriousness, but there was still a lingering blush on her face. Kenma glanced around. There were only the two of them in the room, making it seem quite spacious. Seeing that it was Kenma, a mischievous smile appeared on Yuruchi's face. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Uchiha Makoto behind him. How rare. For someone with such a dull personality, to have such a beauty by your side. Tell me, where did you abduct her from? I'll go and try my luck another day. After Kenma sat down cross-legged on the side, he heard Yuruchi's words and frowned slightly. What do you mean, abduct? You make me sound like I'm not a good person. Also, you are, for the time being, the head of the Shihoin clan. Mind your image. Yuruchi raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Hey, you, still pretending to be a good person in front of me. Faced with Yuruchi's teasing, Kenma simply ignored it. He pointed to Makoto and introduced her. This is Uchiha Makoto, a clansman of Sherui. I saw that you don't have a proper person by your side, so I brought her over. She will stay by your side from now on. How about it? Uchiha. Yuruchi blinked, a look of curiosity on her face. Her gaze fell on Kenma, and she immediately understood. Kenma, I remember you mentioning that you gave the fourth seat of the squad to someone named Uchiha Fugaku, also a clansman of Sherui. That's right. Yuruchi's golden eyes looked at the formally seated Makoto. What is your relationship to Uchiha Fugaku? Seeing Kenma nod slightly, Makoto bowed her head deeply and said, Fugaku is my husband. I see. Yuruchi smiled. Although she didn't manage much, she had heard some things about the family and the squad. Especially about what was happening around this fiancé of hers. First Sherui, then Yashiro and the others, and today, Fugaku and Makoto. And from her observation, these people all had excellent spiritual pressure and were even more outstanding in their skills, even better than some of the seated officers in the squad. These Uchiha who had suddenly appeared by Kenma's side seemed very mysterious. How could Yuruchi not be curious? Since Kenma recommended her, then she can stay. She had thought this fiancé of hers was a boring and dull person, but now it seemed he had quite a few secrets of his own. As for Kenma's purpose in sending this person to her side, Yuruchi could guess with her little finger. It was nothing more than a little trick of surveillance in the name of service. However, for Kenma to plant a spy so brazenly, such an open move was somewhat beyond Yuruchi's expectations. Kenma's behavior even gave her a sense of uprightness. Since Kenma was being so open about it, she wasn't afraid either. She was upright and not afraid of Kenma knowing anything. On the contrary, the secrets of these Uchiha and her husband interested her more. This was a good opportunity to find a breakthrough with this woman. Thank you for your permission, Lady Yuruchi. Makoto quickly stepped into the role of an attendant, coming to Yuruchi's side, ready to await her orders. Just then, the sound of somewhat heavy footsteps came from outside. Captain, I've brought the newly appointed fourth seat to see you. It was Omida Marekio's voice. After getting Yuruchi's approval, Marekio pushed open the door and saw Kenma in the room. Lord Kenma is here too. Today is the day of Uchiha's induction as fourth seat. Since you are here, Lord Kenma, it's a good time to witness this moment together. Marekio smiled, then stepped aside to let Uchiha Fugaku, who was behind him, walk to the center of the room. According to custom, a newly appointed seated officer had to meet the captain. So he had brought Uchiha Fugaku over. Yuruchi observed Uchiha Fugaku before her. His brow was raised high, making his eyes look a bit fierce. His lips were tightly pursed, and he had a serious and solemn expression. She glanced at Mikoto at her side. So this is Mikoto's husband. Yuruchi then looked at Kenma. Seeing that he still had a straight face, she couldn't help but wonder. It seems you are the same type of person as Kenma, always with a straight face. Don't you get tired of it? When it comes to work, one must be serious, Kenma said. It was better than some people's frivolous and playful attitude. Yes, he was referring to Yuruchi. Yuruchi nodded at Uchiha Fugaku before her and said, "You are the person Kenma recommended. I believe you have sufficient talent and vigilance. If that's the case, you will take the position of the fourth seat of Squad 2, and you will also be in charge of the detention unit. Is that all right?" Fugaku bowed deeply. "I will not betray your trust, my lord." As for which lord he was referring to, Yuruchi didn't think she needed to ask. All right. After she had met him, Uchiha Fugaku's induction was official. She waved her hand at Omida Marekio and Uchiha Fugaku, dismissing them. Only then did she say to Kenma, "You brought him into the squad to help you with those squad duties, didn't you? Such a thorough arrangement is in line with your character." Kenma nodded. "Yes. We will be busy from now on and will be away from the squad for a long time. We need to arrange for manpower in advance." Hearing this, a hint of melancholy flashed in Yuruchi's heart. That's right. After all, we are getting married. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 58, the first will transfer. Uchiha Fugaku officially took up his post in Squad 2. Under Kenma's guidance, he quickly became proficient in handling the squad's affairs. And after a simple observation, Kenma was quite satisfied. He handed over all the work he was responsible for to Fugaku, letting him handle it. As for Kenma, he and Yuruchi both took a long leave, no longer bothering with the trivial matters of Squad 2, but instead focusing on preparing for the wedding. As one of the protagonists of this wedding, and also the actual controller of the Shihoin clan, Kenma had much more to worry about than the carefree Yuruchi. The layout of the wedding venue, the flow of personnel, the invitation of numerous guests, the purchase of various supplies. Kenma was responsible for all of this, busy from morning to night, with no time at all to go to the Uchiha clan grounds and open the passage to the ninja world. But the order had already been given, and it was not appropriate to change it overnight. Kenma simply had Sherui go in his place after school. By the time Sherui arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds, using Shuinpa all the way, the sky had completely darkened. The Uchiha clan, having been notified, had been waiting for a long time. The two elders, Setsuna and Kakaku, led a group of Uchiha clansmen to respectfully await his arrival at the entrance of the clan grounds. But when the group saw only Sherui, they couldn't help but frown, a look of confusion on their faces. "Sherui, why are you alone? Where is our lord?" "Elders, there is no need to worry. Our lord has been busy with wedding preparations recently and has no time to come. Therefore, he sent me to handle this." So that's how it is. The news of Kenma's impending marriage had been passed on to the clan grounds through Fugaku and the Uchiha clansmen of Squad 2. Everyone had already been informed and showed no surprise. The two old men's gazes fell on what Sherui was holding. Sherui was holding a long, rectangular object, wrapped in layers of silk. It looked like a sword. Elder Kakaku asked, "Sherui, what is that you're holding?" "Please wait a moment, Elder." Sherui carefully unwrapped the silk. The object inside was gradually revealed to the two elders and the other Uchiha clansmen. A brown hilt, an oval-shaped guard. Although only a third of the wrapping had been removed, everyone could see it at a glance. It was a Zanpakutō. Setsuna's face showed surprise. "Sherui, could this be our Lord Zanpakutō?" Sherui held it with both hands, his face showing humility and respect as he nodded. "That's right. Our Lord has entrusted his sword to me, allowing my body to become a vessel for his will. Through this, I can use his great power." Receiving Shersui's confirmation, all the Uchiha clansmen bowed their heads, their faces showing surprise. Only after receiving Shersui's instruction did they dare to raise their heads and look. The moment they looked up, pairs of crimson Sharingan lit up in the dark night. The Uchiha clansmen all had solemn expressions as they carefully examined their master's sword. Elder Kakaku looked at the Zanpakutō Sherui was holding, then at Shersui's slightly immature face, and couldn't help but feel a sense of great relief. Sherui, it seems our lord trusts you very much. Very good. Keep it up. Don't disappoint our lord. You are the guarantee of our Uchiha clan's status in his heart. We must not lose this trust under any circumstances. Sherui nodded solemnly. I understand. Accompanied by the two elders and a group of Uchiha, Sherui came to the courtyard where the Senkamen was located. A squad of Uchiha elites was guarding the place. Seeing the group arrive and confirming their identities, they quickly made way. Sherui had the group retreat to a certain distance, walk to the front of the Senkamen, and in his heart, through that faded thread, connected to Kenma's will. My lord, I have arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds and am currently in front of the Senkamen. At this moment, Kenma was checking the finances for the past few days. Receiving Shersui's communication, he immediately put down his pen. Sherui, empty your mind. I am descending now. The connection ability of Kiritsugu had already been activated, maintaining an active link between him and Sherui. Kenma just needed to send his will and power in an orderly fashion. He leaned back in his chair and slowly closed his eyes. His will followed the connecting thread and, in an instant, descended upon Sherui. As Kenma's voice fell, a sense of panic inexplicably arose in Shersui's heart, and then a vast will squeezed in. Although he could see and hear, he couldn't control his own body. Kenma's will had descended. When he opened his eyes again, Shersui's appearance was the same, but the characteristic relaxation and clarity of a young man were gone from his face, replaced by a stern, expressionless look. His entire temperament changed abruptly. The original, slightly immature feeling disappeared, replaced by an atmosphere full of seriousness and tension. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen were still wondering why Shersui's change was so great. The two old men at the front, as if they had thought of something, had their pupils in their crimson Sharingan suddenly constrict. A vessel, for our lord's will. Could it be? The two of them exchanged a glance. They saw the guess in each other's hearts and became even more certain of it. Realizing this, the two immediately knelt on the ground, bowing their heads low, but did not dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing the lord's will within Shersui's body. Seeing this, the Uchiha behind them, some understanding, some confused, all followed suit and knelt before Sherui. At this moment, Sherui was, of course, possessed by the descent of Kenma's will. What a strange feeling. This was the first time Kenma had used this ability, so he couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. It was like wearing a piece of clothing that didn't fit well, uncomfortable all over, itchy. Sensing the spiritual pressure within Shersui's body, Kenma was quite satisfied. Shersui's current spiritual pressure was already at the level of a high-ranking seated officer. Even with his high talent, to reach this level in such a short period of time was not easy. It seemed he had been training very diligently. Not bad. I should be quick. Shersui's body can't hold out for too long. Kenma drew his Zanpakutō and chanted its other release command. Sever, Kiritsugu. The blade, in the dark night, lit up with a crystal-clear light that flowed over it, giving off a grim chill. Kenma held the sword and swung it down at the space of the Senkamen. The spiritual pressure on the blade erupted, and a silvery white, crescent-shaped blade of light flew from the Zanpakutō's edge, tearing through the void between the two wooden pillars. Crack! Crackle! The sound of shattering glass was heard. As the silvery white slash passed, a dark rift opened in the space within the Senkamen. A wooden door floated in the depths of the rift, emitting a soft white light. Ha! Kenma slowly let out a breath of turbid air and then sheathed his sword. The passage to the ninja world had been opened. Sherui, you will tell them the subsequent matters. My will cannot stay in your body for too long, or it will cause you considerable harm. Kenma's voice contained a hint of fatigue. Using two of his Zanpakutō's abilities at the same time was also a considerable drain on Kenma's energy. Sherui only felt the strange sense of crowdedness from the depths of his soul suddenly disappear. The vast will that had made him feel panic from the bottom of his heart had also left his body. Recalling the feeling of being possessed by Kenma just now, Sherui could see and hear, but he couldn't control his body. There was also an omnipresent feeling of discomfort that made him feel extremely tormented. After taking a breath, Sherui felt a sense of emptiness and weakness and found that the spiritual pressure in his body was completely gone. Kenma's one strike just now had almost completely drained all of Shersui's spiritual pressure. Sherui looked at the Uchiha who were kneeling on the ground at his side, his voice a little weak. Elders, everyone, you may rise. Our lord has already left. Next, I will tell you some of our lord's instructions. I hope you will not be lax. The Uchiha, led by the two elders, slowly rose. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 and .c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 59, Wedding Day. Today was the wedding day of the head of the Shihoin clan, and the entire Sherui was bustling with excitement. In front of the Shihoin estate, luxurious carriages were parked, adorned with the family crests of various noble families in the Sherui. People came and went, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Besides these nobles, even the captains of the Godai 13, accompanied by their respective squad members, entered the Shihoin residence. Whoa, there are so many people. The Shihoin clan's display is really grand. A captain wearing a haori put his hand to his forehead, looking at the people coming in and out of the Shihoin estate, his face showing an exaggerated look of surprise, the exclamation in his mouth having a very distinct accent. This captain had long yellow hair draped behind him, and the back of his haori had the character 4-5 written on it. He was the captain of Squad 5, Hirako Shinji. Arriving at the gate, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the vice-captain who was 4 or 5 meters behind him, urging him impatiently. Eizen, hurry up. If you keep dawdling like this, you'll only get to eat the leftovers. With that, Hirako Shinji walked in without looking back. Captain, slow down. Such recklessness is not befitting of a captain. Besides, it's still early for the wedding. The vice-captain behind him pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a bright white light, and quickened his pace to catch up. The attendant at the gate, seeing that he was a captain, immediately led him inside to a place of honor. Ha, you bald Eizen, you're implying I'm not fit to be a captain. What, are you saying a rotten person like you is what a captain should be like? Hirako Shinji's face showed disdain as he spoke without turning his head. Eizen gave a wry smile. Captain, that's not what I meant. I just wanted you to be a little more composed. After all, this is the great noble Shihoin clan. Nagging, are you my mother? Minding my business so much. Shut up, Eizen. This was the daily routine between the captain and vice-captain of Squad 5. Led by the Shihoin clan's attendant into the main hall, it was basically filled with the top figures of the Soul Society. The other 3 of the 4 great noble clans had all sent representatives. Among them, the Kachiki clan was the most prominent. The current head of the Kachiki clan and captain of Squad 6, Kachiki Jinrei, had come in person. In addition, the captain of Squad 8, Kyoka and the captain of Squad 12, Hikifun Kiryo, had also come with their squad members to offer their congratulations. And among these guests, the most special was a vice-captain wearing a white haori of the same material. The vice-captain of Squad 1, Sasaki Chojiro. As the second-in-command to the captain-commander of the Godai 13, Sasaki Chojiro's presence meant that the old man, the captain-commander, was also paying attention to this wedding. While Hirako Shinji was messing around with the vice-captain of Squad 12, the captain of Squad 4 also entered the room with her vice-captain. However, they did not enter through the main door, but from the inner residence. Kyoka raised the straw hat on his head and said in surprise, "Oh my, the great senior is here. It seems she's treating the previous clan head. How is the old master of the Shihoin clan doing?" Anohana, her hands tucked in her sleeves, nodded and said, "After treatment, he has barely recovered some of his strength. Although he can't engage in strenuous exercise, he can at least last through this wedding." That's good. If the father were to suddenly pass away at the wedding, it would turn a joyous occasion into a mourning one for the Shihoin clan, which would not be good. I never thought that the mischievous little girl of the Shihoin clan would also have her wedding day. It's truly unpredictable, anything can happen. Kyoka sighed, then suddenly looked at Eizen, who was standing at a loss, watching his captain's antics. He glanced around again. Seeing that the captain of Squad 6 and the representative of the Ise family were far apart, his gaze finally fell on Eizen, and his voice lowered a notch. Speaking of which, Vice-Captain Eizen, the other 2 of the 3 greats you were associated with are already married, and both have married into great noble families. Would you like to marry into a great noble family as well? Forget the Ise family, the people in that family are too annoying. How about the Shiba family? Eizen scratched his head, an embarrassed smile on his face. Captain Kyoka, please don't make fun of me. I have no such thoughts right now. Is that so? What a pity. And in the inner residence of the Shihoin estate, Shihoin Shunjen, who had been treated by Anohana, stood up with difficulty with the help of an attendant and put on his formal black attire. Father, how are you feeling? Should I ask the captain of Squad 4 to come and have another look at you? Kenma quickly went to support the old man, who was as frail as a withered tree. The old man shook his head, his tone more energetic than before. I'm fine. I feel much better now. To be able to see you 2 get married, my wish has been fulfilled. Yuruchi, in a white wedding dress, supported her father on the other side. Old man, why don't you skip the wedding for now and rest here? To avoid getting tired. Hearing this, Shihoin Shunjen's face became stern. What are you talking about? My daughter is getting married, and I, her father, am not there. What would that look like? Yuruchi, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You are the star of this wedding, a person who is about to start a family. Put away your little schemes and marry Kenma obediently. Do you hear me? The corner of Yuruchi's mouth twitched, her face full of defiance, but she still agreed. I know. Don't worry, father. I will marry Kenma. I don't have any of those messy thoughts right now. You'd better not. After reprimanding his daughter, the old man immediately looked at Kenma. The moment he turned his head, his face underwent a 180-degree transformation. The serious expression disappeared, replaced by a kind and amiable one. Kenma, you don't have to stay by this old man's side. Go and spend some time with your friends and family. Father, then your side. Go, go. Although Yuruchi is reckless, she's more than capable of taking care of this old man. Seeing the old man say this, Kenma nodded. After giving some instructions to the surrounding attendants, he left. Just as Kenma was pushing open the door, the old man's voice sounded again. By the way, Kenma, come and see me tonight. Kenma stopped, turned, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. The old man said, don't ask why for now. Just come over tonight. I have a special guest for you to meet. What kind of guest required such mystery? But since the old man didn't want to say, Kenma didn't ask any more questions. All right, father. With that, he left. When he arrived at the courtyard where his friends and family were temporarily seated, he heard a lively argument from outside. He pushed open the door and saw Sherui standing to one side, holding a cup of tea, looking a little awkward and at a loss. Besides Sherui, there were 3 other people of various appearances in the room. A one-eyed old man with an eye patch, a middle-aged man with short hair in his 50s, and a young man with a beautiful, womanly appearance. Seeing Kenma enter, the 3 of them stopped their argument and all looked over, their faces full of joy. Oh, Kenma, you're here. Today is the wedding day. Our little Kenma will be a real man from now on. Don't mind these 2 idiots. In any case, congratulations, Kenma. Seeing these 3 people, Kenma's brow relaxed, and a rare look of ease appeared on his face. Grandpa, Lord Nobunaga, and Yuichi, long time no see. These 3 were the people Kenma had known like family before he became a Shinigami. The middle-aged man had a genuine smile on his face. Kenma, congratulations on your wedding. The man's voice had a thick accent, a little slurred and indistinct. But after living with him for many years, Kenma had long since gotten used to it and could understand him clearly. Yes, Grandpa. I'm getting married. This middle-aged man was the grandfather who had once adopted Kenma, and also his Oyabun in the Yakuza organization he had been in before becoming a Shinigami. Because he was already dead, he used his posthumous Buddhist name, Tenzin Shan. In his life, he was said to have been the nephew of a lord. His uncle was known as the Oni and was called Kaseki Manji. He himself had died on the battlefield while covering his uncle's retreat and was very skilled with the Nodachi. Kenma's swordsmanship had been taught to him by this man. At this moment, the man with the womanly face suddenly had his expression darken. He pointed at the 2 beside him and said to Kenma, I say, Kenma, I'm clearly older than these 2 and died earlier. How come you don't use honorifics with me? Kenma looked at his extremely young face and sighed inwardly. What else could be the reason? He was so young and beautiful, looking even younger than Kenma. Even if Kenma wanted to use an honorific, it would feel incredibly awkward. This young man's name was Nasu no Yuichi. He had taught Kenma skills like archery, language, and writing, and could be considered one of his teachers. As Yuichi's voice fell, before Kenma could speak, the one-eyed old man spoke first. Stupid Yuichi, of course it's because you're not an important person. Ha! Stupid Nobunaga, are you some great person? Yuichi retorted without showing any weakness. The old man grinned, full of arrogance. Of course. In my life, I was a great man who was famous throughout the land. But you're dead now, and you were burned to death by your own subordinate. Yuichi shot back, and the 2 immediately started to scuffle. Tenzin Shan quickly tried to mediate. You 2, stop fighting. Today is Kenma's wedding day. Ha! A country bumpkin from a remote region like you, what right do you have to tell me what to do? That's right, that's right. With this, the argument between 2 people became a 3-way brawl. The room was once again filled with noisy clamor. Seeing this, Kenma shook his head slightly at the helpless Sherui, signaling him not to worry. Kenma had seen the 3 of them bicker and argue like this many times and was already used to it. And this last one-eyed old man's name was Nobunaga. Just as he had said, in his life, he had been a great man who had once ruled the land, but he was later betrayed by his subordinate and burned to death in a temple. After his death, he met Yuichi and Kenma's grandfather in the Soul Society, formed a Yakuza organization, and became its strategist. Later, when Kenma became a Shinigami, the Yakuza organization was disbanded on the spot, and the three of them also began to live a retired life. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 60, The Most Feared Person. The main hall of the Shihoin estate was filled with a solemn atmosphere. In the front 2 rows sat the high-ranking nobles and the captain-level Shinigami. Behind them were the ordinary nobles and seated officers. The entire room was filled with figures in formal attire. Kenma sat in the deepest part of the room, with Yuruchi, dressed in a magnificent white gown, on his left. The two of them sat upright, a golden screen behind them as a backdrop. To Kenma's side sat his 3 family members, Tenshin-shan, Yoichi, and Nobunaga. And on Yuruchi's side sat her father, Shihoin Shunjen, and her brother, Yashiro. Kenma's gaze swept over the dark figures below. While a group of young boys and girls were pouring wine, he reached out and tugged at his collar. The clothes felt a little restrictive, and Kenma was not quite used to them. Yuruchi, beside him, was fine. Her white dress was, at least, the same color as a wedding gown. But the clothes Kenma was wearing, although they looked formal, had no auspicious or joyful meaning at all. Besides the clothes, what made Kenma feel even more uncomfortable was the atmosphere of the wedding. He had never thought that a wedding ceremony in the Soul Society would be like this. There was none of the festive atmosphere of a wedding that Kenma remembered. Instead, it was like a funeral. Both host and guests wore solemn expressions. The air seemed to have been infected, becoming heavy, and the room was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Kenma held a small sake saucer in both hands. After the 2 children in front of him had filled it, he drank it in one gulp and then handed the saucer to Yuruchi beside him. Yuruchi did the same. After the saucer was filled, she raised it and drank. The 2 children retreated. Kenma picked up a roll of white paper and unrolled it in his hands. On it were written the wedding vows. Kenma's gaze fell, and his dull voice echoed in the room. This auspicious day has been chosen for our wedding. From this day forward, we two shall be husband and wife, and we shall share both joys and sorrows, respecting and loving each other. May our happiness last forever, for all eternity, our hearts unchanged. We hereby make this vow together. Husband, Shihoin Kenma. Yuruchi's expression was solemn. She glanced at Kenma at her side, her heart in a daze. Am I really getting married? This seemingly dull and uninteresting man beside me will be my partner for the rest of my life. Yuruchi had thought of this wedding scene many times. Every time she imagined it, her feelings were a complex mix of sadness, anger, helplessness, and sometimes even a secret joy. But now, truly facing it, she found that she was not as resistant as she had imagined. Experiencing it in person today, she was not that dissatisfied. It seemed she had already accepted this result. Perhaps this is her destiny. A strange emotion welled up in her heart. Yuruchi paused, then continued after her husband's voice. Wife, Shihoin Yuruchi. With that, Kenma and Yuruchi were officially husband and wife. At the side, Shihoin Shunjen stood up with the help of Yashiro and bowed to the guests in the hall. Dear friends and relatives, dear guests. Today is the joyous day of my little daughter's wedding. I am sincerely grateful to all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here. I am truly grateful. The old man's face was wreathed in smiles, his aged voice filled with a heartfelt joy. Even the pain in his body had lessened considerably because of this. And with the old man's congratulatory speech, the wedding ceremony of the father and daughter was successfully completed. Due to his health, he retreated to the back of the residence to rest with his son's help, leaving the wedding scene to the protagonists, Kenma and Yuruchi. Kenma led Yuruchi to toast the guests one by one. First were the other 3 of the 4 great noble clans. Kenma didn't know the people from the ISE family. The words they exchanged were limited to empty pleasantries like, eat well, drink well, and be happy. The person from the Shiba family was a rather young-looking man with short, spiky black hair, grayish-blue eyes, and was dressed in a shahakusho. He had the look of a protagonist. Senior Kenma, I wish you a happy wedding. Kyan, long time no see. How have you been in Squad 13 recently? Kenma naturally recognized this person. Shiba Kyan had just graduated from the Shino Academy a few years ago. He had completed the 6-year curriculum in just 1 year, a true genius. After graduating, he did not immediately join the Godai 13 but remained at home for a period of time. Eventually, at the invitation of Yukitate Jushiro, he joined Squad 13 and was given a high-ranking seated officer position upon entry. He was also the protagonist's cousin in the original story. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Captain Yukitate treats me very well, and the squad members are also easy to get along with. After a brief chat with Shiba Kyan, Kenma led Yuruchi to Kachiki Jinryai. Lord Kachiki, why don't I see Senior Koga and young Master Sojin? Kachiki Jinryai bowed, his etiquette impeccable. Sojin is not in good health, and Koga, for some reason, has been grounded by me, so he cannot personally attend the wedding. Please forgive us. Kenma was taken aback. He knew that Kachiki Sojin was not in good health, so that was not surprising. What surprised him was that Koga had been grounded by Kachiki Jinryai. Could it be that the time for Kachiki Koga's rebellion is approaching? After leaving Kachiki Jinryai, Kenma's brow was furrowed and did not relax. Although his outward appearance did not change much, it did not escape Yuruchi, who had been observing him at his side. What's wrong? You seem distracted. I remember that man, Kachiki Koga, also shares the title of the Three Greats with you. Were you too close? Yuruchi deliberately lowered her voice so that the people around them would not hear. Kenma shook his head almost imperceptibly. It's nothing. My relationship with him is neither good nor bad. After a simple reply, Kenma said no more. Seeing this, Yuruchi did not press further. And after the four great noble clans came the captains of the Godai 13. The first person the two of them approached was the vice-captain of Squad 1, Sasaki Chojiro. After all, he represented the will of Captain Commander Yamamoto, so the proper respect had to be shown. After a few simple pleasantries, they moved on to the other captains. Captain Unohana, thank you for your treatment of my father. Yuruchi and I are eternally grateful. Captain Hikifune, long time no see. I am sincerely grateful that you could come in person. Captain Hirako, Sasuke is a rather dull person. I will have to rely on you to guide him. Captain Kairaku, did Captain Yukitake not come? What a pity. Unohana Retsu, Hirako Shinji, Kairaku Shuensue, Hikifune Kiryu. Excluding Yuruchi, who was the bride, and the aforementioned Kachiki Jinryai, half of the total number of captains had come to Kenma's wedding. The great ship of the Shihoin clan still held considerable weight in the Soul Society. I'm sorry, Captain Yuruchi, and little Kenma. That fellow Yukitake is seriously ill and couldn't come to congratulate you in person. I apologize on his behalf, Kairaku Shuensue said, lifting his straw hat, a hint of apology on his face. Kenma was also aware of Yukitake Jushiro's health condition. Not seeing him here at this moment was actually a great relief to Kenma. In fact, in the current Siriiti, the person Kenma was most wary of was not Captain Commander Yamamoto, nor Eizen, nor Koga, nor Azuhiro Soya, who was in the Mukon. It was the good-natured Yukitake Jushiro, who was perennially ill. There were too many unknown mysteries about him, his identity, his duties, his Zanpakutō, his abilities, everything was too mysterious, making it impossible to know the full picture. Moreover, his position in the Soul Society was too special. In Kenma's mind, considering the sacred object residing in Yukitake Jushiro, it was not impossible to see him as the will of the Soul King on earth. Even Eizen was aware of Yukitake's special nature, which was why he had said things like, "You are too arrogant," when he left in the original story. Coupled with Kenma's deep memory of Yukitake's performance in the Hellverse arc. All of this couldn't help but make Kenma wary of him. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 61, The Last of the Five Great Noble Families. After a day of clamor, the time had already turned to night. Having seen off the guests who came to attend the wedding, for Kenma, this rather solemn and unique ceremony was mostly complete. There was only one last thing to do. When he returned to the main hall, he saw Fugaku standing there waiting for him, holding a gift box in his arms. This is. Upon seeing Kenma, Fugaku hurriedly knelt on one knee, offering the gift box with both hands held high. Your lordship's marriage is a joyous occasion for us as well. This is a congratulatory gift from the Uchiha clan. Although it is not something of great value, it represents the sentiment of the Uchiha clan. Please, my lord, do not disdain it. The Uchiha clan would naturally not forget something as significant as Kenma's wedding. The moment they learned of it, they had already begun preparing a gift. Fugaku would, of course, not miss this wedding. However, he did not place their gift with those from the other guests to be handed over to the Shihoin family. Instead, he waited for the better part of the day, finally finding a free moment for Kenma at the very end of this special day to deliver it to him in person. After all, Fugaku had not forgotten their status. They were not vassals or friends of the Shihoin family, but subordinates to Shihoin Kenma alone. Since it is your sentiment, I will accept it. Kenma didn't stand on ceremony with him and reached out to take the gift box. It wasn't too heavy in his hand, he wondered what kind of gift the Uchiha had prepared for him. Tell the Uchiha clansmen that I am very pleased with this sentiment of yours. Yes, it is the honor of all Uchiha to please you, my lord. Seeing that it was getting late, Fugaku knew Kenma still had important matters to attend to tonight, so he decided not to disturb him further. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a young voice suddenly sound from one side of the hall. Ah, big boss, where are the other guests? Why did they suddenly disappear? Kenma and Fugaku looked over and saw a tall young man walking over, yawning as he did. The young man's face was dotted with a few freckles, and at this moment, it was also stained with a few grains of rice. His eyes were drowsy as if he had just woken up. No, he had just woken up. Ace, you were the one who suddenly fell asleep while eating. Fugaku's brows knitted together, even though he was trying hard to maintain his solemn expression. But as he recalled the scene that had occurred during the meal, the corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch. This young man was none other than Ace, who had come to congratulate Kenma on his wedding. He and Ace were both under Kenma's command, so they could be called colleagues. The two of them, along with Yashiro and others who had come to the wedding, naturally formed a small group and sat together at the wedding banquet. He never would have thought he would witness such a bizarre event. While everyone was chatting happily at the banquet, Ace's head suddenly tilted to the side, and his eyes closed. At first, everyone thought he had passed out due to food poisoning or an inability to adapt to the high concentration of spirit particles in the Siriidae. But before they could go and check on him, they saw a bubble emerge from Ace's nose, rising and falling with his snores. Only then did they realize that Ace was actually sleeping. He fell asleep while eating, his mouth stuffed full, his chopstick still holding a piece of meat, just like that, without any warning. Who on earth falls asleep suddenly while eating and chatting? And it wasn't just once. Ace fell asleep a full 3 or 4 times during the entire meal. It was a mystery where he got so much sleepiness from. Fugaku and the others went from initial shock to later acceptance, and then to numbness, simply letting Ace snore away while eating and not bothering with him. As a result, his last nap lasted until the guests had left and the attendants began to clean up, which finally startled him awake. Kenma had, of course, also seen the bizarre scene of Ace falling asleep during the banquet and just smiled to himself. How should I put it? This is just like him. It perfectly matched the impression of Ace deep in Kenma's memory. Hearing the reproach in Fugaku's words, Ace scratched his head and showed an embarrassed smile. Haha, sorry, big boss. It's mainly that your wedding isn't very lively, a bit dull. I got bored and accidentally fell asleep. No, even at a pirate's banquet, you'd fall asleep when you fall asleep. Kenma also admitted that this Soul Society wedding of his was not very lively. But he still shook his head inwardly at Ace's excuse. Ace saw the gift box Kenma was holding, which was engraved with the Uchiha fan emblem. He gently tapped his right fist into his left palm, a look of realization on his face. Fugaku gave a gift, huh? Right, big boss, wait for me a moment. Ace hurried off to one side of the hall, then came running back excitedly. He was also holding a gift box. Big boss, the old man and the others are too conspicuous to come over, so they had me represent everyone, including those Marines, to come and congratulate you on your marriage. This is the gift everyone prepared for your happy occasion. Kenma took the gift box. It felt much heavier than the one from Fugaku. He wondered what could be inside. He asked Ace, how are Newgate and the others? The old man and the others regret not being able to come in person, but they're also holding a banquet outside to congratulate you. Don't worry, everyone is very happy. Kenma nodded. Seeing that the matter was settled, Fugaku pulled Ace along to leave, no longer disturbing Kenma with what was to come. Kenma carried the 2 gifts and had just reached the backyard when he saw Sherui approaching. My lord, Lord Tenshin-shan, Lord Nobunaga, and Lord Yuichi are all drunk. They have been taken to guest rooms to rest. Take these 2 gift boxes to my study. Kenma handed the gifts to Sherui. After taking them, Sherui saw the Uchiha flame fan on one and knew it was a gift from his clansman. He nodded emphatically, hugged the gift boxes, and ran towards the study. Kenma, meanwhile, went to complete his final task, continuing deeper into the backyard. He passed through a corridor where light and darkness alternated, arriving at a courtyard. As soon as he entered, he could smell a thick medicinal scent in the air. Kenma suddenly sensed something strange. Normally, there should have been many servants on duty here. But at this moment, the courtyard was empty, appearing exceptionally quiet in the night. And the room was not brightly lit as usual, but only glowed with a faint light. It seems there's a very special situation. Father, I'm here. Kenma called out softly. A weak voice immediately came from inside the room. So it's Kenma. It seems you've finished with your wedding affairs. Then come in. Kenma pushed the door open and entered, looking around. A single oil lamp was lit in the room, casting a yellowish-orange glow. The light flickered, making the room somewhat dim. A black hell butterfly flapped its wings, circling around the light. Fortunately, it was protected by the lampshade, so it didn't lunge in and end up as ash. Shihoin Shunjen sat to one side, the light casting large shadows on his expressionless face. He looked very different from usual. Besides Shunjen, there was another person sitting in the room. This person sat upright on the other side of the light. He had an ordinary appearance, looked a bit thin, and was dressed in the attire befitting a noble. What surprised Kenma the most was that he could not sense the slightest trace of an aura from this person. He couldn't even sense any fluctuation of spiritual pressure. Shunjen beckoned to him. Come, Kenma, sit before us. Let me introduce you. This is also a guest who has come to congratulate you. He is a distinguished guest from the last of the 5 great noble families. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 62, The Contractor of the Gates of Hell. The 5 great noble families, the last one. Hearing Shihoin Shunjen's words, Kenma's pupils shrank slightly. A storm raged in his heart, but he managed to keep his expression composed, not wanting to reveal too much emotion. In the perception of the many Shinigami and souls in the Soul Society, there were only 4 great noble families at the apex. Namely, the Ise, the Kuchiki, the Shiba, and Kenma's own Shihoin family. But only a select few knew that, besides these 4, there was another, most mysterious great noble family. Even with Kenma's current status, he did not know much. He only knew of the existence of such a family, but was completely ignorant of its details. This last of the 5 great noble families usually never participated in any activities within the Soul Society. It cared neither for the changes in the 3 worlds nor for the political situation of the Siriidii. It did not even occupy a single seat in the Central 46. It had no involvement even in the Council of Golden Seal Nobles, the highest authority in the Soul Society. The only thing this great noble family paid attention to was hell, and all matters related to it. Yet such a mysterious family, one that never involved itself in worldly affairs, had suddenly appeared before Kenma, claiming to be here to congratulate him on his wedding. Kenma asked himself if he was really that important. As for the Shihoin family, seeing Shihoin Shunjen's attitude at this moment, it was probably not as simple as just congratulating him on his marriage. The thin man bowed to Kenma and spoke, "A pleasure to meet you for the first time, Lord Kenma. Please forgive my impertinence in coming uninvited. I am here to congratulate you and Lady Yuruchi on a happy and fulfilling marriage." The man's gaze then turned to Shihoin Shunjen at his side. "And congratulations to you, Lord Shunjen, for finding such a worthy son-in-law. The future of the Shihoin family is secure, it is truly a great blessing." Ordinarily, Shunjen would have beamed with joy upon hearing someone praise Kenma. But at this moment, he remained unmoved, his face still taut and expressionless. "You are too kind, my lord. My son-in-law still has many shortcomings and cannot afford to be arrogant or complacent." Kenma sat down before the 2 of them. The flickering lamplight illuminated his face, yet cast a large shadow behind him. "It is the good fortune of the Shihoin family and myself that you could come, my lord. I accept your auspicious words." Lord Kenma is indeed unshakable in the face of surprise, a man of great talent. "I have not made this trip in vain." The thin man's tone shifted. "I have come this time not only to congratulate Lord Kenma, but also for another matter, for which I must ask for your assistance." A trace of doubt appeared between Kenma's brows. "My strength is meager. I do not know what I can do for you, my lord. I must ask that Lord Kenma share a portion of his spiritual pressure to help us suppress hell." The man directly performed a deep bow to Kenma, his head touching the floor, his tone incomparably solemn. "Hell?" Kenma asked in confusion, though an idea was gradually forming in his mind. The man did not get up, but remained in that posture as he said, "Lord Kenma has surely heard of the existence of the gates of hell. Those evil spirits who committed great sins in life and cannot be guided to the Soul Society or Hueco Mundo will fall into hell to suffer. As a place that contains sinful souls, hell is a one-way street. With the accumulation of millions of years, hell becomes crowded, and its weight on the scale of the world increases. And those beings in hell who are full of sin yet possess great power will, when hell becomes congested or the gates of hell can no longer be sealed, return to the 3 worlds and cause great destruction. The mission of my clan is to be responsible for monitoring hell and the every move of the gates of hell, to prevent such terrible things from happening. For this, great power is needed to suppress the gates of hell. Whenever a powerful being appears, we go to seek their help. Lord Kenma, we sincerely request that you lend us your strength." After listening, Kenma's mind raced with many thoughts, and he remained silent for a long time. The thin man maintained his posture of prostration. Shihoin Shunjen, at his side, seemed not to have heard their conversation, showing no reaction, not even lifting an eyelid. After a long silence, Kenma's voice sounded, containing an inexplicable meaning. 3 questions. Please speak, Lord Kenma. Within the limits of my authority, I will tell you everything I know. Kenma raised his right hand and extended his index finger. First question, why did you seek me out? Or rather, how did you find me? I am merely a 3rd seat. When it comes to the powerful individuals in the Soul Society, it should hardly be my turn. The thin man said, "You jest, Lord Kenma. From 1,000 years ago to this day, there have been few Shinigami praised by Captain Commander Yamamoto as a pillar. Kenma nodded. That was a barely plausible reason. As for whether they had been secretly monitoring him, that remained to be investigated. Then, he extended his middle finger. Second question, 2 others were praised by the Captain Commander along with me. Are they also among those you have sought help from? To be more comprehensive, who are the powerful individuals helping you suppress the gates of hell? The men said, in the Sherui, there are Captain Commander Yamamoto Shigekuni, Lord Unohana, Lord Kyoka Suigetsu, Lord Yukitate Jushiro, Lord Azuhiro Soya, and many other powerful individuals. The other 2 who are known as the 3 great talents along with Lord Kenma are, naturally, among them. It was only after seeing the immense spiritual pressure of Lord Eizen Sasuke and Lord Kachiki Koga that I sought out Lord Kenma today. As the man spoke, he slowly rose and took out an ancient scroll from his robes. After untying the red string bound around the outside, he held it with both hands and presented it to Kenma. Lord Kenma, this is the contract scroll. The names of the people I just mentioned are all on it. Please inspect it. Kenma took it and unrolled it. He could indeed see those names. From this, it seemed this family had chosen him simply because of the 3 great talents moniker. It wasn't that they were intentionally paying attention to him, which put Kenma much more at ease. Suddenly, a rather conspicuous signature caught his eye, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Yawatch. His name is on here too. If even Yawatch is on it, then... What about the Royal Guard? As far as I know, above the Godii 13, there is a special unit, the Royal Guard, directly under the Soul King. Lord Kenma, the power of the Royal Guard is naturally on this. Hearing this, Kenma was stunned. He hadn't seen the names of the Royal Guard on it. Just as he was feeling puzzled, his eyes once again fell upon the black text on the scroll, and he instantly understood. I see. Kenma's gaze fell on the men who had once again bowed down, and he asked curiously, then how did you persuade Eizen to agree? My apologies, Lord Kenma. That is a confidential matter between us and Lord Eizen, which I am not at liberty to disclose. What if I insist on knowing? Then you would need to obtain Lord Eizen's permission, Lord Kenma. Kenma nodded again. The other party's sense of confidentiality was indeed quite good. Then he raised his thumb. Third question, if I refuse, what will be the consequences? And if I agree, what benefits will there be? What disadvantages are there for me in sharing my spiritual pressure? Will it adversely affect my future strength and combat ability? Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 63, spend tonight well. Please rest assured, Lord Kenma. Although we are borrowing your power, it will in no way affect your strength. The contract merely collects the ambient spiritual pressure that you would otherwise waste in your daily life. Even if an anomaly occurs at the gates of hell, it will not affect your battles, not even at the same moment. Please be at ease on this point. The man's voice was heavy as he gave Kenma his solemn guarantee. Kenma was slightly taken aback, this was beyond his expectations. Is that all? That is all. Seeing that the men did not seem to be lying, Kenma pondered for a moment, then raised the scroll in his hand and asked, if hell erupts into a riot and the gates of hell cannot suppress it, what will happen to those who have signed this contract? Kenma remembered a movie where a sinner from hell broke through its restraints and caused a riot. And then there was the new major plot hole Kubo had dug, the hell-howling arc. The middle-aged man said, in the history of millions of years, hell has erupted in turmoil several times. These are all recorded in my clan's archives. It's either because too many souls are stored in hell, making its weight in the world too great for hell to completely suppress, or because a powerful contemporary who provides spiritual pressure to the gates of hell suddenly perishes. Kenma did indeed have an impression of this. In the hell-howling arc, after the deaths of Yamamoto Shigekuni, Yawatch, and Unohana Retsu, the suppression of the gates of hell did indeed loosen. Sailaporo took advantage of this to temporarily break free from hell's shackles and return to the world of the living. Thus, this could corroborate the man's words. The man continued, when a riot truly occurs in hell, the gates of hell will temporarily stop collecting the spiritual pressure of these contractors, and it will have no effect on these powerful individuals. After hell returns to normal, the gates of hell will reactivate the terms of the contract. Hearing this, Kenma nodded. In that case, it wouldn't affect the contractors at all, regardless of whether hell was in a state of anomaly or not. The man raised his head slightly, and seeing Kenma's gentle nod, his heart stirred. If Lord Kenma can agree to sign with us, whatever your request, as long as it does not involve the other contractors, we will do everything in our power to fulfill it. Please be at ease, Lord Kenma. We would never speak falsely on such a major matter and will certainly do as we say. Otherwise, so many powerful individuals would not have agreed. Considering that major bosses like Eizen and Yawatch had both signed the contract, Kenma was naturally confident in their credibility. He waved his hand. There's no rush for this matter. If I refuse, what will you do? This. The man's tone became hesitant. Seeing his attitude, Kenma leaned his upper body forward, lowering his head slightly, and stared straight at the man. The dim lamplight flickered, not fully illuminating his features, and the lower half of his face was shrouded in darkness. What, is this question difficult to answer? Or perhaps, you don't know how to answer it either. The man's body stooped even lower, almost pressing against the floor. He gritted his teeth, no longer caring for empty things like honor or face, and revealed his intentions completely. If Lord Kenma does not agree, we will disturb you day and night, kneeling for long periods without rising. Whether at your home or at your division, as long as you do not agree for a single day, we will cast aside our pride and continue to plead until you consent. Kenma was momentarily speechless at the man's response. He had thought the man's hesitation meant he had ill intentions, such as coercion, bribery, or blackmail. But he never would have imagined that a member of the great 5 noble families of the Soul Society, and the most mysterious one at that, would, after all this, have such a plan. So shameless, so willing to pester him to death. It was truly beyond Kenma's expectations. Where is the pride of a great noble? Where are the schemes of those who stand at the pinnacle of the Soul Society? After all that, this is the result. The man heard the stirring from in front of him and smiled bitterly in his heart. He naturally knew that his methods were somewhat unrefined. But besides this, what else could he do? Since it had come to this, he decided to lay it all bare, to confess all his thoughts. Lord Kenma, setting aside your noble status as the son-in-law of the Shihoin family. As one of the legendary 3 great talents of the Sirui, your strength is naturally incomparably formidable. No matter how brutish or thoughtless we might be, we would not dare to bare our teeth and bark madly before a person of such power. If it were a weak person, his attitude would naturally be different. But what use did they have for the weak? The gates of hell required the strong. Even if his clan was a great noble family of the Soul Society, before these top-tier powerhouses of the world, they, the great nobles, were the weaker party. Yamamoto Shigekuni, Anohana Retsu, Yawatch, and the 3 great talents. Every single one of these top-tier powerhouses was not a good person to cross. How could they dare to use their status to bully, coerce, or threaten? Weren't they afraid that if they displeased one of them, their entire clan would be slaughtered? At that point, their clan's mission to monitor hell would be completely finished. Other than shamelessly kneeling and begging for a powerful individual's consent, what other methods did they have? Faced with the man's attitude, which was nearly as low as the dust, Kenma did not answer, but instead turned his gaze to Shunjen, who was to his side. Father, what do you think? Shihoin Kenma's face was devoid of joy or sorrow, not a trace of emotion could be seen. This is your affair. Whether you agree or not, the decision should be yours alone. Although the old man's words expressed no opinion, Kenma instantly perceived his inclination. He wants me to sign the contract. If he didn't, he wouldn't have specifically instructed Kenma to come here to introduce him to this middle-aged man. He wouldn't have even prepared this small stage for tonight's negotiations. After careful consideration, Kenma finally nodded. I agree to this contract. The middle-aged man suddenly raised his head, Kenma's figure reflected in his eyes, which instantly burst with a divine light. Then, he immediately lowered his head again. I wonder, Lord Kenma, what would you have my clan do? Well. Kenma really didn't know what he should ask them to do right now. However, just because he didn't have a request now didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. He had some half-baked ideas for his future plans regarding hell. Of course, they were merely nascent thoughts, not yet what could be called a clear and specific plan. When that time came, perhaps these people could be of use. I don't have any thoughts on that right now. We'll talk about it in the future. I hope you won't have forgotten this promise by then. The men straightened up and nodded solemnly. Naturally. We will remember your great favor for the rest of our lives. Kenma took a brush and ink, unrolled the scroll, and wrote his name on it with flamboyant strokes. Shihoin Kenma. With that, the transaction was officially complete. The men extended both arms, respectfully took the scroll, and thanked Kenma repeatedly. Seeing that there was no other business, Kenma took his leave from Shunjen. The lamplight suddenly swelled, brightening the room considerably. A genuine smile appeared on Shunjen's old face, and even his deep wrinkles seemed to be instantly ironed out and smoothed, radiating joy and satisfaction. Kenma, you just go back to your room. Don't worry about me. Today is your and Yuruchi's big day. Nothing is more important than the 2 of you spending tonight well. After offering a few words of concern, Kenma withdrew. After a long while, the man slowly rose to his feet. His expression suddenly relaxed, and his entire demeanor loosened considerably. Phew, I've finally accomplished this goal. This is a joyous occasion. Shunjen teased, what, does my son-in-law make you that nervous? The men nodded, directly acknowledging the jest in the old man's words. Of course I was nervous. Lord Shunjen, this son-in-law of yours, he is truly imposing and extraordinary. Kenma, of course, was unaware of what this member of the last great noble family thought of him. Having left Shunjen's small courtyard, he had now arrived at the door of the wedding chamber. The room was lit, casting a bright glow. Even standing outside, Kenma could clearly feel the brightness within. And his new wife, Yuruchi, was waiting for him inside. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 64, late. A slight sound came from within the room, and Kenma pushed the door open to enter. What met his eyes were gift boxes that nearly filled half the room. These assorted gifts were all congratulatory presents brought by the guests who had attended the wedding. And in front of this pile of gifts, Yuruchi had already taken off the rather cumbersome white ceremonial attire, wearing only a simple red underkimono. She was there, opening the gifts one by one to look through them. A small pile of opened gifts had already accumulated. Hearing the sound, Yuruchi turned her head to look. Seeing Kenma's familiar figure, Yuruchi, who had long since mentally prepared herself, suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable panic. Her cheeks instantly became scorching hot, so hot she didn't know what to do. Calm down, Yuruchi. Isn't it just a newlywed couple spending their wedding night together? It's no big deal. Although she silently tried to soothe her suddenly agitated emotions, it was ultimately difficult to settle down. No matter what, this was her first time. She had absolutely no experience. What was to come had to be done for real. It wasn't something she could calm down from just by giving herself a secret pep talk. Hey, Kenma, you're here. Although Yuruchi tried her best to affect her usual casual and free demeanor, the moment the words left her mouth, her tongue twisted unnaturally, and her voice came out stuttering and halting, revealing the nervousness in her heart without a doubt. It's over. This is a huge embarrassment. Yuruchi let out a wail in her heart. At this moment, she didn't even dare to look directly at the man before her who was about to become her husband. Seeing Yuruchi's reserved appearance, Kenma suddenly smiled to himself. The usually tense expression on his face began to melt, becoming gentle. He glanced at the mountain of gifts piled in the room and asked Yuruchi, isn't there a dedicated storage room for these guests' gifts? Why were they moved here? I was just idle, wasn't I? So I had people move them over to open them and see what gifts they gave. She had returned to the room early to wait, and her mood had become tense and anxious, which was why she had found something to do to distract herself. Kenma said softly, don't the household servants keep a list? Wouldn't it be easier to just look at the list? A list is a list. How can it compare to seeing them with your own eyes? Yuruchi quickly walked to the side, picked up a hardcover notebook from the pile of open gifts, and handed it to Kenma. Kenma took it and saw that it was indeed the list of gifts from the guests. He opened it and scanned it roughly. Some entries had been circled with a pen. Kenma looked at the pile of unwrapped gifts and immediately understood. This must be Yuruchi's handiwork. The circled items were the gifts that had been opened. His gaze fell on a line in the list. Kenma's eyebrows suddenly shot up. He walked to Yuruchi's side, only to see her body tremble slightly, which she then forcibly suppressed. Kenma smiled to himself again, not pointing it out immediately. Instead, he pointed to the record on the list and looked at Yuruchi's exquisitely beautiful profile. Yuruchi, look, Vice Captain Omida's gift, he actually gave money directly. It really fits his style. Omida's family is very rich. Sometimes when the second division is short on funds, he's the one who covers the costs. Yuruchi nodded, a layer of fine sweat beading on her forehead. As his captain, she was quite satisfied with her vice captain. Whether it was his ability, his loyalty, or other aspects, Omida always made people feel at ease. As for her wedding, would she find it vulgar that Omida's gift was just money? Yuruchi would never think that. Giving money might have the stink of copper, but Omida had given far too much. With a wave of his hand, he had sent 5 whole large chests, each half a man's height. Such a large amount had shocked even Yuruchi, despite her noble birth. It made her head spin. And this was just the wedding gift alone. In addition to this, he had also prepared a separate gift just for Yuruchi. Another 2 large chests full of money. And this money was given to her secretly by Omida, no one else knew. It was completely Yuruchi's private fund. Hearing Yuruchi's words, Kenma couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Vice Captain Omida is just that reliable. Incidentally, Kenma's sentiment was purely out of appreciation for Omida's character and ability. It had absolutely nothing to do with the 2 chests of money he had secretly been given earlier. Kenma moved a little closer and asked, Yuruchi, how many of the gifts you just opened have you looked at? Sensing Kenma's approach, Yuruchi suppressed the tension running from head to toe, trying to appear more natural. I'm not sure, probably not even a fifth of them. She shook her head, her voice still revealing a hint of restraint. Kenma put down the list in his hand, his gaze fixed directly on Yuruchi beside him. Looking at her delicate features and deep tanned skin, a trace of passion appeared in his eyes. Then let the servants check them tomorrow. Right now, we have important business to attend to. As his voice fell, he embraced her. In a tumble of clouds and rain, the night passed. Early morning. Kenma opened his eyes on time from the bed and felt a weight on his body. Looking down, he saw Yuruchi clinging tightly to him like a koala, her eyes closed and her breathing even. Gently moving her arms and legs, Kenma tried to get out of bed, but the movement was too large and woke Yuruchi up directly. Huh? Is it morning already? Yuruchi rubbed her eyes, a moment of confusion flashing through them as she looked at Kenma beside her. Suddenly, a wave of pain came from the lower part of her body, making her unable to resist letting out a few soft groans. Yuruchi, are you all right? Kenma's movements became much larger once he saw she was awake. I'm going to train. Do you want to come? Yuruchi propped herself up with her arms and looked out the window. Through the paper screen, she could see that it was still pitch black outside. What are you talking about? It's not even light out yet. She waved her hand and buried her head back into the pillow. I'm fine. If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm going to sleep a little longer. All right. Kenma said no more, got dressed, and walked out of the room. As for Yuruchi, after Kenma left, she gently opened her eyes. No, I can't sleep at all. On one hand, there was the pain coming from her body, on the other, there was a strange feeling in her mind. I really did it. Recalling the amorous night with her husband, an expression of lingering fear appeared on Yuruchi's face. Damn it, it hurts. It's not as comfortable as Makoto said. She gently pounded the bed with her fist. She wanted to close her eyes again and just fall asleep. But the images of their intimacy from last night couldn't help but surface in her mind, making it impossible to sleep. Because of her personal discomfort, she had only let Kenma slow down and do it once before they hastily finished. But recalling it now, for some reason, she suddenly felt a strange need. The scenes from last night replayed before her eyes. It seemed, amidst the pain, there was indeed a strange, wonderful feeling. Maybe, try it one more time. When Kenma returned from his training, he saw Yuruchi resting her cheek on her hand, lying languidly on the bed. Seeing him return, Yuruchi looked at him with her gleaming eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, a peculiar expression on her face. It seemed to be one of anticipation, yet also of apprehension. Kenma asked, puzzled, didn't you say you were going to sleep a little longer? How come you didn't sleep? If you're not sleeping, then get up. It's a good time to go see father. Yuruchi giggled. Hey, Kenma, how about we go again? You should get up now, or there won't be enough time for our later arrangements. Kenma frowned slightly. That's why we have to be quick, Yuruchi urged. Hurry up, and take off your clothes. Seeing this, Kenma sighed in his heart. Later, the two of them were, indeed, late. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 65, A Gift from the Pirate World. The few days of married life with Yuruchi had been, on the whole, very satisfying for Kenma. After all, Yuruchi was outstanding in every way, be it her figure, looks, family background, or temperament. She was even Kenma's top choice. Moreover, Yuruchi had a lively and cheerful personality. She was uninhibited when enjoying the pleasures of the bed and was very cooperative with some of Kenma's requests. Except for the very beginning, which was her first time and made her a little resistant. After some getting used to it, once she experienced pleasure, she clearly developed a taste for it, enjoyed it, and became more and more addicted. Her demand in this area increased exponentially, as if she wanted to drain all of Kenma's accumulated energy from over the years. Only after sating Yuruchi each time could Kenma go and deal with the matters at hand. As these few days passed, the impact of the Shihoin family's wedding gradually cooled down. Kenma and Yuruchi had also completed the various noble wedding procedures and the exchange of gifts, finally getting a moment of peace. After temporarily placating Yuruchi, Kenma came to his study. Here were the wedding gifts from the Uchiha clan and the pirates and marines, which he had yet to open and see. Frankly, he was quite curious about what these two groups would have prepared for him. Sherui, help me guard the outside. If anyone comes, just inform me. As you command. Sherui remained at the door, while Kenma went to the back of the room and opened the gift box from Ace. What met his eyes was a bizarrely shaped fruit. Its outline resembled an apple, but its surface was covered in bumpy protrusions, uneven and with swirl-like patterns on it. This is a devil fruit. How could Kenma not recognize what this was? Devil fruits, the secret treasures of the sea. Eating one would grant incredible abilities. The powers of Whitebeard, Ace, and the others were obtained after eating devil fruits. Besides the advantage of gaining an ability, there was naturally a corresponding price. The disadvantage was that one would be rejected by the sea, becoming a landlubber, unable to enter the sea for the rest of their life. Upon contact with seawater, or with sea prism stone, which was the essence of the sea, the user would become weak all over and unable to use their fruit's ability. For the current Kenma, this item was not particularly precious, but it was quite rare. He just didn't expect Ace and the others to find this as a wedding gift. It was truly a rare find. They must have entrusted Yukumi to find it on the sea. I wonder what kind of ability this devil fruit has. He estimated that Whitebeard, Ace, and the others probably didn't know either. For Yukumi, by his own efforts, to find this one fruit in the vast sea was already quite an achievement. It must have taken a great deal of effort to successfully obtain it. How could there be so much spare energy to investigate the ability of this fruit? Kenma felt the sincerity of these people and couldn't help but nod, very satisfied with this gift. Although he had no use for this devil fruit at the moment. In the future, I'll see if anyone wants it and give it to them. By then, the ability would naturally be clear. Kenma put away the fruit and placed it in the back of the study. Then he took out the wedding gift from the Uchiha clan. I wonder what the Uchiha clan would give. Just as Kenma was about to open it, he heard a series of trivial and noisy shouts from outside the door. Immediately after, there was a knock on the door. Shersui's voice sounded. My lord, Lord Tenshin, Lord Nobunaga, and Lord Yuichi, the three of them are here. Kenma's expression did not change. He had already identified the visitors from the voices just now. After placing the gift box under his desk, he sighed, vaguely guessing the purpose of their visit. Quickly open the door and invite them in. Kenma went to greet them and saw the three of them just arriving at the courtyard gate. They were bickering as they walked, occasionally trading punches and kicks. When the three entered the courtyard and saw Kenma and Sherui standing at the door of the house, they immediately stopped their squabbling. Tenshin waved at Kenma. Oh, Kenma, we were bored here, so we came to find you. Idiot, we are guests in someone else's house. How can you say that? Nobunaga immediately chopped his head with the side of his hand. Toyohisa, watch what you say before you speak. You really should change this habit of acting without reading the atmosphere. Tenshin immediately returned the favor with a punch. You idiot old man, this has been my personality since I was a child. Why do I need to change it? Also, you can talk, but why did you have to hit me? Seeing the two of them about to fight again, Yuichi at the side quickly stepped between them to stop them. You two idiots, stop it right now. But Yoichi's intervention only annoyed the two, and they both turned on him. In an instant, the three of them were fighting again. Seeing the chaotic scene, Kenma shook his head slightly, and Sherui also scratched his cheek. After spending these few days with them, Sherui had also figured it out. When these three were together, they would always start fighting over some trivial verbal dispute. And every time after a fight, they could immediately make up as if nothing had happened. It was hard to say whether the relationship between the three of them was good or bad. Or perhaps, they just liked to fight. As for their unique way of getting along, Kenma had witnessed it for so many years and had long since gotten used to it. After separating the three fighters with Sherui, Kenma invited them to the tea room. After Sherui finished making tea, he pushed the cups in front of the bruised and swollen trio and then withdrew. Grandfather, are you three, all right? We're fine, the three of us are great, Nobunaga and Yuichi said, waving their hands. Tenshin, on the other hand, after taking a sip of tea, immediately complained, this kid has no idea how to make tea. He's wasted this good tea. Idiot, what nonsense are you spouting, you fool? Nobunaga is right, you fool Toyohisa, don't show off your tea ceremony, you dead men. Seeing the three of them about to start kicking and punching again, leading to another chaotic fight, Kenma quickly stopped them. Stop. You three, stop fighting. After putting in some effort to persuade them to stop, Kenma quickly asked, Grandfather, if you need anything, you could have just called for me. This time you came to find me. We have stayed here for so long, it's time for us to leave. Tenshin directly stated his purpose for coming. No matter what the three of us were in life, after death we are just lonely wandering souls, not Shinigami. According to the rules, we cannot stay in the Sirui for too long. Before, it was the special occasion of your wedding. Now that the wedding is over, the few of us have seen you get married and start a family, and we are all content. Also, I think the feng shui here in your house is not good. After staying for a few days, the three of us are feeling a little unwell. We were thinking it's time to go back to the Rakangai to relax, so we came to bid you farewell. Kenma nodded. The three of them were extremely ordinary souls and could not survive in the high-concentration spirit particle environment of the Sirui. Staying for too long could easily lead to a sudden death. The Sherui also had some rules and regulations in this regard, prohibiting ordinary souls from residing there for long. For the safety of the three of them, it was indeed time to leave the Sherui. Kenma pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Grandfather, and Lord Nobunaga, Yuruchi, do the three of you want to possess spiritual pressure and become as powerful as those Shinigami?" Hearing this, the three of them were all shocked. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 66, Contract with Oda Nobunaga. Kenma, what do you mean by this? Can you actually make us Shinigami? The three of us don't have the aptitude, we're just ordinary souls. Faced with Kenma's sudden words, the three of them were all shocked and shot up from their seats. Expressions of disbelief filled their faces as they looked at the outstanding Shinigami they had raised with their own hands. Under the three's astonished gazes, Kenma slowly nodded. It doesn't matter even if you don't have the aptitude. With my ability, I can still allow you to possess spiritual pressure. However, you can't be called professional Shinigami. Generally, only members of the Gotei 13 can be formally called Shinigami. That's just a title, it's insignificant. Nobunaga immediately waved his hand, his expression unable to hide his excitement. Ha ha ha, in the end, what's most important is power. As long as you have power, even if the title of Shinigami is a piece of crap, it's still a name with honor. Ugh, what a vivid metaphor. Yuruchi, equally excited in his heart, had his face sink upon hearing Nobunaga's words, his gaze towards Nobunaga full of disdain. Tenshin-shan nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. Idiots, what do you two know? The corners of Nobunaga's mouth curled up wildly, and his wrinkled face broke into a proud and arrogant smile. As long as we have spiritual pressure, we can carve out a new world for ourselves in this soul society. At that time, I, Oda Nobunaga, will be the true demon king of the sixth heaven who suppresses the three worlds. Just thinking about that scene makes me tremble with excitement, yee-hee-ha-ha. Yuruchi retorted, I say, Nobunaga, you still haven't forgotten your old ambition. Tenshin-shan also looked speechless. Idiot Nobunaga, don't you feel ashamed to call yourself by your nickname so openly? Not at all. Looking at the three who were caught up in their excitement, Kenma had some understanding of their past. The three of them had met by chance after death and had teamed up, wanting to overthrow the nobles of the Sherui and conquer the world of the afterlife. The result was, of course, self-evident. None of the three had the aptitude to become a Shinigami. The newly formed trio didn't even get to meet a proper Shinigami before they were utterly defeated. Later, after understanding the situation in the Soul Society, the three of them calmed down and began to occupy territory, gather people, and adopt orphans, thinking of training powerful Shinigami themselves, step by step, to finally achieve the goal of becoming the rulers of the Soul Society. Kenma had been adopted by the three of them back then because of hunger. After all these years of struggle, Kenma was the only one who had succeeded. After a while, once the three had calmed their surging emotions, they finally sat down steadily and looked at Kenma with doubt. Kenma, what are you going to do? And what should we prepare? Kenma picked up his Zanpakutō and showed it to them. My Zanpakutō's ability can connect me with things other than myself. As long as I connect myself with you, you will be able to borrow my spiritual pressure. With diligent training, you can even cultivate your own spiritual pressure. The reason Whitebeard and the others had gradually felt hungry before had been identified by the Uchiha clan after comparison. It was just as Kenma had previously speculated. Moreover, after this period of training, Whitebeard and the others had already cultivated their own true spiritual pressure. Although the efficiency of their cultivation was undoubtedly much slower than that of normal Shinigami, it was still a great thing. Hearing this news from the Uchiha and the others had instantly brightened Kenma's eyes. In other words, from now on, Kenma would have the ability to mass-produce powerful individuals. And the training of these individuals would, in turn, benefit Kenma, continuing to contribute to his own strengthening. With his grandfather and the other two here now, Kenma could sign a contract with them and fulfill their long-held regret. Tenshin-shan frowned and asked Kenma, if we connect with you, will it have a negative impact on you? If so, we will not agree. That's right, we don't want to burden your future. Exactly. Nobunaga and Yuruchi nodded in agreement. Kenma's expression softened slightly as he said, for me, it's not as serious as you think. On the contrary, it's quite disadvantageous for you. How so? Once the connection contract is completed, we will be a community of shared destiny. We will rise and fall together. If something happens to me, you will also die. Kenma paused, giving the three time to think. And in the contract, I hold a great deal of initiative and can even do things that are unfavorable to you. Your situation will be very passive. Before Kenma could finish, he was interrupted by the three of them. These are minor details, not worth weighing at all. As long as we can obtain power, that's enough. Kenma, we've lived together for so long as a family. We naturally trust that you won't harm us. This way, we can also provide you with some assistance. That is enough. The three of them exchanged glances and then nodded heavily at Kenma. Come on, connect us to you. Looking at the sincere expressions on the faces of the three before him, Kenma nodded. He said no more, stood up directly, and drew his Zanpakutō. Connect, Kiritsugu. A clear light shone from the blade, transforming into threads of silk that shot into the chests of the three men. After feeling Kenma's will, the three of them nodded in response, and the slender threads of silk became invisible. Thus, the contract is complete. The three of them immediately and impatiently used the silk threads to communicate with Kenma. After obtaining Kenma's consent, the three of them immediately felt a rich power pouring into their bodies. It was vast and boundless, endless and inexhaustible. Ooh, this is spiritual pressure. A Shinigami spiritual pressure. So powerful, the power is pouring out endlessly. With this, we have the qualification to become Shinigami. After carefully feeling the changes in their bodies, the three of them looked even more excited than before. Their spirits seemed to have returned to the vigor of their previous lives, and their faces seemed to reignite with fighting spirit. Now that we have this powerful force called spiritual pressure, it's time to set a big goal. Nobunaga waved his hand grandly. Our next goal is to conquer the Soul Society and make Kenma the ruler of the three worlds, the new Soul King. In their original trio, Tenzin Shan had been pushed by the other two to be the leader. And as his grandson, even if not by blood, Kenma had a legitimate claim. What's more, Kenma had allowed the three of them to possess spiritual pressure, the first step towards realizing their ambitions. Kenma was not surprised that Nobunaga, who had once been a ruler himself, would support him as the leader. But as for the content of Nobunaga's words, Kenma's brows furrowed, and a trace of resistance couldn't help but show on his face. New Soul King. Are you serious? It was true that he had plans to sit on the throne of heaven. But he had absolutely no intention of becoming the new Soul King. Not at all. He knew just how miserable the Soul King sitting on high was. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 67, Onishimazu. Idiot Nobunaga, the Siriitii is full of powerful individuals. It's not something we can easily shake with our current strength. The top priority now is to accumulate power. Yuruchi hurriedly suppressed Nobunaga's restless idea. Having been in the Soul Society for so long, he knew all too well how much power resided within the Siriitii. It was by no means a target they could conquer just by putting their three heads together. Foolish Yuruchi, of course I know that. Nobunaga retorted. No matter what you do, you have to have a grand goal. That's the only way to inspire fighting spirit. Nobunaga looked at Tenzin Shan, who was contemplating with his head down, and nudged him with his elbow. Hey, Toyohisa, say something. Tenzin Shan suddenly raised his head, a look of determination on his face. Now that we have the power to start, conquering the Soul Society is no longer a dream. In that case, I've decided. For the time being, I will not use my posthumous name, but will return to my original name Shimazu Toyohisa. At first, when Nobunaga heard his firm declaration, he nodded repeatedly. But then the second half of his words nearly broke his back. Wait, Toyohisa, your resolute declaration is just to go back to using your real name. A name is very important. From this day forward, I will make the name Onishimazu resound throughout the Soul Society. Tenzin Shan, no. It should be Shimazu Toyohisa now. Shimazu Toyohisa looked at Kenma with a solemn expression. Kenma, from now on, the three of us will fully support you in conquering this Soul Society and making you the ruler of the three worlds. Kenma chuckled softly in his heart and nodded, Grandfather, for now, it's as Yuruchi said. We should focus on accumulating power. Yuruchi proudly puffed out his chest. Shimazu Toyohisa looked at the two beside him, and for some reason, a look of sentimentality appeared on his face. If only Lord Kenpaku Hideyoshi were here. With his skills, he would surely be Kenma's best support. It's a pity we haven't run into him in this afterlife. I wonder if he has been reincarnated. Upon hearing this, Nobunaga immediately became displeased, craning his neck and looking unconvinced. Ha! Having me is clearly enough. That monkey was just a foot soldier under my command. I am 1,000 times stronger than him. No way. In my opinion, you are far inferior to the Kenpaku. Shimazu Toyohisa pressed his forehead against Nobunaga's, like two stags locking horns. Nobunaga knew his sore spot and immediately said, then why don't we find that turtle? He's the one who won in the end anyway. An expression of extreme disgust appeared on Shimazu Toyohisa's face. That turtle is no good. He is my enemy. How can I ask an enemy for help? Seeing this, Yuruchi hurriedly stepped forward to pull the two apart. Shimazu Toyohisa and Nobunaga snorted coldly in a fit of pique, their gazes averted to the sides. Kenma said, "Since you have spiritual pressure, I have some spare Zanpakutō in stock. Remember to take them with you when you leave." "Zanpakutō. We can have them too." The three of them looked surprised. After years of struggling, they were well aware of the value of a Zanpakutō. Setting aside the fact that it was standard issue for a Shinigami, just the craftsmanship of the blade itself was undoubtedly a masterpiece. It was a rare treasure in the Rakangai. To think they could obtain one so easily now. It's really better to have one of your own on the inside. Little Kenma has really grown up, I'm touched. Yuruchi even theatrically dabbed the corner of his eye, wiping away tears that weren't there. Shimazu Toyohisa asked, "Can we choose the style of the blade?" "I want a great sword." "You can." Kenma then looked at Nobunaga and Yuruchi. "A regular one is fine for me," Nobunaga said. "Actually, I prefer to use a musket, that's more satisfying, but unfortunately, such a thing didn't exist in the Soul Society." Yuruchi said sheepishly, "Same for me, a regular style is fine. I'm not very interested in swords, I'm better with a bow and arrow." "I understand." Kenma nodded lightly. Weapons like muskets had probably never been used in the Siriidii, it was unknown if they existed at all. However, he had the all-purpose scientific genius Urahara Kasuke under his command. Creating new types of weapons was a piece of cake. As for the bow, he could also ask Urahara Kasuke. If that didn't work, he could just find a Quincy, they were experts with bows. Shimazu Toyohisa looked at Kenma and suddenly sighed, a trace of apology on his face. "Sigh, it's a pity we are all old and feeble now, not in our prime. The help we can give you probably won't be much." "Indeed." Nobunaga looked at his wrinkled hands, his face momentarily silent. If only there was a medicine that could make people young again. To encounter an opportunity for great things only in old age, fate is truly unkind. Yuruchi sighed as well. This, however, drew the collective gazes of Nobunaga and Toyohisa. Looking at Yuruchi, whose appearance remained that of a 20-year-old, their faces showed indignation. "You're the last one who has the right to say that. You died even earlier than us, but you look younger than us. That's right, in all the years since we met, we've never seen you grow old with us." Hearing this, Yuruchi showed a proud smile. "Of course, it's because I'm naturally beautiful. Even after death, I have the protection of the gods, maintaining my youth. Damn it, I can't refute that. Yuruchi is indeed good-looking." Shimazu Toyohisa choked. Nobunaga was still indignant. What god would care about a soul like you?" "It's possible." Kenma's voice suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of all three. "Kenma, you mean?" "Really?" Kenma nodded heavily. "If it's about restoring your youth, I have a great deal of confidence." He happened to have an expert in physical modification under his command. "It's you, Mayuri Kuratsuchi. He can even regenerate severed limbs. Restoring a body to the vitality of its prime should not be difficult for him." Receiving Kenma's confirmation, the pupils of the three men shrank, and their faces showed shock. "He can even do something like that? Our Shinigami, so unreasonable." Although they had heard that Shinigami possessed all sorts of powerful abilities, the idea of restoring someone's youth was, no matter how one thought about it, incredible. Just in case, Kenma gave them a heads up. "I just think there's a high probability. The final result might deviate, you never know. It's fine, we were just having a whimsical thought out of boredom. We're all old men, long past the age of caring about our appearance." Shimazu Toyohisa said reassuringly, not wanting to make Kenma too anxious. Nobunaga, however, chuckled and was already thinking about future plans. "Now that we have spiritual pressure, it's time to get back to our old business, gather men, and seize territory to accumulate power in advance. I heard a new group of troublesome guys has appeared in the Junranin district. Since it's not far from where we live, we can just subdue them as our subordinates and begin our conquest." Kenma's heart stirred, and he asked, "A new group in the Junranin district, what kind of guys are they?" Yuruchi said, "A bunch of riffraff. It's said they call themselves followers of Whitebeard. They're causing a big ruckus and have already occupied a lot of the outer territories." "Whitebeard's men. So it's those pirates I signed a contract with before." Hearing this news, Kenma didn't feel much surprise. From what Nobunaga had just said, he had vaguely sensed it would be them. Forget about them. No need to waste the effort. Nobunaga asked curiously, "What, you know these people?" "That's right." Under the astonished gazes of the three, Kenma directly admitted his relationship with them. "Strictly speaking, they are people I arranged to be there. From the very beginning, they have been our companions. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Weapon. When did you set up something this big? And there wasn't a single word about it. You've really got something up your sleeve, Kenma. Hearing Kenma's admission, surprise showed in the eyes of the three men. Shimazu Toyohisa couldn't stop nodding. Nobunaga and Yuruchi crowded around Kenma, one repeatedly patting his shoulder, the other poking his chest with an elbow. Kenma had long since grown accustomed to their rather boisterous way of expressing themselves. Letting the three of them surround him, he said with a straight face, "Grandfather, if you have time in the future, you can get in touch with them. Some of them are quite good people." "Ah, I understand," Shimazu Toyohisa nodded in response. Just then, Shersui's voice came from outside. "My lord, Lady Yuruchi is here." Hearing this, Kenma's brow furrowed slightly, and he walked outside. Nobunaga and Yuichi stopped their roughhousing and followed behind Kenma. "Kenma, since the lady of the house is here, she must have proper business with you. Then it's not good for us to disturb you any longer. It's a good time to take our leave from our hosts as well." Kenma remained noncommittal upon hearing the words from behind him. "Yuruchi coming to find me? What proper business could she have?" Before the four of them had even left the study, Yuruchi's loud call rang out from outside. "Kenma, Kenma, I've come to play with you." When Kenma reached the doorway, he saw Yuruchi had already arrived at the courtyard gate and was walking in with a cheerful stride, followed by Uchiha Makoto. Yuruchi saw Kenma standing at the door, her lips splitting into a cloying grin. Then she saw Sherui and the other three by Kenma's side, and the smile on her face quickly vanished, replaced by her usual confident, heroic, and hearty expression. "Good day, grandfather, Nobunaga, and Yuichi. What are you and Kenma up to?" Yuruchi was naturally aware that the Shimazu trio had been staying at the Shihoin estate for the past few days. After her marriage, she had even served tea to Shimazu Toyohisa, as he was Kenma's elder. Although it had been met with Shimazu Toyohisa's complaint that it tasted bad. But Yuruchi was never good at that anyway, so she had just laughed it off and never took it to heart. Seeing the daughter-in-law who had married his precious grandson, Shimazu Toyohisa showed a simple and honest smile. "We have stayed here long enough, well past the time stipulated by the Sirei. It's time for us to take our leave. It's a coincidence to meet you here, so we can formally bid you farewell. Won't you stay a few more days? It's been a long time since Kenma has seen you, he misses you very much," Yuruchi said, surprised. Was there something lacking in the Shihoin family's hospitality? The three of them waved their hands repeatedly. Nobunaga politely declined, No, we are just ordinary souls. According to the regulations, we cannot stay in the Sirei for too long. If you miss us in the future, you can come and find us in the Rakangai. It's not like we can't meet again," Yuichi chimed in. Yuruchi nodded. She naturally knew the danger that the high concentration of spiritual pressure in the Sirei posed to ordinary souls. "Since you are leaving, I will have the storehouse prepare some gifts. I hope you will not refuse them. Father will surely be reluctant to see you go. The three of you should take this opportunity to bid him farewell as well." Shimazu Toyohisa said bluntly, "No need. The old man is about to die. He should get more rest. We won't disturb, MMPH. Before he could finish his sentence, Nobunaga and Yuichi hurriedly stopped him. One covered his mouth, while the other kept hitting him on the head. "Haha, this guy is an idiot, he speaks his mind without thinking. He definitely has no ill intentions," Nobunaga said with a nervous sweat on his face and an awkward laugh. Yuichi added, "That's right, he's just a fool. Don't mind him." Upon first hearing Shimazu Toyohisa's words, Yuruchi was naturally displeased. But seeing Nobunaga and the other one hitting him harder and harder, his face gradually becoming bruised and swollen, she was momentarily unsure whether she should retaliate. Kenma sighed in his heart and said, "Yuruchi, grandfather has always been unable to read the room. Please forgive him." Seeing this, what else could Yuruchi say? After having the Shihoin household prepare some gifts, Yuruchi and Kenma escorted the three to the gate. After some pleasantries, the three were about to leave. Shimazu Toyohisa suddenly stopped, turned around, and with his one exposed eye, looked at Kenma who had come to see them off. "Speaking of which, Kenma, how long has it been since you last smiled? I remember you used to smile a lot. This time, it was your most important wedding, could it not make you happy either?" Shimazu Toyohisa's head was wrapped in gauze, so Kenma couldn't see the expression on his face. But the other's worried gaze and his sudden words left him stunned on the spot. Yuruchi, at his side, turned her head slightly, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of her husband. She saw his strange expression, an ugly look she had never seen before. It was mixed with a trace of bewildered confusion. Shimazu Toyohisa sighed deeply. "Is it really because of your brother? His death had nothing to do with you. We don't blame you, Kenma, you." He didn't finish his sentence, as he was once again restrained by Nobunaga and Yuichi. "You fool, read the air. What are you bringing this up for when you have nothing better to do, you idiot? Another round of blows, even causing the white gauze on Toyohisa's head to show a hint of red. Yuruchi said awkwardly, Kenma, don't mind this guy Toyohisa. You know, his head has always been muddled. Nobunaga quickly agreed, that's right, that's right. Well, we've disturbed you long enough. We'll be taking our leave now. As they spoke, they quickly left with him, as if escorting a prisoner. Until the figures of the three had completely disappeared, Kenma continued to stare ahead, lost in thought. Feeling the low pressure emanating from the men beside her, Yuruchi couldn't help but feel an inexplicable discomfort. The usual Kenma, although often expressionless and stern-faced, was completely different from this unusual reaction. She had never thought she would see such obvious emotion on Kenma's face. Kenma, are you all right? Yuruchi tentatively spoke, reaching out to tug on his sleeve. Kenma's thoughts gathered. He looked down to see Yuruchi's face full of worry. He shook his head gently, his face returning to its usual seriousness. I'm fine, don't worry. I was just thinking about some things from the past. I've long since moved on. Although Yuruchi was curious about Kenma's past, she also knew that now was not the time to ask. For a moment, she stood there in silence. However, it was rare to see her so quiet, which in turn made Kenma find it strange. Yuruchi, aren't you curious about my past experiences? Not curious at all. Yuruchi shook her head repeatedly. You don't have to tell me. I'm not like your grandfather, completely unable to read the atmosphere. I still have the ability to read the air. He had this problem even when he was alive. I don't know how to change it. Yuruchi, I hope you won't hold it against him. Kenma sighed. Yuruchi took the opportunity to continue, wasn't he from a noble family when he was alive? Didn't his family teach him these things when he was a child? The ones who shaped his personality like this were his father, his uncle, and other such elders. Kenma recalled the past, his tone becoming inexplicably irritable. I don't know the details either. I only heard Nobunaga mention it once. Their era was one of constant warfare. What the various lords needed were not people, but demons on the battlefield who knew only how to charge forward and kill the enemy. Therefore, his father and uncle deliberately taught him to be this way, making him fight for his life on the battlefield with the enemy when he was still a child, for the heads of his targets, for merit and glory. In the end, he was nothing more than a pitiful weapon forged by others, one that only knows how to charge forward, that's all. And I, and the other children they adopted together, were brought up by his side, taught by his words and example, educated in the same way his elders had taught him. Pure as he was, he only knew this one way of life. Thinking about it now, I too am a weapon he forged. There is no difference between him and me. After pouring his heart out to Yuruchi, Kenma felt much better. The two returned to the study, and Kenma looked at Yuruchi, asking, by the way, what did you come to find me for? Well. Yuruchi scratched her cheek, a blush appearing on her brown skin. Seeing Yuruchi's expression, Kenma understood in a second. On the other side, the Shimazu trio, who had already left the Sherui, suddenly saw a figure appear before them. Sherui. The three of them looked and saw that it was the young attendant who was always by Kenma's side. And in Shersui's arms, he was holding 3 Zanpakutō. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 69, Squad 12. Sherui, how have things been at the academy lately? In the Sherui. Kenma walked on the clean white stone path, with Sherui following behind and to his side. Hearing the question from ahead, Sherui considered for a moment before replying immediately, reporting to my lord, everything is normal for this subordinate at the academy. There is nothing else to report. I'm referring to your studies, Kenma specified, as Shersui's answer was too general. How do you compare to that boy Eizen brought over? You haven't lost to him in terms of grades, have you? In terms of academic scores, he and I both have perfect marks. It's not possible to clearly compare our superiority. Glancing at Kenma's profile to his front, Sherui composed himself, his voice calm. In combat-related competitions like Hakuta and Zanjutsu, we have both won and lost against each other. And when we spar, I can sense that he seems to be hiding some of his true strength. But please rest assured, my lord, I have not revealed my full power either. If it were a true life-or-death battle, I am certain I could defeat him. Kenma nodded. Ichimaru Jin's nature was like a snake's, his thoughts were deep and he was extremely good at hiding his true intentions. Especially being under Eizen, if he didn't hide some of his trump cards, he probably wouldn't even be able to breathe peacefully. For Sherui to be able to reach this level, on par with Ichimaru Jin, was already a sign of outstanding talent. Kenma was very satisfied. There is one more thing. Shersui's voice held some hesitation. What is it? Kenma asked without turning his head. Sherui looked down at the short Zanpakutō at his waist, his eyes lowered, a trace of confusion in his expression. That guy Ichimaru Jin was able to achieve the Shurkai of his Zanpakutō very early on and is now quite proficient with it. But as for me, even now, I still can't hear the call of my Zanpakutō. Even after practicing Zazen for so long, there's been no reaction from the Zanpakutō at all. It's as if my Zanpakutō is a dead object. Kenma's steps faltered, his brows knitting together. Still nothing, even now. Yes. I have disappointed you, my lord. Shersui's voice was filled with deep shame. Kenma comforted him, don't take it to heart. How long have you had your Zanpakutō? Not even half a year. It's normal not to hear its voice in such a short time. Glancing back out of the corner of his eye and seeing Sherui still looking dejected, Kenma sighed inwardly and decided to use his own past as an example. Sherui, look at me. I received my Zanpakutō when I entered the academy back then, and it wasn't until I became a fourth-year student that I heard its call. You can't rush these things, it doesn't work. You can only slowly fill the blade with your soul and will. Kenma's voice was as deep as ever, but the strong concern contained in his words moved Shersui's heart. A strange sourness welled up in his nose. He blinked, quickly suppressing the moisture in his eyes, and nodded heavily. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I will certainly not disappoint you. Kenma nodded and said softly, next, you'll ask for a few days' leave from the academy and accompany me on a trip to the New World. New World. It seems Lord Kenma plans to open a passage to a brand new world. As you command, my lord. After Sherui solemnly agreed, he asked curiously, what kind of world is my lord going to this time? Kenma shook his head. How would I know? I haven't even opened the passage yet. It's just an idea I have right now. A considerable amount of time had passed since the last trip. Whitebeard and the others he had brought back had all adapted to life in the Soul Society and had completely settled down. And Kenma's wedding was over. After a period of quiet, it was time for him to make a move, to visit those other worlds and make contracts with some good prospects. Then where are we now? Sherui looked around. The road they had been walking on was completely unfamiliar to him. He had never been to this place before, and it didn't look like the way to the Uchiha clan's compound. We're here. Kenma's voice came as he suddenly stopped walking. Sherui looked up and saw a huge building looming before him. On the white wall was written the large character 412. Squad 12. Shersui's face showed confusion. May I ask why my lord has come to this place? Kenma said, there are 2 companions in Squad 12 who have great talent in scientific research. I've come here today to ask them for a favor. Kenma led Sherui inside, and they were soon warmly received by the squad members within. I'm looking for Uruhara Kasuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi. The 2 were settled in a reception room by a Squad 12 member. Kenma drank tea and waited for a while before he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Swish. The wooden door was pushed open, and the figures of Uruhara Kasuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi came into Kenma's view. Uruhara Kasuke still had his usual listless, gloomy otaku vibe, but the change in Mayuri Kuratsuchi's appearance was extremely astonishing. His face was painted with distinct black and white makeup, he wore a golden decoration on his head, and his yellowish-brown eyes were wide open. He did have a certain familiarity with the image Kenma had of him. Mayuri Kuratsuchi rushed ahead of Uruhara Kasuke, walked into the room, and looked at Kenma, who was sitting cross-legged drinking tea, and Sherui, who was guarding him. Well, who do we have here? If it isn't my recently married master. What are you doing here in my Squad 12 instead of being at home being affectionate with your wife? He waved his hand, the nail on his ring finger, which was over 10 centimeters long, swaying with the movement. Behind him, Uruhara Kasuke looked exasperated. You're not the captain yet. You can't represent Squad 12. Shut up, Uruhara Kasuke. Don't think you can order me around just because your seat is higher than mine here. Mayuri turned and shouted back. Looking at the 2 of them, Kenma secretly nodded. Seeing you 2 doing well here puts my mind at ease. It seems recommending you to Squad 12 was a good decision. Uruhara Kasuke said softly, well, thank you for your kindness. Here we are, well, as you can see, it's indeed quite good. Back then, Kenma had released them from the maggot's nest. Considering that he couldn't gather the experimental equipment Mayuri needed all at once, he sent him to Squad 12. And since Uruhara Kasuke had committed a major offense, it was clearly inappropriate for him to remain in Squad 2, so he had been packaged and sent over as well. This was also a good way to plan for the future. With their skills, it was a sure thing that they would become captains one day. At that time, Squad 12 would be in Kenma's pocket. The current captain of Squad 12 was already fond of this kind of research and experimentation. The squad had some research equipment that was not easily obtainable on the market, which was perfect for satisfying their interests. After the two arrived here, they quickly gained the attention of Captain Hikifune Kiryu with their talents and were rapidly promoted to seated officers. Uruhara Kasuke became the third seat of Squad 12, while Mayuri Kuratsuchi became the fourth seat. The two of them assisted Hikifune Kiryu with her research and experiments. Uruhara Kasuke asked directly, "So, you've come here this time. Is there something you need us to do?" Mayuri at the side urged, "No need to continue with the pleasantries. If you have something to say, just say it directly. My time is very tight." When he heard that Kenma had come, he had rushed over immediately. His time in the squad was spent assisting the captain with her experiments and conducting his own research. He didn't have much time to waste. Seeing this, Kenma didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. "I'm going to accompany Sherui to the world of the living next. I want you to help me make some special jigai." Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 70, Things to be manufactured. Special jigai. What kind of special features do you want? Uruhara Kasuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi both looked puzzled. Although Shinigami bore the name of gods, in the end, they were essentially just souls with great power. In the world of the living beings could not see the figures of Shinigami. And jigai were tools used by Shinigami when they came to the world of the living to integrate into the world of the living. After putting on a jigai, a Shinigami's form could be seen by ordinary people, allowing them to interact with the living in the world of the living. Kenma stated his well-thought-out requirements to the two of them. The current jigai are too bulky and not easy to carry. So I want jigai that are convenient to carry, preferably ones that can be put directly into a pocket and taken out for use at any time. Uruhara Kasuke nodded. That's simple. It's just a matter of reducing the number of protons to achieve the goal of shrinking it. The protons he spoke of were the smallest observable units of matter that constituted all substances in the world of the living. And the smallest unit that constituted all substances in the Soul Society was the so-called spirit particle. Kenma added, in addition to that, I need to be able to exert stable power after wearing the jigai, preferably my full power. That's impossible. Mayuri Kuratsuchi's slightly hoarse voice rang out. A jigai is meant to be a substitute body for a Shinigami in the world of the living. Once a Shinigami uses a large amount of power, it will inevitably involve a lot of spirit particles, which will only end up destroying the jigai. Kenma didn't speak, but instead looked at Uruhara Kasuke. After a moment of silence, Uruhara Kasuke slowly said, if we don't care about the damage to the jigai, by changing its composition, it is possible to achieve that. But in that case, the jigai would become a disposable item, one being destroyed with each attack. If you use your full power, I'm afraid it wouldn't even be able to maintain its form for an instant. At this point, Uruhara Kasuke had a sudden realization. I understand, no wonder you said from the beginning that you wanted a jigai that was easy to store. TSK, you just had to be the one to say it. Mayuri Kuratsuchi at the side couldn't help but purse his lips, very displeased that Uruhara Kasuke had stolen the limelight from him. He then said to Kenma, if that's the case, the difficulty will be much simpler. Kenma asked, how soon at the earliest? 3 days. After Uruhara Kasuke's voice sounded, Mayuri's competitive voice followed. For me, I can have results in 2 days. Then I'll give you 3 days. Hand over the results to me in 3 days. As Kenma's voice fell, Mayuri showed a provocative expression and looked at Uruhara Kasuke at his side. Uruhara Kasuke, why don't we have a competition on this and see whose work is more outstanding? I'm sure a dignified third seat like you wouldn't be afraid of a challenge from a mere fourth seat like me, right? Faced with Mayuri's provocation, Uruhara Kasuke's expression remained unchanged, completely unmoved. Completing the mission is the top priority. Hearing this, Mayuri snorted coldly, his face becoming even more unfriendly. Kenma paid no mind to the small friction between them and continued, besides the jigai, there are 3 more things I need to ask you to research and create. What else? Let's hear it. Under the curious gazes of the two, Kenma held up 3 fingers. One is something that can freely convert between spirit particles and protons. I'll be accompanying Sherui to the world of the living this time, and I'll probably bring back some things from the world of the living. They need to be converted into things that can adapt to the Soul Society. In the previous 2 trips to the shinobi world and the pirate world, Kenma was only concerned with bringing people back and had no time for anything else. But this time, the new world he was going to, if it was a future technological society, he would naturally have to bring back some technological creations. If it was a special kind of world, he would also have to bring back some local specialties, like the devil fruits from the pirate world, or physical creatures like the den mushi. Uruhara Kasuke estimated the difficulty in his mind and nodded. That's no problem. When do you need it? The sooner the better, at least before Sherui and I return. If Kenma remembered correctly, in the future, Uruhara Kasuke would create something similar, which even helped the protagonist's group get to the Soul Society. He was naturally at ease in trusting this matter to Uchiha Kasuke. The second thing is a medicine that can restore a person's youthful vitality. Mayuri immediately cut in front of Uchiha Kasuke and said, "That's no problem either. It's just a physical modification potion. It's a piece of cake for me." He asked Kenma, "Who are the specific subjects?" "Many people. So it's a general purpose type." After thinking for a moment, Mayuri pressed on, "Then what about the density of the target's spirit particle arrangement?" "Oh, I mean, the so-called spiritual class." Kenma frowned and asked curiously, "Is it related to that as well?" "Of course." Mayuri waved his hand and explained. A third-class spiritual authority is captain level, and they are absolutely not the same as ordinary squad members. After those ordinary squad members die, the spirit particles that make up their bodies will return to the world of the Soul Society. But the body of someone who has reached third-class spiritual authority has a much denser combination of spirit particles. Even after death, this remains the case. It won't be naturally digested by the Soul Society, nor will it integrate into the Soul Society's spirit particle cycle. Over time, the accumulation of these spirit particles will have a negative impact on the Soul Society, which is why a soul burial ceremony is held for those powerful individuals after they die. This is not just for show, it has a clear purpose, to completely eliminate those spirit particles that cannot be integrated into the cycle. Kenma nodded. Deep in his memory, there was indeed such a setting. He said, "The target population's spiritual pressure is not too high, only a spiritual class of 16 or 17. If it's only below 10, then it's even simpler." Mayuri continued to ask, "To what age do you want them to be restored?" "Around their 20s is fine." Mayuri's brow furrowed. "So young. They're practically children who haven't grown up yet. Isn't that a bit too young?" Hearing this, Kenma knew he had misspoken and corrected himself, 20 years old in the world of the living, which is over 200 in the Soul Society. "In that case, that's more like it." Kenma added, "However, the ages of the target population are somewhat different. Some are old, and some are middle-aged." "That's even less of a problem," Mayuri said. "I will make the potion in the simplest form, where the age they revert to depends on the dosage injected. And the time." Under Kenma's gaze, Mayuri's face showed confidence. "1 day is enough. I will hand over the medicine to you along with the other things in 3 days." "All right." Kenma looked at the two of them and stated his final request. "I also need you to create 2 weapons for me, an excellent bow, and..." Uchiha Kasuke's brow furrowed as he asked, "And what?" "Those muskets from the world of the living, have you seen them?" "I have," Uchiha Kasuke said. "A musket wouldn't be difficult to make, but as a weapon, isn't its power a bit weak?" "That will depend on your own design." Kenma was only responsible for making the requests, the specific execution was left to the 2 talented individuals before him. It would be best if these 2 weapons could be used even by ordinary souls, with their power increasing with the user's spiritual pressure. It would be ideal if they could inflict sufficient damage on a captain. This. Uchiha Kasuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi exchanged a look, both seeing the difficulty in each other's eyes. "If you give us enough time. Right now, we still have to research those things you need urgently. I can give you enough time for this, but the quality must be perfected." After stating all his requests, Kenma put down his teacup and left with Sherui. Just as Uchiha Kasuke and the other were about to leave the reception room, they saw Captain Hikifune Kiryu walking over. She looked at the now empty room, a look of regret on her face. "Oh my, I heard from the squad members that little Kenma made a rare visit. I didn't expect him to be gone by the time I got here. What a pity." Uchiha Kasuke scratched his head and asked, "Captain, did you have business with him? I can pass on a message for you." "Of course, I was thinking of giving him a proper welcome." Hikifune Kiryu patted the shoulders of the 2 of them, a smile on her face. "After all, he was the one who recommended 2 such outstanding talents like you to me. I must thank him properly." A look of understanding appeared on Mayuri's face. "No wonder you went to his wedding. So that's why." Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 71, Shersui's Will. Time passed in a flash, and the day of Shersui's leave from the academy arrived. Kenma, after a word with Yuruchi, left the Shihoin estate with Sherui. Watching Kenma's departing figure, and thinking that she wouldn't be satisfied for the next few days, Yuruchi pouted her lips in displeasure. "That Sherui fellow, is Kenma really that fond of him? Somehow. It feels like he's more important than me, his wife on our honeymoon." As she spoke, she looked at her attendant by her side, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I say, Mikoto, I've found it strange for a while now. Are you all hiding something from me?" Uchiha Mikoto's expression remained unchanged as she said, "Lady Yuruchi, you're overthinking things. Lord Kenma has a serious personality and never lies. He also loves you deeply and has always been very caring towards you, which you can surely feel for yourself. Yuruchi nodded. She deeply felt the truth in Mikoto's words. After spending this time together, she could truly feel her husband's love, and in small details, she could also sense his respect for her. Then, she asked again, full of doubt, then what's the deal with your clan? First there was Sherui, then Yushiro and the others, and then you and Fugaku. You all possess considerable spiritual pressure, and your every move has the style of the Massacre. You must have received professional training. For all of you to be so outstanding, and yet you all recognize Kenma as your master, there must be a secret behind it all. A hint of difficulty appeared on Mikoto's face. We all possess spiritual pressure. I'm truly not sure about that. She changed the subject. However, as for professional training in the style of the Massacre, the members of our clan have indeed all received it. Oh. Yuruchi hadn't expected to get anything out of Mikoto this time, but seeing her start to speak, her interest was instantly piqued. She hurriedly pulled Mikoto back into the room and set out tea and cookies. After having Mikoto sit down, Yuruchi ate a cookie and drank her tea, her bright eyes fixed on the gentle-mannered woman before her. Tell me in detail. Mikoto didn't speak directly, but first asked, has Lady Yuruchi heard of people called ninja in the world of the living? Yuruchi nodded repeatedly. She was naturally aware of them. They were a profession similar in nature to the Massacre, specializing in covert work such as stealth, assassination, and intelligence gathering. Could it be that your clan is a clan of ninja? Yes, Lady Yuruchi. Recalling her past life, Mikoto's expression became much more somber. Our Uchiha clan were a clan of ninja in our previous lives. Later, because we were feared by those in power, the entire clan, over 1,000 people, were slaughtered in a single night. What? Yuruchi was utterly shocked. 1,000 people, clan annihilation. Even in the long history of the Soul Society, a clan annihilation event involving 1,000 people was extremely rare. At least, Yuruchi had never encountered or even heard of such a thing before. Mikoto nodded gravely. After we died, we happened to meet the merciful Lord Kenma. Lord Kenma brought us to the Soul Society and gave us wandering souls a new place to live. Seeing that some in our clan had the aptitude to become Shinigami, Lord Kenma gave us another chance, a chance to realize our worth once again. Therefore, our clan has recognized Lord Kenma, who has shown us great kindness, as our master, and we have sworn to serve him for life. Yuruchi gradually recovered from the shock of the clan's annihilation. Hearing Mikoto's final, grateful words, she was filled with emotion. How tragic, it hasn't been easy for you all. From the looks of it, Kenma has done quite a few good deeds. Mikoto nodded heavily. Yes, to us, Lord Kenma is a noble lord, like a god. Yuruchi had never imagined that this staid and uninteresting husband of hers held such a high status in these people's hearts. So Sherui is the most talented person in your clan. That's why he's being taught by Kenma's side. Speaking of this, Yuruchi couldn't help but complain that fellow Kenma dotes on Sherui so much, he's practically treating him like his own son. Although Sherui was indeed extraordinary. Whether it was his conduct in the Shihoin household, his academic performance at the Shino Academy, or the praise he received from others, he was indisputably excellent. Mikoto puffed out her chest and said, whether in life or in death, Sherui's talent has always been the best in the clan, and he is also the strongest in the clan. Meanwhile, the subjects of their conversation, Kenma and Sherui, had already left the Siriidi. The two were riding in a very long carriage, heading towards the outskirts of the Junranin district. On the cart bed behind the carriage was a very, very long wooden box, a full 6 or 7 meters long. It was so long that it even extended beyond the specially lengthened cart bed, hanging out by 2 meters. Sherui sat on the rear cart bed, leaning against the wooden board in front, holding a dagger in his arms, as well as a lunchbox-sized wooden box on which a sealing Kido was inscribed. He tilted his head slightly to look at Kenma, who was driving the carriage in front. My lord, aren't we going to see Lord Shimazu and the others? Looking at the direction now, we are heading to the Uchiha clan's territory. Kenma held the reins in one hand and lifted his straw hat slightly. I just contacted them. They're drinking with Newgate right now. So they went to the clan territory. Sherui tightened his grip on the wooden box in his arms. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. I never would have thought that a youth-restoring potion could be created so easily. Although he had gone with Kenma to Squad 12, he had never imagined it would be so easy to get a practical result. And in such a short time. He still remembered his shock when he received this item from the hands of the Squad 12 member earlier. It was because he had obtained this medicine that Kenma had set out, intending to deliver it along the way. Hearing Sherui's musing, Kenma said in a deep voice, whether it's Uruhara Kasuke or Mayuri Kuratsuchi, they are undoubtedly geniuses. You are right, my lord. It's fortunate that they have become your subordinates, otherwise. Sherui's voice turned cold. Such extraordinary talent, if it cannot be used by my lord, then they have no need to live in this world. The scientific research capabilities they had displayed were already a huge threat. Sherui would never allow such people to be outside of Kenma's control. If he couldn't have them, then he would ruthlessly destroy them. He could not let them be. Even if he would be punished by Kenma for it, he could not leave things that were disadvantageous to Kenma in the world. Kenma glanced sideways. I didn't expect you to have such thoughts, and you're still just a boy. My lord, please don't underestimate me. Even if I'm not yet an adult, I am a ninja who has experienced battle. Sherui puffed out his chest, his voice carrying a proud laugh. No one would like killing for the sake of it. But for the sake of those worth protecting, he would not hesitate. He was a cold-hearted ninja with blood on his hands. Kenma thought for a moment and instructed, with the abilities of those two, they might be able to bypass me and break their contract with me. If there is any sign of that, we will not hesitate. Please rest assured, my lord, Sherui said decisively. Kenma nodded silently, saying no more. After traveling for a while, they were about to reach the Uchiha's residence. A thought struck Sherui, and he suddenly said, by the way, my lord, I wonder if there is a large quantity of these potions. I would like to bring some for some of the elders in the clan. Faced with Sherui's request, Kenma would naturally not refuse. You can. There's plenty of this medicine anyway. Mayuri had made enough doses to restore youth to over 100 people in one go, more than enough for him to be generous with. The few elders of the Uchiha family had also been excellent ninja in their youth, and Kenma had already intended to restore their youth. Now that Sherui had brought it up, he would consider it granting his wish. Besides his grandfather's trio and the elders of the Uchiha clan, there was one more person Kenma was eager to restore to his youthful state. Whitebeard. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 72, The Giant Zanpakutō. We respectfully greet you, my lord. The Uchiha clansmen, having been notified by Kenma in advance, were already waiting at the entrance to their territory. Seeing Kenma's carriage arrive, the Uchiha, led by two elders, hurriedly bowed. Kenma stopped the carriage but did not get down, still holding the reins. He lifted his straw hat and looked at Setsuna and Kakaku, who were standing at the very front. You two, come with me, and bring the clan's elders as well. The two looked puzzled, not knowing what Kenma's purpose was. They then looked at Sherui, who had already jumped down from the cart bed. Sherui smiled. Elders, please rest assured, it's a great thing. Lord Kenma has a reward for the clan's elderly. Let's go, Sherui. Kenma called out, then flicked the reins in his hand, making a snapping sound. The carriage began to move forward. The crowd at the gate quickly parted to form a wide path, watching respectfully as the carriage entered the clan's territory. Elders, please hurry and follow. You'll know when you get there. After Sherui said this, he hurried after them. The two elders exchanged a look, their faces showing confusion. What great thing is it that has Sherui acting so mysteriously? We'll find out if we follow. Naturally curious, the two of them hurried after, while also urging the younger clansmen around them. What are you standing around for? Hurry and follow Lord Kenma's orders and bring the elderly clansmen over. Those who are too old to get out of bed, and those with senile dementia, carry them over if you have to. The two used Shuinpa and quickly caught up with Kenma's carriage. Kenma drove the carriage to a courtyard on the other side of the settlement. Before he even got close, he heard a noisy clamor. The gate opened, and Kenma drove inside. What met his eyes was an extremely lively scene. Several straw mats were spread on the ground in the courtyard, with a small amount of food and, more prominently, many bottles and jars laid out on them. The air was filled with the aroma of alcohol. 100 or so people were sitting around, drinking, laughing, and talking freely, in high spirits. Oh, Kenma's here. Over here, over here. The people in the courtyard also saw Kenma at the first moment. Shimazu Toyohisa, who was sitting in the middle, immediately waved his arms upon seeing Kenma. Nobunaga and Yuruchi, sitting beside him, also brightened up when they saw Kenma. And the person sitting opposite Shimazu Toyohisa was so large that even sitting on the ground, he was taller than a house. His head was wrapped in black silk, and his straight white mustache curled upwards like a white crescent moon on his face. It was Whitebeard. Seeing Kenma's figure, a genuine smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. Gururara, boss Kenma, and Sherui, it's been a while. Kenma drove the carriage up to the crowd, took off his straw hat, and got down. Seeing that the atmosphere between his grandfather and Whitebeard's group was quite harmonious, the expression on his face relaxed considerably. Grandfather, Newgate, it looks like you're getting along quite well. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shimazu Toyohisa asked directly, Kenma, what did you come to find us for this time? Kenma said, I'm taking Sherui to the world of the living and wanted to drop some things off for you on the way. The world of the living, it's definitely not that simple, everyone knew, and no one pressed the matter further. Whitebeard took a sip of the wine in his bowl and asked curiously, "What is it you're bringing us?" Sherui. At Kenma's signal, Sherui walked to the carriage, picked up the 6 or 7 meter long wooden box, and placed it next to Whitebeard. "This is. Open it and see for yourself." Hearing Kenma's words, Whitebeard's heart stirred. He reached out and, with brute force, pried open the tightly nailed wooden lid. Inside the box, on a bed of bright yellow silk, lay a massive and imposing treasured blade. It was about 7 meters long in total, with a long shaft wrapped in red and black. The blade glinted with a cold light, and a shimmer of light flashed across its edge, looking incomparably sharp yet serenely restrained. It was, unmistakably, a guandao. And the shape and decoration of the entire blade were almost identical to Whitebeard's beloved sword from his previous life, Murakami. Kenma said, "This is a Zanpakutō I specially commissioned from the relevant department in the Sherui. Because it was a custom design, it took much longer. See if it feels right to you." Whitebeard didn't waste any time. He reached out and easily lifted the giant guandao. The moment he held it, Whitebeard's expression changed as if he had sensed something, a hint of surprise on his face. He then had everyone clear a large open space. Whitebeard carried the blade to the open area and began to swing it. His movements were not a continuous sequence of forms, but merely casual slashes, sweeps, and thrusts. Yet he wielded it with such imposing might and awe-inspiring presence. From a distance, Kenma could feel gusts of wind rushing towards him. Shimazu Toyohisa and the others at the side nodded frequently. "Kenma, it seems you found quite a remarkable individual." Kenma nodded. This was Whitebeard, of course he was extraordinary. After a few simple swings, Whitebeard stopped, his face unable to hide his satisfaction and love for the blade. "A good blade, truly a good blade," Whitebeard exclaimed repeatedly. Just from those few swings, he could feel that the quality of this blade was extremely high, and the craftsmanship was excellent, in no way inferior to his Murakami from his past life. He looked at Kenma, a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "Boss Kenma, thank you very much for this. I'm glad you're satisfied." Kenma was also pleased. With this weapon, Whitebeard's strength would naturally be greatly enhanced. He glanced around but didn't see Ace, so he couldn't help but ask, "Where's Ace?" "Ace was just here a moment ago." "Strange, how did he disappear in the blink of an eye?" As everyone looked around, they saw Ace back on the original straw mat, holding a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, his entire face already buried in the food in front of him. Everyone was speechless. Unbelievable. "Ace, you fell asleep again. The old man was making such a racket, and it didn't even wake you up." Perhaps sensing everyone's gaze, Ace slowly raised his head, swallowed the piece of vegetable on his lips, and looked around at everyone with his dazed little eyes. "Everyone, did something happen? Why is everyone looking at me?" Everyone said in unison, "You fell asleep on your own again." Only then did Ace belatedly realize, "Oh no, I accidentally fell asleep again." Hearing this, everyone collectively fell to the ground. Seeing Ace's behavior again, Kenma couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head slightly. "This is Ace." Yuruchi laughed lightly. "Haha, Kenma, this group of people you found is very interesting." Nobunaga's eye twitched. "Rather than interesting, I'd say they have too much personality. Aren't they a bit too carefree?" After everyone had fallen over, Ace also saw the very conspicuous Kenma and his group. "Big boss, when did you get here? Why didn't I see you just now? Old man, when did you bring your Murakami over?" Ace walked over and immediately circled Whitebeard's blade twice, a look of surprise on his face. Kenma's expression relaxed, and he waved his hand at Sherui. Sherui immediately handed the short sword to Ace. Ace took it and looked at it. Its shape was very similar to the short sword he had used in his previous life. The feel of it in his hand was also excellent. Even a layman like him, who didn't know much about blades, could tell at a glance that it was a good sword. Kenma said, "This is the Zanpakutō I had prepared for you. It was forged at the same time as Newgate's. Big boss, this is really..." Ace quickly stood at attention, bowed to Kenma, and performed a flawless, standard bow. "For such a generous gift, I am truly grateful." "Thank you, big boss. As long as you like it." Kenma waved his hand. After giving the sword to Ace, Sherui took out another wooden box from the cart, one with a Kido seal inscribed on it. Kenma explained, "This is the main purpose of my trip. I think it should be of great help to you all." Just then, a hustle and bustle came from the courtyard gate. Everyone looked over and saw several elderly Uchiha clansmen, accompanied by many young people, walking into the courtyard. Just in time, the elders have arrived. You can all try it together and see how it works. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 73, Konoha really is inhumane. We greet you, Lord Kenma. These elders, accompanied by the younger people at their sides, bowed to Kenma. Kenma looked at them and, after a rough count, saw there were about 30 people, both men and women, all with white hair. Among them, some were missing arms and legs and could only be pushed over in wheelchairs. Some leaned on canes, stubbornly shrugging off the support of the young people beside them. There were even some elders who were completely paralyzed and lying on beds, unable to speak or move, who had been carried over as well. Seeing this, Kenma sighed in his heart. What a tragedy. These completely harmless old people had also died tragically at the hands of their own people on that night of the clan's annihilation. Kenma's brow suddenly furrowed, and he looked at the two elders, Setsuna and Kakaku, who stood before the Uchiha clansmen. Why are there so few people? For the entire Uchiha clan of over 1,000, to have so few elderly was clearly unreasonable. Kakaku hurriedly said, I dare not hide it from you, my lord. These are the few remaining elders in the clan. All of them are here. Most of us in the Uchiha clan are ninja. It is only a matter of time before we die on the battlefield. The elders here today are all blessed with great luck, having been fortunate enough to survive the enemy's grasp, escaping certain death several times to live peacefully into old age. Hearing this, Kenma couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Based on the timeline, when these elders were in their prime, Konoha had just been established. These people had spent their entire lives fighting to protect Konoha. They struggled their whole lives, with many dying or being crippled. In the end, when they grew old, they were met with fear and even slaughter from the very comrades in Konoha village they had fought for and protected. Is this the cruelty of so-called political struggle? To say it was a trick of fate, it was far too cruel for these elders who had shed both blood and tears. Those people from Konoha, they really do inhumane things. Kenma's expression softened considerably, and he gestured for Sherui to come forward. Sherui walked between Kenma and the elders, bowed to them, and then placed the wooden box in his hands on the ground. Release. Forming a complex series of hand seals, Sherui shouted. Under his fluid unsealing technique, the simple Kido on the wooden box was released, turning into a puddle of ink on the ground. Sherui carefully removed the lid. Inside the box was a small vial of green potion and 3 large bottles of a transparent liquid. On the other side of the box, a row of needles, syringes, disinfectant, and cotton swabs were neatly arranged. Everyone on the scene looked at Shersui's actions with confusion. They couldn't understand the purpose of such a grand display and all ended up looking at Kenma in the center. Kenma surveyed the scene and said softly, inside here is a potion I had specially made. It has undergone clinical trials, and its effects are fully guaranteed. As for the potion's effect, it is to restore a person's youthful vitality. Kenma's deep voice echoed in the courtyard. Everyone was stunned at first upon hearing his words. But once they fully understood what Kenma had said, they all gasped in unison, completely shocked. What is Lord Kenma saying? I don't think I heard him clearly. He said it can restore youth, those words. How is that possible? Even for Lord Enma, restoring youth is a bit too. The crowd's gazes first fell on Kenma. Seeing his calm expression, it was clear he wasn't spouting nonsense. They also knew that their Lord Kenma was not the type to joke around. In that case, is it true? Everyone's gaze fell in unison on the small wooden box beside Sherui. Then. The thing inside this box is a miracle drug that can restore youth. In an instant, this extremely simple little wooden box became mysterious and precious in everyone's eyes, and their faces were filled with excitement. Hearing Kenma's words, Ace, who was beside Whitebeard, was the first to lose his composure. He quickly took a step forward and asked, Big boss, is what you're saying true, can it really restore youth? Kenma nodded and asked in return, when have I ever made an empty boast? Receiving confirmation from Kenma again, the crowd completely fell into a frenzy. It's true, it can really restore youth. A priceless treasure, a priceless treasure. Does that mean my grandfather can regain his youthful appearance? And my grandmother? Old man, you can regain the vigor of your youth. I never thought I'd be able to see the old man in his youth in my lifetime. Idiot, we're already dead. Seeing the scene become increasingly chaotic, Whitebeard, Setsuna, and Kakaku respectively quelled the noise from their own sides, which quieted the commotion on the field considerably. Although everyone stopped shouting, from the emotion on their faces, the excitement flashing in their eyes, and the occasional sound of heavy breathing, it was clear that the intense emotions in their hearts were difficult to calm. It was understandable. This was the restoration of youth. This was eternal beauty. How many people, after growing old and watching their bodies weaken day by day, sighed in their hearts and eventually lost all ambition? How many people had fallen into difficult and embarrassing situations due to old age, never to rise again, suffering hardship for no reason? And the medicine before them could change this reality. It could let heroes no longer fade, and let beauties regain their bloom. It could even bring back the youthful spirit that gradually faded with old age, returning it to these aged bodies. This magical potion was right in front of them. How could they not be moved? How could they possibly restrain themselves? Seeing that the crowd had quieted down, Kenma continued, "This medicine is only effective for those below spiritual class 10. It should work for basically everyone here. This is the first batch of the potion, only enough for about 100 people to be restored. The eldest will use it first. Now, who will come up first?" The crowd, which had been so excited just moments ago, paused upon hearing these words. When the matter was truly placed before them, for some reason, they hesitated. They looked at each other, one by one, at a loss. Seeing that no one was responding, Whitebeard gripped the blade in his hand and was just about to speak up to be the first and set an example for the others. A clear voice suddenly rang out. "Since you're all being so modest, let me be the one." Hearing the voice, everyone frowned slightly and looked in that direction. A young and beautiful figure took a step forward, stood before Kenma, and raised her right hand high. It was Yuruchi. "You're so young, you don't need it at all. Yuruchi, don't cause trouble." Seeing this, Shimazu Toyohisa and Nobunaga quickly pulled him back into the crowd. Yuruchi chuckled. "I saw none of you were speaking, so I thought I'd liven up the atmosphere." "You're such a rascal." Nobunaga sighed. "In terms of appearance alone, among so many people, I am probably the oldest. So be it. Let me be the first to try it." With that, Nobunaga, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, walked towards Sherui. Sherui opened a set of instructions that was pasted on the top of the wooden box and slowly unfolded it. An idiot-proof operation guide that even a fool can easily understand. Looking at the words on it, Shersui's eyelid couldn't help but twitch. Mayuri Kuratsuchi must have written this. I didn't expect him to have this kind of personality. The usual arrogance of a genius, or is this just his preference? Sherui paid it no more mind and carefully read through the operation guide 3 times, not missing a single detail. This small vial contains the main drug, the vitality potion. These 3 large bottles are for diluting the main drug, and also contain a high-concentration spirit particle injection to supplement spirit particles. These 3 large bottles are just enough to dilute this one small vial of the main drug. Each mark on the syringe represents a rejuvenation of 10 years. Sherui looked at the fine needles and syringes and couldn't help but nod to himself. Mayuri Kuratsuchi is truly a genius to have created such a potion. The operation guide he wrote is indeed simple and easy to follow, and also very comprehensive and detailed. He looked at Nobunaga, who had already come to his side. "Lord Nobunaga, how many years younger would you like to be?" Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 74, Whitebeard restored to youth. Under Shersui's operation, every single elder present was injected with the potion. The very next moment after the injection, a visible change occurred in the elders' bodies. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the white hair on these elders' heads turned black, their cloudy eyes became bright, their loose skin tightened, their shriveled muscles gradually swelled, their bones became hard, and their lost teeth grew back. The elders caressed their now smooth skin, feeling their revitalized hearts pounding in their chests, and their breathing became incredibly smooth. The aura of decay was completely shed from their bodies in that instant, returning once again to the youthful vitality they had experienced many years ago. Power was surging through their blood. I've really become young again. This strong and powerful body. Haha, I've recovered, and even the old hidden injuries on my body are gone. This is the state of my youth. It's a world of difference from just now. Among these newly youthful people, some were beaming with joy, some were weeping with tears, and others had complex expressions. Their reactions were varied and colorful, but they all felt a heartfelt joy and emotion. Even the young people around them, witnessing the scene with their own eyes, had their eyes wide with utter astonishment. It really worked. A miracle, this is truly a miracle. Grandpa, were you really this handsome when you were young? Grandma, you've really become young again, this is wonderful. The courtyard instantly erupted with cries of disbelief. The air itself seemed to be colored by this unprecedented vitality, overflowing with a joyous atmosphere. Even Kenma was infected by the crowd's delight, his expression softening considerably. Beside him, Shimazu Toyohisa, now in his 20s, touched his own body, his face showing surprise and his eyes unable to hide his joy. Kenma, I never thought I would see myself like this again one day. I have you to thank for all of this. Grandfather, seeing you looking so young now, I am much more at ease. Kenma's brow relaxed, a hint of happiness showing. Shimazu Toyohisa laughed foolishly, then waved his hand. I've become so young now, you shouldn't keep calling me grandfather. It feels awkward. Before, he had the appearance of a man in his 50s, so being called grandfather was naturally not a problem. But now, if Kenma continued to call him that, he himself would blush with embarrassment. He pondered for a moment, then said with a hearty laugh, "Kenma, just call me by my name. If you really feel uncomfortable, just add a title of respect." In fact, Kenma also had this subtle feeling. Calling someone who was about the same age as him grandfather, this was a situation he had only encountered in his past life in the countryside. But even in his past life, he wouldn't usually call them that, at most just a grandpa during New Year's or other holidays. He thought for a moment and asked tentatively, then, "Lord Shimazu? Lord Toyohisa? Which do you prefer, grandfather?" "Whatever, as you like." After finishing his chat with Shimazu Toyohisa, Kenma looked over at Nobunaga, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Nobunaga, I didn't expect you to only restore yourself to this state. Why not become younger?" The current Nobunaga had his black hair restored and his skin had tightened, but he still had wrinkles and a scruffy beard, the face of a man weathered by hardship. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s. Nobunaga sighed, a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. "I also thought about making myself look younger, but then I thought about it. I died at this age, yet I wasted all these years in the Soul Society. Now that we are about to start a new conquest, it is only natural that I continue with this appearance. It doesn't hinder anything, anyway. Just consider it a small whim of mine after all this time being dead." Kenma nodded lightly. "It's your choice. As long as you like it." Yuruchi came over and said, "Kenma, look at me, have I become younger too?" Kenma looked at Yuruchi, whose appearance hadn't changed in the slightest, and shook his head. Nobunaga said bluntly, "You haven't changed at all. Why did you have to waste such a precious medicine?" "I wanted to. Can't I?" The two of them went back and forth, and soon started to squabble. Kenma ignored the bickering pair, walked around them, and came to stand before the tall figure holding the guandao in the middle of the courtyard. "Newgate, it seems your condition has indeed improved a lot." Kenma raised his head and sized up the great pirate who had once stood at the pinnacle of the world. At this moment, Whitebeard had also returned to his youthful appearance. That vibrant and world-dominating demeanor. The wrinkles on his face were gone, a head of wavy golden hair was casually draped over his shoulders, and the muscles on his exposed chest were well-defined, clearly filled with explosive power. With every move, he exuded the confidence of a powerful man, his presence overwhelming. Seeing Kenma, Whitebeard couldn't help but smile, his eyes full of gratitude. "Gururara, I have to thank you for this, Boss Kenma. I never thought I would encounter such a miracle after death." Whitebeard's laughter shook the surroundings like a great bell, deep and resonant. His voice was no longer frail and weak as before, but full of vigor, firm and powerful. Even the crescent-shaped white mustache on his face was much more upright than before. Seeing Whitebeard in this state, Kenma couldn't help but feel satisfied. "You look much better this way, especially your hair." Speaking of this, there was a hint of teasing in Kenma's tone. Earlier, after Whitebeard had been injected with the potion, he had felt his scalp itch and had taken off the black silk bandana on his head. And his hairstyle at that time was thus exposed to everyone. A crescent-shaped patch of hair was tied up on his head. Kenma had only glanced at it and had almost lost his composure on the spot, barely managing to suppress the laughter bubbling up inside him. He had never expected that Whitebeard's hairstyle in his old age would be exactly the same as his mustache. Even after a while, every time Kenma recalled that scene now, he still couldn't help but find it amusing. Whitebeard, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. "I am Whitebeard. My mustache is my trademark, and so is my hair." He touched his now thick head of hair, his eyes curving as he laughed heartily. "Although this head of hair now feels pretty good too, Gururara." Beside Whitebeard, Ace heard his old man's hearty laughter and saw him looking so young, and waves of warmth flowed through his heart. He looked at Kenma before him and bowed deeply. "Big boss, everything you've done for the old man, we've all seen it, for such a great kindness, we are endlessly grateful, we will never forget it for the rest of our lives. If there is anything in the future, just give the order. We will definitely accomplish it even if it costs us our lives, and we will never let you down." Behind Whitebeard and Ace, the group of fierce-looking pirates couldn't help but have tears in their eyes, filled with emotion. I never thought I would see the old man looking like this again. I'm so moved, sob sob sob. Lord Enma, Ace is right. From now on, your business is our business. If you have any orders, just say the word. Great King Enma, you are our savior. Our benefactor. The joyful laughter in the courtyard was endless and boisterous. The atmosphere here became more and more fervent and noisy. And in the midst of such a lively scene, Whitebeard's next words pushed the atmosphere to its highest peak. To celebrate this moment, and for Boss Kenma's kindness. Whitebeard paused, his voice growing more magnificent and soaring. My sons. Let the banquet begin. Oh, banquet time. The crowd's emotions were instantly ignited by these words, like gasoline meeting a spark. The atmosphere on the field instantly reached a boiling point. The courtyard was plunged into a state of extreme jubilation. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 75, I wonder how many kenseis that's worth. After the banquet was over, it was already the latter half of the night. Kenma, as the main character of the banquet, was inevitably toasted frequently. Besides the boisterous pirates, even the elders of the Uchiha clan, who had regained their youth, sincerely expressed their gratitude to Kenma. While offering him wine, they also cried their eyes out. When everyone at the scene had fallen into a deep sleep, Kenma shook his somewhat drowsy head. Just as he stood up, he was quickly supported by Sherui at his side. "My lord, are you all right? The room has already been cleaned up by the elders. Why don't you go and rest for a while, my lord?" By the light of the lamp, Kenma looked at Sherui beside him, his handsome face showing undisguised concern. He shook his head and gently patted Shersui's shoulder, signaling that he didn't need support. "I'm not that drunk." It was rather speechless, actually. The wine Whitebeard and the others were drinking had been diluted with water. The spirit particles in the wine were much higher than in water. Except for Whitebeard and Ace, the physical condition of the others made it impossible for them to drink even a little. 2 sips would give them a strong feeling of fullness. When Kenma and the other two walked out of the courtyard, the 2 elders, Setsuna and Kakaku, were standing at the gate, personally guarding it. They had also been injected with the potion and had transformed into their youthful appearance of their 20s. Looking at the scar on Setsuna's face, a thought struck Kenma, and he said, "Setsuna, speaking of which, there are still many disabled people in the clan, right?" Replying to my lord, "Yes," Setsuna said respectfully. "There are many ninja in the clan who, due to the war, could not receive proper medical treatment and had to have limbs amputated in order to live." Kenma became thoughtful. He remembered that the disabled elders of the Uchiha clan, after being injected with the medicine, had regained their youth, but their bodies were still incomplete. Thinking of this, he instructed Sherui at his side, "When we get back to the Siriitii, you will inform Mayuri Kuratsuchi to make some medicine that can regenerate severed limbs." "As you command." The potion Kenma had brought this time could only replenish the vitality of an aged body and inject the necessary spirit particles. Although it could make teeth grow back, this was just a side effect of rejuvenation. To repair the bodies of these people, special medicine was still needed. "By the way, Sherui, how much of the medicine we brought is left?" Faced with Kenma's question, Sherui was already prepared and immediately replying to my lord, "There is still enough for over 40 people." The elder Kakaku from behind hurriedly took 2 steps forward and respectfully held up the wooden box in his hands. The outside of the box had been rain-scribed with a sealing kido. Kenma waved his hand. "Just leave it with you for now. In the future, if you encounter someone who needs to use it, give them a shot. If it's not enough, just inform Sherui or me, and I'll have more made." Kakaku and Setsuna immediately nodded, solemnly accepting the order. "We obey." Kenma led the 3 behind him and, following a familiar path, arrived at the courtyard where the Senkaman was located. The guards at the entrance of the courtyard, upon seeing Kenma's figure, hurriedly let them pass. Just outside, nothing could be seen of the courtyard. But when Kenma and the others passed through an almost transparent barrier and walked through the gate, they saw a huge building had been constructed in the courtyard, towering into the clouds, similar in style to a temple. The building was hung with candlelight, making it bright in the night, and there were 2 teams of elites in Uchiha uniforms on duty here. Kenma stopped at the foot of the steps, his brow slightly furrowed in confusion. "What's going on here?" Setsuna hurriedly explained, "During this time, we have renovated this place, built rooms, and set up a barrier to conceal the Senkaman." Kenma looked at the palace-like building before him. If it was just a room, it was far too large. Sherui at the side acted as Kenma's mouthpiece and asked curiously, "Elders, isn't this building a bit too tall?" Kakaku glanced at Kenma, who was walking in front, and said softly, "Considering that my lord might bring back someone as tall as Whitebeard, that's why it's so grand." When Kenma finished climbing the steps and entered the palace, he saw 12 huge pillars standing on both sides of the hall, with guards still on watch. In the very center, 2 square wooden pillars stood there. Other than that, there was nothing else, making it look incredibly spacious. Setsuna asked tentatively, "My lord has come to this place again. Is it to travel to another world? I will immediately dispatch the clan's elites to escort you." "No need." Kenma waved his hand, refusing Setsuna's request. "This time, we are going to an unfamiliar new world. Too many of you will only slow me down. For this trip, I will only take Sherui." Faced with Kenma's decisive words, Setsuna and Kakaku exchanged a look and sighed in their hearts, no longer trying to persuade him. In the end, it was because they were too weak. Kenma scanned the area and ordered the people, all of you, withdraw. My next actions will be quite large, and it is not suitable for you to be here. He then said to Sherui, you withdraw as well. Don't let anyone disturb me. As you command. Hearing Kenma's order, everyone in the palace bowed and withdrew, closing the great doors. Only Kenma was left in the entire palace. Kenma came to the Senkaman, drew the sword at his waist, and softly chanted the release phrase of his Zanpakutō. Sever, Kiritsugu. A clear light shone from the blade, flowing along the edge, exuding a chilling coldness. Kenma's mind settled, and the scene before him changed. He was now in the inner world of his Zanpakutō. Kiritsugu's deep voice sounded from behind Kenma. It seems, you're going to another world again. That's right. Kenma turned around and looked at the black and red figure. What, Kiritsugu, are you going to refuse me? How could I? After a moment of silence, Kiritsugu's voice sounded again. Since it is something you have decided, then I wish you the fortunes of war. Kenma nodded, then looked at the points of light inscribed with the characters for fire and sea. He adjusted his angle slightly and swung his Zanpakutō down forcefully. The scene before him changed, and he was back in reality. Kenma's sword had also swung down. Crack. Crack crack. With a crisp sound like shattering glass, the space of the Senkaman was shattered by his sword, revealing a black spatial rift. But it wasn't over yet. At this moment, he had only broken the space here. Kenma still needed to continue slashing. And this slashing of Kenma's took nearly an hour. When he felt some fatigue, the weight in his hand suddenly lightened. A wave of joy washed over him. Knowing that he had broken through the final layer of the spatial barrier, he quickly reached out and activated the Senkaman. The other side of the Senkaman immediately appeared at the end of the spatial passage, taking root and stabilizing. In the dark space at the end, a white light suddenly lit up, revealing a wooden house door. Compared to last time, the time consumed has been reduced a lot. Breaking through the spatial passage was undoubtedly the most laborious part. The last time Kenma had opened one, his spiritual pressure was only at the level of a lieutenant, and it had taken him nearly 3 days. But now, his spiritual pressure was at the captain level, and his spiritual class was about to cross into the second rank. It had only taken him less than an hour. That's right. Kenma's current realm had reached the peak of the third-class spiritual authority, the Great Perfection stage. With just a little more, he could advance further and become a powerhouse of the second-class spiritual authority. In the entire Sherui, those with second-class spiritual authority were few and far between. I wonder how many Kenseis that's worth. Kenma thought of this old joke and couldn't help but smile. His rapid progress was due not only to his own diligent and unceasing cultivation, but the main contributors were, of course, the even more diligent and hard-working Uchiha and the others. The total amount of spiritual pressure drawn from them had pushed Kenma forward by more than half. The 3 he had signed contracts with before, Urahara Kasuke, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, and Hachigen Ashoda, had also contributed a great deal. And in all that time, how much had passed? From the time he made the contract with the Uchiha clan until now, Sherui had not even graduated yet. Kenma figured that if he pushed himself a little harder and made contracts with a few more good prospects, even the first-class spiritual authority was within reach. If he were to become a first-class spiritual authority, he estimated it would only take an instant to sever the spatial barrier and open a spatial passage. At that time, he wouldn't have to make Sherui and the others avoid him when opening a path, as he did now. He didn't want them to see him struggling to open a new path here, which would affect his image in their minds. After resting for a while and feeling that he had recovered for the most part, Kenma called out. Sherui, you can come in. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 76, The New World, Miss May May. At Kenma's call, the palace doors opened, and Sherui walked in carrying a huge bundle on his back. The bundle was stuffed to the brim, even half a head taller than Sherui himself. Kenma asked curiously, why did you bring such a large bundle? Sherui scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly, my lord, the people of the clan were uneasy when they heard you were only taking me, so they prepared these things to prevent any difficulties. It's all daily necessities, including your favorite tea leaves, changes of clothes for winter and summer, as well as all sorts of food, pots, bowls, and so on. The Uchiha people knew that their own strength was weak and that they couldn't be of much help to Kenma on this trip. So they asked Sherui to bring these things, as a way to make up for their own sense of loss and unwillingness. Alright, just in case, bring them along. Kenma didn't know what the next world would be like, so bringing a few more things would save him an extra trip back and forth. Kenma was the first to enter the spatial rift. Spiritual pressure gathered under his feet, forming a flat road that led straight to the end. Sherui followed closely behind. When the two reached the end and walked out of the wooden door, they saw only darkness ahead, with nothing else. Kenma drew his Zanpakutō and chanted softly. Sever, Kiritsugu. A clear light shone from the blade. Kenma swung a crescent-shaped white slash forward, cutting through the void. A blinding light from the outside shone in. When the two of them stepped out of the spatial rift, the world before them suddenly brightened. The sun was high in the sky, casting down endless brilliance, and a few white clouds floated in the azure sky. Kenma and the other two stood in the air, looking down at this completely unfamiliar new world. This is the new world, and it's even daytime. Sherui exclaimed, his gaze directed downwards. Below, skyscrapers stood in great numbers, concrete roads were clear, and traffic flowed endlessly. A giant tower made entirely of steel stood not far away. This place is a lot like the shinobi world. Hearing Shersui's exclamation, Kenma's brow furrowed slightly as he stared at the familiar style of architecture below. Like the shinobi world? No, this is clearly a modern society. Could it be that I've returned to my original world? Or, have I come to a strange world with a modern setting? Kenma shook his head gently. Nothing was certain yet, so it was too early to make a judgment. Let's go down and take a look first. The two of them stepped on the air and used Shuinpa, landing on the roof of one of the tall buildings in the blink of an eye. Sherui, put down your things, put on your jigai, and let's make contact with the people here. Since it was a modern society, it wasn't the kind of world where great dangers would pop up from time to time. With their skills, protecting themselves would not be a problem. Yes. Sherui put down the large bundle he was carrying, took out a cloth bag from his robes, and from it, he produced a white, featureless doll. He put the doll to his lips, puffed out his cheeks, and, as if blowing air, blew spiritual pressure into it. Kenma did the same. The dolls grew larger and larger as the two blew, until they were the size of an adult and no longer absorbed spiritual pressure. Only then did they stop. This small doll was the special jigai that Kenma had asked Uruhara Kasuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi to make. Normally only half the size of a palm, it would expand when filled with spiritual pressure, and after being worn, it could also unleash some powerful attacks. However, the jigai would also disintegrate. Kenma lay his body on top of the jigai, and his whole person slowly sank into it. As his soul entered, the jigai began to change. Skin appeared on its surface, fingers and toes extended, facial features and hair grew. In a short while, two naked figures appeared on the roof of the building, looking exactly like Kenma and Sherui. Kenma sat up, shaking his neck and arms, feeling a little uncomfortable. It felt like wearing a thick piece of clothing, not as light as when he was just a spirit body. My lord, please wait a moment. It was Shersui's first time wearing a jigai, and he hadn't expected this situation. His face immediately flushed red, and he quickly opened the bundle, took out two sets of clothes, and handed the larger one to Kenma. He lowered his head and held the clothes above his head, saying, My lord, these are clothes prepared by the Uchiha clan, tailored from fabric obtained from the world of the living. According to the current temperature, this set is just right. Kenma took it, feeling pleased with the Uchiha clan's preparations. Not bad. The two of them quickly got dressed. The style of the clothes was similar to the Shihakusho, with a rather ancient feel in a modern society. At first, Kenma was wondering if it was appropriate, but when he went downstairs, he heard the people working in the building speaking clear Japanese in their conversations. It seems I'm still in Japan. Kenma sighed lightly, and with Sherui, the two of them walked out of the building and onto the street. The streets were bustling, with people in modern clothing, shops open everywhere, cars coming and going on the road, and colorful signs. All of this entered Shersui's eyes, leaving him utterly amazed. It's different from the shinobi world. The technology here is even more advanced than in the shinobi world. Looking at the residents here, their expressions are relaxed and peaceful. They probably rarely suffer from the ravages of war. The two strolled through the streets, personally experiencing the environment and local customs. Observing the crowd here, Sherui was filled with emotion. Just as the two had almost finished exploring the vicinity and were about to venture further, Kenma's brow suddenly furrowed, and he looked off into the distance. What is this? He moved closer to take a better look. A transparent, blurry object came into view, giving him an ominous feeling. The thing was only about the size of a palm, looked like an insect, and was flapping its wings, struggling to fly in midair. Seeing that there was no danger, Kenma tentatively reached out his hand. But the moment he touched the thing, it suddenly became clear before his eyes, and it also gained rich colors. As expected, it's ugly. Sherui, who was holding his breath at the side, saw this and quickly asked, My lord, is something there? He couldn't see anything at all. You can't see it. Kenma's brow furrowed. Wait, I'll transfer my vision to you. How about now? Sherui only felt his vision blur, and the next moment he saw Kenma holding a bug-like creature in his hand. My lord, I see it. What is this? I don't know either. Kenma shook his head and then retracted his vision. It seemed this new world could not be simply described as a modern society, it was far more mysterious than it appeared on the surface. My lord, you've retracted your vision. Sherui asked in surprise. Kenma nodded. But his confirmation only made Shersui's surprise grow. But my lord, after you took it back, I can still see it, just with my own eyes. Sherui pointed to his own dark eyes. He hadn't activated his Sharingan just now. Just with his normal eyes, he could see it. What's going on? Sherui activated his Sharingan, then deactivated it, repeating this several times. But no matter what he did, he could still see this strange bug. It was just that he could see it more clearly with the Sharingan. Could it be that my ability has changed? Kenma stared at the bug in his hand, lost in thought. My connection ability, has it connected something deeper between the two of us? So if I can see it, you can see it. But what about that scene just now? This strange flying insect, he had initially seen it as transparent and blurry. But after touching it, he could see it so clearly, and it even had color. Kenma's mind was filled with questions, and for a moment, he couldn't figure it out. Just then, Sherui suddenly pointed into the distance and let out a cry of surprise. My lord, look, what is that? Kenma looked up and saw a black curtain appearing in the distance, covering the buildings within. A barrier? Or something else? Let's go, and see. Kenma made a decisive decision. The two of them ran quickly, and by the time they arrived, the black curtain suddenly dissipated, revealing the skyscrapers inside. A flock of crows flew all over the sky, cawing chaotically. Several men in suits were escorting a young girl as they walked out. The girl wore a black top and a long skirt tied under her ribs. She had long, bluish-white hair, with 2 strands left in front of her forehead, and the rest simply tied back. She had a handsome appearance and delicate features, looking no older than 17 or 18, yet she possessed an intellectual and mysterious aura. Her movements were crisp and efficient. When the men in suits faced this girl, they showed a respectful smile. Miss Mei, thank you very much for taking action to exorcise the curse this time and rescuing the innocent people trapped inside. In response to their thanks, the girl waved her hand dismissively, making a gesture for money. It's nothing, as long as you pay up. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 77, The Jujutsu World. In any case, it's a good thing you were able to take action. The cursed spirit this time was very troublesome. We were fortunate to have your strength. As for the payment, the remaining balance has already been transferred to your card. Please check for it. Several men in suits and leather shoes offered their compliments. The young girl, surrounded by the group, looked completely indifferent. Only when she heard about the payment did her eyes light up, and a hint of a spirited expression appeared on her face. The group walked and talked. When they got outside, they came face to face with 2 men in old-fashioned clothing. One tall, one short. The taller one was nearly 2 meters tall, with a well-proportioned appearance, short dark red hair, and thick, coarse eyebrows that flared upwards like flames. The shorter man was also estimated to be 1.8 meters tall, with short, slightly curly black hair. Despite having a rounded nose, his features were still handsome and delicate. Naturally, these were Kenma and Sherui, who had just arrived. Seeing Kenma and the other men in front of them, the men began to whisper among themselves. Are they ordinary people who got caught up in this? They don't look like jujutsu sorcerers. Miss Mei, everyone, please be careful. When the group approached, they saw that the 2 men did not move aside but continued to block their path, and their expressions became solemn. It seemed they were intentionally blocking them. The young girl called Mei narrowed her eyes, warily watching the 2 men before her. You too, is there a reason you are blocking our way? Although she couldn't sense any cursed energy from the 2 men in front of her, they gave her a heart-pounding sensation. It was even stronger than the feeling she got from that boy from the Gojo family. These 2 were by no means ordinary people. I heard them say your name is Mei, is that right? Kenma glanced at the people he had stopped, his gaze finally settling on the young girl at the front. Kenma had heard their conversation clearly just now. Curses, cursed spirits, a girl named Mei, modern society, plus the black curtain-like barrier that had just disappeared. All these elements combined were enough for him to realize what kind of world he had traveled to. That flying insect I saw just now must be a so-called cursed spirit. But just in case, he would observe a little more. That's right. And who might you 2 be? Are you looking for me specifically, or is this a chance encounter? Mei stretched out her hand to shield the men behind her, a light smile on her face. But from Kenma's observation, the girl's muscles had tensed up in an instant, and the smile on her face was very fake, completely unable to hide the nervousness in her heart. He tried to make his own expression look as gentle as possible. Young lady, relax. Don't be so tense. Our meeting you here is purely a coincidence. We have no malicious intent, just a few questions we'd like to ask you. The deep voice sounded, but it made the smile on Mei Mei's face even more rigid, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. I wonder what questions you would like to ask a weak woman like myself. I will certainly tell you everything I know. Kenma looked around and said, there will be quite a few questions, and this isn't the place to chat. I passed a coffee shop on my way here. How about we go there to talk in detail? Of course. Mei Mei agreed, her hand gesturing behind her back towards the other men. Can you let these people leave? They're of no use to you anyway, are they? Kenma nodded and started walking back in the direction he had come from. Mei Mei sighed and waved her hand at the men behind her. As I just said, it's useless for you to stay here. You should go. By the way, I just saw that the dessert shop Gojo-kun likes is closed. Remember to let him know for me. A few crows landed on the nearby eaves and utility poles, their calls sounding out from time to time. Seeing the men nod with calm expressions, Mei Mei made up her mind and strode off, following the tall man in front. Her peripheral vision, however, glanced at the round-nosed men following behind her. One in front and one behind, they've got me cornered. Kenma slowed his pace and, when the girl caught up, suddenly asked, Mei Mei, is it all right if I call you that? Without waiting for Mei Mei's reply, Kenma continued, Mei Mei, the Gojo-kun you mentioned just now, are you referring to the Gojo family, one of the three great families of the Jujutsu world? Mei Mei's face showed surprise. Sir, are you also from the Jujutsu world? No, I've just learned about it from some places. Kenma waved his hand and asked, the three great families, which three are they? Mei Mei replied, besides the Gojo family I just mentioned, there are also the Zenin family and the Kamo family. Kenma asked again, then the Gojo-kun you mentioned just now, is that the genius who has appeared in recent years, Gojo Satoru? It is. Mei Mei nodded, but her heart couldn't help but sink. He knows so much, and yet he says he's not from the Jujutsu world. Does that mean the men in front of me understood the signal in what I said to those assistant supervisors just now? And Kenma's next words plunged her into an icy abyss. Gojo Satoru, eh? Good, I'll get to meet him. Mei Mei, when do you predict he will arrive? Mei Mei's body stiffened, and her heart pounded wildly. Fortunately, her control over her expression was passable, and she didn't let herself look too flustered. Sir, you already know. Mei Mei's words just now had been so obvious, Kenma didn't even need to think to figure it out. But this brief contact had also allowed him to completely confirm his suspicions. He had indeed arrived in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. In this world, people's negative emotions gave rise to all sorts of curses, and the Jujutsu sorcerers who exorcised them. Kenma had naturally read this manga in his previous life. Although some parts were quite controversial, it had made it quite popular. And the Gojo Satoru mentioned in their conversation was a top-tier powerhouse in this world, hailed as the strongest of the modern era. Arriving in a familiar world was undoubtedly good news for Kenma. Based on the power levels of this world, there was currently no one who could pose a threat to him. Even the great boss hailed as the strongest in 1,000 years, whose ultimate technique was a slash that could sever space itself, was not an opponent Kenma couldn't handle with a single-handed blow. The difficulty level was easy. He just needed hands. Sherui followed behind the two, hearing their conversation clearly. Lord Kenma seems very familiar with this world. It seems he has been here before. Although a trace of doubt arose in his heart, he still maintained a serious, expressionless demeanor. We're here. The three of them entered the coffee shop, which was not very crowded at the moment. Kenma chose a seat by the window and gestured to Sherui and Mei Mei. You two sit as well. After Mei Mei sat down, she observed the interaction between the two men before her. It was clear that there was a hierarchy between them. The one with the decisive status was the thick-eyebrowed man in front of her. She asked tentatively, we've talked so much, but I still don't know your names. If it's all right, could you tell me? After a pause, she added. Of course, if you'd rather not say, you don't have to tell me. If it's just a name, there's no harm in telling you, especially since you've given me so much information. Kenma took a light sip of the coffee the waiter had brought and raised an eyebrow. The coffee is really quite good. Sherui quickly chimed in, yes, I will bring some back when we return. Kenma nodded lightly, then turned to Mei Mei and introduced himself, my name is Kenma. He then pointed to Sherui, his name is Sherui. Under Mei Mei's rather astonished gaze, Kenma said softly, although it might sound strange, the two of us are not human. We are Shinigami. We've come to the world of the living this time to find some usable souls and bring them back. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 78, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. Enma, and Shinigami. Bringing back souls. The young girl mumbled the man's words, her first reaction being that he was joking with her. How could there be Shinigami in the world? Let alone great King Enma, who rules the world after death. But immediately after, Mei-Mei's expression changed. No. She had indeed heard of techniques similar to summoning jutsu, which could call the souls of the dead from the Pure Land to the world of the living. Since souls truly existed after death, then the existence of a world after death was also a matter of course. Realizing this, Mei-Mei's eyes widened, and she stared blankly at the two men before her. Are you really Shinigami? You're not lying to me. What good would it do me to lie to a little girl like you? Kenma asked in return. Seeing their serious expressions, it didn't seem like they were lying. Moreover, in the girl's intuition, or perhaps the subconscious ability to read people she had developed over the years, she clearly understood that the man's self-introduction was by no means a lie. The girl's lips trembled, and her mind was instantly thrown into a daze. A layer of confusion appeared in her eyes, as if she were replaying her short life before her very eyes. It was also as if she were reminiscing about the regrets and unwillingness of her past life. It was unknown how much time had passed, or if it was just an instant. It wasn't until her memories of her life reached the present day that Mei-Mei suddenly came back to her senses. So, you're here to take me back to the Pure Land. As if she had regained her senses, she touched her face and couldn't help but show a bitter smile. To have great King Enma come in person, it seems I'm really not ordinary. Seeing the girl in this state, how could Kenma not see what was on her mind? You seem to have misunderstood. I didn't come for you on this trip. Kenma recalled the plot from the depths of his mind and waved his hand, saying, it's not your time to die yet. Hearing this, Mei-Mei was stunned. Her eyes grew brighter, and a look of surprise and joy appeared on her face. Really? You're really not here for me? Of course not. Kenma paused. But if you want to leave the human world with me, I won't refuse. As for the girl mistaking him for great King Enma who ruled the world after death, this had happened before when he had taken in Whitebeard and the others. Explaining it clearly was too much trouble, and Kenma couldn't be bothered to repeat himself. A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. So be it. No, I'd rather wait until after I'm dead. Hearing Kenma's words, Mei-Mei quickly shook her head. She was still young, she hadn't lived enough, and the money she had earned hadn't even warmed her hands yet. How could she be willing to die so early? Is that so? What a pity. Under the girl's trembling gaze, Kenma said this, though it was unclear what was so pitiful. She didn't dare to ask. Looking at Mei-Mei's trembling state, Kenma smiled to himself. Seeing her so young, he suddenly asked, Mei-Mei, how old are you now? 18. Mei-Mei's voice was weak, not knowing why this great King Enma would suddenly ask her such a question. Could it be that he wants to cut short my remaining lifespan? Kenma asked again, that Gojo Satoru you mentioned, how old is he now? 16, a second year in high school. After finishing, Mei-Mei opened her mouth and asked through gritted teeth, could it be that you? Your Majesty is here for him. Second year in high school. A thought struck Kenma, and the image of a well-built man flashed through his mind. What a strange time. I wonder if he's dead yet. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze suddenly shifted to the entrance. Shersui's expression became stern. He shielded Kenma, and his scarlet Sharingan lit up, staring at the doorway. Bang. The door of the coffee shop was violently pushed open. The voice arrived before the figure. Mei-Mei, I'm here to save you. Hearing this familiar, flippant tone, Mei-Mei quickly turned her head. She saw a white-haired high school student swaggering in from outside, wearing a black uniform and round sunglasses, his demeanor exuding a flamboyant personality. At the same time, another man's voice sounded. Satoru, from the looks of it, Miss Mei-Mei is fine. This voice was noticeably gentler, but it also revealed the owner's composure. Of course. Mei-Mei is very strong. Behind the white-haired high school student followed a man with long black hair. The man had slender eyes and also wore a black uniform, his hands in his pockets. He was also a confident person. Gojo. Geto. Mei-Mei murmured their names. After the two entered the shop, they first looked over Mei-Mei. Seeing that she was all right, they then turned their gazes to the two strange men. The reflection of the two men appeared on the sunglasses, and the pair of azure eyes under the lenses suddenly shrank. The black-haired man also widened his slender eyes, his expression growing more and more solemn. Satoru, from the looks of it, we've run into some extraordinary people. I can see that. The white-haired high school student stared fixedly at Kenma and the other through his sunglasses. The man with the red eyes was clearly no ordinary person, his demeanor exuding the aura of a powerful individual. Setting this person aside, what surprised him even more was the thick-eyebrowed man being protected by the red-eyed man. The feeling he got from him was even more unusual. A kind of, heart-stopping fear that he had never experienced before in his life. You too, what on earth are you and where are you from? And why did you kidnap Mei Mei? Kenma gently patted Sherui in front of him, signaling him to relax. His gaze turned to the two who had suddenly appeared. Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru, right? The moment the two had entered the door, Kenma had recognized them. The wielder of the six eyes, the limitless technique, hailed as the strongest of his time, Gojo Satoru. And, the one who controlled the cursed spirit manipulation technique, Geto Suguru. Although the two of them now were only second-year high school students. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kenma, and this is my companion, Sherui. We are both Shinigami who have come to this world of the living. As for Mei Mei, I didn't kidnap her. I just wanted to ask her for some information. Kenma's expression relaxed, and he extended a hand towards the two. I think you two are quite impressive. Would you like to come and work for me after you die? Faced with Kenma's self-introduction, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru exchanged a look, both seeing the solemnity in each other's eyes. Especially Gojo Satoru. His eyes were special and could see a lot of information. He could perceive not only the colors and light that ordinary people could see, but also things that ordinary people couldn't, like magnetic fields and pheromones. From the two men before him, his eyes were constantly telling him that there was a serious sense of dissonance. It was as if two incomparably huge prehistoric beasts had curled themselves up inside their current human skins, and their every move revealed something strange. He could say with certainty that the two men before him were not simply humans or cursed spirits. The same was true for Geto Suguru. When he looked at the two men, the cursed spirits inside him trembled, as if they had encountered something that terrified them to their very core. Definitely not human. Even if the two men in front of him said they were human, he would never believe it. After the initial shock, Gojo Satoru quickly recovered. Enma. The corners of his mouth turned up, and he once again revealed a wanton and arrogant smile. Speaking of which, people often say I have godlike power, but I've never seen what a god looks like. But, since you now call yourselves a Shinigami and Enma from the underworld, come, fight me. Let me see just how powerful a so-called god is. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 79, you're too weak. Forget it. You're too weak. There's no need to fight at all. Gojo Satoru's fearless words made Kenma chuckle inwardly. He looked at Gojo Satoru, at that young face showing such arrogant abandon, and couldn't help but shake his head. Still too young. No matter how exceptional he is, in the end, the current Gojo Satoru is just a kid who hasn't grown up. Reckless, conceited, arrogant about his talent. Gojo Satoru at this age has every single trait a half-grown kid would have. The undisguised contempt in Kenma's words made Gojo Satoru particularly annoyed. He took off his sunglasses, revealing the full extent of the insolent expression on his face. What, you're not scared of a mere high school mortal like me, are you? Geto Suguru at his side quickly tugged at him. Satoru, since Mei Mei is fine, don't provoke them. No matter what, they are gods from the afterlife. Just because he says so. I don't remember you being this honest, Suguru. After speaking, Gojo Satoru looked at Kenma with an extremely arrogant posture. Mei Mei looked at the supremely confident white-haired boy, shock flashing in her eyes. Gojo Satoru is truly audacious. Before she could even process this, she saw the red-eyed Shinigami beside her place his hand on his waist in a gripping motion. Mei Mei could see clearly that there was nothing at the Shinigami's waist. That posture, he's drawing a sword. What is he trying to do? Attack. What is a Shinigami's attack? What is their weapon? Their abilities and attack methods are completely unknown to her, no, to modern humans. Because of Gojo Satoru, this might be a chance to observe it firsthand. Sherui, stop. The moment Sherui made a move, Kenma immediately spoke to stop him. This is a busy city. If your spiritual pressure erupts, at least 10,000 people will die. Even if the Jigai we're wearing now have a spiritual pressure output limit, only allowing us to use 20% of our power. But Shersui's spiritual pressure is already quite well trained. Even a simple eruption would be a world-ending disaster for the living beings nearby. Kenma didn't know if Shersui's control over his spiritual pressure was good enough to avoid affecting others. He didn't have the spare capacity right now, he didn't want to take in that many souls. Hearing Kenma's command, Sherui paused and removed his hand from his waist. As you command, my lord. Although he was furious at Gojo Satoru's offense towards his master, an order was an order. Sherui would not disobey. Standing down, Sherui moved behind Kenma and gave the white-haired boy a cold look. Sensing Shersui's gaze, Gojo Satoru shrugged, a smile appearing on his face. But Kenma's previous words had made his expression even more interested. 10,000 people will die. That's a terrifying number. You're not just saying that to scare me, are you, old man? Old man. Am I that old? Kenma froze, subconsciously looking at his reflection in the window glass. Although based on the actual years that have passed, his age was more than enough to be Gojo Satoru's grandfather. But in his own perception, Kenma didn't feel that old, and his external appearance was only that of an ordinary 25 or 26-year-old. It shouldn't be old enough to be called old man, right? He picked up his coffee, took a light sip, and scanned the 3 jujutsu sorcerers before him, his gaze landing heavily on Gojo Satoru. In the end, the 3 of you are just mortals. You're not worth me going out of my way to lie to. The Shinigami I spoke of, although we also have the duty of taking in and guiding souls, is ultimately just a job, a profession just like you jujutsu sorcerers. Ho ho. Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow. He really hadn't expected the other party to say that. Although he didn't know if what the other party said was true or false, judging by his demeanor, he didn't seem to be lying. After sizing him up, he already believed about 80 or 90% of it in his heart. Since he's not the god he imagined, does that mean that living people like himself have the ability to harm, or even defeat, them? Especially the strongest of the current generation, like him. For a moment, his curiosity grew even stronger, and his desire to compete began to stir restlessly. If you're still thinking of competing, I advise you to stop right there. Kenma saw through his thoughts at a glance and said softly, although I am not a god in the eyes of the world, in terms of power, the gap between me and you mortals is too great. It's no exaggeration to say it's the difference between the clouds and the mud. For you, saying I am a god isn't that far off. One minute you say Shinigami is a profession, the next you say you have the power of a god. What exactly do you mean, old man? Gojo Satoru looked provocative and asked deliberately, after saying all that, can it be that you're actually scared? I am stating a fact. Kenma's tone was extremely calm, as if he were describing a trivial matter. You are by no means my opponent. I am advising you to give up this risky idea and cherish your life. Wouldn't it be nice to live a little longer? He put down his coffee cup, which landed on the table with a crisp sound. Being pestered like this by Gojo Satoru, he was getting a little impatient. I am not the type of person who, when stepping on an ant, pays attention to controlling my strength, afraid of crushing it. I've never been good at delicate work like holding back. In that ca. Gojo Satoru wanted to say more, but before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed, and his voice stopped abruptly. His entire body seemed to have lost its skeletal support, and he slowly slumped to one side. Those jewel-like azure eyes instantly dilated, losing their original luster. Geto Suguru, at his side, was quick-eyed and fast-handed, immediately catching the falling Gojo Satoru. Satoru. Looking at Gojo Satoru, whose eyes had rolled back, it was clear he had lost consciousness and fallen into a coma. Geto Suguru had a look of disbelief on his face. He stared at Kenma, his eyes wide with astonishment. Just now, what happened? He hadn't seen anything at all. What the other party did, what kind of attack method, or even if the other party attacked at all, when they did it, he hadn't sensed any of it. Just like that, Gojo Satoru, without him knowing a thing, without even a chance to counter, was taken down in an instant. But one thing Geto Suguru was sure of was that the other party had definitely done something to him secretly. Enma, what did you do to him? Calm down, Geto Suguru. Mei, seeing this sudden turn of events, was just as incredibly shocked. Seeing that Geto Suguru still had his senses and didn't do anything more offensive, she subconsciously let out a sigh of relief, immediately got up, and went over to check on Gojo Satoru's condition. While checking Gojo Satoru's condition, Mei, on top of her shock, felt a bone-deep terror. This was Gojo Satoru. The Gojo family's once-in-a-century genius. Born with the 6 eyes, master of the limitless technique, Gojo Satoru, whose personal strength was enough to rival the entire jujutsu world. Her gaze fell on the still calm Kenma. Terror rose in her heart, and she quickly looked away, not daring to show any further offense. Just like Geto Suguru, she hadn't seen anything. She didn't even know who had made the move. She could only guess from the conversation just now that it was most likely this great King Enma who had acted. But even for a Shinigami, to be able to defeat that Gojo Satoru so easily was truly hard to imagine. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 80, Tengen's Mission. While checking Gojo Satoru's body, Mei felt an unimaginable shock in her heart. Even if he's a Shinigami, even if he's the great king of souls who rules the world after death, to take down Gojo Satoru so easily, is just too absurd. This completely exceeded her expectations. In her prediction, Gojo Satoru's technique was overpowered. Even if he couldn't defeat the 2 Shinigami, he should have had no problem putting up a simple resistance. But the reality was that in front of a Shinigami, Gojo Satoru couldn't even last an instant. While shocked, she also felt a trace of relief. This is the divine power of a Shinigami. This is the divine might of the ruler of the pure land. It's absolutely not something a mortal can contend with, not even Gojo Satoru. Fortunately, she had been tactful from the beginning and hadn't recklessly provoked the other party like Gojo Satoru. Otherwise, she wasn't as resilient as Gojo Satoru. She feared her fate would have been even worse. After a simple check, seeing that Gojo Satoru's basic vital signs were still present, she suppressed the multitude of emotions in her heart and forced her mind to remain calm. It seems Gojo-kun has only passed out for now. It's unclear when he will wake up. Mei, is he? Geto Suguru knew Mei couldn't tell much and could only look at the Shinigami sitting there, as stable as Mount Tai. What did you do to him? What's wrong with Satoru? Young man, your companion deserved this. Kenma looked at the flustered Geto Suguru, waved his hand, and spoke to appease him. As you can see, I've been sitting here the whole time and haven't made a move. I just taught your arrogant companion a small lesson. He held out his hand, bringing his index finger and thumb close together to make a small gesture. But this companion of yours is indeed a bit weak. He couldn't even withstand a bit of my aura. From the looks of it, the only strong thing about him is his mouth. What Kenma did was simple, he just unleashed his spiritual pressure. Although he said this, he was also relieved in his heart. Focusing the burst of spiritual pressure on only one person, without leaking any of it or affecting anyone else, and with the intensity only enough to make him fall unconscious. Such a relatively refined operation would have been easy for the old Kenma. But now, his spiritual pressure had grown by leaps and bounds in just over a month, and it was inevitable that his control would be lacking. He was truly afraid of accidentally crushing the other party to death with his spiritual pressure, or even implicating the others around. Fortunately, this small inadequacy was not enough to affect his precise operation. The whole action was completed without a hitch, not even giving Gojo Satoru time to say any crap like, "I'm sorry." Hearing his friend being belittled so terribly, Geto Suguru's face darkened, and his expression instantly became incredibly ugly. But when he thought of the other party's unknown attack method that had instantly knocked Gojo Satoru unconscious, and his gaze fell on his best friend's unconscious face, reason ultimately regained the upper hand. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he forcibly suppressed the complex emotions. He couldn't understand how the other party had attacked his best friend, nor did he understand what the spiritual pressure and aura the other party spoke of were. He also didn't know if the other party's methods would leave any negative effects on his best friend. But no matter what, his side was ultimately the weaker party. And they were the ones who had started the trouble, so they were in the wrong. With this in mind, Geto Suguru had already made a decision. He bowed his head to the Shinigami before him, who claimed to be Great King Enma. Regarding Satoru's arrogance and offense just now, I apologize to you on his behalf. I'm sorry, we were wrong. Please, let him go. Right now, apart from apologizing in a timely manner, showing his remorse, and trying to gain the other party's forgiveness, he could find no other solution. It's fine. I didn't take it to heart to begin with, and I wouldn't go so far as to get angry with children like you, Kenma said with a wave of his hand. Geto Suguru raised his head, his eyes shining as he looked at the great King Enma before him, a trace of hope in his eyes. Is Satoru all right? When will he wake up? Will there be any after effects in the future? The series of questions showed the worry in Geto Suguru's heart. Kenma said, your companion's willpower is decent, and I held back. I don't think anything bad will happen. At most, he'll be unconscious for a while. He'll wake up on his own when the time comes. He might feel a little uncomfortable after waking up, but it will pass after a while. Learning that Gojo Satoru was fine, Geto Suguru immediately let out a sigh of relief and looked at his best friend's face in his arms with a relieved expression. It's good that he's fine, good that he's fine. He held Gojo Satoru and bowed to Kenma, his tone solemn. Thank you for your magnanimity and for showing mercy and sparing Satoru. It is not your time to die yet. Kenma pointed to the seat in front of him. Sit down. I still have questions for you. Geto Suguru and Mei exchanged a glance, seeing the helplessness and gravity in each other's eyes. After placing the unconscious Gojo Satoru in a nearby seat, the two of them seemed to become reserved. Their movements became rather stiff as they sat down in front of Kenma. It was clear that after the demonstration of power just now, the two of them had become much more sensible when facing Kenma. Even Mei, whom he had met first, was even more cautious than before. Kenma reassured them, relax, I'm not going to eat you. Yes. We understand. Without paying too much attention to their attitudes, Kenma looked at Geto Suguru. I heard from Mei just now that you and this ambitious classmate Gojo are both second-year high school students, is that right? Geto Suguru nodded and said, Miss Mei is correct. Satoru and I are both second-year students at Tokyo Jujutsu High. After hearing the confirmation, Kenma paused, then his brow furrowed. I heard that Tengen's body has fallen into senescence during this time and needs to merge with someone to prolong his life. Is that right? Geto Sugiru's eyes shrank slightly, and a clear look of strangeness appeared on his face. You even know about something like this? Mei glanced sideways. She knew who the Tengen Kenma spoke of was. She also knew that Tengen needed to prolong his life. But the details, be it the time or the place, the specific information about this matter, were a high-level secret in the jujitsu world. A mere grade 1 sorcerer like her was not qualified to know too much. This was the first time she had heard it mentioned so clearly. Kenma observed the expression on Geto Sugiru's face, not missing a single detail. It seems you have received a related mission. Geto Sugiru's expression was complicated. He gritted his teeth and said, Satoru and I did receive a mission to protect the star plasma vessel. Just now, we received a notification from our teacher at school. After accepting the mission, we heard about Miss Mei's situation, so Satoru and I rushed over. Considering the other party's powerful ability to knock Gojo Satoru unconscious so easily, and the fact that he's a god with such a high perspective, he probably wouldn't be interested in the petty squabbles of the jujitsu world. It shouldn't hurt to say it. As for Tengen's mission, he and Satoru had already agreed that if the girl who was the star plasma vessel opposed the merger, they would stop the girl's sacrifice, even if it meant making an enemy of the entire jujitsu world. In that case, your mission is just for these next 2 days. Kenma nodded slowly, a thoughtful look on his face. If he remembered correctly, the sorcerer killer died in this very battle. This is really, how strange. He had just arrived, and he had come at such a good time. To think he would run into such a fortunate event. In that case, he would gladly take that sorcerer killer's soul. If he could obtain Fushiguro Toji, this trip would be a massive gain. Kenma's gaze passed over the two before him and landed on Gojo Satoru. The spiritual pressure he had released just now was under his deliberate control. It shouldn't cause too much of a negative impact on Gojo Satoru. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 81, 2 days later. The pair of cerulean eyes, more brilliant than the sky, slowly opened. The man abruptly sat up from his seat, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Then his brow furrowed, and astonishment appeared on his face as he remembered what had happened before he lost consciousness. Gojo Satoru clutched his forehead, his expression one of disbelief. I was actually defeated. Seeing his movement, Geto Sugiru, who had been watching over him, immediately came over to support him, his actions gentle, his eyes unable to hide his concern. Satoru, are you all right? How does your body feel? Mei, who was sitting opposite, also came closer to check on him. Although it was Gojo Satoru's own provocation that had led to this, the cause of the matter, in the end, was that she had asked him for help, which was why he had ended up like this. She bore an unavoidable responsibility. It seems I owe Gojo Satoru a big favor. Mei sighed to herself and was about to step forward to examine him, but Gojo Satoru refused. Miss Mei, I'm fine. Just a bit of a headache. Gojo Satoru rubbed his forehead and looked around. Seeing the familiar decor of the coffee shop, and that Sugiru and Mei before him were both safe and sound, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As for the two mysterious figures from before, they were now nowhere to be seen. Where are they? They left not long ago, and then you woke up. Geto Sugiru brought over a plate of sickeningly sweet pastries from the table and pushed it in front of Gojo Satoru. Satoru, are you really all right? I know my own body, of course. It's just a strange dizziness. Other than that, there's nothing else. Don't worry. Gojo Satoru stood up and looked out the window. Seeing that the two figures were gone, he finally relaxed and slumped back into his seat. He subconsciously picked up a dessert and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, looks like they timed it well. After swallowing the dessert in his mouth, his taste buds were stimulated, and his body received enough sugar to support him. Gojo Satoru's expression visibly relaxed a lot. At least his head didn't feel so dizzy. Seeing him in this familiar state, Geto Sugiru finally felt completely at ease. Satoru, you were too impulsive just now. We knew nothing about them, and you recklessly challenged them. It's fortunate the other party had no killing intent, otherwise. Guilt appeared on Mei's face. I'm sorry for this. I dragged you into it. If you need me for anything in the future, I will definitely not refuse and will do my utmost. She was not one to like owing favors, nor was she someone who could act as if nothing had happened after owing one. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow. For free? Of course not. Business is business. Haha, senpai, you're so heartless. Talking about money in a close relationship like ours will hurt my feelings. The speed at which Mei's expression changed immediately made Gojo Satoru laugh. She was still the senpai he knew. Still as greedy for money as ever. You're the young master of the great Gojo family. Are you really short on this little bit of money? Mei was familiar with Gojo Satoru's personality and knew he was joking, so she immediately let out a light laugh. But seeing you like this now, still able to joke around, I suppose you're really fine. That puts my mind at ease. Geto Suguru nodded in agreement, then his expression turned serious as he looked at Gojo Satoru. Satoru, what exactly did you experience just now? And how did the other party attack you? Even you passed out without any resistance. Recalling what had just happened to him, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but scratch his head, a look of confusion on his face. Suguru, to be honest, I'm not sure what kind of attack I was hit with. I didn't even see how the other party attacked. At that time, I just felt an incomparable pressure, as if I were carrying the weight of a mountain on my back. My head felt like it had been hit with a sledgehammer, and I became drowsy. Then everything went black, and I completely lost consciousness. When I woke up, it was now. As for what kind of technique the other party used, or what abilities they have, I have no way of knowing. Geto Suguru sighed. Even you, this power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a true god. Let's not talk about that for now. Gojo Satoru waved his hand and asked, after I passed out, what happened to you guys? He didn't do anything to you, did he? No, he didn't. He just asked us a few questions. Geto Suguru shook his head. Mei added, when they left, they also said we were quite impressive and thought highly of us. The attention of a Shinigami, that doesn't sound like a good thing. Gojo Satoru remarked. So what questions did they ask? It was about that mission we received earlier. Geto Suguru glanced at Mei beside him, paused, but still continued, about Lord Tingen's star plasma vessel. Gojo Satoru was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. They didn't see that Tingen has lived for so long and still isn't dead, so it doesn't add up, and they came to collect his soul. Who knows? After all, they're the thoughts of a god. We mortals can't predict them. At this moment, Mei, who was fiddling with her phone, placed the screen in front of the two. Speaking of which, it seems the information about Lord Tingen's star plasma vessel has been leaked. Someone has already put a bounty on her. Mei's eyes narrowed. This price, it's making even me a little tempted. What? When Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru saw the bounty on the screen, and the string of zeros, their expressions immediately changed. They quickly stood up and ran outside. Satoru, that child is in danger again. Let's go quickly. You don't have to tell me. Find a place with no people, and I'll take you there. Watching the two of them leave in a hurry, Mei put away her phone, a smile appearing on her face. Then she recalled the strange encounter just now, and the smile on her face faded, her thoughts becoming complicated for a moment. A Shinigami. To think I would encounter something like this. What kind of luck do I have? Meanwhile, on a street far from the coffee shop, Kenma and Sherui were walking one after the other, aimlessly through the crowd. When the crowd thinned, Sherui suddenly asked, "My lord seems to admire those three from just now." "As long as they have talent, I admire them," Kenma said. "After they die, I won't be polite." "To be noticed by my lord is naturally their good fortune," Sherui echoed. Kenma's face was pensive. He suddenly stopped and looked at Sherui. "Sherui, in a moment, you will return to the Soul Society and find Urahara Kasuke. See what the progress is on the spirit particle proton converter. And Mayuri Kuratsuchi, have him make some potions that can regenerate severed limbs. This matter is urgent." Hearing this, Sherui nodded solemnly. "As you command, my lord. I will go at once." "No rush. There's one more thing to do before that," Kenma said, holding out a hand to stop him. Under Shersui's confused gaze, Kenma spread his hands and said with a helpless expression, "We've just arrived in this world and don't have its currency. Go get some." Sherui was stunned. "Get money?" Kenma nodded. "There are still many things in this world that are worth bringing back. Besides, we'll be in this world for at least 2 or 3 days. Without money, we won't even be able to eat. Go find that girl from before. Although she's a miser, she knows what's important and understands how to invest. Go and borrow some from her. She'll agree." "Understood." Sherui agreed, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Kenma looked at the skyscrapers and the endless stream of people before him, a trace of excitement welling up in his heart. Mei's reaction was also about what he had expected. Sherui had easily borrowed enough yen from her to spend lavishly. With the support of this money, Kenma was able to fulfill his wish and fully experience the modern society he had been away from for so long. He also used the money to buy many technological products that he was very interested in, mobile phones, computers, game consoles, and so on. But easy and happy times are always short. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. And this day was also the day when Gojo and the other were to deliver the star plasma vessel to Tingen's barrier, the time for the mission's completion. Fushiguro Toji, a grand entrance. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 82, Heavenly Pact Tyrant, get. Any last words? The sun was setting in the west. The white-haired boy had a bloody stain on his forehead, and the blood had dyed the hair on one side of his head. He slowly descended from the sky, landing in the middle of the devastated field, and looked ahead. The figure of a man came into view of his brilliant blue eyes. Half of the man's body was now gone. Along with him, the walls behind the men had a perfectly circular hole in them. Blood trickled from the corner of the well-built man's mouth. The chain in his hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. His remaining right hand reached for the empty space where half his body had been, only to find his palm filled with dripping blood. Hearing the words of the boy who stood at the pinnacle of the jujitsu world, a slight sneer seemed to hang on the man's lips. He was trash, and his entire life had been a repetition of a trash-like existence. He had no lingering attachment to his own life or the world he was in. None. An image of his late wife holding their child flashed through his mind. Her request from that time was still fresh in his ears. His child's innocent face flashed before his eyes, causing the man's eyes to widen slightly. In another 2 or 3 years, my child will be sold to the Zenin family. Do as you please. Entrusting his child to the boy who had killed him, the man, already missing half his body, could no longer resist the arrival of death. His head drooped, and he completely lost all signs of life. It was unknown how much time had passed, perhaps an instant, but it felt like an eternity. When the man woke up again, the entire land was dyed blood-red by the setting sun. The man slowly opened his eyes and looked down at his still incomplete body, a look of confusion on his face. You are already dead. A deep voice sounded from in front of him. The man's pupils shrank slightly, and his face showed surprise. He looked up and saw a tall man standing before him, dressed in black, with a proper and imposing appearance. What left the most striking impression were the man's thick, coarse eyebrows, which flared upwards like burning flames. He had no idea when this person had appeared next to him, or even gotten so close. If the other person hadn't spoken, he probably wouldn't have noticed him at all. I'm dead. Recalling his previous experience and looking at his incomplete body, the man nodded gravely. I am indeed dead. Killed by that six-eyes kid from the Gojo family. If an ordinary person learned of their own death, they would surely panic or even break down in tears, but none of this could be seen on the man's face. The man's face was very calm, showing little emotion. It was as if his own death was a trivial matter, not worth lamenting at all. Kenma nodded to himself, a look of admiration in his eyes, feeling very satisfied. As expected of the man I had my eye on. He is truly outstanding. Just the calm state of mind this man is showing right now makes it worth the trip. The name, Heavenly Pact Tyrant, is well deserved. As expected of the sorcerer killer who almost solo-killed Gojo Satoru, Fushiguro Toji. Fushiguro Toji looked at the man who had suddenly appeared before him, his eyes flashing, as if he had realized something. Since I'm already dead, and you've appeared before me, a dead person, at this time, you must be the legendary Soul Reaper, here to take me to hell, right? Yes and no. Question mark. Fushiguro Toji tilted his head, not quite understanding what kind of answer that was. Kenma glanced at the crimson afterglow in the sky, then turned to Fushiguro Toji. Seeing his bewildered expression, he didn't keep him in suspense. Seeing you like this, it's probably best if I introduce myself. My name is Shihoin Kenma. I am a Shinigami. I've come to the world of the living this time to take you to the world after death. But the destination is not the hell you speak of, but another world after death, called the Soul Society. It is the world where normal souls are supposed to go after death. Fushiguro Toji raised an eyebrow. Shinigami. Enma. Heh, I never thought that trash like me would actually alarm a big shot like you to come in person. It seems my soul still has some weight. But what surprised him even more was that trash like him wouldn't be going to hell to be punished after death, but would go to a relatively normal afterlife world like those ordinary souls. Hearing Fushiguro Toji say this, Kenma knew that he, like the others, had definitely misunderstood. Not Great King Enma. My name is just Kenma. The pronunciations are similar, but the kanji are completely different. However, in the world after death, the power I wield is not much different from that of Great King Enma. Fushiguro Toji had no idea what the world after death was like. In fact, apart from those Mikas who could channel the underworld, no one knew much about the afterlife. After hearing Kenma's explanation, Fushiguro Toji pondered for a moment, a look of doubt on his face. The name didn't matter. Since this person's power in the afterlife was similar to Great King Enma's, then he was also a high and mighty big shot. A big shot like you, why would you be free enough to come and find a soul like me? There must be a reason, right? Smart. Kenma praised him, his appreciation for him growing. I see you're quite skilled. Want to be my subordinate? Sure. To Kenma's surprise, just as his voice fell, Fushiguro Toji's voice immediately followed. With almost no thought, and no extra hesitation, Fushiguro Toji agreed directly. He spoke, of course, I won't be working for you for free. As long as there's generous compensation, I'll be in your employ and become your subordinate. Kenma asked, what do you want? Toji didn't answer immediately, but instead asked an unrelated question. What is life like in the world after death? It's basically no different from the living, Kenma said. Although most souls can get by just by drinking water, there are some who can live just as they did when they were alive, eating, drinking, and even having children. Dead people can have children. Fushiguro Toji was stunned. Naturally. Kenma looked at Toji and nodded affirmatively, especially a man like you. When you go to the Soul Society, you'll be basically no different from a normal living person. Eating, drinking, all of it is possible. In that case, my required compensation is very clear. Fushiguro Toji looked at the black-clothed Shinigami before him and said, just give me fine wine, good food, riches, and glory, and I'll work for you. How about it? Is that all? Kenma's brow furrowed. Fushiguro Toji's request was so low that it was almost unbelievable. That's all. Toji heard the doubt in Kenma's voice and gave a self-deprecating laugh. I'm not one of those saints with noble ideals. I know my own nature. I'm just a hopelessly vulgar, rotten man, so it's only natural to pursue some vulgar things, isn't it? I understand. Kenma nodded, accepting Fushiguro Toji's terms. In that case, the contract is established. He then looked at Fushiguro Toji's missing half and said, when we get back to the Soul Society, I'll have someone restore your body so you can return to normal immediately. Well, thank you very much for that, my future boss. Fushiguro Toji bent down to pick up the chain and tools at his feet and walked towards the Shinigami. But seeing that Kenma was still standing in the same place, he couldn't help but ask curiously, what, you're not taking me to that Soul Society, or whatever it's called? Wait a little longer. Kenma waved his hand, signaling him to be patient. I have a companion who is still handling some matters. We'll leave when he gets here. Before Fushiguro Toji could ask, a figure suddenly flashed between the two of them and knelt on one knee before Kenma. My lord, it is done. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 and .c0m/tailcrafter.